That's double-sided. I like that. That's a good idea. But this is beyond.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, test, 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 1, 2, 3.
Well, in just under 15 minutes, we expect House Judiciary Committee Chair Gerald Nadler to gavel today's meeting into session. This is the second part of a working meeting where members will iron out the language of the impeachment articles against President Trump and consider amendments. We should see several votes today in committee, and it's likely they'll take a break or two during our coverage. As always, if we have the opportunity, we will open our phone lines to get your reaction to today's events. Live coverage here on C-SPAN 3.
That's part of being exciting. I get the right first profile, right? Yeah. I don't know who's the right. Yeah, where do you think? So you came out for this and you got a dog? I got it. Really? Really? What's it called? Center for yeah. It could be fun.
The House Judiciary Committee is about 10 minutes from continuing their consideration of the two articles of impeachment against President Trump, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Now, once the committee completes its work and votes on the articles of impeachment, it's expected that the full House will then debate and vote on those recommended articles. It's likely that the House will try to finish this work before they start their holiday break, and if they do, we may see a trial in the Senate sometime after the first of the year. Quick reminder that if you're away from your television and you'd like to continue to follow the action, we have it live online at cspan.org, or you can listen live with the free C-SPAN radio app.
You're really good. Better you be. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I think you can go down below.
We're having printer issues now. Let's see if it's fixed.
Andy, are you able to do it?
Yeah, yeah. If I can't do it there, I'll
I'm
do
going
it.
to send it to you. It'll be there. Did you get a...
Radio station.
Thing that I would
The thing is, like, I don't want to do it because it's the radio. It's the radio. No, no, I'm saying for me, like, we couldn't use it because it's through the radio stations and they run it. Like, there's no localization in the
Judiciary Committee will please come to order, a quorum being present. When the committee recessed yesterday, it had completed opening statements on the resolution about to be considered. Pursuant to notice under House Resolution 660, I now call up House
Mr. Chairman.
Resolution 755, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors.
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order against the consideration of this resolution on the grounds that the chairman willfully refused to schedule a properly demanded minority day of hearings pursuant to Clause 2J1 of Rule 11.
We'll entertain that point of order once we've completed calling up the resolution. I now call up H.Res. 755, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. For purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the resolution favorably to the House. The clerk will report the resolution.
H.Res. 755, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors, in the House of Representatives, December 10, 2019. Mr. Nadler submitted the following resolution, which was referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Resolution, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Resolved that Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, and maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, Abuse of Power. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office of impeachment for the conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct of the office of the President of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of the President of the United States, and to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care of the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in that, using the powers of the high office, President Trump solicited the interference of a foreign government, Ukraine, in the 2020 United States presidential election. He did so through a scheme or course of conduct that included soliciting the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations that would benefit his re-election, harm the election prospects of a political opponent, and influence the 2020 United States presidential election to his advantage. President Trump also sought to pressure the government of Ukraine to take these steps by conditioning official United States government acts of significant value of Ukraine on its public announcement of the investigations. President Trump engaged in this scheme or course of conduct for
unanimous consent that
corrupt
the resolution be
purposes
considered as
in
read.
pursuit of
Given the
personal,
significance,
I object.
objection is heard.
of
Clerk will
personal,
continue.
personal political benefit. In doing so, President Trump used the powers of the presidency in a manner that compromised the national security of the United States and undermined the integrity of the United States democratic process. He thus ignored and injured the interests of the nation. President Trump engaged in the scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1. President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within and outside the United States government, corruptly solicited the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations into A, a political opponent, former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr., and B, a discredited theory promoted by Russia alleging that Ukraine, rather than Russia, interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election. 2, with the same corrupt motives, President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within and outside the United States government, conditioned 2 official acts on the public announcements that he had requested. A, the release of $391 million of United States taxpayer funds that Congress had appropriated on a bipartisan basis for the purpose of providing vital military and security assistance to Ukraine to oppose Russian aggression, which President Trump had ordered suspended. And B, a head of state meeting at the White House, which President of Ukraine sought to demonstrate continued United States support for the government of Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. 3, faced with the public revelation of his actions, President Trump ultimately released the military and security assistance to the government of Ukraine, but has persisted in openly and corruptly urging and soliciting Ukraine to undertake investigations for his personal political benefit. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous invitations of foreign interference in United States elections. In all of this, President Trump abused the powers of the presidency by ignoring and injuring national security and other vital national interests to obtain an improper personal political benefit. He has also betrayed the nation by abusing his high office to enlist a foreign power and corrupting democratic elections. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office. He has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Article 2, Obstruction of Congress. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office of impeachment for the conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct of the office of the President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of the President of the United States and to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care of the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has directed the unprecedented, categorical, and indiscriminate defiance of subpoenas issued by the House of Representatives pursuant to its sole power of impeachment. President Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution in that the House of Representatives has engaged in an impeachment inquiry focused on President Trump's corrupt solicitation of the government of Ukraine to interfere in the 2020 United States presidential election. As part of this impeachment inquiry, the committees undertaking the investigation served subpoenas seeking documents and testimony deemed vital to the inquiry from various executive branch agencies and offices and current and former officials. In response, without lawful cause or excuse, President Trump directed executive branch agencies, offices, and officials not to comply with those subpoenas. President Trump thus interposed the powers of the presidency against the lawful subpoenas of the House of Representatives and assumed to himself functions and judgments necessary to the exercise of the sole power of impeachment vested by the Constitution in the House of Representatives. President Trump abused the power of his high office through the following means. 1, directing the White House to defy a lawful subpoena by withholding the production of documents sought therein by the committee. 2, directing other executive branch agencies and offices to defy lawful subpoenas and withhold the production of documents and records from the committees, in response to which the Department of State, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Energy, and Department of Defense refused to produce a single document or record. 3, directing current and former executive branch officials not to cooperate with the committees, in response to which 9 administrative officials defied subpoenas for testimony, namely John Michael McMulvaney, Robert B. Blair, John A. Eisenberg, Michael Ellis, Preston Wells Griffith, Russell T. Vaught, Michael Duffy, Brian McCormick, and T. Ulrich Bruckbuhl. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous efforts to undermine United States government investigations into foreign interference in the United States elections. Through these actions, President Trump sought to arrogate to himself the right to determine the propriety, scope, and nature of an impeachment inquiry into his own conduct, as well as the unilateral prerogative to deny any and all information to the House of Representatives in exercise of its sole power of impeachment. In the history of the Republic, no president has ever ordered the complete defiance of an impeachment inquiry or sought to obstruct and impede so comprehensively the ability of the House of Representatives to investigate high crimes and misdemeanors. This abuse of office served to cover up the president's own repeated misconduct and to seize the control of power of impeachment, and thus to nullify a vital constitutional safeguard vested solely in the House of Representatives. In all of this, President Trump has acted in a manner contrary to his trust as president and subversive of constitutional government, to the great prejudice of cause of law and justice, and to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. President Trump thus warrants impeachment, trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy the office of honor, trust, and profit under the United States.
Thank you. The gentleman will now state his point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as I made the point of order on this minority hearing day, the chairman was furnished with the demand signed by all Republican members of the committee during the impeachment hearing held on December the 4th. The chairman has refused to respond to multiple additional requests that hearing be scheduled, and at one point actually telling me, as I actually responded to this, that we'll rule with it today. Well, we're here today, and it's a farce that we're having to rule on this today because there's no other time we're actually taking up the articles today. So the rule is not and by the way, this rule is not superseded by any portion of HRS 660. That could have been done by the majority, but they were too busy and in a hurry to get H 660 to the floor that after discussing this, they chose not to exempt the minority hearing day. This could have been done. They chose not to. Now we're not having it, so I continue my point of order.
If I understand the gentleman's point of order, he asserts we are violating Clause 2J1 of House Rule 11 by conducting this markup before we have held the hearing that the minority members requested on December 4th. In my view, the gentleman is claiming a broader privilege than Clause 2J1 actually provides the minority. The minority has asked for a day of hearings on the matter of the December 4th hearing, which was the constitutional grounds for impeachment. I am willing to work with the minority to schedule such a hearing, but not before today's markup of the articles of impeachment. The House rule does not require me to schedule a hearing on a particular day, nor does it require me to schedule the hearing as a condition precedent to taking any specific legislative action. Otherwise, the minority would have the ability to delay or block majority legislative action, which is clearly not the purpose of the rule. I have reached this conclusion after reviewing the plain text and legislative history of the House rule, after considering prior precedent and committee practice, and after consulting with parliamentary authorities and the Congressional Research Service. I believe my scheduling decision in this case is reasonable for several reasons. First, the minority's views have not been shut out. The legislative history of the Minority Day rule shows that it was written to prevent a committee majority from preventing the minority position from being represented in a hearing. As the report from the Joint Committee on the Organization of Congress in 1966 explains, it is normal procedure for witnesses representing both sides of the issue to give testimony at committee hearings. In those infrequent instances when witnesses representing the minority position are not allotted time, a minimum safeguard should exist to protect minority rights, unquote. Of course, that did not happen at the December 4th hearing. The minority had a witness at the hearing, Professor Turley, who ably represented their position and was afforded ample time to discuss that position. Rather than being shut out, the minority simply did not get as many witnesses as they would have preferred. But that is not the purpose of the House rule. Second, the minority and the President have special protections under House Resolution 660. The procedures provided under House Resolution 660 give the President and the minority a variety of special privileges to present evidence and subpoena witnesses. Thus, there are alternative procedures under HRES 660 by which witnesses can be requested and even subpoenaed, but they have not been exercised. Third, there is no precedent for the use of minority days to delay committee, legislative, or impeachment proceedings. It is clear from the legislative history that the Minority Day rule is not intended to delay legislative activity. Again, as the Committee on the Organization of the Congress explicitly explained, we do not look upon this rule as an authorization for delaying tactics, unquote. The Minority Day rule was made part of the House rules in 1971, but it was not invoked in either the Nixon or Clinton impeachments. As a matter of fact, the only precedent I am aware of in the context of impeachment took place several weeks ago in the Intelligence Committee. There, the minority also requested a day of hearings, even though they also had witnesses participate in their proceedings. The minority ultimately did not raise a point of order. While they did offer an amendment claiming that the Minority Day rule had been violated, that amendment was rejected by the committee. Thus, there is no precedent supporting the gentleman's point of order, and the one precedent we have indicates that a point of order does not lie to delay consideration of articles of impeachment. Finally, past Judiciary Committee practice and precedent do not support the gentleman's point of order. Last year, a number of other members and I sent then-Chairman Goodlatte a Minority Day request. The Chairman never responded to our request and never scheduled a hearing. I don't believe a single member of the then-majority argued in favor of us being granted a hearing under the rules. Back in 2005, then-Chairman Sensenbrenner scheduled the Minority Day hearing, but cut off witnesses, shut off the microphones, shut off the lights, and abruptly ended the hearing while members were seeking recognition to speak. Again, no one in the then-majority argued in favor of protecting our rights. As a result, there is no committee practice or precedent supporting the gentleman's point of order. For all the foregoing reasons, I do not sustain the point of order.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I think it is very obvious by the length of the chairman's answer to my question that this has struck a nerve, seeing how the chairman himself says it in his own words from previous times. It is not the chairman's right to decide whether prior hearings are sufficient, or the chairman's right to decide whether he thinks they're acceptable, or the chairman's right to violate the rules in order to interfere. It is interesting to me that this time has become the issue.
I've made my ruling on the point of order. Does the gentleman wish to appeal the ruling of the chair?
I would like, for the sake of history, I'd like, for the sake of history, the chairman take one more minute.
Does the gentleman wish to appeal the ruling of the chair? Yes or no?
Yes. Obviously, we're on the clock and calendar of impeachment again because the chairman is doing this again.
The appeal of the ruling of the chair is not sustained.
I'd move to table.
Did you actually call for a vote? How is it not sustained? You didn't call for a vote.
I sustained the point of order.
I call for an appeal of the ruling of the chair. Now
I-
call for a vote.
I
I moved to
sustained the
table.
point, I ruled that the point of order is not well taken.
Well, that's painfully obvious. I've appealed the ruling of the chair.
And I move to table.
The gentleman has appealed the ruling of the chair. The gentlelady has moved to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. The motion to table is not debatable. All in favor of the motion to table, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Nope.
The appeal of the motion, the appeal of the ruling of the chair is tabled. We will now proceed to amendments.
Roll call.
The gentleman asked for roll call on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Yes.
Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch?
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Richmond?
Yes.
Mr. Richmond votes yes. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Demings? Ms. Demings votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. McCarcel-Powell?
Aye.
Ms. McCarcel-Powell votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Collins?
No.
Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? No. Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Radcliffe? Mr. Radcliffe votes no. Ms. Roby? Ms. Roby votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Klein?
No.
Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong? No. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Stubbe? No. Mr. Stubbe votes no.
Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 17 noes.
The appeal of the ruling of the chair is tabled. We will now proceed to amendments. The clerk will read the first section of the resolution.
HRES 755, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States for high crimes and misdemeanors. In the House of Representatives, December 10, 2019, Mr. Nadler submitted the following resolution, which was referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Resolution, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States for high crimes and misdemeanors. Resolved that Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, in maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors.
I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HRES 755, offered by Mr. Nadler of New York. Strike all that follows after the resolving clause and insert the following.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read. Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as base text for further amendment. I will now recognize myself to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This amendment makes a minor change. In certain places where the underlying resolution refers to Donald J. Trump, the amendment refers to Donald John Trump. Otherwise, it makes no changes to the resolution. I urge all of my colleagues to support it. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for any comments he may have on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment nature of a substitute is absolutely irrelevant. Actually, taking Donald J. Trump and making it Donald Trump, John Trump just simply shows the, frankly, absurdity of where we're at. And today, we're going to spend plenty of time for you listening here. We're going to talk about this amendment in nature substitute. We're going to talk about the factual basis that have absolutely no factual underpinning to impeach this president. But I'm going to go back for just a minute since I didn't have time and had to sit through a well-rehearsed, many days put together explanation on why that what will be known in 2019, outside of the fact that this committee finally accomplished its goal after the chairman stated he wanted to since November of last year, impeach this president, what will be known by this committee from here on out is that this committee has now sounded the death of minority rights in this committee. This committee has become nothing but a rubber stamp. This committee is amazingly now on such a clock and calendar process that they don't care. Facts be damned. They don't care. They don't care that we had one witness out of 3. When I asked for a second witness, I was told I couldn't, even though there had been staff conversations well before. I was told I was asking too late. 1 witness out of 2 panels, that's all we had of fact witnesses. This is a just travesty and a sham from day one. I could talk till I'm blue in the face, but nobody on the majority cares. But the spot that is left by what has just happened will resonate over the years. It will resonate over the years in the sense that there is no fact that we can come to. They had no desire to hear any fact witnesses outside of their own train-driven clock calendar impeachment. For the chairman himself, who vehemently fought for minority hearing days, to sit there and read that is an amazing statement and a crushing blow to this committee. There's no way to recover from that. In fact, there may be. I wonder if the chairman would join me in making sure that the Rules Committee next week, they don't waive the point of order against this. But I know they will. That's why they're going to take it. Because I'll guarantee you, when you look into it further, this point of order would be sustained against these impeachment articles, so they're going to have to waive them next week. Watch and see. They will waive this point of order and waive any other point of order on these articles by the time it comes to the floor. For some of you may say, the ranking member talks about process. The ranking member talks about process. The ranking member talks about process, never the foundation. Believe me, we will inundate you with the facts, and I have already. Some of you just don't choose to report them. What is important, and for many who report on this body, and for many who have sat in this body, and for those who have served in this body, the members who have gone before, and the people who have set this committee up, and the people who have set our Congress up, are the ones right now that should be hanging their head in shame. We had 2 hearings, none of which featured fact witnesses. There's not a Democrat in this room that should be happy about this. The solemnity should be on the death of this committee's process and procedures. Don't give me the solemnity about impeaching a president. You've been wanting to do that for a long time. You ought to take it and just rejoice. Go at it, because this is what you wanted. But when it comes to the hearing, when it comes to the minority rights, when it comes to one that in which we have seen time after time after time, in which I have had to write this chairman multi-page letters on the abuse of procedural issues in this committee, this is a travesty. Write about it if you want, talk about it if you want, but the American people see it, because the American people understand inherently fairness. They understand due process. Why? Because it's what America was based on. It is what America takes pride in. And when we don't have it, nobody can have it. When we don't have fairness in this committee, how can they stand up and say, on the 2 weakest articles of impeachment in the history of this country, honestly, with a straight face, look at the American people and say, we did good? No, you didn't. You stained this body. You've taken this committee and made it a rubber stamp. Did any of the majority run to be a rubber stamp to get the majority? I know the minority on this side did not. You know why I know why we've become a rubber stamp? Because my chairman said so 20 years ago. He said so 20 years ago when he said, if the committee only accepts what other people give them and do not on their own verify it and thoroughly vet it, then we are nothing but a rubber stamp. Mr. Chairman, you should have run for a chairmanship, I believe, more than to be a rubber stamp for Mr. Schiff and Ms. Pelosi. We already knew this committee was overrun and overtaken because Mr. Schiff and Ms. Pelosi took it from us earlier this year. There's the first embarrassment, and the rest of it has been an embarrassment since. So as we look at this and as we go forward, we'll have plenty of time to show the complete farce of substance. But, Mr. Chairman, what will live from this day is your ruling and the majority's ruling of minority rights are dead in this Congress, and especially this committee. I yield back.
Move to
Gentleman yields back. Are there any
Chairman.
amendments to the amendments?
Mr.
of
Chairman.
Are there any amendments to the amendment?
Chairman,
made to
move to strike last
substitute?
word.
For what purpose does Mr. Deutsch seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot allow the ranking member to mischaracterize your description of the history of this committee, it may be inconvenient for the ranking member to be forced to listen to the history of this committee and why everything that you just laid out is so important to the continuing of this committee representing and recognizing and respecting minority rights. But he chooses not to, so I'm going to restate it again. I appreciate the ranking member for acknowledging that they had the opportunity to call witnesses. And that's consistent with the rules. But to then turn around and suggest that the rules are being trampled, the rules are dead, ignores everything that you just laid out. More than 50 years ago, the Joint Committee on the Organization of Congress made clear in their report to the House and Senate that it's normal procedure for witnesses representing both sides of the issue to give testimony at committee hearings. And that's where the rule comes from. And that's what's happened. The ranking member acknowledged it. He would have liked more witnesses, but there's no right to a separate day. The rule makes clear they have the right to call witnesses, and there were witnesses called. There were witnesses called, minority witnesses on December 4th. On December 9th, the minority's witness, Mr. Castor, presented evidence and gave opening statements. And it's worth pointing out to my colleagues on the other side that we invited the President of the United States to the December 4th hearing to advocate for his views, to submit requested witnesses, but he chose not to attend, and he chose not to suggest any witnesses. So before telling us the sky is falling and there's great disrespect for the rules, it's important to actually look at the rules.
Did the gentleman just say I didn't request witnesses? That is wrong.
The gentleman has the time.
I thank the chairman. What I said is that the president was given the opportunity on December 4th to present himself. He was also given the opportunity to present witnesses, and he did not. So let's be careful in the way we suggest that rules are being violated when everything that's being done here is consistent with more than 50 years of interpretation of the rules and the very essence of why the rule was put together in the first place. So it's important. Facts really do matter. And we're not going to allow the minority to misinterpret the rules for their own benefit or to suggest that the history is irrelevant. It matters a lot. That's what's made this committee and this institution great, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I got
For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Gentlelady reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 755, offered by Mr. Jordan of Ohio. Page 1, beginning on line 12, strike Article 1 and redesignate the succeeding article accordingly.
The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes Article
I
1 as...
withdraw my point of order.
This amendment strikes Article 1 because Article 1 ignores the truth. 4 facts, 5 meetings. We've talked about it now for 3 months. We've known that there have been 4 facts that have not changed, will never change, and we've known it since September 25th when the call transcript was released. The call transcript shows no quid pro quo. What's interesting is the day the transcript came out, even Chairman Nadler said there was no quid pro quo in the call transcript. We know, second, that the 2 individuals on the call, President Zelensky, President Trump, have both said no pressure, no pushing, no linkage whatsoever between security assistance money and any type of announcement of an investigation. We know that the Ukrainians knew at the time of the call, didn't know at the time of the call that the aid had been held up, and most importantly, we know the Ukrainians took no action, no start of an investigation, no promise to start an investigation, no announcement on CNN, via tweet, no announcement whatsoever that there was going to be any type of investigation into Burisma or the Bidens to get the aid released. Those 4 facts have never changed. Second, 5 key meetings that took place between July 18th when the aid was paused, September 11th when the aid was released. 5 key meetings. We have the phone call. July 25th, which you just described. Second, the very next day, we have Ambassadors Volker, Sondland, Taylor meeting with President Zelensky. Third, Ambassador Bolton met with President Zelensky on August 29th. Fourth, Vice President Pence met with President Zelensky on September 2nd. And fifth, on September 5th, we have bipartisan Senator Johnson, Senator Murphy meeting with President Zelensky. In none of those 5 meetings, none, did linking dollars, security assistance dollars, to an investigation come up. Never came up. And you would think in the last two, those last two, after they knew on August 29th via the Politico article that they knew the aid was held, you would think it would come up in those last 2 meetings, but it didn't come up. 4 facts, 5 meetings have never changed. Article 1 in this resolution ignores the truth, it ignores the facts, it ignores what happened and what has been laid out for the American people over the last 3 weeks. So I hope that this committee will come to its senses, that it'll adopt the amendment and strike Article 1 from the resolution. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman, I
Chairman,
move to
back.
strike the
I
last
now recognize
word.
Mr. Cicilline in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, this amendment attempts to strike Article 1 in its entirety, so I want to go through the evidence that was actually developed during the course of this investigation, and particularly first begin with the focus on the President's own conduct. The President of the United States hired Rudy Giuliani, his personal lawyer, to go to Ukraine and lead this scheme to smear Vice President Biden. He then began a campaign personally to smear Ambassador Yovanovitch, and then ultimately directed that she be fired to clear the way of this anti-corruption champion so that his scheme could be fully implemented. He directed a hold on the military aid to Ukraine, and no one could provide any other explanation unrelated to his scheme to pressure them to interfere in the 2020 election. Then the President, in his own words, on July 25th, gets on the telephone and asks President Zelensky for a favor to begin an investigation of his chief political rival, former Vice President Joe Biden. There's a readout of the call in evidence, which is a detail of this conversation. There's direct evidence from Alexander Vindman, Williams, Mr. Morrison, who listened in on and heard the President utter those words right out of his own mouth, pressuring a foreign leader to corrupt our elections. The President then made admissions in public on October 2nd, October 3rd, and October 4th, then invited another foreign power, China, to interfere in the American presidential election. The Chief of Staff acknowledged that the President directed him to put this unexplained hold on aid to Ukraine. The President directed the Vice President not to attend the inauguration of President Zelensky because he hadn't yet got what he was demanding, a public announcement intended to damage his political opponent. Ambassador Sondland testified that the Ukrainians were told, and I quote, the resumption of U.S. aid would likely not occur until Ukraine provided the public anti-corruption statement that we had been discussing for many weeks. And then he testified that he spoke with President Trump, and while the President claimed there was no quid pro quo, he made it clear that President Zelensky must publicly announce the 2 investigations that President Trump discussed on July 25th in the call in order for this security assistance to be lifted. That's direct evidence. But in addition to that, and those are just some of the highlights, there are over 260 text messages. There are call transcripts, as I mentioned, of the President's own words. There are emails between high-ranking officials of the Trump administration, hundreds of press statements, interviews, and tweets by the President and his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, corroborating their desire to pursue investigations of Vice President Biden prior to the 2020 elections. I'm going to give the committee a couple of just examples. President Trump himself on October 2nd said, and I quote, "And just so you know, we've been investigating on a personal basis through Rudy and other lawyers corruption in the 2016 election." On July 19th, Ambassador Sondland emails multiple high-ranking officials that he, quote, talked to Zelensky, and he, quote, is prepared to receive POTUS's call and will state that he will turn over every stone of the investigations. On July 19th, 2019, in addition to the email, Ambassador Sondland texts Ambassador Volker. Makes the same thing clear. Sondland, looks like POTUS called tomorrow. I spoke directly to Z and gave him full briefing. He's got it. Volker, had breakfast with Rudy this morning, teeing up a call with Yermak Monday. Must have helped. Most important is for Zelensky to say that he will help investigate and address any specific personnel issues if there are any. On August 8th, Ambassador Sondland and Ambassador Volker text about POTUS wanting the deliverable, meaning that for Ukraine to get the White House meeting, Zelensky needs to announce the investigation. Sondland says, and I quote, "Morrison is ready to get dates as soon as Yermak confirms." Volker responds, "Excellent. How did you sway him?" Sondland responds, "Not sure I did. I think POTUS really wants the deliverable." Volker asks, "But does he know that?" Sondland says, "Yup. Clearly lots of conversations going on." On August 16th, Ambassador Taylor and Volker discuss Ukraine's concern that President Trump was not using official channels, like the Department of Justice, to request investigations. Taylor texts Ambassador Volker, "The person who asked for an official request was Yermak?" Volker replies, "Yes, but don't cite him." Taylor, "I won't. You're right. This is not good. We need to stay clear." And on August 22nd, Ambassador Sondland emailed Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and others to make clear that to break the logjam, meaning releasing the military aid, President Zelensky would have to, quote, "move forward on the issues of importance to Trump," again, meaning the investigations. And the list goes on and on. So this claim that this is the thinnest of evidence is simply not true. There is overwhelming evidence of the existence of a scheme led by the president, led by his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, to corrupt the American elections, to continue to withhold military aid until such time as a public announcement was made that would smear the president's chief political rival. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Lesko seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
You know, Mr. Chair, it really quite disturbed me when you again rejected the rule of the House that said that we, as the minority, it says in the rules that you require that you set a date for a minority hearing. And the reason that this is important is because the rules have been thrown out the window here on this process. In fact, I just can't believe it. I mean, first of all, you have an unprecedented way of doing impeachment. You don't go through the Judiciary Committee like has been done in previous impeachments. Instead, Speaker Pelosi hands it over to Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff, the Intelligence Committee chair, where he has these closed-door hearings in the basement. I was denied several times, the right to go in and hear what these fact witnesses said. Yet I'm supposed to vote on this today, and we have not had one single fact witness here in this committee at all. And then I hear from my Republican colleagues that were on the Intelligence Committee that Republicans were refused to have any of their witnesses in that committee. And then, on top of that, Republicans were told, interrupted, silenced by Chairman Schiff when they tried to ask witnesses questions. They said to the witness, "Don't answer that." I mean, and so now, here in Judiciary Committee, we're supposed to vote on something when we haven't even heard directly from any fact witnesses. All we heard from was a bunch of liberal law professors that you called here that have a known record of disliking President Trump. And then you had staff talk to us. And then again, here in this committee, our Republican members asked for witnesses so that we can ask questions to get out the truth, to get out at least, let us say our side of the story. But no. And so then we turn to, okay, under the House rules, it says you're required to set a minority hearing so that we can at least call witnesses, so we can get some truth out to the American public instead of this one-sided sham. But no, here again, I think you said right here, no, we're not going to do that. Well, I'll consider a date in the future that you can have a minority hearing. For goodness sakes, we're voting on this today. It's no good to have a date in the future. Then it's done. You've already put through this. I mean, it just continues to amaze me how corrupt, how unfair this process has been from the start. I mean, for goodness sakes, you had 17 out of 24 of my Democratic colleagues that have already voted on the House floor to continue with articles of impeachment. It was Mr. Green who put a resolution on the floor, articles of impeachment. It was July 17th. And then there was a vote to table it, and they voted against the tabling, meaning they wanted to go ahead with articles of impeachment.
Not correct.
That was even before the July 25th call. I mean, come on. This is a predetermined, you guys have been wanting to impeach this president since he got elected. Fact after fact after fact. I know that some of you really think the president did something wrong. But the fact is, there is none of your witnesses, none of your fact witnesses were able to establish any evidence of bribery, treason, high crimes, or misdemeanors. Not one single one. And that's what it says has to be done in the Constitution. So again, I believe the President of the United States is right. This is a sham impeachment, and it sure is a shame, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purposes is Mr. Negusik recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with much respect to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, it is difficult to follow some of these arguments. I've heard very little in the way of any substantive defenses of the President's conduct, but instead focus again on some very farcical process arguments, in my view. And I'm compelled to respond to at least one of those, which is this notion about the closed-door depositions, because as I understand it from reading these transcripts, many minority members were present and granted equal time to question witnesses brought before the Intelligence Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Government Oversight Committee. Some of those members are actually on this committee, so I struggle to understand the objections in that regard. The idea that the Intelligence Committee's investigation was not sufficiently transparent, in my view, also rings hollow, because as we know, the transcripts from those interviews and those depositions have been released. I know I've reviewed them. I suspect many of my colleagues have as well. And if you did not review those transcripts, you surely watched the live testimony of Ambassador Sondland, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and so many other public servants over the course of many weeks, as millions of Americans watched along with us. So again, I understand that we're going to have a robust debate about the legal standards that govern the inquiry that is before us and the decision we make on these articles, but let us stay true to the facts, and let's dispense with these process arguments and get to the substance of why we are here today. I will also just say, historical context matters. I was not on the Judiciary Committee in 1999 and 1998, but my understanding is at that time the Judiciary Committee did not examine any fact witnesses during the Clinton impeachment inquiry. I know there are members of this committee that were here at that time, and they are well aware that they did question Ken Starr, and then afterwards had hearings with legal experts to expound upon the legal standards that would define the decision before the committee. I would also say that during the Nixon impeachment inquiry, the examination of witnesses, fact witnesses rather, was conducted exclusively behind closed doors in July of 1974. So unlike both the Nixon inquiry as well as the Clinton inquiry, the House Intelligence Committee's hearings featured testimony from a dozen witnesses in open hearings subject to public examination by Republican members and counsel. Facts matter. And I hope that each and every one of us could agree at least on that simple point. And with that, I would yield to the distinguished member from California, Ms. Lofgren.
I would just like to note, going back to the analogy to the Nixon impeachment, the gentleman is correct that there was really no public presentation in the Judiciary Committee. There were quite a few depositions that were private, but there was a lot of public testimony. It wasn't before the Judiciary Committee. It was before the Senate Watergate Committee. As you'll recall, the President's counsel, John Dean, appeared and testified that there was a cancer on the presidency and a number of the revelation that there was a recording system in the White House. All of that happened in the Senate. And the fact that it happened in the Senate didn't mean that the Judiciary Committee didn't know about it. I mean, the whole country knew about it and took notice of it. There's only a few members of us, of this committee that were on the Judiciary Committee during the Clinton impeachment. I was one of them. Ms. Jackson Lee and Mr. Nadler were, as well as Mr. Sensenbrenner and the gentleman from Ohio. We had a report from Mr. Starr. I remember it very well. But we didn't have extensive fact witnesses. We had the report. We had evidence over in the Ford building that we could go over and look at privately. I did. A number of members did. But the gentleman has correctly summarized the situation. I would yield back to the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman.
I yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mrs. Sensenbrenner seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's obvious, to all the American public that this is a railroad job. Things have been going quickly, but I think the real key is that with all of the denials of minority requests, both here and in the Intelligence Committee, the Republicans and the President have not been able to put on live witnesses to be able to basically put together a defense. And if you're going to have a trial, you have to have both a prosecution and a defense. Here we don't have a defense because of the rulings that have been made, one of which was made just a few minutes ago by the chairman of this committee. Now, let me say, first of all, the hearings that were in the basement of the Capitol were secret hearings. They were classified hearings. None of the members who were in that hearing room could ethically go out and tell the public and the news media exactly what was said there. And they probably could have been hailed before the Ethics Committee, or worse if they attempted to do that. There were leaks that came out of there. I grant you that, but none of the members could. The other point is that the vast majority of members of the Judiciary Committee, which has ultimate jurisdiction over all proposed impeachments, were not members of the three other committees and were not allowed to go into the basement of the Capitol hearing room to listen to what was going on and to see those live witnesses. There were a number of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, including Ms. Lesko and Mr. Gates, that attempted to do that. And Chairman Schiff kicked them out or wouldn't allow them to go in there. Now, when you have a trial, you really cannot make a determination on exactly whether the witnesses are telling the truth or exaggerating or mixing it up or spinning it some way or the other without looking at them in person. We don't have that opportunity. There were a few select witnesses that were in the public hearings over in the Intelligence Committee a couple of weeks ago, but the Intelligence Committee does not have the jurisdiction on whether to recommend the impeachment of anybody, let alone the President of the United States. Now, we've heard complaints about the fact that in the Clinton impeachment, there were no fact witnesses. Mr. Shabbat and I were there, as were Ms. Lofgren, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the chairman. And what happened there is that both sides were allowed to present whatever witnesses they wanted to. Kenneth Starr did all of the grunt work in putting together the facts. He sent over 36 boxes of evidence, which were put over into the Ford building. That's not happened here. The independent counsel that was appointed to look into what President Trump has done, Mr. Mueller, came and testified, and that ended up being a big fizzle, for what the Democrats wanted to do. So much of the Mueller stuff, after his testimony and the cross-examination by members on both sides of the aisle, ended up disappearing into outer space. So they had to find something else. Now let me say that everybody on both ends of the telephone call between President Trump and President Zelensky has said very clearly there was no quid pro quo offered. There was no pressure that was put on the Ukrainians. I don't know how many times President Zelensky has had to say that. Apparently, it's not enough because minds on the other side of the aisle are closed. But that's what the facts are. And the facts, again, speak for themselves. There was no impeachable offense here. And that's why Article 1 of the impeachments ended up falling flat on its face, and that it should be stricken, and I support the amendment to strike it from the gentleman of Ohio and yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady.
I yield to the gentleman from
18 seconds
Georgia.
left.
The gentleman is recognized.
Okay.
15 seconds.
Real quick, also, Ken Starr sent those over before the hearings began too, correct? They didn't.
Yes.
We didn't get a letter in the middle of hearings saying, oh, by the way, we just got a document dump on the weekend, and where the chairman told me, well, we're not going to be able to read them anyway.
No, we got him,
Gentleman's
and
time
it
is
was a
expired.
surprise.
Gentleman's time is expired. For what purpose does Jackson Lee seek recognition?
I just strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I think before I begin to comment on the discussion here, that it is important to remind all of us that the president abuses power and is a continuing threat not only to democracy but to our national security. We do not take this lightly. We take it very seriously. And I beg to differ with my dear friend. As one who was here for the impeachment proceedings in 1998, along with my colleagues, both Mr. Sensenbrenner and Mr. Chabot, Mr. Nadler, Ms. Loughran, let me be very clear of the distinctive difference that we had then at that time. For the American people, the special prosecutor was an independent statute that allowed both Mr. Jaworski during the Nixon impeachment proceedings and then Mr. Starr to have an independent process of investigation. The Congress was not privy to any of that investigation at all. They proceeded. They were not interfered with, as Mr. Mueller was, by the DOJ, because he was an employee of the Department of Justice. And his employer, his boss, came out and characterized his report before he could even discuss it. In the instance of the proceedings of 1998, the Congress received a report, just as both our friends on the other side of the aisle and we, in the majority, received reports from the impeachment inquiry committees, who were investigatory committees. They did their work, yes, in a classified setting, as I imagine both Mr. Starr and Mr. Jaworski had to do in certain instances. They were like prosecutors. They had witnesses that were not in the public. And then, of course, there were full public hearings, 17 witnesses, first-hand witnesses who heard the call and testified not on any second-hand knowledge, but first-hand knowledge. It is clear that we're dealing with a question of a continuing threat, which is why we have to respond. And let me be very clear. I hold in my hands that unclassified transcript. I beg to differ with my friends. Allow me just for a moment to tell you that in the call, President Zelensky said these sentences. I would also like to thank you for your great support in the area of defense. We're trying to continue to cooperate for the next steps. Specifically, we also want to be ready to buy javelins. That's equipment, military equipment from the United States for defense purposes. Ukraine, in the midst of a war against a nation that shot down at least some of those alleged to be separatists using Russian weapons, a commercial airliner. This is a serious war where our men and women with military and in the military are on the ground trying to assist. And here's the very next sentence. The very next sentence is not, yes, let's get with the Department of Defense. Let's review your request. The very next sentence, I would like you to do a favor, though. This is a discussion about defense. The next sentence should have been, I think we are well aware of your difficult predicament. I'm going to have you talk to the Secretary of Defense, but it said a couple of sentences later, I would like to have the Attorney General call you or your people, and I'd like you to get to the bottom of it, investigation. So I would just offer to say that it is not frivolous and without facts that we proceed. We proceed with facts, and we take this in a very somber manner.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I'd be happy to yield to the gentlelady for a moment.
I would just like to note that while this aid was being withheld, people died. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record an article from the Los Angeles Times entitled, "Trump Froze Military Aid as Ukrainian Soldiers Perished in Battle."
Without objection.
And note also that the highest death toll on any day in the Ukraine-Russian war was August 7th of this year, while aid was being withheld. So this had life and death consequences, and I yield back to the gentleman.
Very quickly, let me say my predecessor, Barbara Jordan, said that impeachment is designed for the president and his high ministers somehow to be called into account. That is all we're doing on behalf of the American people and protecting the national security of this nation. I yield back.
The
Chairman,
gentlelady yields
Mr.
back.
Chairman.
What purpose does Mr. Shabbat
strike the last word?
Gentleman strikes the last word. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the ranking member.
Yeah, just real quickly, the gentlelady from California just misstated something that I addressed head-on last night. And Undersecretary Hale stated this was prospective money. It was not interfering. It was not dealing with the issue that's going on now. You're in a war. For those of us who've actually been in a war zone, people do die in a war zone. This money did not stop that. That is something that cannot continue to be perpetrated upon this world. I yield back to Mr.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman, the biggest difference in the Clinton impeachment and this one is that President Clinton committed a crime, perjury. This president isn't even accused of committing a crime. The Constitution is pretty clear on what constitutes an impeachable offense: treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. It's not treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors, or whatever else Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff deem impeachable. Now, I think we can all agree that no president should abuse the powers of his or her office, just like the chairman of a House committee shouldn't abuse the powers of his office to obtain and publish the phone records of the president's personal attorney, a member of the media, and the ranking member of that same committee. But that doesn't make alleged abuse of power a high crime or misdemeanor. In their newly authored memo on constitutional grounds for impeachment, the majority on this committee goes to great lengths to explain why abuse of power is an impeachable offense, specifically mentioning it was one of the charges against both Richard Nixon and Bill Clinton. What they don't mention is that the House of Representatives has never adopted alleged abuse of power as a charge in a presidential impeachment. Why? Because there's no criminal statute describing what alleged abuse of power actually is. Abuse of power is therefore a vague, ambiguous term open to the interpretation of every individual. Because abuse of power lacks a concise legal definition, there's a higher burden of proof on those pursuing such a charge to show the actions of the president rise to the level of impeachment. I believed that Bill Clinton had abused the power of his office, but we failed to convince our colleagues in the House, and that particular charge was rejected by the full House. In this case, the evidence provided is less convincing. In fact, I'd argue it's non-existent. First, there was no quid pro quo. Second, it's a widely known fact that Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries on the planet. It's why Congress required the administration to certify that the Ukrainian government had taken steps to clean up corruption before military aid could be provided to the country. President Trump was well aware of that fact and quite skeptical of giving Ukraine foreign aid long before the now famous July 25th phone call. Third, Ukraine actually received the aid after the president was satisfied that Ukraine had taken meaningful steps to address corruption, which again is an obligation required by law. Based on the actual facts of this case as opposed to the hearsay and innuendo compiled by the Intelligence Committee, it's clear that no abuse of power ever took place, and there certainly isn't enough evidence to support an article of impeachment. Mr. Chairman, as you well know, there's another significant difference between the abuse of power charges against Nixon and Clinton and those presented here. In the Nixon and Clinton impeachments, Abuse of power was a tacked-on charge, far less important in those cases than the actual high crimes charged against both of them. Here, it's the main thrust of the House Democrats' entire case. Let me put it another way. The entire argument for impeachment in this case is based on a charge that is not a crime, much less a high crime, and that has never been approved by the House of Representatives in a presidential impeachment before, ever in history. If that's the best you got, you wasted a whole lot of time and taxpayer dollars, all because so many of you, Mr. Chairman, hate this president. And one last thing. I guess we now know why Nancy Pelosi was focus grouping bribery as a potential charge, because she was desperately searching for a crime, any crime, to justify this sham impeachment. But that effort was abandoned because she knows, most members of Congress know, and now the American people know, there simply wasn't a crime committed here, and there shouldn't be an impeachment here either. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield
Mr.
for
Chairman.
question?
Gentleman yielded back.
Mr. Chairman,
What purpose does Mr. Swalwell seek recognition?
to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There are no crimes here. That is the defense my colleagues across the aisle are putting forward. How about the highest crime that one who holds public office could commit? A crime against our Constitution. After all, the Constitution is the highest, most supreme law of the land. Every other law, statutory laws included, derive from the Constitution, not the other way around. The president committed the highest crime against the Constitution by abusing his office, cheating in an election, inviting foreign interference for a purely personal gain, while jeopardizing our national security and the integrity of our elections. Now, the Constitution does not require President Trump have committed statutory crimes. After all, we in Congress are not criminal prosecutors. We do not prosecute crimes, we protect the Constitution. But since my colleagues keep bringing up what potential crimes a criminal prosecutor could charge the president with, let's go through some of them, because President Trump's conduct overlaps with criminal acts. Let's start with criminal bribery. 18 U.S. Code 201B2A. Relevant here, criminal bribery occurs when a public official demands or seeks anything of value personally in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. Additionally, the public official must carry out these acts corruptly. Demands or seeks. President Trump demanded and sought the announcement and conduct of politically motivated investigations by President Zelensky. Anything of value personally. For the purposes of anti-bribery law, the phrase anything of value has been interpreted by the courts broadly to carry out the congressional purpose of punishing the abuse of public office. In return for being influenced, the third requirement, as the Intel Committee report demonstrated, President Trump sought an announcement of these investigations in return for performing two official acts. First, he conditioned release of vital military assistance on President Zelensky's investigations, and second, he conditioned a head of state meeting on these investigations. Fourth, performance of an official act. The courts have defined an official act as any decision or action, matter, cause, suit, proceeding, or controversy that may be pending or brought before a public official. Both of the acts in question, the military aid and the White House meeting, meet this requirement. Finally, corruptly. President Trump behaved corruptly throughout this course of conduct because he used his official office in exchange to seek a private benefit. A second crime, honest services fraud. 18 U.S. Code, Section 1346. President Trump knowingly and willfully orchestrated a scheme to defraud the American people of his honest services as President of the United States. This has been aligned often in the courts with bribery, except it also includes using a wire communication. Clearly, the July 25... Will the gentleman yield for a question? I will not yield. Clearly, the July 25 phone call constitutes a wire communication. So there you have it. at least 2 criminal statutory crimes. However, all of these conversations about statutory crimes are moot because the President of the United States refuses to allow his own Department of Justice to indict him. So the President may be charged with crimes statutorily one day, but that's not what we're doing here on this day. And we are not restricted like the Department of Justice is. So we will uphold our duty to charge the President with the crimes against the Constitution that he has committed, using your taxpayer dollars, jeopardizing the integrity of your vote for a purely political purpose and a purely personal gain. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I
Would
yield
the
back.
chairman-
And I would
would the
yield to the
gentleman
gentlelady from California.
I appreciate the gentleman's recitation of that fact. As a former prosecutor, you speak with tremendous authority. I would just like to note that the argument that somehow lying about a sexual affair is an abuse of presidential power, but the misuse of presidential power to get a benefit somehow doesn't matter. If it's lying about sex, we could put Stormy Daniels' case ahead of us. We don't believe that's a high crime and
Gentlewoman
misdemeanor.
yield.
No, and it is not before us, and it should not be for us, because it's not an abuse of presidential power. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Gohmert seek recognition?
I rise in support of the amendment.
Gentleman, yield briefly.
The gentleman has the time. Does the gentleman wish to yield to Mr.
Will the
Secretary?
gentleman yield briefly?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
The important thing is that Bill Clinton lied to a grand jury. That is a crime. The article of impeachment that passed the House accused Bill Clinton of lying to a grand jury, a crime and something that obstructs the ability of the courts to get to the truth. This is not what is happening here. Big difference.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time.
Gentleman reclaims his time.
It is interesting, though, we're here because of fraud, not by the president, but from within the Department of Justice. And I realize people on the other side of the aisle have been so busy trying to find some kind of charge, criminal charge to bring against the president, none of which worked, that they may not have been aware of the most recent Horowitz report. But it is clear now, that the whole investigation that has brought us here with crime after crime being alleged and then having to be dropped was a fraudulent effort before the FISA court to have a surveillance warrant done against Carter Page. They lied initially, said that he was a Russian agent when actually he had been used by the CIA as a spy against Russia. And so they lied, it was fraudulent, and there hopefully will be people that will answer for their crimes and their fraud in the Department of Justice in the days to come, and it sounds like that should be the case. And there was fraud all the way through, but for 3 years we had been hearing about the crimes of the candidate Trump and then the crimes of President Trump, and we come now today based on the initial fraud that got this whole impeachment stuff started, and no one on the other side is willing to acknowledge the fraud that brought us here, nor the fact that so many people here have been screaming about the president's crimes, and we're even hearing today, like we just did, oh yes, there were crimes. Well, then why aren't they in this impeachment document? It's because they don't exist. They've been disproven over and over and over again, and that's why the gentleman's amendment is so well taken. You don't want to go down this ground. I think it's a bad idea when it was proposed before. High crimes and misdemeanors, if it's not treason, right? Even misdemeanors are crimes. And so we've had to drop the fraud of all the crimes being alleged, people saying in here and in the public, gee, we're going to get the president because he colluded with Russia. How terrible was that? Well, that's all been disproved and dropped. So now we were left with bribery and extortion, and now we're even those had to be dropped because there were no crimes. And I appreciate the gentleman bringing up crimes, but those are not alleged here. And so let me just say, this is a day that will live in infamy for the Judiciary Committee. The days of exemplary chairs like Daniel Webster when he stood for principle, those are going to be gone because this became a tool of the majority to try to use taxpayer funds to defeat a president. And by the way, the Ken Starr report, 36 boxes, he came in and testified. We were kept out of hearing the witnesses. There were, in the Watergate, these witnesses testified on television. It was public. It was not a star chamber like the Schiff chamber became. And I would like to yield back the remainder of my time to my friend, Mr. Jordan.
Well, I would just say, when did it happen? Everything Mr. Swalwell just said, if it all happened, why is it in the resolution? Democrats say there's some scheme to have an announcement made by President Zelensky to get a phone call with the president, to get a meeting with the president, and to get the aid released. When did the announcement happen? They got the call on July 25th. They got the meeting on September 25th. They got the money on September 11th. There was never an announcement from the Ukrainians to do an investigation. So you can keep saying all this stuff and all the points that this happened. Didn't happen, not the facts. Those are not the facts. And we know why the aid ultimately got released, because we learned that this guy, this new president, was actually the transformer, the real deal, was actually going to deal with the corruption issue in his country. That's what happened. You can make up all the things you want, but those are not the facts.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Jeffrey, for what purpose does Mr. Jeffrey seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized.
Let's actually go through the facts. We're here today because the president abused his power. We're here today because he solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election. He had welcomed foreign interference as it relates to Russia. He solicited foreign interference on the White House lawn with China, and he did it with Ukraine. He's a serial solicitor. Let's go through the facts. Congress allocated $391 million in military aid on a bipartisan basis to Ukraine, currently at war with Russian-backed separatists in the east. Ukraine's a friend, Russia's a foe. Ukraine's a democracy, Russia's a dictatorship. The United States is probably the only thing standing between Vladimir Putin and Ukraine being completely overrun as part of Putin's fantasy to reconstruct the Soviet Union, which would be adverse to the national security interests of the United States. And every single fact witnessed before this Congress said so. You can't even dispute that. So we allocated aid on a bipartisan basis. But then the aid was withheld. So the American people deserve to figure out why. In February, there was a letter sent by the Trump administration saying, okay, the aid is on the way. But it never arrived. In April, he had a phone call, the president, with Zelensky. The word corruption was not mentioned once. And then, in May, the Department of Defense wrote to this Congress and said, all necessary preconditions for the receipt of the aid have been met by the new Ukrainian government, including the implementation of anti-corruption protocols. We have that letter. It was sent to you and it was sent to us. Then in July, on the 18th, at an Office of Management and Budget meeting, the aid was officially frozen at the direction of the president. Twice during the summer, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican majority leader, publicly stated he called the Trump administration. What happened to the aid? Mitch McConnell couldn't get a good answer because there was no good answer. Then on July 25th, there's another call between President Trump and President Zelensky. The word corruption is not mentioned once. But here's what was said. Zelensky talks about defense. And the immediate response is, do us a favor, though. And President Trump says, I need you to look into some things, not related to procurement of defense arms, but related to a wild conspiracy theory connected to the 2016 campaign, and also says, I want you to look into Joe Biden. And then what's interesting, since you think it was such a perfect call, he mentions Rudolph Giuliani. I'm looking at the transcript right now. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Why on an official call would the president mention Rudolph Giuliani? He's not an ambassador. He's not the Secretary of State. He's not a member of the diplomatic corps. He's President Trump's political enforcer. And then what happens? You said you want to talk about the facts. In August, Giuliani travels to Madrid and meets with the Ukrainian government as a follow-up to Trump saying to Ukraine, go meet with Giuliani. And then a statement is drafted about this phony investigation and sent to the Ukrainians. But what happens? In August, the whistleblower complaint is filed. Then on September 9th, the whistleblower complaint is made public to Congress. 2 days later, on September 11th, all of a sudden, the aid is released. Why was the aid released? Because the president was caught red-handed, trying to pressure a foreign government to target an American citizen. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There were 5 meetings that we have detailed that show why the aid was released. There was a belief on the administration previously that Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries in the world, that they had not engaged in sufficient reforms. And after a number of events with the vice president, with a bipartisan Senate delegation, there was a resolution of that aid. But this debate just lacks a certain sincerity. I heard earlier my friend from California, Mr. Swalwell, say, list out all these crimes. And so if I'm watching at home, I'm thinking, well, where are they in the impeachment? That is just a Democrat drive-by, to go and list crimes that you don't allege and that you don't have evidence for. If there is ever a microcosm of how to consume this day and the importance of it with the American people, it's that they're naming crimes in debate that they don't even have in their impeachment resolution because they can't prove them, because there are no underlying facts. And then I hear my friend from New York, Mr. Jeffries, bring up Russia. Russia, the residue of impeachment theories passed and failed. How are we even here debating about military aid, javelins, that President Trump delivered, that President Obama withheld? I hear them, crying these alligator tears, clutching their pearls over this notion that, Trump didn't give this aid, we got to go impeach him for it. Where was all this concern about how to make the Ukraine great again when Obama was president? You want to know our substantive defense? It's 4 things. They've never changed. I think Mr. Jordan dreams of them in his sleep. Both President Trump and President Zelensky said there was no pressure. We saw the call transcript, and there's no conditionality. There was never awareness on the part of the Ukraine that there was a delay in aid, and the Ukraine got the aid without opening the investigation that seems to be so troubling to Democrats. Everything you're going to hear them say today can be pretty much categorized into 3 areas. First, it's either stuff people presumed and had no direct evidence of, kind of their water cooler theory of the case. Second, it's hearsay. Somebody told somebody else that created some concern about the president's conduct. Or it is reflective of a sincere policy disagreement about how to make the Ukraine great again. I mean, I heard all these folks come by that are part of the diplomatic corps, and they sure seem to believe that we ought to do everything for the Ukraine, but if the president disagrees with that, it is not impeachable conduct. Essentially, they're alleging a shakedown. But I think most Americans know that you cannot have a shakedown if the person allegedly being shook down doesn't even know about the shakedown. You have President Zelensky himself saying, I felt no pressure. And then, talk about bad timing. We got this Time article that comes out on the 10th of December, just a few days ago, because their theory of the case is, well, even if Zelensky didn't know there was pressure, there's this other guy, Yermak. And Yermak knew from Gordon Sondland that there was pressure, but the same day that they introduced their articles of impeachment, Yermak gives this interview with Time magazine, and he says, and I quote, "Gordon and I were never alone together. We bumped into each other in the hallway next to the escalator as I was walking out. And I remember everything. It's fine with my memory. We talked about how well the meeting went. That is all we talked about." So here they are, with no crime, with no victim, with no witnesses, with no knowledge of any shakedown, and yet they proceed. To accept the Democrats' theory of the case, you got to believe that the Ukrainians are lying to us. You got to believe when they say there's no conditionality, no pressure, nothing wrong, that they're so weak and they're so dependent on the United States that we can't believe a word they say. Well, again, where were you during the Obama administration when this weak ally didn't get javelins that were then withheld? I support the Jordan Amendment because this Article 1, this abuse of power that they allege in the impeachment theory, is a total joke. They have to say abuse of power because they don't have evidence for obstruction. They have to say abuse of power because they have no evidence for bribery or treason. They have to say abuse of power because all those specific crimes that the gentleman from California named cannot be supported by the evidence. This is sort of the Rorschach ink blot test theory of impeachment, so that the country can stare at the ink blot and everybody can see what I guess they want to see. This notion of abuse of power is the lowest of low-energy impeachment theories. Heck, I don't know any political party that doesn't think when the other side's in the White House that they abuse power, they do too much. I got a lot of constituents that think Barack Obama abused his power, but you know what? We didn't do this to the country. We didn't put him through this nonsense and this impeachment. You all set the standard. We didn't set it. You said this would have to be bipartisan, compelling, and overwhelming. It ain't that, and this looks pretty bad. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in
Want to
response...
strike the last word?
Yes, move to strike the last word. Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized.
In response to my colleague from Florida, you cannot argue things both ways. You cannot say that the president was so concerned about Ukraine that he released aid, which is true. He released aid in 2017. He released aid in 2018. And then suddenly he became concerned in 2019, right after Vice President Biden announced that he was going to run. So if your argument is that he was so concerned about Ukraine that he released aid in 2017 and 2018, then why in 2019, after the Department of Defense cleared Ukraine on charges of corruption, why then did he decide he was so concerned about corruption that he was not going to release aid?
Because
that makes, I'm sorry, I'm not yielding. I am not yielding. I am not yielding.
They got a new president, that's why.
Gentlelady has the time. The committee will be in order and people will not interrupt.
They got a new president
Rudeness
who
is
was...
not proper here.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlelady
Chairman.
will continue.
They got a new president who was known to be an anti-corruption fighter. So that argument has no weight whatsoever. Now, if you want to argue that the president was so concerned about corruption at that particular moment, you have to look at the whole record of U.S. policy and our agreement that the Department of Defense would look under certain conditions before they release military aid to determine whether or not a country had satisfied those requirements around corruption, and the Department of Defense released that report. Nowhere between the time that Donald Trump withheld aid and the time that he released that aid was there an additional assessment required or done. In fact, the Department of Defense decided they didn't need to do another assessment because they had already done the assessment. So at the end of the day, I have only two questions for my colleagues on the other side. And these are the two questions. Forget about President Trump. Forget about President Trump. Will any one of my colleagues on the other side say that it is an abuse of power to condition aid on official acts? Well, forget about President Trump. Forget about President Trump. Is any one of my colleagues willing to say that it is ever okay for a president of the United States of America to invite foreign interference in our elections? Not a single one of you has said that so far.
I'll
I
say it.
yield
Would
to
the
my
gentlelady
colleague from
yield?
Texas.
Will the gentlelady yield so we can answer the
Thank
question?
you, thank you.
Yeah, I'll be glad to answer
You
the
want to answer
question.
the
Jayapal.
She asked
I
the
want to
question,
break
we're
this
glad to
down.
answer it.
Gentlelady has the time, and the
And
members...
she asked us a question.
The members here know perfectly well it is out of order to interrupt members who have the time. The gentlelady
Unless they
yielded-
ask you a
The gentlelady has yielded to whom?
She asked us a question.
Gentlelady yielded to whom? Ms. Escobar now has the time yielded by
Thank you,
Ms.
Chairman.
Jayapal.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Representative Jayapal. I want to break this down in simple terms for the American public because our Republican colleagues are working overtime to try to convince us that we didn't see what we saw with our own eyes and we didn't hear what we heard with our own ears. Let's bring it down to an example that was used during the hearing. If a governor, if a community suffers a natural disaster and the governor of the state has aid that will help that community, but calls the mayor of your community and says, I want you to do me a favor though, and conditions with giving the aid to the community on the police chief smearing his political opponent, has there been a crime? The answer is yes. And that governor would go to jail. If that governor later releases the aid after he got caught, it doesn't matter. He still committed the crime. Furthermore, if that governor says during the investigation, I'm going to defy the subpoenas, we're going to fight the subpoenas, guess what would happen to that governor? He's committed a crime. He would go to jail. If the governor then tried to cover up his wrongdoing, cover it up so that his people, his constituents, couldn't see his wrongdoing, what would happen to that governor? Did he commit a crime? Yes, he would go to jail. So as wildly as they're trying to convince you that there was no wrongdoing, I want the American public to understand what is going on here. It's clear as day. We've seen it with our own eyes. We've heard it with our own ears. Facts matter. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Escobar, and I would just again close with this single question. Is it ever okay for a president to condition official action on personal gain? I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Unanimous consent request. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record.
I cannot hear you, sir.
Sorry?
I can't hear you.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record the transcript of the call where the president says, I would like you to do us a favor.
Without objection, the transcript will be introduced. The call record will be introduced. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address Mr. Swalwell's, thank you for coming back, Mr. Swalwell's comments that there are definitely crimes in this situation. First of all, I believe Mr. Swalwell, during the Mueller investigation, went on national TV and said something to the effect of an indictment is coming. He knew it. An indictment is coming. So I know Mr. Swalwell knows crimes. He was a prosecutor. And he also knows the obligation that a prosecutor has not to bring a crime, not to bring a charge unless there's a reasonable probability of conviction. I would direct Mr. Swalwell to the elements of bribery. Whoever, being a public official, corruptly demands or seeks personally anything of value in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. The Department of Justice's Criminal Division Public Integrity Section opined in September that something as nebulous as an investigation is not of sufficient concrete value to constitute something of value under this statute. They also, the other element that is at question here, and one of the reasons I think that we need more than 1 week as the Committee of Jurisdiction to look into this matter, is because if there are crimes, we should be bringing experts, we should be bringing in testimony, and if there is a crime, I think it is far more fair to charge pass articles of impeachment on a president where the president can defend against specific elements as opposed to something as vague as abuse of power. Mr. Swalwell, the official act that you talk about under the McConnell, Supreme Court's McConnell decision, that decision says, setting up a meeting, talking to another official, or organizing an event without more does not fit the definition of official act. There are two elements missing in your analysis, but that doesn't surprise me because there were no elements that were, that the special counsel found in this situation. I think that it is unfortunate when the gentleman from Rhode Island talks about the president sending Mr. Giuliani to the Ukraine to smear Vice President Biden. Let's talk about what Vice President Biden did. His son sat on a board and made an outrageous amount of money for someone that had no background in energy, no background in the Ukraine, while his father was the vice president. If that is not a fair topic for discussion in the world of politics, I don't know what is. Smearing is trying to conjure up false information or making a vague argument based on false information. This isn't smearing. This is seeking the truth about corruption. Not a single member on the other side of the aisle has been willing to condemn the conduct of the former vice president. How frustrating it must be to be President Trump and have your son spend over $1 million on attorney's fees when the special counsel is investigating something that never happened. There was no collusion. There was no conspiracy between Russia and the Trump campaign. But there is clear evidence of wrongdoing between Hunter Biden, the former Vice President Joe Biden.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. And the Ukraine and the corporation Burisma. So the idea that there is a smear going on, let's look at the facts. And I will yield to my friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about what was going on. In 2017, 2018, aid was given. In 2019, there was a pause put on it. You have a new administration in the Ukraine, and the benchmarks, the anti-corruption benchmarks, were done under the previous administration, Poroshenko. That was testified to in this committee. But what we know is several of the previous corrupt administrators and cabinet-level officials, including some oligarchs, had close relationships to Zelensky. There was a concern whether Mr. Zelensky was the real deal. The aid was prospective, and the pause was unknown. U.S. officials continued to meet with Ukrainian officials, and they determined that Zelensky was the real deal, and so they made every effort to convince President Trump that that was the case. Once 2 new anti-corruption measures were released within 2 days, so was the funding. That's what changed. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent request
For what
for,
purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
just in response to Mr. Buck, a unanimous consent request for a Vox November 15, 2019 article, all of Robert Mueller's indictments, including the 34 people and 3 companies that he indicted in his lengthy investigation.
Without objection.
I object. I want to see it. Reserve one. I reserve
The
these.
gentleman reserves an objection. He wants to see it. That's fair. For what purpose does Mr. Reschenthaler seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Without objection.
I yield to my
gentleman's
good
recognized.
friend and colleague from Florida.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I just got to come back to this interview with Yermak because it was like the tree that fell in the forest that nobody heard that completely demolished the entire Democrat case. They have no evidence that the Ukrainians ever knew that this aid was withheld. So they're literally trying to prosecute an impeachment against the president for a shakedown when the alleged people being shook down, 1, said they felt no pressure, and 2, did not even know it was happening. And so then time and again, you heard them in debate, in press conferences, in the whole circus show that's going on here say, well, we've got this testimony from Gordon Sondland. We all remember Gordon. Gordon Sondland wandering his way to an escalator with this guy who speaks English as a second language, and Gordon says, well, maybe I said something to him about this. Well, I mean, that was the whole deal for them. And then, I mean, you talk about embarrassing. The same day that they introduced their articles of impeachment, that we knew they were going to introduce one way or another the moment they took the majority, it comes out that Yermak denies the whole thing. So show me the Ukrainian that was pressured. Show me the Ukrainian that knew that any of this was tied to any conditionality. There's no conditionality in the call, and so it's quite easy to answer Ms. Jayapal, the gentlelady from Washington's question. Very easy. In this case, there is no conditionality. You can't prove it. You have no evidence of it. And frankly, even the Ukrainians, even your purported victims, are coming out in the press and saying their theory of the case is wrong. Their fundamental premise has been rejected. I yield the gentleman from Ohio.
You got to yield back to.
Yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Yes, I yield to my friend from Ohio.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Exactly. What changes? We got a brand new president who ran, Zelensky ran on anti-corruption. Let's see if he's the real deal. And that's exactly what happened in the 55 days the aid was paused. We talked about 5 critical meetings that took place. 5 meetings. The last one, I think, is the most important because you had a Democrat senator and a Republican senator meet with President Zelensky in Kyiv. They knew the aid had been paused at that time. Ukrainians knew they'd learned a few days before that, and the issue never came up. But what did come up is both of these senators came back and said, this guy is the real deal, worth the risk, worth sending the hard-earned tax dollars of the American people to Ukraine. That is what happened, and the facts are very clear. You can make up all the stuff you want, but the facts are on the president's side. They've always been on the president's side. Democrats keep saying, to get the call, to get the meeting, to get the money, there had to be an announcement. It's December 12th. There is yet to be an announcement from Ukraine about any type of investigation into Burisma or the Bidens. Yet. Because it's not going to happen. Because it never needed to happen. That wasn't the point. But they got the call July 25th. They got the meeting September 25th. And they got the money September 11th. The other thing I want to point out. I don't know how many times I've heard this. The Democrats talk about this one sentence the president said in the now famous call transcript with President Zelensky. I would like you to do us a favor, though. The Democrats don't read the plain language. In fact, your star professor witness who was here last week, she talked about this being the royal we. She read the sentence the way you guys always try to portray the sentence. She said it was, I would like you to do me a favor, though. That's not what it says. It says, I would like you to do us a favor, though, because, and guess what the next 2 words are? Guess what the next 2 words are? Because our country, not because I. President doesn't say, I would like you to do me a favor, though, because I've been through a lot. He doesn't say that. It's very clear. I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot. And that is the understatement of the year. Heck yeah, our country's been through a lot. This is the day after Bob Mueller sat in front of this committee, and we learned that there was nothing there. But 2 years he put our country through all kinds of turmoil because of you guys. That's what the president's pointing out, because in the end of this paragraph, he references Bob Mueller. That's what he's talking about. Heck yeah, our country had been through a lot, and the president was pretty ticked about it. He wanted to find out what was going on. That's very legitimate. That is working on behalf of the American people. But again, as I said last night, you guys don't respect the 63 million people who voted for this guy. That's why the Speaker of the House called the president an imposter. That's what's wrong. I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
With that, the gentleman is recognized.
I just want to slow this down and be very methodical about it, because most of us here are attorneys, and in this case, we're supposed to also be finders of fact. And we're supposed to carefully and objectively analyze the claims against the record. So let's do that. There are 2 articles to this impeachment resolution, of course, abuse of power and obstruction of justice. On the first, Democrats know there is 0 direct evidence in the record of these proceedings to show that President Trump engaged in any scheme of any kind, as is alleged in the resolution, or that he intended in his dealings with Ukraine to influence the 2020 election. No impeachment should ever proceed on the basis of hearsay and conjecture and speculation that wouldn't even be admissible in a local traffic court, and we say that over and over. To my friend, Ms. Jayapal, there is simply no evidence of any condition, and I guess I need to repeat the 4 indisputable facts again that are in this record, because repetition apparently is really necessary here. First, both President Trump and Zelensky say there was no pressure exerted. Number 2, the July 25th call transcript shows no conditionality between aid funding and an investigation. Number 3, Ukraine was not aware of the aid, as has been said over and over here, that it was being delayed. And number 4, they never opened an investigation. They still received the aid and they got the meeting. Our colleagues keep misrepresenting the facts. Not only do they misrepresent the do me a favor versus do us a favor, but only 3 of the 17 witnesses called by Chairman Schiff listened in on a call, okay? Only 3 of them. And contrary to the assertions that we've heard this morning, they didn't provide key, uncontrovertible, firsthand testimony of what happened on the call. All 3 of the testimonies contradicted each other. So the 3 people that listened in directly didn't even know. The evidence shows that President Trump holds a deep-seated, genuine, and reasonable skepticism of Ukraine due to its history of pervasive corruption, and his administration sought proof that the newly elected president was a true reformer. Of course, as has been pointed out, the president soon found out that he is a swamp drainer, and that's why the funds were released. President Trump wanted to ensure that the American taxpayer-funded security assistance would not be squandered by what has been reported as the 3rd most corrupt nation in the world before Zelensky. And the discussions they had were never about what will happen in 2020, but rather about what happened in 2016. So the second claim of this resolution is that the president obstructed Congress, but he simply did what virtually every other president in the modern era has also done. What's his big infraction here? He asserted a legitimate executive privilege and legal immunity to question subpoenas issued by various White House officials. There's no evidence of any impeachable conduct with that. It's very commonplace. On every previous occasion of this assertion in the past, the natural impasse that exists between the executive and legislative branches in our constitutional system has been easily and calmly resolved either by a good faith negotiation or a simple filing with the 3rd branch of our government, the judicial branch. We let the courts decide it. In spite of their allegations here, Democrats know President Trump has lawful cause to challenge those subpoenas in this matter. In this case, House Democrats are trying to impeach President Trump simply for seeking judicial review over whether the direct communications between high-ranking advisors and a president under these circumstances are privileged or should be disclosed. That case would be expedited in the courts. It wouldn't take that long. But Democrats said they don't have time for that. Why? Because they promised their base an impeachment by Christmas. This whole thing is so absurd. It should be noted, by the way, that President Trump has consistently cooperated with Congress in fulfilling its oversight and investigation responsibilities here. Over 25 administration officials have testified before Oversight Committee this year, 20 before this committee. At the start of the impeachment inquiry, the White House produced more than 100,000 pages of documents to the Oversight Committee. And of course, he also quickly declassified and produced to everyone the call transcript. Democrats know this is an absurd charge about obstruction, and the truth is, in the history of the republic, there's never been a single-party fraudulent impeachment process deployed against a president like the one that is being used against Donald Trump. They're the ones seeking to nullify our vital constitutional safeguards with this sham. Their ultimate objective is to nullify the votes of the 63 million Americans who voted to elect Donald Trump the president. They violated due process and all the rest. My colleague, Sheila Jackson-Lee, a little while ago, evoked and quoted Barbara Jordan, but she's the one that said during the Watergate inquiry, impeachment not only mandates due process, but due process quadrupled. They have violated that here. They have violated the rules, and everybody in the country can see it. This impeachment's going to fail. The Democrats will pay a heavy political price for it, but the Pandora's box they've opened today will do irreparable injury to our country in the years ahead. That's why we're concerned. That's why the facts matter. And that's why we need to move on. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what
Mr.
purposes?
Chairman.
Ms. Garcia, seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to this amendment. It is incredible to me that the other side of the aisle has not seen the facts and has not apparently read some of the evidence before us. It is obvious to me that this president has put his personal interests above this country. And with that, I'll yield back to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Cicilline.
Rhode Island.
Sorry? Oh, Rhode Island.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. We've just heard our Republican colleagues claim that there was no demand, no conditionality for the release of this aid. And in fact, it was motivated by the president's deep desire to ferret out corruption. That is laughable. The president of the United States had 2 phone calls with President Zelensky. He never once even uttered the word corruption, because it wasn't about corruption. And the reason we know that is the Department of Defense had already certified that steps had been taken to combat corruption back on May 23rd. And despite that certification, that hold remained in place. In fact, the professionals testified about them trying to figure out, how is it possible it's legal to hold this aid? Because the certification is happening, there's no basis to hold it other than the president ordered it. So it's not about corruption. It was about extracting a commitment to announce publicly that they were launching an investigation of President Trump's chief political rival, a smear against Vice President Biden. So this notion that really what happened is the president just satisfied himself that Mr. Zelensky was for real is nonsense and betrayed by all of the evidence collected. Let me give you some of it or remind you of it because you apparently don't remember it. Ambassador Sondland testified under oath. Mr. Giuliani's requests were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit for President Zelensky. Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine, Mr. Giuliani, by the way, the President's counsel, Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing the investigation of the 2016 election, the DNC server, and Burisma. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew these investigations were important to the President. On a July 25th call, President Zelensky himself recognized the connection between the meeting and the investigations. And he said, I also want to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also want to assure you that we'll try to be very serious about the case and we'll work on the investigation. And the President spoke in that call about the Bidens and Burisma. And the OMB that ultimately announces that the aid was withheld gives no explanation. And everyone in the intelligence community, all the national security team, all recommended the release of the aid. This was an important ally of the United States facing an active war with the Russians that took part of their country and was continuing to kill people in eastern Ukraine. American military aid was a lifeline for this emerging democracy. You know the only people who benefited from this scheme? President Trump, because he thought he was going to get an announcement to smear his political opponent, and Vladimir Putin, Russia, that were trying to weaken the Ukrainians. And there was a recent article Congresswoman Bass held up that captured this, where it said, President Zelensky facing President Putin all alone. So this benefited Russia, weakening Ukraine. But this notion that the reason that the aid was released because the president was satisfied is defied by all of the evidence collected in a 300-page report by the Intelligence Committee. It was released because the president got caught. The whistleblower filed a report, a complaint, alleging an elaborate scheme by the president that betrayed the national interests of our country, that undermined our national security, that advanced the personal political interests of the president, not the national interests of our country, that attempted to corrupt our elections by dragging in foreign interference. It's the highest of high crimes and misdemeanors. Our framers spoke about this abuse of power, of using the office of the presidency to advance your own personal interests and to undermine the public interest. And I'll yield to Mr. Raskin my remaining 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. You know,
Ms. Garcia's time to yield. Does she wish to yield to Mr. Raskin?
I yield to Mr. Raskin.
Ms. Garcia, thank you very much. Just to flesh out the detail of what the gentleman from Rhode Island was saying, one of the depositions was from David Holman, who was a State Department official at the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, who was with Gordon Sondland, who testified that there was a quid pro quo, but he saw him on the phone with President Trump, and he reported right at that time to him, he said, the president doesn't give a blank about Ukraine. He's interested in the big stuff, and what's the big stuff? Whatever can benefit him.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seeking recognition.
Move to strike last word.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last night and today we've heard many times my colleagues on the other side saying the facts of this are not contested, but they are. They really are. An example is one just pointed out, highlighted by my colleague from Louisiana just a moment ago. On the telephone call, listening, of the 17 witnesses that came in, only 3 actually listened in on the phone call. But each one of them have contradictory testimony. And so even the 3 witnesses that heard the call conflicted. And why is that important? Why did I bring that up?
Yeah.
I bring it up because of this. Many of my colleagues, in fact, most of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, take every inference in the light most negative to the President of the United States. That's because there's an animus there that has been manifest since November 9th, 2016, the day after he was elected. And so, having watched this procedure closely on the heels of the other procedures and attempts to impeach this president and investigate, I am left wondering, you want every inference to go against the president? Why should the American public give you any inference of credibility? The reality is, when my colleague from California was talking about the Russian issue, not a single American was indicted for conspiring with Russia to influence the elections. Not one. He still believes that there was some kind of collusion with the Trump campaign. Well, what do the facts actually get to? So when my colleague just talked about the money was released, the aid was released, again, he takes this inference based on a timeline, and he's citing rank hearsay. A guy comes in and says, hey, you know what? I overheard this conversation. I'm in a restaurant. Actually, we were sitting on a patio at a restaurant, lots of people around. But boy, I could hear everything. I knew who it was. I knew what was said. And so I was so concerned about it, I didn't tell anybody. I came in once this really got going and revved up. You want to take every inference against the president. Why should we give you any inference of credibility? The only direct evidence in this case remains the same after all this time. No pressure. No pressure in the phone call. Mr. Zelensky has said that repeatedly. He has said that. He spent 8 hours in one press conference all day long talking about no pressure. There's no pressure. Yermak said there was no pressure. Are they lying? No, but we know the whistleblower was lying. We know that Mr. Schiff was lying. Mr. Schiff came out the day before and said 8 times the president put direct pressure on the Ukrainians. Oops, the transcript's released. Not true. That would be the facts being contested, absolutely. We know that there was no conditionality. Everybody said there's no conditionality. Everybody that participated, everybody listened. Ukraine was unaware of the hold, so how can you leverage them? They were unaware of the hold. And there was never any investigation. But what happened? What triggered it? You have high-ranking U.S. officials going to the Ukraine, meeting with them, convinced the president. You have the president of Ukraine signing 2 pieces of legislation reinstituting the anti-corruption tribunal and also removing immunity from prosecution of the legislative branch in the Ukraine. Significant anti-corruption measures worthy of convincing this president that, yes, they're worth a chance. And so with that, you have nothing. Your credibility is in tatters, quite frankly. With that, I yield to my friend from Colorado.
I thank my friend for yielding, and I just want to ask my friends on the other side, Mr. Sondland, Ambassador Sondland is your star witness? Really? You're basing an impeachment on Ambassador Sondland's testimony? His first statement, his first deposition, he said 325 times, I don't remember, I don't know, I'm not sure. 325 times. You don't think when this gets over to the Senate that he's going to be impeached on all the things he didn't remember? Then his testimony impeached, not his office. I see the smirk. Then, what does he do? He reads and he listens to what Ambassador Taylor says that he knows, and what Ambassador Yovanovitch says that he knows, and what all these people say that he knows, and then his memory is refreshed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes Mr. Ratcliffe seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the chairman. I want to respond to my good friend, Congressman Ciciline's comments. When he said that President Trump's demand can't be explained by corruption because the word corruption is never uttered anywhere in the transcript. The problem with that is that the Democrats have built this entire fake impeachment scheme around an alleged demand. Guess what word is not anywhere in the transcript? Demand. Nowhere in that transcript does the president make a demand. Do you know where the word demand came from? It came from the whistleblower. That's the first time we heard the word demand. When he notified the Inspector General for the intelligence community, he said President Trump made a demand. He thought he could do that because he thought no one would ever be able to prove, because what president would take the unprecedented step of releasing a transcript with a foreign leader? This president did, something that the whistleblower never expected. President Trump, we keep hearing, got caught. President Trump, we keep hearing, is obstructing justice. The president that took the unprecedented step of releasing a transcript so that everyone could see the truth is not obstructing Congress. The president didn't get caught. The whistleblower got caught. The whistleblower made false statements. The whistleblower got caught with Chairman Schiff. Remember Chairman Schiff, the person that the Democrats, instead of the House Judiciary Committee, which has spent a full week on this, that's not who's been in charge. The person they put in charge was the person that got caught with the whistleblower. Have you spoken directly with the whistleblower? No, we have not. We'd like to. That wasn't true. The person that said he had evidence of the first fake impeachment scam, collusion with Russia, had evidence of that collusion and didn't have it. The person who, in the course of that, read into the record the Steele dossier because the people needed to know the truth about what happened. Well, we heard about the truth about the Steele dossier this week when the Inspector General told us it was all garbage, rubbish, all made up. Yeah, that Chairman Schiff. And now he got caught not being truthful about a whistleblower who, as I told you the other day, didn't tell the truth verbally and in writing, and that's in a transcript. You know what we didn't get in this 1 week impeachment summary in the House Judiciary Committee? We didn't get that transcript. Chairman Schiff didn't send that one over. Only if you were on the Intelligence Committee have you seen that transcript. I've seen it. I'd like everyone to see it. With that, I yield to my good friend, Congressman Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to go back to where Mr. Buck was referencing the gentleman from Rhode Island when he mentioned Mr. Sondland as, again, the guy they mentioned 611 times in their report. Mr. Sondland, the guy who presumed there was a quid pro quo, the guy who had to file an addendum to his deposition testimony. And in that addendum, again, he has this great sentence where he says, Ambassador Taylor recalls that Mr. Morrison told Ambassador Taylor that I told Mr. Morrison that I had conveyed this message to Mr. Yarmouk on September 1st, 2019, in connection with Vice President Pence's visit to Warsaw and a meeting with President Zelensky. 6 people, again, having 4 conversations in 1 sentence. Here's the interesting thing. Yarmouk talks with Sondland. Sondland talks with Morrison. Morrison talks with Taylor. And somehow through all that, we get the Democrats believing that there was this quid pro quo and that they need to impeach the president. But what they forget is what Mr. Gates brought up just a few minutes ago. Yarmouk talks with Sondland. Sondland talks with Morrison. Morrison talks with Taylor. And this is part of their scheme. Guess what? 2 days ago, the guy who started it, Yarmouk, said it didn't happen. But that's their guy, Mr. Sondland. Had to file the addendum to his testimony. Had to write this sentence to clarify. I think this is amazing. This is the clarification. Ambassador Taylor recalls that Mr. Morrison told Ambassador Taylor that I told Mr. Morrison that I conveyed this message to Mr. Yarmouk on September 1st, 2019 in connection with Vice President Pence's visit to Warsaw and a meeting with President Zelensky. Yarmouk's the key here, and it didn't happen. He just told us that. Time Magazine just reported it. The very same day as Mr. Gates pointed out that you all filed your articles of impeachment. Holy cow, this is what it comes down to. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does?
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent.
Move to strike the last word.
For what purpose does Ms. Deming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
You know, let me just say, I've been pretty shocked and disappointed with my colleagues on the other side. There have been so many things that have been said, like the president never used the word demand. Well, I can tell you this. When a robber points a gun at you to take your money, they usually don't walk up and say, I'm robbing you right now. The other argument that we've heard this morning is that, well, the aid was released. It was eventually released. There was no investigation. There was no announcement of an investigation. But you know, the aid was released because the president got caught. It was released after the whistleblower's complaint. It was released after public reports that the aid was being held because Ukraine was being coerced into doing an investigation. And Congress had initiated congressional investigations into why the aid was being released. We can talk about alternative facts all day long, but the facts are really pretty clear. That the president abused his power, the precious power of his office, to coerce a country that was dependent on us. A country who's fighting Russian aggression, because when Ukraine fights Russian aggression, they're helping us fight Russian aggression. And he did it for personal gain, and he should be held accountable. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent request.
Who seeks recognition for unanimous consent?
Biggs from Arizona.
The gentleman is recognized for unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first unanimous consent request is the record of the correspondence and subpoenas served on executive branch officials by Chairman Schiff. And we have concerns because 3 of those were served prior to the passage of H.R.S. 660.
We'll reserve the right to object. We'll take a look at that.
Thank you, and I have another one, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman state it.
Thank you. It is 2 letters sent by the Office of the Vice President dated October 15 and December 11. The first explains the overbroad scope of the document request from Chairman Schiff, but offers to work with Congress to advance legitimate oversight authorities. The second letter points out an inaccuracy in Chairman Schiff's report. Contrary to an assertion contained in Chairman Schiff's report at the time of the release of this report.
Are these public correspondence?
They are correspondence between the Vice President and
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Ms. Roby seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I yield to my friend, Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you. I think that we got to remember that the abuse of power is coming from the quid pro quo charge, which then morphed into bribery. The problem is that my colleagues across the aisle can't make out what, again, we call a prima facie case, meaning the elements are not supported by the facts. So let's just go back and look at the federal statute for bribery. The elements are as follows. Whoever, being a public official, corruptly demands or seeks personally anything of value in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. Now, we could tear apart each one of these elements, but let me just focus on corruptly. The president didn't have corrupt intent, and that's why the Democrats cannot make out a prima facie case. Contrary to Schiff's parody version of the July 25th call, the president wasn't asking Ukraine to, quote unquote, make up dirt about my opponent. That quote came from a parody from Chairman Schiff. The president didn't say it in the phone call. For whatever reason, that is being missed. There was also significant reason to believe that the Bidens were involved in corruption, and there's also evidence Ukrainian officials colluded with Democrats in the 26th campaign. Now, there's been a lot of talk about this being a conspiracy theory. That's not a conspiracy theory. The Hill, Politico, Financial Times all reported on this, and for whatever reason now, it's being labeled a conspiracy theory. Also, the president was not seeking to help with his 2020 campaign. Rather, he was seeking accountability regarding Ukraine Democrat collusion in 2016 and also potential corruption in the Obama administration's dealing with Ukraine as well. And we have to remember, too, what Professor Turley said. And remember, Professor Turley voted for Hillary Clinton. He is not a Trump supporter. He was very impartial. And he said, and I quote the professor, "Trump does not state a quid pro quo in the call. He's using his influence to prompt the Ukrainians to investigate and to cooperate with the Justice Department. If President Trump honestly believed there was a corrupt agreement with Hunter Biden that was not fully investigated by the Obama administration, the request for an investigation is not corrupt." And again, I was quoting Professor Turley. I'd also like to quote the Mueller report. And just an aside, we have to remember, months ago, Robert Mueller came in here and he said there was no evidence of collusion, no evidence of obstruction. But again, we're back here. Okay, let me just go back to the Mueller report. There was discussion of corruptly in that report. As it pertains to obstruction of justice, it was stated, quote, "Corruptly means acting with an improper motive or with intent to obtain an improper advantage for himself or someone else, inconsistent with the official duty and the rights of others." By that standard, by Mueller's own standard, the president's behavior is entirely inconsistent with the definition of the underlying statute. With that, I yield back to my friend and colleague from Alabama.
I yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
Thank my friend, Ms. Roby, so much. First of all, I was astounded, having been a prosecutor. I've defended some cases. I've been a judge. I've sent a lot of people to prison, but I've never sent someone to prison where the victim didn't know or figure out that they were a victim. That's extraordinary to hear, that you can commit a crime like bribery or theft or robbery, and the victim never knows, never figures out there's a victim. That I've never sent anybody to prison when the victim didn't know they were a victim. And,
Ms. Gomer,
yes,
I want to bring you, Ms. Roby.
Ms. Roby's time.
Let it go.
I yield to Mr. Collins.
Let it go. No, get back to Mr. Gomer.
all right. And also, there's probably nobody on this committee that has followed what has happened over time in Ukraine more than I have. And there's no question Putin wants the old Soviet empire back. And what happened when President Bush was in office, Putin had Russia invade Georgia. And President Bush reacted strongly, and he put sanctions in place. And so what happened when President Obama took office and Secretary Clinton was in office, they went over there with a red plastic reset button, and the message was clear to Putin. Look, Bush overreacted when you invaded Georgia, so you can invade Ukraine, and we're okay. That may not have been what they intended, but that's exactly what Putin heard, and that's why he invaded Ukraine, Crimea, and you're upset at Trump, for heaven's sake.
The gentleman's time is, the gentlelady's time is expired. For what purpose does Mr. Raskin seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Our colleagues reprove Mr. Cicilline for raising Ambassador David Sondland, who is President Trump's ambassador to the EU, which is fascinating to me, of course, because that's President Trump's pick. He contributed $1 million to the Trump campaign. He became the ambassador to the EU. They don't like him now because he clarified his testimony to say, yes, there was definitely a quid pro quo at the heart of this whole thing. So now, of course, they turn on the president's own ambassador, but we don't have to rely on his word. I started to mention this before because he had a lunch with David Holmes, who was a senior State Department official at the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, and they went out to a restaurant, and Ambassador Sondland got President Trump on the phone. And afterward, Holmes could hear the conversation, and this is all uncontradicted by other witnesses who were there. And essentially, Ambassador Sondland said to him that, Zelensky loves your ass, and you're going to get exactly what you want from him. And afterwards, Holmes says, well, what is it we can get from him? Well, it's the big stuff. And Holmes says the big stuff, well, you mean like the war, dealing with Russia and so on? No, the big stuff, what President Trump cares about. Okay, no, I'm not quoting verbatim because I don't have it in front of me, but the substance of this is very clear. What does he care about? What can benefit him, like the Bidens? And it's very clear from multiple witnesses exactly what President Trump wanted to get from President Zelensky. He wanted a statement on television that Ukraine was investigating and was going to investigate Vice President Joe Biden. And he wanted a statement contradicting the 2016 understanding by our Intelligence Committee and by Special Counsel Mueller that there had been a sweeping and systematic campaign by Russia to interfere in our campaign, and saying it was Ukraine that interfered in our campaign. That's what he wanted. That was the big stuff. He didn't care about the Russian war on the people of Ukraine. He didn't care about corruption. They invite us to believe that Donald Trump is an anti-corruption crusader who was shaking down President Zelensky about corruption when he doesn't raise any corruption on that call except for what he believed was going on with the Bidens, except that he reduced anti-corruption funding for Ukraine, except he doesn't raise it anywhere else that we can find. And what do you know? You pick up the New York Times yesterday, President Trump had to pay $2 million to charities because he ripped off his own charity for millions of dollars. This is the anti-corruption crusader they want us to believe in. The guy who had to pay $25 million to students at the phony Trump University, which the Attorney General of New York called a classic bait-and-switch operation. This is the guy that they want us to believe was shaking down the president of Ukraine because he had some secret anti-corruption agenda that actually wasn't related to the Bidens, that wasn't related to rehabilitating the totally discredited Russian conspiracy theory that it was Ukraine and not Russia that interfered in our campaign in 2016. Come on, get real, be serious. We know exactly what happened here. 17 witnesses. It's uncontradicted. There's no rival story. No rival story at all. And our colleagues will not even tell us whether in theory they think it would be wrong for the President of the United States to shake down foreign governments to come and get involved in our presidential campaigns in order to harm the president's political opponents. They won't even tell us in principle whether they think that's wrong, because they think it's too dangerous at that point. We know that they don't accept the facts. We know they don't accept the evidence. They don't like the fact that the depositions took place in the basement. Where should they have been? On the first floor? The second floor? Would they accept the facts? If we found some other room, would that be all right? Because their people were there. I was in that room. There were Democrats, there were Republicans. The Democratic counsel got an hour. The Republican counsel got an hour. It was even on both sides. Enough of these phony process objections. Let's get back to the facts of what happened. The President of the United States shook down a foreign power to come and get involved in our election. That's wrong. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, down here.
For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
No.
Their side.
The
Sorry?
gentleman, Mr. Armstrong is recognized. For what purposes, Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I think it bears mentioning that there's a lot about David Holmes I would say, but what I would say first is that for a guy who heard part of one half of a 3-minute phone call, he had a 40-minute opening statement. And Sondland testified that Biden was never linked in his mind until the transcript was released at the end of August. And the Democratic report does not the Republican report, the Democratic report does not establish any linkage between the announcement or understanding of investigations for his personal political benefit. The only testimony Democrats rely on to prove that allegation is Ambassador Sondland's testimony. However, they conveniently leave out the most crucial aspect of the ambassador's testimony, and that is, after being questioned, he only presumed the linkage. In fact, he admitted in his public testimony that no one in the world told him there was any linkage. But this is the basis for the Democrats' Article 1. But I want to go to a little broader reason of why we should accept Mr. Jordan's amendment. A Democratic senator was quoted saying, "Never, in my view, had America been led by such a dangerous head of state. He bemoaned that America was misled by a reckless and arrogant president." That was Senator Robert Byrd from West Virginia describing George W. Bush. Ronald Reagan was accused of abuse of power for pushing a growth-based economic agenda, for committing troops to Lebanon, or for turning back the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Clinton, excluding the impeachment, was accused of abusive accusations for an Asia fundraising scandal. 4 dozen donors were arrested. Aides getting sweetheart appointments, use of the FBI to dig up dirt on political employees, Waco, and a Swedish slush fund. George W. Bush was accused of abuse of power for domestic spying, an energy task force controversy, Presidential Records Act, steel tariffs, the Iraq War, and NSA overreach. Obama's IRS engaged in politically motivated targeting of charitable groups. Fast and Furious gun running scandal, collected telephone records on AP journalists without a warrant. The seizure of private property under the guise of environmental protection. The problem we're running into, which is going to last far longer than today and far longer to this Congress, is this will become the new normal. Every one of those things I mentioned had reports written about them. They probably had election consequences. There were hearings held. Do you know what they didn't have? A nebulous, ambiguous charge of abuse of power. If you cannot prove an underlying crime, you do not get to use all of the evidence you're presenting forward. This will continue. This will move forward. In the history of our country, the party who is not in the White House has accused the White House of abuse of power. It started 200 years ago. It will continue into the future, except now, congratulations. It will be impeachment every single time one party controls the House of Representatives and the other party is in the White House. And with that, I yield to my friend from Louisiana.
I thank my friend. I just want to point out we are talking about, and we have been for the last 2 hours, this amendment that Mr. Jordan brought. He wants to strike Article 1 of the resolution because the resolution isn't worth the paper it's written on. Why do we need to do that? Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution is what gives us the standard for impeaching a president. You got to have treason. You got to have bribery or a high crime and misdemeanor. You guys have defaulted to this amorphous abuse of power allegation. It's not a criminal act. It's not a crime. It's certainly not a high crime. There's one problem that everybody can, to summarize all this, if you're getting lost in the arguments at home, here's what it comes down to. In the 243-year history of this country, there's only 2 previous presidents that have been impeached by a vote of the House. It was, of course, Andrew Johnson and Bill Clinton. In both of those, and in the lengthy Nixon impeachment investigation, evidence clearly established that specific criminal acts were committed. Evidence clearly established that specific criminal acts were committed. These guys don't have that here. They know it. You know it. It's not on paper in the resolution in Article 1 or Article 2. It's in nothing that's been said here in the last 2 hours. These facts don't change. This is a completely unprecedented, single-party impeachment charade, and everybody at home can see that clearly. These things don't change, and they won't. I yield back to my friend.
Mr. Armstrong's time.
Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong.
Yield to my friend from Florida.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. No evidence. Quote, when Time asked Yermak if he ever felt there was a connection between U.S. military aid and the request for investigations, Yermak was adamant. We never had that feeling. We did not have the feeling this aid was connected to any one specific issue. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter this Time magazine article 12/10/2019 into the record.
Without objection, it'll be the article will be entered. For what
Chairman.
purposes does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I took theater and drama when I was in college, just one course. And I was told the first thing you have to do is have the willing suspension of disbelief. The Republicans obviously took that course over and over and over again. And they don't, I mean, they're the Fifth Avenue crowd. They've talked about Sondland. That's the man the president appointed as his ambassador to the EU. That's the man he said was a great guy. That's the man who's still employed. And Sondland said they were all in the loop. Pompeo, Giuliani, Mulvaney, Bolton, they were all in the loop. And it was about the quid pro quo. It was about having an investigation announced on CNN, and then you'll get the military aid. And Sondland told in Warsaw, one of the aides to President Zelensky, you've got to announce the investigation. It was a strong arm. They did it. And where do we get these people in the loop to testify? They've been asked to testify. The president says no. He won't let them testify because he knows that if they tell the truth, it will hurt his case because they know that they held up the military aid. President Zelensky has no choice. He needs America to protect himself from the big bear, Russia. They say he hasn't said that he felt pressured. Well, A, he's an actor, and B, he's a politician. And he depends on us. He has no choice. And so he can't say that. But you knew it, and he told people, and he knew the aid was being withheld. They knew it on July the 25th. There were communications from the embassy that have been released that they knew the aid was being held up. They knew it was being held up. There was no reason for President Trump to tell Sondland, no quid pro quo, I don't want anything, except for saying, I want you to testify that I told you this, because he knew that the whistleblower had come out and blown their cover. And he knew that the jig was up. So he needed to find a way to say something that would be in the record, and Sondland remembered it. And Sondland, their best witness, they talk about the three professors, three of the most respected professors in America, all of who came in here and said this is the most impeachable president. These abuse of power is one of the most serious offenses you can imagine. It's the Constitution. It's the law of the land. And if you abuse your power, that's the most impeachable crime you could be charged with. And they forget their witness, Mr. Turley, said what the president did was wrong. He didn't come in and give a clean bill of health to the president. He said you need some more information. You need some more proof. But you can't get the proof because the president won't allow his men to testify. One of them's writing a book. One of them's still an interim job. The other one's running for senator. They can't do it. The proof is there. This is the most abusive act we can imagine, trying to influence our elections with foreign interference. That takes power away from the American people. And that would end our country as we know it, a democracy, a shining city on the hill, a beacon of hope to people around the world who followed our revolution by changing their governments to giving people the power and not kings. And this is a way to revert back to a king, a man who thinks he can do whatever he wants. If it's Article 2 says, I can do whatever I want, I'm president. That's not right. When he said, I need a favor though, he was talking about getting dirt on the Bidens. He feared Joe Biden as his primary political rival. Michael Cohen told us the president doesn't come out and say exactly what he wants. He speaks in code. That's the president's code. Michael Cohen knows it, and Michael Cohen is in prison now. Individual 1 is not in prison because individual 1 could not be indicted because of the Justice Department's policies that say you can't indict a sitting president. But Michael Cohen, who is in prison because he facilitated the payments to Ms. Daniels and the payments to Ms. McDougal. You talk about abuse of power. Abuse of power is having a charitable foundation and taking advantage of the charities and using the money for your own purposes and having to pay a $2 million fine and not being allowed to be on a board ever again because you don't have the character to be over a charitable foundation. Abuse of power is ripping off people with Trump University and paying $25 million. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Klein seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to go into why I don't see any of the remarks from the gentleman from Tennessee in these articles of impeachment, but I do want to say I'm a little incredulous. As a prosecutor, I'm just so amazed at what the majority are calling facts. They keep talking about the facts and the evidence. Well, their evidence is in dispute because it's based on hearsay, opinion, and speculation. These are not facts. This is testimony about what somebody thought or what somebody concluded from acts taken by members of the administration. The charge is abuse of power, but what the majority is really upset about is the fact that the president and the administration is exercising its power under the Constitution. Its authorized powers, for example, the president's authority to set foreign policy and fire, for example, an ambassador, is not a smear on an official. It's the use of Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution. The president is authorized by statute to put a stop on the distribution of funds. The president is instructed in the NDAA to ask for and monitor investigations into corruption in the Ukraine. When you talk about direct testimony from individuals like Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and Mr. Morrison, you have the fact that they were on the call, and the transcript speaks for itself, but you have opinions and conclusions after that. And when it comes to actual testimony that hasn't been heard, it just shows that the majority really doesn't have any interest in getting to the bottom of this question, because if they did care about actually finding out facts, they would be calling Mr. Yermak back into this committee. They would be delaying this process, because what we have read from this article in Time magazine is incredible and exculpatory and, quite frankly, a bombshell. When you have specific rejection of claims made by Ambassador Sondland that he was told the aid to Ukraine would not be released unless investigations were launched, why is he not in here? When asked if he thought there was a connection between the aid and the investigations, Yermak stated, "We never had that feeling." He added that we had a clear understanding that the aid had been frozen. We honestly said, okay, that's bad, what's going on here? We were told they would figure it out, and after a certain amount of time, the aid was unfrozen. We didn't have the feeling that this aid was connected to any one specific issue. If you ignored this evidence and you were in a court case, you would lose your law license for allowing a case to go forward without this exculpatory evidence being provided to the defense. It is just so ridiculous to me that we are not taking time to look further into this. And with that, I want to yield to Mr. Collins, the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Well, I appreciate so much the gentleman from Tennessee. He just answered a ton of questions for me about his understanding of props and theatrics by his study of drama in his higher education, because now we understand a lot of things. But also we have another thing. Folks who study drama also understand you read the lines. They can read the transcript. Quit saying, I want you to do me a favor. It's not in the transcript. It must be hard to read. I guess me and us gets confused when you're trying to make up facts. That's what's happening here. But he also just proved my point why Mr. Jordan's article is actually, the amendment is actually good, because it's what I have said all along. The moment I saw that they decided to use abuse of power, what they did is they gave their whole conference carte blanche to make up anything they want and call it abuse of power, because they don't have anything else to give. They don't have actual crime that they can add up. If they did, was portrayed from the gentleman from Maryland and so many others, if you had the crime, if you had it, you would long in to put it, you had to put it in the articles. You didn't do it. But then the last thing that is amazing to me, and the gentleman from Tennessee said it, he called Mr. Zelensky a politician and an actor in a derisive way. Basically implying politicians lie. Well, we've seen that this morning, even in just what they're talking about, how they can't even read a transcript, and that he's an actor. It's amazing to me how we on this committee are degrading Mr. Zelensky in the eyes of his country and in the world because we can't make a case against this president. This is the tragedy of this impeachment right now, is they're trying to disgenerate because they can't make the fact that he felt pressured. That is the critical element of their case. I yield back to Mr. Klein.
Unanimous consent request.
Who yields back? Who's seeking recognition?
Unanimous consent
Who is
request.
seeking recognition for unanimous consent request? The gentleman will say his unanimous consent.
I would like unanimous request to introduce the editorial from the USA Today today that called for the impeachment of the president.
That objection.
From the Los Angeles Times, from the Philadelphia Inquirer, and from the Boston Globe.
That
I
objection.
object. I want to read it.
Objection is heard.
I'd love for him to read them.
Who else seeks
It
recognition?
proves that I can read. Transcripts undoubtedly are not be able to
Who
read.
seeks recognition? Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Stube seek recognition?
Move to strike last word, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman is recognized.
The fact that members of this committee would insinuate that Ukrainians died at the hand of Russians because they didn't get aid is absolutely ridiculous. Having actually served in a combat theater and knowing what that is like, to blame that aid was delayed a few weeks would have saved lives is frankly insulting to me and to all that served. Now Democrats want you to believe that Ukrainians died and it's Trump's fault. Why don't we impeach him on that? Members on the other side of the aisle on this committee now are talking about bribery and laying out a case for bribery and laying out elements for bribery. Yet, if their case was so compelling and overwhelming and they had all the elements, then why isn't it in the articles of impeachment? It's not in either one. They didn't include it because there's no evidence for that charge. The aid was released before the deadline set out by Congress. They released the aid. The Ukrainians didn't start any investigations. They also got a meeting with President Trump. And President Trump doesn't have to meet with foreign leaders, and he still agreed to meet with them. Article 2, Section 4 of the United States Constitution says, the President, Vice President, and all officers shall be removed from office on impeachment for conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. We do not have that here. In every impeachment, Congress has interpreted this section to mean that the President has committed an actual criminal act, one that is outlined in a criminal statute. For example, Nixon, he was accused of a criminal act. Bill Clinton, 3. These were crimes that, if not tried in the House of Representatives, could have been tried in a criminal court. This standard of criminality provides clarity, and as one witness who testified before this committee, Mr. Turley, explained, although criminality is not required, clarity is necessary. That comes from a complete and comprehensive record that eliminates exculpatory motivations or explanations. But throughout this investigation, the Democrats couldn't seem to find any criminal act on the part of the president. So instead of relying on historical precedent of criminality, they decided to impeach him for abuse of power, a vague phrase that appears nowhere in the Constitution when discussing impeachment. It has no basis in fact or in evidence, but rather is deeply rooted in personal opinion and perception. Mr. Turley also explained the implications of this occurrence, quote, we have never impeached a president solely or even largely on the basis of a non-criminal abuse of power allegation. There is good reason for that unbroken record. Abuses of power tend to be even less defined and more debatable as a basis for impeachment than some of the crimes already mentioned. He went on to say that the principal problem with proving an abuse of power theory is the lack of direct evidence due to the failure to compel key witnesses to testify or production of key documents. Now let's talk about the direct evidence that they have. There is none. The only person that would have firsthand knowledge of the quid pro quo, bribery, extortion, or whatever buzzword the Democrats want to trot out next is President Zelensky, who has categorically denied any such agreement or pressure. Herein lies the issue with hinging your entire impeachment on a non-criminal abuse of power allegation. The facts don't support your claims. So let's review. Never in the history of the United States has a president been impeached solely or largely on the basis of abuse of power. Every president who has been impeached for criminal acts. Democrats found no evidence of criminal misconduct on the part of the president. The Democrats have even failed to even prove a non-criminal standard for abuse of power and have relied on hearsay and conjecture. What the Democrats are trying to do here is pull the wool over the eyes of the American people and make them think that wrongdoing has occurred where there is none. By using fancy rhetoric and flowery language, they think that they can convince a nation of their ill-conceived ideas. Don't fall for it, America. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. If the Democrats are going to take some of Sondland, you got to take all of Sondland. You're going to mention him 611 times in your report. If you're going to build your case around the guy who presumed there was a quid pro quo, the guy who had to file an addendum to his deposition, if you're going to do all that, you can't ignore the direct conversation he had with the President of the United States, where he asked him, Mr. President, what do you want from Ukraine? What did the President say? Interesting, Mr. Sondland left this out of his opening statement, his 20-some page opening statement. What do you want from Ukraine? What did the President say? I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. I want him to do what he said. I want him to do what he ran on. You can't ignore that. The one piece of direct evidence, you want all this presumption, you want all this addendum. If you're going to take some of Sondland, you got to take all of them. I yield back. I yield to Mr. Stupi.
I yield to Mr. Gates. I had 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. I had 30 seconds left before they cut the clock.
The gentleman proceed.
I yield to Mr. Gates.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just think the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen's debate on the last subject really shows what we're dealing with. This is not a rifle shot impeachment with facts and evidence. This is birdshot. I mean, he talked about everything from, you know, the campaign finance concerns to Trump University, concerns about charities. This is like pin the tail on your favorite impeachment theory because they don't have evidence for any one single thing to impeach the president for. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Constitution introduces the president with 15 words. The executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. It does not vest any authority in lieutenant colonels at the NSC, ambassadors, State Department officials, or cabinet secretaries. The only authority that these officials exercise is delegated to them by the president. So all of the criticisms and resentments and personal and political disagreements that we've heard from those officials are completely irrelevant. It is dangerous that so many officials in the executive branch believe that they have independent authority to override presidential policy, leak classified documents, and actively work to undermine the lawful discharge of the president's duties under Article 2. If their judgment can replace that of the president, it means that the people of the United States have simply been removed from the equation. Now, someone said during the discussion today that the president has actually committed real crimes. But the article does not charge such crimes. Why not? Because there's no evidence to support them. If there was evidence, you know that in a heartbeat they would have included these charges, so it's obvious they don't even believe their own rhetoric. One member said, we're not restricted as the Department of Justice is. Think about what that statement means. The Department of Justice is restricted by the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights sets forth basic principles of due process, the right to confront your accuser, the right to call witnesses in your defense. Charges have to be supported by evidence, not gossip, and you have the right to appeal to the courts to protect these rights. Yes, the Department of Justice is restricted by the Bill of Rights, but our Bill of Rights, with its due process restrictions, restricts all of us who take the oath of office, and that includes Congress. We are restricted to respect these rights also. Only the majority is now placing themselves above the supreme law of the land. The lawful exercise of executive power is simply not an impeachable offense. The president is responsible for faithfully executing the laws. The Foreign Corrupt Practices Act makes it a crime to offer something of value to secure business in a foreign country. Well, the facts of Mr. Biden's actions in the Ukraine certainly look like they crossed that line. Does the president have the authority to request cooperation of a foreign government to investigate potentially corrupt interactions between U.S. officials and their own officials? Of course he does. The Democrats impute the most sinister motives to this request. Well, nothing in the conversation suggests that. Do us a favor because our country has been through a lot and Ukraine knows a lot about it. That's the exact quote. Now, the National Defense Authorization Act specifically requires the administration to determine that Ukraine is taking steps to combat corruption before aid can be released. Now, the Democrats have made much of the fact that the Secretary of Defense certified this in May. They ignore two facts. Number one, the Secretary of Defense exercises no authority independent of the President. The buck still stops at the President's desk. And two, the President retains responsibility to determine that the findings of his administration remain valid, particularly as he assesses the intention of a newly elected president and newly elected parliament. And lest we forget, last year, 3 Democratic senators wrote to the Ukrainian government demanding that it cooperate in investigating President Trump. The Democrats found absolutely nothing objectionable about this. The only difference I see is that the president actually has the authority and the responsibility to make such a request. So what's at stake here? The worst possible interpretations of the president's motives in discharging his constitutional powers are being imputed to him by his most vitriolic opponents. Now, there's nothing extraordinary about that. It's called politics. But if this can become the new standard of impeachment, that Congress can impeach any president whose motives his opponents question, if this is allowed to replace treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors as the standard for nullifying a national election and substituting the judgment of Congress instead of the judgment of the American people, well, then no president can make any decision without subjecting the nation to the travesty going on today. The executive branch will be subordinated to the legislative, serving at the pleasure of Congress, and the separation of powers at the heart of our Constitution will have been utterly destroyed. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the ranking member, Mr. Collins, seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've went through this amendment, which I think is probably one of the most telling amendments, and when put to a vote is going to tell a lot, because this is the most amorphous amendment that you could have. This is the one that even when I was waiting for the announcement from the chairman and others at the podium, I was actually there and was being interviewed. And when I heard this one come up and confirm that abuse of power was one of their articles of impeachment, it was simply stunning. And my first reaction is been made and rung true completely here today by many of the members on the majority, including the gentleman from Tennessee just recently, who just confirmed it. Abuse of power for article of impeachment means anything they want it to mean. It is the carte blanche coverage. It's saying, we don't really have a case to our caucus, but go out and make it up. Just go out and say what you don't like. If he didn't say something nice to this, if he didn't do a policy you don't like, do this and that's going to cover you. You'll be okay. Because remember, this is always about an election. You know how we continue to know this? We keep misquoting the transcript. They don't have the facts, so we keep misquoting the transcript, saying, do me a favor. Again, it's simple. Read it. It's us, our country. I mean, if you've got a case, make it, but don't make it up because you don't have it. What we have here also is this continual, just repeated attacks on the Ukrainian President, Mr. Zelensky. The repeated attacks. Because we're either claiming he is a liar or a puppet, or as we just called, he's a politician and an actor, so disregard him. Wow, that's a lot of concern for the Ukrainian people, taking on their very president they've just elected. When we understand and we look at this, this is how it gets to the problem. When you get to a certain point and you can't make your case, when you can't factually add it up, when you have law school professors tell you, well, if you think this, then the inference is okay, then we've lowered the standard to where anything can be brought in. The factual case that has just been made over the past almost 3 hours now by the minority side has laid bare the case on abuse of power. There is none. You can make it up, you can call it whatever you want, and you can go try and sell that to the American people, but they're not buying it. They're not. And it's going to get harder and harder for members to actually go to that well next week, or go to that ballot where they actually stick their card in and vote yes on abuse of power, and then actually have to go back and explain that. It's easy in this room. You got help from your colleagues, but when you're back home trying to explain why you're going to take down a president duly elected over abuse of power because of some of the arguments we've heard this morning, that's just amazing. There is true skepticism about what went on in the Ukraine, and it's deeply rooted with this president. And by the way, there was another time in the late 17 and early 18, Ukraine aid was held. It's not the first time. Skeptical of foreign aid. He ran on this. I've said this before. Most people are amazed that he actually does what he said he's going to do. He runs on campaigns that our foreign aid needs to be looked at. He actually does those kind of things. That's what a president and true leadership does. The pause was for 55 days. Also, other countries' aid was also held. Lebanon was actually held. Others were actually held. This is not a new thing. Do not let the majority try to convince the American people that withholding aid or not looking into corruption is a new thing. Don't let them do it. In the words, like I said, others, maybe that's what, when you're having to play a part, you have to do that. You have to make it up. It's called ad lib, and that's what they're doing. Mr. Hale testified, one of the more egregious ones, and I have a friend of mine who texted me just a few minutes ago. Mr. Stooby's brought this up, I brought this up, but again, it needs to be hit. One of the things perpetrated this morning out to the American people is that people lost their lives in the Ukraine over this held aid. This friend of mine who texted me just a few minutes ago lost limbs on his own body in defense of our country in a war zone. And he says, don't let them get away with this because this is a future act. Mr. Hale testified to this fact. In fact, he repeated it in his deposition. We want to talk about facts? Go to the deposition. Go to the transcript that he had. He said this was future aid, had nothing to do with running the army right then. In war zones, people get hurt and people die, and Russia has invaded Ukraine. They are fighting that. It is a hot war. People will. But to blame this conversation because you have such a weak case that you're going to try and throw that in just to scare the American people, that's not right. Make a case, have your facts, put it in the articles. But when you can't do that, you go in the back room, you start writing articles of impeachment, and you say, uh-oh, we got a problem. Let's put something in there that all of our conference can get behind because they don't like the president. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in opposition to this amendment and to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to remind you of the facts that have been uncovered and to review them and put them on the record again for the American public because facts do matter. Notice the contrast between the conversation on this side of the aisle and that. They run away from the facts. They're afraid to admit to themselves or to the American public of what the president's behavior really adds up to. So let me just recite the facts. When Ukrainian President Zelensky raised the issue of U.S. military assistance to Ukraine during the July 25th call, President Trump replied, quote, "I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot and Ukraine knows a lot about that," end quote. Congress appropriated and authorized $391 million in security assistance to Ukraine. On May 23rd, the Department of Defense certified to Congress that Ukraine had completed the requisite anti-corruption reform actions to qualify for the security assistance appropriated by Congress. The President himself directed the aid to be put on hold. In July, Ukrainian officials asked Pentagon staff about the hold on military assistance. No legitimate public policy or national security rationale exists, and the President has not brought one forward for President Trump's decision to withhold the security assistance from Ukraine. Providing aid to Ukraine is in the national security interest of the United States. Withholding it is in the personal political interest of the President and of Putin. President Trump failed to say the word corruption during his April 21st call with President Zelensky. President Trump failed to say the word corruption during his July 25th call to President Zelensky. The aid to Ukraine was released only after House committees announced an investigation into the administration's decision to halt the aid. The President instructed all witnesses from the administration not to testify and withheld all relevant documents from House investigators. On October 3rd, when asked by a reporter what he hoped President Zelensky would do following their July 25th call, President Trump told the American public and the world, well, I would think that if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer. On October 17th at a press briefing in the White House, Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney said President Trump absolutely mentioned corruption related to the DNC server in connection with the security assistance during his July 25th call, and that server was part of, quote, why we held the money up, end quote. Upon taking a question from a reporter attempting to clarify the acknowledgement of a quid pro quo, Mulvaney replied, quote, we do that all the time with foreign policy. Get over it. Let me remind you of a statement that Dr. Fiona Hill made in her opening statement and her extraordinary, powerful opening statement, incredible testimony before this Congress. She said, and I quote, if the President or anyone else impedes or subverts the national security of the United States in order to further a domestic, political, or personal interests, that is more than worthy of your attention. I ask my colleagues respectfully on the other side of this dais, is it not worthy of our attention to uphold the Constitution and ask the President to do the same? Or do they think it is proper Do they think it's okay for any president, not just this one, but for any president to invite foreign interference into our elections? And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Chairman, there's a letter that was signed by more than 500 legal scholars across the ideological spectrum that I'd like to just read from very briefly. Speaking of the President's conduct, they say, the President's conduct is precisely the type of threat to our democracy that the founders feared when they included the remedy of impeachment in the Constitution. We take no position on whether the President committed a crime, but conduct need not be criminal to be impeachable. The standard here is constitutional. It does not depend on what Congress has chosen to criminalize. They go on to say impeachment is an especially essential remedy for conduct that corrupts elections. I know that my time is about to expire, so I'll come back to this before I introduce it, because I'd like to read some additional parts of it. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself on the amendment, and I yield to Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like just to continue to read, because this, again, is a letter signed by more than 500 constitutional scholars. And I think some of the confusion my colleagues have been struggling with is the difference between impeachable offenses and violations of the criminal statute. So I hope this will help clarify that. They write, impeachment is a remedy for grave abuses of the public trust. Impeachment is an especially essential remedy for conduct that corrupts elections. The primary check on a president is political. If a president behaves poorly, voters can punish him or her at the polls. A president who corrupts the system of elections seeks to place himself beyond the reach of this political check. As the Constitutional Convention, George Mason described impeachable offenses as attempts to subvert the Constitution. Corrupting elections subverts the process by which the Constitution makes the president democratically accountable. Put simply, if a president cheats in his effort at re-election, trusting the democratic process to serve as a check through that election is no remedy at all. This is what an impeachment is for. They go on to say in this letter, whether President Trump's conduct is classified as bribery, as a high crime or misdemeanor, or both, it is clearly impeachable under our Constitution. So in asking that unanimous consent that this letter and more than 500 legal scholars signed to be made part of the record, I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will understand the basis of this article of impeachment, that the President of the United States violated the public trust, undermined the national security of the United States, betrayed our national interests by using the enormous power of his office, not to advance the public good, not to advance the policies of the United States and the interests of the United States, but to advance his own personal political benefit. That is exactly what the framers spoke about. That's not my conclusion alone. It was the conclusion of the scholars we heard from in our hearing and more than 500 legal scholars that have joined them. And so I hope we'll put to rest this notion that you have to violate a criminal statute. You know, a president could deface a post office, a mailbox. That's a federal crime. No one would suggest the president could be impeached for that. So the framers are talking about the abuses of the public trust, a violation of the most sacred oath to honor the interests of the American people and not advance your own personal political interests. These constitutional scholars say it much better than I can, and as well as Professor Raskin has said, so I ask unanimous consent to be made part of the record.
Without objection. Reclaiming my time, I would simply point out a few things. Number one, that the impeachment of President Nixon, although he had committed many crimes, he was impeached. The committee voted impeachment for abuse of power and obstruction of justice. It did not specify a specific crime. I would also point out that the majority staff report of the Judiciary Committee back in 1974, not just now, and I believe in 1998, but certainly 1974, pointed out that crimes and impeachable offenses are different things. There are crimes which may not be impeachable. There are impeachable offenses which may not be crimes. An impeachable offense, a high crime and misdemeanor, is a grave and serious offense against the Constitution, against the structure and function of government. I would refer you to the Federalist Papers. I would also say one other thing. We've repeatedly heard that the Democrats are accusing President Zelensky and Mr. Yermak of lying because President Zelensky said he wasn't pressured. Well, of course he said he wasn't pressured. The United States is a powerful nation on which his nation is dependent. He has a gun to his head. The gun is the fact that the President of the United States upon whom he depends for military aid, for help in many different ways, has shown himself willing to withhold that aid and to do other things based on what he says, based on what he's willing to play along with the president for his personal political goals. So of course he denies he was pressured, because he knows that if he didn't deny that, there might be heavy consequences to pay, and you cannot credit that denial. And you cannot credit that denial without any aspersions on his character, but simply on the fact that the President of the United States holds a gun to his head. I yield back, and the question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler? No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? No. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? No. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Richmond? Mr. Jeffries? No. Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa? No. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell?
No.
Ms. Mucarsel-Powell votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Radcliffe?
Yes.
Mr. Radcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby?
Aye.
Ms. Roby votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Klein?
Aye.
Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes.
Are there any members who wish to vote who haven't voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Richmond, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Richmond votes no.
Are there any other members who haven't voted who wish to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlemen, the gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. The gentlelady reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 755, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida. Page 3, strike lines 10 through 11, and insert the following. A well-known corrupt company, Burisma, and its corrupt hiring of Hunter Biden, and.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes the reference to Joe Biden as the center of the proposed investigation and replaces it with the true topic of the investigation, Burisma and Hunter Biden. An essential element of the Democrats' case on abuse of power is that the Bidens did nothing wrong. It can only be an abuse of power and not a correct use of power if the president was pursuing something under which there was no reasonable basis to ask a question about Hunter Biden and Burisma. Hunter Biden and Burisma, well, that's an interesting story. And I think just about every American knows there's something up with that. $86,000 a month, no experience, working for some foreign government while your dad's the vice president of the United States? Is there anyone who believes this is okay? I know we got a few of my Democrat colleagues maybe run for president or might run for president one day. Would you let your vice president have their son or daughter or family member out moonlighting for some foreign company? Maybe I'll use language familiar to the former vice president. Come on, man. This looks dirty as it is. Hunter Biden was making more than 5 times more than a board member for ExxonMobil. I've heard of that company. And so I went to read up on Hunter Biden, learn a little more about him, and I found this very extensive profile in the New Yorker. And here's what it says. Hunter said that at that point, he had not slept for several days. Driving east on Interstate 10 just beyond Palm Springs, he lost control of his car, which jumped the median and skidded to a stop on the shoulder of the westbound side. He called Hertz, which came to collect the damaged car and gave him a second rental. The Hertz rental officer told me he found a crack pipe in the car and on one of the consoles a line of white powder residue. Beau Biden's Attorney General badge was on the dashboard. Hertz called the Prescott Police Department and officers filed a narcotics offense report listing items seized in the car, including a plastic bag containing white powdery substance, a Secret Service business card, credit cards, and Hunter Biden's driver's license. That is what we would call evidence. And I don't want to make light of anybody's substance abuse issues. I know the president's working real hard to solve those throughout the country, but it's a little hard to believe that Burisma hired Hunter Biden to resolve their international disputes when he could not resolve his own dispute with Hertz rental car over leaving cocaine and a crack pipe in the car. It continues. Hunter stayed in Los Angeles for about a week. He said that he needed to get away and forget sooner after his arrival in LA. He said he asked a homeless man in Pershing Square where he could buy crack. Hunter said that the man took him to a nearby homeless encampment where a narrow passageway between tents, someone put a gun to his head before realizing that he was the buyer. He returned to buy more crack a few times that week. Again, not saying, not casting any judgment on any challenges someone goes through in their personal life, but it is just hard to believe that this was the guy wandering through homeless encampments buying crack that was worth $86,000 a month to Burisma Holding. And that might be one of the reasons why when ABC asked Hunter Biden, hey, you think you would have gotten this job in the absence of your dad being the vice president? Well, he said, probably not. And then I looked to the record evidence, and I looked at the testimony of Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent was one of the witnesses they called on the first day. He said Burisma was so dirty that our own embassy had to pull out of a joint sponsorship with them. When Ambassador Yovanovitch was being prepped for her Senate confirmation, the Obama administration was so worried about the corruption around Burisma and Hunter Biden that they held special prep moments to try to get ready for the inevitable questions about this obvious corruption that the president asked about. Mr. Kent, again, one of their witnesses from the first day, also gave testimony that that the head of Burisma had stolen $23 million in the U.S. and the U.K., and that he paid a bribe to get off the hook. So again, it's not as if Burisma is pulling out new plays. Their playbook is to do dirty stuff and then go and pay bribes and hire the people necessary to make those problems go away. This is why the minority hearing issue is so important, by the way. You wonder why Republicans are so angry that we didn't have a hearing to put on our own witnesses and own evidence. And you may wonder why, well, if they feel so good about their case, why did they block our ability to put in evidence? It's because we have the ability to show that Burisma is corrupt. We have the ability to show that Hunter Biden is corrupt. And that totally exculpates the president. Because there is no way in the United States of America that honestly pursuing actual corruption is an impeachable offense. That's why I offer the amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to vote for it.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I would say that the pot calling the kettle black is not something that we should do. I don't know what members, if any, have had any problems with substance abuse, been busted in DUI. I don't know. But if I did, I wouldn't raise it against anyone on this committee. I don't think it's proper. And I think we got to get back down to what is most important here. This is a question that stands out like a big, throbbing, sore toe inside of a shoe that's too small. and that is this question. Is it ever okay for a president of the United States of America to invite foreign interference in an upcoming presidential election campaign?
Is the gentleman
The
seeking an
silence-
answer?
the silence-
gentleman yield?
Oh, I'll be glad to answer.
The silence,
Gentleman has the time.
the silence was and is deafening. And there'll be plenty of time for you to respond to that question, and I would invite you to do so. I gave you an opportunity of about 10 or 15 seconds while you could get your story together, and nobody came up with a story. So I'm going to let you move to strike the last word and explain that to the American people. It's never proper for a United States president to hold a foreign country over a barrel to make them do that president's personal bidding and holding needed security assistance, dangling it, and dangling the fact that I'll give it to you if you do this. I mean, that's exactly what happened. It's like the American people understand what happened. Those are the facts. The president said it when he released the transcript of the summary of that phone call on July 25th. The summary of the president's own words shows that the president tried to get President Zelensky to interfere in the upcoming presidential election. That is established by the facts. So this is not about Hunter Biden, and they've said that on the other side repeatedly up until they start talking about Hunter Biden having some substance abuse problems. You can't have it both ways. Let's be honest. This is about our conscience, the conscience of the nation, the conscience of my friends on the other side of the aisle. Do you believe that we should allow this to go unaddressed, what the president did? Because we are a country of precedent. We are a country of rule of law. We are a country of norms and traditions. Are we going to allow the violation of our norms, our traditions, our legal precedent? Because after all, bribery was not a crime. There was no criminal code when the framers passed the Constitution, but they said bribery in there, and what bribery meant was I'm offering you something if you do something for me. I'll give you this. In other words, you give me this, I'll give you that. That's what we had in this case. That's what bribery means. It doesn't depend on a statute. It depends on what we know was done. And so let's not get bogged down in technicalities and in character assassination. Let's keep our eye on what really happened in this case and whether or not our consciences dictate that we do something about it. We can't let it go unaddressed. And the way that we deal with this grave abuse of the public trust is with the drastic action that it requires, because this is a drastic circumstance. The drastic action is impeachment, and that's why we're here today. And I ask my colleagues to let your conscience be your guide. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Sensen, for what purposes, Mr. Sensenbrenner?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my mind is boggled by the gentleman from Georgia saying that all bribery was okay until 1787 when the Constitution was adopted, and 2 years later when Congress passed the first criminal code. First of all, there's a common law definition of bribery. I think people long before 1787 realized that bribery was no good, but we also had criminal codes in each of the 13 independent states, colonies, before the Declaration of Independence.
Will the gentleman answer my question?
No, I didn't interrupt you.
The gentleman suspended. The gentleman has the time.
Okay. The second thing is that if you, on the other side of the aisle, believe that Joe Biden is a man who tells the truth, you ought to support this amendment. Because Joe Biden, ever since Hunter's involvement with Burisma, has been repeatedly asked whether he made any arrangements to get Hunter this really cushy job. And he said no, or my son's business involvements are my son's and not involved in that. So you put Joe Biden's name in your articles of impeachment when the real malefactor is Hunter Biden. Hunter's not running for anything, and if the real malefactor really is Hunter Biden, I guess your claim that the president was trying to influence the 2020 election would go out the window. But if you think that Joe Biden is a man who tells the truth, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because I think he deserves it, then let's get rid of Joe Biden in this article of impeachment, substitute his son's name in there, and proceed. I challenge you, because every one of you that will vote no on this amendment is going to be saying, I think that Joe Biden's a liar. If you don't think that Joe Biden is a liar, vote yes. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, it's important to analyze the burden of proof here. It's the Democrats who are saying any question about the Biden situation, Burisma, it could only be an abuse of power. And I think this amendment really reflects how the president was using his power perfectly, entirely appropriately. And it also shows how scared they are of the facts. If we had the opportunity to call in those who were engaged in work with the Ukrainian embassy, folks like Alexander Chalupa, if we were able to bring forward Hunter Biden, if we were able to demonstrate the bias of the whistleblower, the American people would see we are not in this debate and in this discussion because the president did anything wrong or impeachable or criminal. We're here fundamentally because they cannot accept the fact that he won the 2016 election. And I think all Americans know the president has a different approach. But to accept their standard would mean that if someone announces that they're running for office, it's kind of like an instant immunity deal for anything that they would ever do. I mean, are they really saying that if Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Burisma were engaged in some corrupt act, that just because Joe Biden announced for the presidency, that somehow ought to absolve him of that criminal activity? It's a ludicrous position. Maybe it's informed by the fact that y'all got a little lucky on the Hillary Clinton stuff. You know, she thought that because she was in a presidential election that her crimes didn't have to be held to account. And in a way, that turned out to be the case. But you know what? It shouldn't be the standard in the United States of America. And I'm glad that we have a president who is at times skeptical of foreign aid, who does put America first, who understands that in corrupt places, the resources we provide don't always make it to an area of need. But we conclude with this. Once the meetings happened that demonstrated that President Zelensky was a true reformer, that he wasn't corrupt, that he was honest from the point of his campaign all the way up until the point when he said there was no pressure put on him or his government for this aid. If you accept that proposition, it's very clear the president was entirely appropriate in those questions. And I gotta say, in debate on the last amendment, now we have reached the point in time where President Trump isn't the only president being attacked in this hearing. I heard the gentleman from Tennessee go after Zelensky as, well, an actor, a politician. And they presume he's a liar when he says there was nothing wrong. You know what? They can't make the case against the president.
My name was called.
They're attacking Zelensky, and it just shows the absurdity of the
Gentleman's
endeavor.
time has expired. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
I was asking if I could respond as my name was, as I was called.
No. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
I rise to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman. This is about distraction, distraction, distraction. Our good friends spent 3 hours saying President did not target the Bidens. Now they're saying that he did. So which is it? Now, I'm holding the classified, unclassified conversation, and let me just clarify a certain point. And that point is that I did read the transcript, and it did say us. But there is nothing in the president's notes that even suggested that the question that he asked was for the American people. In testimony by Mr. Goldman, who obviously went through every aspect of this, I asked a question about whether or not the president said anything from the notes that are given, the briefing that is given by those representatives of the United States government, the staff of the National Security Council, the State Department, the Defense Department, on corruption. He didn't speak anything about corruption that he was briefed on. And if you go through the call, he continues to mention the Bidens. And so this, again, is about Ukraine. The president did ask Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, a vulnerable leader of a country that is fledgling and trying to survive. Now, let me say that I intend to introduce into the record an article that indicated very clearly that people did die. Trump froze military aid as Ukrainian soldiers perished in battle. LA Times. I ask unanimous consent to submit that into the record. But the facts are, the facts are President Trump provided $510 million in aid in 2017 and $359 million in 2018. But he wanted to stop in 2019, the year or months before the 2020 election. In addition, President Trump's advisors confirmed that President Trump's investigations, the 2016 election interference and the Bidens, were not U.S. policy. And as well, they have debunked any association that there was anything to the impropriety of the former vice president and his service as it related to Ukraine. I think it is also important the Department of Defense and State Department have confirmed that Ukraine had met all anti-corruption benchmarks and the aid should be released. That's the policy of the United States of America. There was no need for this president to, in essence, try to make up his own policy. In his own statement of administrative policies, and I ask unanimous consent to have those in the record, this is from the White House. Nothing in this said to discuss corruption. Why? Because Ukraine had already met the standards of independent executive agencies, that they had met that standard of corruption. Their money should have been released. And we well know, as the process of the whistleblower and the timing, that President Zelensky, desperate for money, people dying in the field, was asked to do a CNN announcement. And he was going to be on one of CNN's well-known shows dealing with international politics. But it was stopped in its tracks, as testified by witnesses under oath, because of the whistleblower statement. Let me be very clear, there is some representation of crime, crime, crime. First of all, our scholars indicated that these are impeachable offenses. The conduct of the president is impeachable, and there's enough evidence to show. But as I indicated yesterday, this, my friends, is a legal document, the Constitution. It is a legal document. You can breach and violate the law of the Constitution. There are constitutional crimes. And the vastness of the impeachment process does include the excess of power by the President of the United States. Now, I knew Barbara Jordan, and my friends wanted to quote her. She also said, "The framers confided in the Congress the power, if need be, to remove a president in order to strike a delicate balance between a president swollen with power and grown tyrannical and preservation of the independence of the executive." You can violate the crimes of the Constitution. Abuse of power includes that. This amendment should be defeated.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Chair,
For what purpose does Mr. Ratcliffe seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the chair. I want to answer my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Johnson's question that he asked before. Is it ever okay to invite a foreign government to become involved in an election involving a political opponent? The answer is yes. It better be. We do it all the time. Have you that quickly forgotten how the Trump-Russia investigation proceeded? The Obama administration asked Great Britain and Italy and Australia and other countries to assist in its investigation of a person who was a political opponent from the opposite party. I keep hearing over and over again, you can't investigate political opponents. We have a member of this committee who was, as a member of this committee and the Intelligence Committee, investigating his political opponent, Donald Trump, at the very moment he was running to replace him as president. My colleague on the Intel Committee, Mr. Castro, was investigating President Trump at the very same moment his brother was running to replace President Trump. President Trump is the only one with the really legitimate reason to be doing it. He is the chief executive. Chief executive, we are in the Judiciary Committee, right? We do understand the Constitution. We do understand that the president, as the unitary executive, is the executive branch. And all power in the executive branch derives from the president. And the president can and should ask for assistance from foreign governments in ongoing criminal investigations. There was an ongoing criminal investigation into what happened in 2016. The Attorney General Barr, at the time of the July 25th call, had long before that appointed U.S. Attorney John Durham to investigate exactly that issue. It wasn't just appropriate, it was absolutely the president's constitutional duty. And Hunter Biden, the president has, as the chief executive, the ability to ask about matters where there is a prima facie case of corruption. What do we have with respect to Hunter Biden? Tons of money for a position where he has no Ukrainian experience, where he has no experience with Ukraine or with energy, and at the very same time that the Ukrainians were deciding that Hunter Biden was the perfect person to get that sweetheart deal, the Chinese were deciding that Hunter Biden was the perfect person to get a sweetheart deal to manage $1.5 billion in financial assets. And when the Ukrainian government wanted to investigate corruption, like we all keep talking about they need to, well, they start investigating Burisma, and what happens? Joe Biden says, you better fire that prosecutor investigating corruption into Burisma, or you're not going to get $1 billion. And 6 hours later, that's what happened. That's called influence peddling. That is a crime. And there is a prima facie case of that. And it's absolutely appropriate for a president to ask about that. I yield to my friend.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to respond to the comments from the gentlelady from Texas. She said the president made up his own policy. Well, that's how it works in our country. You get your name on a ballot, you run for office, you go talk to the American people, they evaluate it all on election day, they decide who they want making the policy. That's how it works in our country. It's not the unelected people telling the elected individual how we do things, because the unelected people aren't directly accountable to we the people. It's what makes our system the best, the greatest. And when you turn that on its head, that's when you get problems. And we saw it happen because we heard Chuck Schumer say on January 3rd, 2017, when you mess with the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. Now that is a scary statement because that is saying the unelected people can get back at the person who put their name on a ballot and got elected to high office, the highest office in this situation. So for someone in the United States Congress to say the president made up his own policy and somehow that is wrong, that should be a frightening position to take. But I guess that's where the Democrats are today in their quest to go after this president, making statements like that, statements by our colleague and statements by Senator Schumer. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman?
For what purpose does Ms. Lofgren seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
You know, there are issues for the election, and then there are issues for this committee. The behavior of Vice President Biden's son, and frankly, the behavior of President Trump's two sons and daughter may be discussed in the election. But here, we're talking about the abuse of presidential authority. The president must take care that the laws be faithfully executed. We know from the emails from the State Department to the Department of Defense that the Ukrainians knew that the aid was being withheld. That's documentary evidence. We also know that whatever was going on that people might not like with the Vice President's son and the Vice President, that was known in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. It wasn't until Vice President Biden was beating President Trump in the polls that this issue was raised to try and force a foreign country to invent an investigation to be used politically. That is not seeing that the laws are faithfully executed. That is an abuse of presidential authority. And I would yield now to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
And I think from my friend from California, it's been about 3 hours since I made this point. I guess it needs to be made from time to time. We just can't simply allow the mischaracterization and the misstatement of the rules, the history of the rules, and House resolutions to advance political arguments here. We can't stand for it. And so I want to address again these statements that there was some right to have witnesses come in. It is absolutely true that that's the case. Over 50 years ago, when the rule was written, when Rule 6 was written, it said it's normal procedure for witnesses representing both sides of the issue to give testimony at committee hearings. And that's what happened at the December 4th meeting. And that's what happened at the December 9th meeting. Let's be honest about the rules. And House Resolution 660, I would point out again, provides an opportunity for the President of the United States to come. He could have come on December 4th. He could have sent any of his witnesses. And he didn't. But no one should be surprised, because that's been the President's approach throughout, is to refuse to allow anyone with the kind of information that my colleagues claim they're interested in from coming to testify, from coming to answer questions directly. And with that, I yield to my friend from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from Florida. There were 12.
It's my time. I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman from New York.
Thank the distinguished gentlelady from California. There were 12 fact witnesses who testified during the Intel hearing. 12. And we don't hear a thing about those witnesses from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. A thing. Those witnesses were not political operatives. They were patriots. In fact, they were Trump appointees. Ambassador Taylor, Trump appointee. Ambassador Sondland, Trump appointee. Dr. Fiona Hill, Trump appointee. Jennifer Williams, Trump appointee. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Trump appointee. Ambassador Volker, Trump appointee. They all confirmed that Donald Trump pressured a foreign government to target an American citizen for political gain, and at the same time withheld, without justification, $391 million in military aid, undermining America's national security. Let's just look at Ambassador Volker's testimony. He testified about the issue of raising the 2016 elections of Vice President Biden, all these things that I consider to be conspiracy theories. What was his response? It was pretty simple. Quote, I think the allegations against Vice President Biden are self-serving and not credible. That's what this is all about. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Gomez seek recognition?
Support of the amendment. Speaking.
Does the gentleman desire to strike the last word?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is
Yeah,
recognized.
it's amazing. We're hearing from the same people accusing us of covering up, not willing to face the truth. They're the same arguments that we've been hearing for 3 years now. First, it was accusing us of not being willing to face the facts about Russia collusion and the president scheming with Russia, and that turned out all to be lies. We were right, and those accusing us of not facing the truth were the ones who were not facing the truth. We heard about all kinds of other allegations, and we said, wait, that doesn't appear to be supported. Well, we weren't facing the truth, and there was a lot of media support for those positions, but we still persisted that we were the ones that were right. And this week, these things are all being borne out. We were right, they were wrong, and now we're not hearing anybody come in and say, hey, we're really sorry when we accused y'all of being crazy and not facing the truth. You were right, there was no Russia collusion. You were right, there was no extortion. And my friends across the aisle keep changing the subject. What the call made clear is we're interested in finding out about if there was Ukrainian collusion or interference in our election. Now, it's amazing how the majority can take two positions that counterindicate each other. First of all, they say there was no effort by Republicans, including President Trump, to stop interference from foreign countries. We hear that over and over, including yesterday and today. And yet the only way to step up and do what President Obama refused to do, if you remember, President Obama belittled President Trump, candidate Trump, for saying he was concerned about outside interference. And in fact, President Obama made a mockery of anybody that was so stupid that they thought somebody like Russia or others might interfere and affect our election. He made fun of them. He wouldn't do anything about outside interference because apparently he must have thought the outside interference was going to help Hillary Clinton. As we've heard, there apparently are some people that certainly are accused in Ukraine of doing all they could to help Hillary Clinton. In fact, it was unheard of to have a foreign ambassador in our country step up and come out with support for Hillary Clinton. So what we continue to see is projecting. Somebody on their side engages in illegal or improper conduct, and that's what they accuse President Trump or us of doing. And all of this self-righteousness about, for political purposes, I mean, this is from a transcript from December 1st, 1943, when President Roosevelt was talking to Marshal Stalin. He's talking with Stalin. This is apparently in Tehran, they're meeting. But he wanted to talk to him about internal American politics. And from the stenographers, they say that President Roosevelt said there were in the United States 6 to 7 million Americans of Polish extraction. As a political man, he didn't want to lose their votes, and he was explaining he couldn't go public. He didn't care when basically the Soviet Union took over Poland. He didn't care if they cut down Poland's borders from the east and from the west. And he goes on to say, they say jokingly, that when the Soviet armies invade and occupy these areas of Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, he did not intend to go to war with the Soviet Union on this point, but he continues to emphasize, some of these things he can't go public with. These kind of things have gone on by Democrats for many decades, and here they come after the one guy. He wants to get to the bottom of 2016 foreign interference. And what do they accuse him of? of getting foreign interference. No, you can't root out foreign interference until you know what it was. So you can't have it both ways. Well, I guess the Democratic Party can't have it both ways, but this has got to stop before it goes too much further. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition? Oh, I'm sorry. Who is?
We do.
For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Strike less work.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I said at a previous hearing before this committee that you were investigating the wrong guy, that it should have been Biden or Biden's, that Ukraine was the third most corrupt nation on earth, and that Hunter Biden had just put himself right smack dab in the middle of that corruption, and that even though Democrats and many of their friends in the media would have you believe that this, the Burisma, Biden corruption, that this was all just the vast right-wing conspiracy allegation, when in actuality, it was the Obama administration that raised this issue first. Back in 2015, George Kent reported his concerns about Hunter Biden to the vice president's office, and the former ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, sorry about that, said she was coached by the Obama administration on how to answer pesky questions related to Hunter Biden and Burisma that might arise during her Senate confirmation process. And nearly every single witness who testified at the Intelligence Committee impeachment inquiry agreed that Hunter Biden's Burisma deal created, at the very least, the appearance of a conflict of interest. Yet the Democrats on the Intelligence Committee under Chairman Schiff and now Democrats in this committee are determined to sweep all this under the rug, ignore it, not let us call witnesses on it, instead rush to impeach this president. You've got the Vice President, Joe Biden, in charge of overseeing our Ukrainian policy, and his son, Hunter Biden, receiving $50,000 a month, even though he had no identifiable expertise in energy or in Ukraine, yet the Democrats wouldn't let us call witnesses or delve into this. And it was interesting that Joe Biden got in an argument with a man at one of his events in Iowa recently. He called the man a liar and challenged him to a push-up contest and spouted off a bunch of other malarkey. And now this committee is conducting an impeachment investigation against President Trump based on, as Professor Turley put it recently, wafer-thin evidence, and they're ignoring evidence of something that truly doesn't smell right. Wafer-thin evidence. And this was a professor who acknowledged that he had not voted for President Trump. In fact, all four witnesses who testified, none of them had voted for him. But he said wafer-thin evidence. That's what we're being called to impeach a president on. And while we're doing that, there are so many things that are getting ignored. Now, it looks like one thing, the USMCA, a trade deal, which is very important to replace NAFTA, it looks like we might actually get that across the finish line. I certainly hope so, because it'll be good for the country. It's bipartisan. But I think if there's anything good to come out of this impeachment, it's probably that actually will get passed, because the Democrats are going to show we did something. We did something, because they haven't done much of anything else. Very little has passed into law. We had 68,000 Americans who died from opioid overdoses last year alone. I think it was 70,000 the year before that. And even though the number's gone down a bit, it's not necessarily because we're doing a whole lot better. It's because we actually, because of Narcan, not quite as many people are dying, but there are just as many people that are involved with this scourge, these opioids and other drugs. Our southern border is still a sieve. We have far too many people coming across our southern border. That's something we ought to be able to work on in a bipartisan manner in this committee, to do something about that, and our asylum laws, which need to be reformed. We got a $22 trillion debt hanging over our head. The reason I'm mentioning these issues, this committee has jurisdiction over all these things and isn't doing a thing because we've been spending all our time for the last year on impeachment in one form or another. But I have a bill, a balanced budget amendment, which would actually move in the right direction of doing something about that. We should have done it years ago. Those are all in our jurisdiction. Other things like infrastructure, not in our jurisdiction, but the United States Congress ought to act on it. We have our highways and our bridges are crumbling in this country. It's actually something we generally agree on, but the Democrats probably don't want the president to take any credit for that, so that's not likely to happen. It's unfortunate taking up all this time on impeachment when there are so many other things that we ought to be working on for the benefit of the American people.
For what purpose does Mr. Sensenbrenner seek, does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Yield to the ranking member.
I want to just take a quick second. It is amazing, though, to hear now they've gotten really sensitive about process on the majority side. When we actually pointed out the tragedy and the travesty of being a rubber stamp in this committee, and the gentleman from Florida has brought out a couple of things. But let me just remind, as he said just a few minutes ago, the White House going to send everything? No, it's just like everything else. It all goes through the whim and the whimper of the chairman and the majority. They can't send anybody they want. It all goes through their majority opinion. I get back to the gentleman.
Yield to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. If Democrats can't prove that the Bidens are clean, then President Trump can't be guilty of abusing power if he's asking a reasonable question. They cannot prove that the questions into the Bidens are unreasonable. Now, the gentleman from New York said, well, you just start listening to the witnesses. I listened very closely to the witnesses. What I heard was Mr. Kent say that they were so concerned about Burisma, we had to pull out of a partnership with the embassy. So if it's okay for our embassy to ask the questions, why isn't it okay for the president? I listened to Ambassador Yovanovitch when she gave testimony. She said that she was having to do special preparation to have to answer these sticky questions about why the vice president's son was off moonlighting for some foreign energy company. So if it's okay for Yovanovitch to ask those questions, if it's okay for the Obama administration to ask those questions, why isn't it okay for President Trump to ask those questions? Here's one thing I know. Corrupt people, they don't just steal once. They kind of get into this like cycle and culture of corruption, and it's disappointing. I go back to this New Yorker article. I'm reading directly from it. One of Kathleen's motions, this is regarding Hunter Biden's divorce, contains a reference to a large diamond that had come into Hunter's possession. When I asked him about it, he told me he had been given the diamond by Chinese energy tycoon Yi Jingmen. Hunter told me that 2 associates accompanied him to his first meeting with Yi in Miami, and they surprised him by giving him a rare vintage of scotch worth thousands of dollars. So this guy wasn't just taking these weird jobs from the Ukrainians. He was taking diamonds and scotch from the Chinese, and I think it is entirely appropriate for the President of the United States to figure out why that's the case. The American people watching today know that this is an impeachment movement that is losing steam. I was watching CNN on the way into the hearing this morning, maybe one of the only folks, but I was watching, and I heard Gloria Borger say, the polling on impeachment is bad for Democrats. I heard Jim Sciutto say that Chairman Nadler had gone on CNN's air and said, well, once we have these public hearings, we will animate all this public support for impeachment. Well, now you've had the hearings, you've called the witnesses, and you know what? You're losing ground. You're losing ground with the media, you're losing ground with the voters, and you're even losing ground among your own Democrat colleagues. I believe the public reporting I've seen that some of your more moderate members in districts that President Trump won are begging you to pursue something other than impeachment. This bloodlust for impeachment is not going to be visited on us or President Trump. It's going to be visited on your own members, and they're asking you not to do this. The only standard that Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Nadler, and Chairman Schiff set was a bipartisan standard. They said this has to be bipartisan. They said it all throughout the 2018 calendar year. But now the only thing that has changed is not a strengthening of the evidence. It's that we're going into an election. And they have taken a look at the candidates that they have in the Democratic field, and they've realized that they have to create this impeachment platform because their candidates are incapable of defeating President Trump in a fair fight. We know that. The American people know that, and so the only bipartisan vote that has occurred on impeachment was a bipartisan vote against opening the inquiry. And the only possibility for movement from that vote to now, despite wasting all our time, despite having all these hearings, despite all the damage to our institutions through this very weird and aberrational investigation you've run, the only risk is that you'll lose more votes than you started with. You lost 2 of your members the first time, and you're not going to lose less than 2 of your members. You only have a risk of losing more than 2 of your members. And you know what? Republicans are united. We see this for what it is. And we know, just as my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, said, this is not just an attack on President Trump politically, though it is the election that motivates them for this bizarre behavior. It's not just an attack on the presidency. It's an attack on us. It's an attack on those of us who believe in this president, who understand very well who we voted for, and he's got some non-traditional ways of doing business. But we also see the great success of this country. More jobs, more opportunity. They have no answer for that in the upcoming election, and it's why we're here.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Big, for what purposes, Mr. Big seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mentioned before that looking at the evidence, I'm stunned that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle perpetually read every inference you can make in the light most negative to the president, and yet this whole proceedings and the way this has been shaped up indicates that there's an incredible inference against their credibility because of the way they've stacked the cards against the president. So I want to read. I support the gentleman's amendment, and I want to read this from a Ukrainian source who was named and cited in a recent publication. It says, quote, by inviting influential foreigners, Ukrainian business wants to get additional protection, PR and lobby mechanisms to grasp additional spheres of interest. Having Hunter Biden on board, the owner of Burisma wanted to correct the image and to get cover because authorities are scared by the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine. Hunter Biden, using the political capabilities of his family, acted as a rescue buffer between Burisma and Ukrainian law enforcement agencies. His work in the company of a corrupt official smells. Now, so let's take a look at the document, the transcript they keep, our colleagues keep referring to. Page 4, the other thing President Trump says, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution. A lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. That is the essence of what they want to impeach President Trump for. So it begs the question, it simply begs the question, really. Do you get immunity? Is it an immunity-granting event to have a relative run for public office? Do you get immunity for that? Let's flip it on its end. The question is, does the president have the authority to request an investigation? Most assuredly. He mentions the Attorney General here. It is clear that he would like an investigation into the corruption surrounding the Ukraine. Because what does President Zelensky go on to say? He goes on to talk about trying to restore the honesty in his country. That's what he's talking about. You got the Attorney General, you got the president of both countries acknowledging that there's corruption, and let's get it fixed up. And it leads you back to this whole question of the Democrats wanting to impeach President Trump for these amorphous abuse of power issues, these amorphous abuse of Congress or issues, obstruction of Congress. It's just bizarre. So Hunter Biden is placed on the board of Burisma in 2014. Joe Biden calls for the removal of the chief prosecutor, Victor Shokin, in 2016. In the meantime, evidence is clear that Burisma's company paid about $3.4 million to a company called Rosemont Seneca Boher, the company of Hunter and his partner Archer. That is really intriguing. The investigations surrounding Burisma's stop and the Burisma's reputation in Ukraine is low, and it was dubious even before this impeachment inquiry raised it to new attention. Now, let's face it. According to Ukrainian sources, Burisma is not on everybody's front burner in the Ukraine, but it is here because we were providing hundreds of millions of dollars to the Ukraine in foreign aid. And this president said, we need to stop corruption. He mentioned specifically the corruption that he had heard about. Is that impeachable? No. It's asking for an investigation to get to the bottom of it because you do not get immunity just because your father is running for a public office, just because anyone related to you is running for public office. And I will tell you, this president has done a remarkable job in spite of 3 years of constant harassment by the Democrats of this body and the media on the left of this country. We have a great economy. He's trying to bring order to the border. We have more people working than ever before. This president has restored the military and actually prestige around the world. There are no more apology tours on the foreign policy side that we saw in the previous administration. He has really worked to make America's esteem and greatness reprise.
Gentlemen, the gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Cicilline, what purposes?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
You are recognized.
I want to just begin very quickly and respond to the gentleman from Ohio's lamenting about the productivity of this Congress, and remind my friends on the other side of the aisle and the American people that we have passed nearly 400 pieces of legislation since Democrats took the majority. 275 of those bills are bipartisan. They range in legislation to drive down the costs of prescription drugs, to protect coverage for pre-existing conditions, to provide equal pay for equal work, to raise the minimum wage for 33 million Americans, the biggest anti-corruption bill since Watergate, H.R. 1, legislation to restore net neutrality, to respond to the climate crisis, universal background checks, and we recently completed negotiations on the new trade deal. So the list is exhaustive. Sadly, 80% of those bills are lying on Mitch McConnell's desk awaiting action. So I urge my colleagues, maybe instead of trying to mischaracterize what is one of the most productive Congresses in modern history, we ought to assert some energy in persuading Mitch McConnell to do his job and bring those bills to the floor. Now let's get back to the facts of this impeachment hearing. First and foremost, there's been this effort to really confuse what this is about and what this impeachment is about. It is about the President of the United States using the power of his office to smear a political opponent, to drag a foreign power into our elections, to corrupt the elections, and leverage hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money to accomplish that objective. So this amendment would like to wish away the motive of the president to engage in this corrupt scheme, but you can't wish it away, you can't amend it away. The facts are the facts. The allegations that we're talking about here originated in 2015. And that's according to the Minority Report as well. And in 2017 and 2018, foreign assistance was provided by Ukraine. What happened in 2019? What changed? The president is losing in a national poll by double digits to Joe Biden. We also, those are the facts. Third, multiple witnesses, Trump administration officials, testified that Vice President Biden did nothing wrong, including Mr. Kent, Ambassador Yovanovitch, Mr. Holmes, Ambassador Volker. Vice President Biden's firing of the prior prosecutor was done in accordance with official U.S. policy. It was approved by the Justice Department. It was the policy of the United States. It was supported by the European Union and many countries throughout Europe, and a bipartisan coalition in Congress. This was a corrupt prosecutor. It was official U.S. policy that the Vice President was executing. By contrast, what we have in this case, the basis of this impeachment proceeding, is exactly the opposite. What President Trump was doing was not official U.S. policy, and all the witnesses confirmed that. It was not done through the Justice Department, and it was done against the advice of all of his advisors. And so that's what's very different about what we're confronting today. And this was work which was not done by the apparatus of the State Department. This is an effort that was led by the president's personal attorney, Rudolph Giuliani. This scheme was led by this whole apparatus outside the State Department. So let's not confuse these two things. Facts matter, the truth matters. You cannot continue just to make assertions when the record is completely the opposite. And I'd like to yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
I thank the gentleman. If President Trump and my Republican colleagues were so interested in rooting out corruption in Ukraine, there was so much they could do that they never did. My Republican colleagues for many years were in the majority. For many years, the vice president's son was on this board. They never investigated this. Their concern only came about once Vice President Biden became President Trump's chief political opponent. On April 21 of this year, President Trump called President Zelensky to congratulate him. In his talking points, President Trump was told to bring up rooting out corruption in Ukraine. President Trump never did it, but the White House, in their talking points, lied to the American people and said the president had. July 25, again, National Security Council members worked really hard to tell the president, impress upon the Ukrainian president he needs to root out corruption in his country. The president never brings up corruption. If the president wanted to investigate any individual U.S. citizen, there's a formal process we go through. The president never asked the Attorney General to do this. The president was never interested in fighting corruption in Ukraine. He was only interested in weaponizing corruption in Ukraine for his own personal benefit, and that's why we must hold him accountable for an abuse of power. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize the gentleman for a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask that this article dated February 12th, 2019, just 2 weeks before the call to Mr. President Zelensky, entitled "Trump asked top political advisors whether he should worry about running against Joe Biden."
Without objection, it is now, there are votes on the floor. A number of votes on the floor. The committee will stand in recess until after the votes. Please reconvene immediately after the votes. The committee stands in recess.
Now, while the 24 Democrats and 17 Republicans of the House Judiciary Committee walk across the street to vote in the House of Representatives, they're taking a short break. The debate on the articles of impeachment will continue this afternoon. Here are the phone numbers. We want to get your reaction to what you've been watching. 202-748-8920 for Republicans, 748-8921 for Democrats, and 748-8922 for Independents. We'll also be watching for members to make statements at the stakeout position. And during this recess in the House Judiciary Committee, we want to hear your voices unfiltered and unscreened. Andrea in Philadelphia, Democrats line, you're up first.
Good afternoon, and thanks for taking my call. For the past couple of weeks, I've been watching these hearings, and I'm just utterly disgusted by the actions, the frat boyish actions of the Republican Party and their antics. To me, it just comes off to me as the whole party in itself are traitors to this nation.
All right, we're going to have to cut you off as Doug Collins has come to the stakeout position.
Ready, for those who are ready, let's go ahead because we got to go to votes. Yeah, Rick, I think what we've seen this morning is what we've been saying all along. When you brought articles of impeachment that have nothing to do with the facts that have been presented, it's really painful to watch the Democrats actually try to make abuse of power and make these other things the articles of impeachment when they say that, and we already saw from the Democrats this morning, they just sort of made it up of whatever they wanted to, way beyond the scope of the Ukraine. We've heard everything from the different things they make up. So today has just been a confirmation of what we've been saying all along. They never had a case, and when they wrote these articles of impeachment, they did so for talking points for members all across the country just to basically go make up whatever they wanted to make up. Next. Anybody else want to say something? Good question. Okay, Deb.
I think this continues to be a total travesty. I mean, there is no proof of any crime. Not one single one of their Democratic fact witnesses was able to establish bribery, treason, or any high crime or misdemeanor. I mean, they have absolutely nothing, yet they continue down this line, and it really is a shame.
The Gates Amendment that you guys are considering right now would strike Joe Biden from the section of the articles that say President Trump sought to have Ukraine publicly announce investigations into Biden. So is it the position of the Republicans that the president did not ask for an investigation to the Bidens?
No, the position we're having right now is that basically what we're saying is what was in the transcript, which is undoubtedly very hard for the Democrats to read, was that the issue of the Bidens was Hunter Biden's corruption. This goes back to the whole issue of what the president has felt all along, that corruption in the Ukraine was a problem, and that's where he's been.
He didn't say corruption in the call, and he asked for an investigation.
But again, we've also, it goes back to an issue here where you look. He didn't say Joe Biden in the call because what we just came out of was us, and I didn't dispute you there. I said yes.
All right. Okay. So then why remove that from the transcript?
So it's still your contention, even though he didn't bring up corruption in either of these calls, that corruption is actually what he was focused on and not Joe Biden?
It has been. There's nothing to change here because that's the facts. When you go in, even when the misquoted the misquoted transcript, which we keep doing all the time because they're having to make it salacious for people to believe it's a personal favor, he said us and our country. Remember the context of this call. It was the day after the Mueller report, the day after everything had happened up here, and our countries were torn apart, which now there was no work with, the collusion was gone, the whole issue of corruption, and we're still dealing with this. And again, there's another thing that's brought up today. This was not the only time. Back in 2017, early 2018, we also had aid stopped as well. These are kind of things that are just not being brought out right now because they have nothing else to go on. How many times have you heard, and you reported on the fact that they said quid pro quo, extortion, bribery? They didn't even focus groups, and then we come to this, and we don't even have those charges actually in articles of impeachment. That's a really travesty as well.
Do you wish the president hadn't brought up Joe Biden?
I think the protocol call is fine as it is. I think it's a conversation taken at a point in time in which the president was expressing his concerns as we go forward. The rest of the afternoon, you're going to see the same thing play over and over. And I think what we saw, this is my last statement before we go to votes. What we saw this morning was a starting out. They tried their best to make the articles look good. And then all of a sudden, as we started poking holes in their story for the whole time, you just started seeing them sort of step back. A couple of them will come forward and say this is what they're trying to say. But really right now, it's just all over the map. This is why the American people need to look at these articles for what they are. Basically, a partisan impeachment, and this is what the Federalists want.
Looking ahead, you've been mentioning Hunter Biden. Do you think he needs to be called as a witness in the Senate? Would you like to see the Biden witnesses in the Senate?
I'm anxious to see what the Senate does at all with this because it'll be into their court next. Believe me, make no bones about this. As I've said all along, this is what the Democrats have been intending to do since January. They just had to find the right opportunity. So if the Senate wants to call those folks, that'll be up to the Senate. Thank you.
How many more amendments? How many more amendments?
Good meeting.
A good many.
And we are going back to your calls. 202 is the area code, 748-8921 for Republicans, 748-8920 for Democrats. And independents can call in at 202-748-8922. Up next on our independent line is Marvin in Brooklyn. Hi, Marvin.
Hi there. Yeah, I don't understand what's so difficult to grasp. If the president was concerned about corruption, he had an entire apparatus to help him on that corruption. He has the State Department, he has the Department of Defense. If he's setting up back channels and setting up a lawyer, a private citizen, that screams corruption. I don't see what's difficult to grasp about that. If, I mean, it just boggles the mind that they're going to go to the bat defending him on things like process and things like abuse of power not being a crime. I remind the American people that Nixon was to be impeached on abuse of power and obstruction of justice. And those are the very things that the Republicans are saying aren't even crimes and laws. But those are things that have already been established to be gross violations of the office. So
Nizra is in Baton Rouge, also on our independent line. Go ahead, Nizra. Nizra?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We're listening.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. When President Clinton got impeached, I became an independent because I wanted to remain in a state to give whoever was the best the benefit of the doubt. Okay? So I was really undecided when these two candidates ran against each other, Trump and Hillary. I was
Tell
like,
you what, Nizra, why don't you give us your bullet point assessment of this morning?
Okay, my bullet point is that I think the Republicans are in denial. I think they're like an ostrich with your head stuck in the sand and your body exposed to the truth.
Thank you, ma'am.
And
Sharon's a Democrat in Gastonia, North Carolina. Sharon, you're on C-SPAN.
Hey, how you doing? I just want to say I watch this all the time. Everybody knows me. I don't do anything but watch the news. I watch all the channels, everyone, and they bug me out. But anyway, this hearing is the Republicans. They are just playing the country like, they're lying in front of people. They're taking everything out of context. If you can't defend anything, that's law 101. Bang on the table, scream, scream, scream. They have yet to find anything that they can fight with. And Hunter Biden, I thought 45 was supposed to be the president for everybody. They don't talk about his daughter and all her trademarks she got from China, or Jared in Saudi and his businesses. So I just think everybody just needs to stop. They need to get it together, or they just need to all resign. Because as an Army vet, I'm going to tell you now, I hate to tell people that I even served my country. That's how bad it is.
That's
Only
Sharon
because the
in
Republicans
Gastonia, North Carolina, and Percy's a Republican in Memphis. Hi, Percy.
How you doing?
Please go ahead.
Well, it's really rather simple. I would think it seems like a double standard. When you've got the specific wording in one case, and they say, well, look, the president didn't say that it was a demand, but you can read into it. Well, then you're looking into the mentality of what the president was doing. And as the individual that is, his job is to essentially take care of our foreign policies, what was going on with Hunter and Burisma, even argumentatively, that maybe something was not officially wrong, it looked shady. And it is his job to at least look into things that are shady. He didn't say right off the bat that, they've done this thing. It seems like he was just trying to find out if something had happened. And as soon as it was mentioned, they jumped on the president that he's all worried whether he's going to be reelected or Joe Biden is his biggest competitor. In my eyes, Joe Biden is pretty much putting himself out at this point.
All right, and that kind of plays into what the president tweeted out a little bit earlier today with regard to the morning hearing. Dems Veronica Escobar and Jackson Lee purposefully misquoted my call. I said I want you to do us, our country, a favor, not me a favor. They know that, but decided to lie in order to make a fraudulent point. Very sad. Up next is Even in Glastonbury, Connecticut, on our independent line.
Hi, I'm calling because I've walked away from the Democratic Party years ago. I thought when I voted for Trump, I was literally giving the finger to the Democrat establishment and the Republican establishment. I've seen that he has reformed the Republican Party and actually reforming the mindset of the country. Right now, you can see why these Democrats are in panic mode. You can see why they're just making things up. For the last 3 years, they have been putting this country through all types of propaganda, all types of lies, and just harassment to the president, and he's been doing a great job. When I look at these hearings, and I see even today's hearing, they have absolutely nothing but hearsay. They keep saying they have evidence, but all their evidence is under presumption and under hearsay. It just seems that they are just way too far, and they are definitely losing their House and their power over the country.
Democrats currently have 233 members in the House, the Republicans 197. 218 makes up a majority. David, Wetumpka, Alaska, Republican. Or is that Alabama? Sorry about that.
Tim?
David, you on?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm from Central Alabama. I'm a Martha Roby fan, but I'd like to know just how much money is being spent by the Democrats for this witch hunt for Trump. No, he doesn't speak like a polished politician because he's not a politician. He's a businessman of sorts. But at the same time, he's made more changes and helped the United States more than any president since 1934, as far as I'm concerned. And I wish that the Democrats would quit with their witch hunt. I wish they would quit wasting taxpayers' money. And I wish that we could move on to something like veterans issues, which I support here in Central Alabama. And I'm tired of veterans being treated like second-class citizens.
That's David in Alabama, and this is John in San Francisco on our independent line. John, you're on C-SPAN.
Yes, I used to be a Democrat, and I've moved to the independent. I can't associate with either party. It's come down to a Bloods and Crips type situation where you have two rival gangs, and the country is not being served by our present system. I think we need to look outside the box. And Ukraine, it was actually a violent coup d'etat that occurred there in 2014. We did a regime change in the Ukraine. Neither party wants to recognize that, and they call it the Revolution of Dignity. But I would ask the folks at home to look up the Azov Brigade, that's AZOV. It's a neo-Nazi, proto-Nazi type group that we are giving our money to. Our tax dollars are going to them. And if people knew about that, I'd imagine they'd have a different kind of perspective.
That's John in San Francisco. Susan Ferricchio of the Washington Examiner newspaper tweeted out that impeachment articles markup in the Judiciary Committee might take a while this afternoon and onward. Republican ranking member Doug Collins just said the GOP has a good many amendments Republicans plan to introduce today. Now let's hear from Dan in Kalamazoo, Michigan on our Democrats line. Dan, good afternoon.
Well, hi. I'm sitting here watching the markups, and it's sort of amazing watching Republicans try to keep shifting the goalposts at every possible opportunity, especially when, the articles of impeachment that were actually introduced by Democrats were really pretty narrow in scope. We haven't even talked about Donald Trump's taxes or any sort of the emoluments issues that the man has, and I only hope that stuff comes to light as we continue to progress.
How would that be related, though, Dan, to the two articles of impeachment, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, that have been introduced?
For one hand, the abuse of power, I mean, that's clearly happening with his continued actions as far as people in Trump Tower, and the use of Trump Tower basically is sort of a lobby for foreign lobbyists that do want to actually gain influence with Donald Trump, because obviously money is the only language the man speaks. And as far as abuse of power, I mean, well, it's a obvious corollary from the whole emoluments thing, because any other president up until this point hasn't done that sort of thing.
Philip's in Middletown, New York, on our independent line. Philip, what's your comment on this morning's hearing?
Yes, my comment is that I feel that our streets should be flooded with indignation. I mean, after Afghanistan, Iraq, war on terror, tortures, Saudi Arabia and the 9/11 involvement, 2008 financial crisis, Yemen, 13,435 lives by this president, and the involvement in the bribery that he's been getting impeached for. I mean, impeachments are overdue, underused, and a sign of poor judgment in electing presidents and representatives. That's my.
Thank you for calling in. Mark's in Philadelphia, Democrat. Hi, Mark.
How you doing? I just feel like the Republicans look like a clown up there trying to justify what Donald Trump is doing. And as far as experience go, Donald Trump never held any office, was elected for anything. So he has no experience. And another thing, nobody likes a bully. And when you're a bully, you always get what you deserve. So the president, I think, is getting what he deserves, and that's it. I just feel like the Republicans should just, look at it for what it is, suck it up, and get somebody new.
Republican whip in the House, Steve Scalise, tweeted out earlier that, or this is tweeted out about Steve Scalise, he is whipping a no vote on the articles of impeachment against President Trump. His office informed GOP lawmakers last night that the whip team will be speaking with them today. Speaker Pelosi also talked about the whipping and voting process.
What is your message to those moderate Democrats who are undecided and who are concerned that a vote for impeachment could backfire on them politically?
I have no message to them. We are not whipping this legislation, nor do we ever whip something like this. People have to come to their own conclusions. They've seen the facts as presented at in the Intelligence Committee. They've seen the Constitution as they know it. They take an oath to protect and defend it, but they see the constitutional experts speak about it. They'll make their own decisions. I don't say anything to them.
As you probably know, the president is calling this impeachment light because there are only 2 articles of impeachment. He says there's no crimes in here.
The president is wrong. What can I say? We have put forth our articles of impeachment. I'm very proud of all the committees. 6 committees have been working on this for a very long time. This is nothing swift about it, but it is urgent. And so we will be bringing the articles. The committee will work on it today. As you know, I don't know if it's this morning or this afternoon. That depends on the pace in the committee. And then next week, we'll take up something.
But you yourself accused him of bribery. Why did you decide not to make bribery one of the articles of impeachment?
I myself am not a lawyer. Sometimes I act like one. Not as often as I act as a doctor. I practice medicine on the side without benefit of diploma, too. This is a decision that was recommended by our working together with our committee chairs, our attorneys, and the rest. So the articles are what they are. They're very powerful. They're very strong. And they are a continuation of a pattern of misbehavior on the part of the president. People are realizing when they see what that was, they think, the public thinks, that they should be determining who the president of the United States is, not some foreign power. They think that no one is above the law. We think, and say they, that the president should be held accountable. Abuse of power, obstruction of Congress, that is the form it will take. It's no use having a discussion here. This is a discussion we will take to the floor of the Senate.
And while we're in this break in the House Judiciary Committee, we want to hear your voices. A reminder, 202-748-8921 for Republicans, 748-8920 for Democrats, 748-8922 for all others. Robert's a Republican in Harriman, Tennessee. Robert, what are your thoughts on this process?
Well, I think either way that you look at it, whether who's got the better facts or not, either side, it's just undoubted that fairness is not an option through here. It's been very partisan. I think that's concerning for a lot of people, whether they're Republican or Democrat, because it really hurts the Democrats' goal in the end if they get there in an unfair way. It makes them look bad. And I would say there's a lot of presumptions that go into all this for the Democrats, and there is facts and direct evidence is on the Republican side. And there's just multiple things that doesn't sit right with a lot of people I know that I've watched. And just like yesterday, they had the one individual questioning and was a witness at the same time. Another thing that didn't sit right with me in the committee, Adam Schiff's committee, is you have Swallow and Castro. They're Trump's political rivals, and they're sitting on the board that's investigating him, inquiring an impeachment into him. And, you know, they're kind of doing what they're accusing Trump of doing. And
all right, Robert, we're going to leave it there and hear from Isaac in Arcata, California on our independent line. Go ahead, Isaac.
Hi there. First, I've been thinking the Republicans seem unwilling to consider that Trump did something wrong. And on the other side, Democrats seem unwilling to consider that Biden did anything wrong. And I can see that they don't want to concede he would do something wrong, because then it would prove some point that the Republicans have that Trump was actually after corruption. But it's the whole idea that he wanted a public statement made by the president that makes this not about just corruption. Because if he just wanted corruption investigated, that could have been routed out. It could have been done. It could have been done more covertly, and it could be all disclosed. But he wanted an announcement because he wanted to smear Biden's name. And so while we're watching this trial, the Republicans are taking every chance to smear Biden's name. So during this whole time, we're seeing the Republicans get exactly what they wanted from extorting or if we call it extortion, we don't know yet. But on the other hand, the Democrats, while impeaching him, are getting everything they want in that they're kind of smearing Trump's name. So they're all just doing these smears on each other.
Isaac, it sounds like you've followed this process closely.
Very, very. I have been watching all of these proceedings, and it's absolutely. I wish more often the Republicans would ask the people they don't agree with what they think, and the Democrats would ask the people they don't agree with what they think. When we had the scholars there, for instance, because if they really wanted to learn something, they would ask questions to the person that challenges their worldview. But instead, they are only asking questions to the person who will confirm their worldview. Because for both parties, this is simply about smearing the other candidate during the next election.
That's Isaac in Arcata, California. Kelly in Rockland, California, Democrat. Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
We're listening.
I just wanted to say that I wish that if the Republicans would like to defend themselves, they should allow testimony. They should come in. They should testify.
And who do you mean by the Republicans?
The Republicans, meaning Trump's people, Pompeo, all of the people that are refusing to come in, they should come in. If they want to get their point across, if they want to say their piece, they should come in and testify.
That's Kelly in Rockland, California. Up next is Cleo up in St. Paul, Minnesota, Republican line. Hi, Cleo.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call. So I was raised in Congressman Nunes's district, and I really think he's done a horrible job at presenting the facts for the Republicans, and I don't understand why he's trying to put up this charade of process when President Trump refused his rights to get into the hearings to begin with. And I think this whole process is kind of a a sham on the side of the Republicans, and that the Democrats are putting forth good arguments to make me want to change parties even.
That's Cleo in St. Paul, Minnesota. Now, there's no set time on this, but it's looking like the committee might be back in session at about 2 p.m. Eastern Time. That, again, there's no confirmation on that. That's just what it looks like. And, of course, we'll bring that to you live, and we'll be here all afternoon and all evening if necessary, taking your calls and getting your reaction unfiltered and unscreened. In the meantime, though, we want to show you part of this morning's session in the House Judiciary Committee.
Chairman.
What purpose does Mr. Swalwell seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There are no crimes here. That is the defense my colleagues across the aisle are putting forward. How about the highest crime that one who holds public office could commit? A crime against our Constitution. After all, the Constitution is the highest, most supreme law of the land. Every other law, statutory laws included, derive from the Constitution, not the other way around. The president committed the highest crime against the Constitution by abusing his office, cheating in an election, inviting foreign interference for a purely personal gain, while jeopardizing our national security and the integrity of our elections. Now, the Constitution does not require President Trump have committed statutory crimes. After all, we in Congress are not criminal prosecutors. We do not prosecute crimes, we protect the Constitution. But since my colleagues keep bringing up what potential crimes a criminal prosecutor could charge the president with, let's go through some of them. Because President Trump's conduct overlaps with criminal acts. Let's start with criminal bribery. 18 U.S. Code 201B2A. Relevant here, criminal bribery occurs when a public official demands or seeks anything of value personally in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. Additionally, the public official must carry out these acts corruptly. Demands or seeks. President Trump demanded and sought the announcement and conduct of politically motivated investigations by President Zelensky. Anything of value personally. For the purposes of anti-bribery law, the phrase anything of value has been interpreted by the courts broadly to carry out the congressional purpose of punishing the abuse of public office. In return for being influenced, the third requirement. As the Intel Committee report demonstrated, President Trump sought an announcement of these investigations in return for performing two official acts. First, he conditioned release of vital military assistance on President Zelensky's investigations. And second, he conditioned a head of state meeting on these investigations. Fourth, performance of an official act. The courts have defined an official act as any decision or action, matter, cause, suit, proceeding, or controversy that may be pending or brought before a public official. Both of the acts in question, the military aid and the White House meeting, meet this requirement. Finally, corruptly. President Trump behaved corruptly throughout this course of conduct because he used his official office in exchange to seek a private benefit. A second crime, honest services fraud. 18 U.S. Code, Section 1346. President Trump knowingly and willfully orchestrated a scheme to defraud the American people of his honest services as President of the United States. This has been aligned often in the courts with bribery, except it also includes using a wire communication. Clearly, the July 25... Will the gentleman yield for a question? I will not yield. Clearly, the July 25 phone call constitutes a wire communication. So there you have it. At least two criminal statutory crimes. However, all of these conversations about statutory crimes are moot because the President of the United States refuses to allow his own Department of Justice to indict him. So the President may be charged with crimes statutorily one day, but that's not what we're doing here on this day. And we are not restricted like the Department of Justice is. So we will uphold our duty to charge the President with the crimes against the Constitution that he has committed. using your taxpayer dollars, jeopardizing the integrity of your vote for a purely political purpose and a purely personal gain. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I
With
yield
the
back.
chairman,
And I would
the
yield to the
gentleman
gentlelady from California.
I appreciate the gentleman's recitation of that fact. As a former prosecutor, you speak with tremendous authority. I would just like to note that the argument that somehow lying about a sexual affair is an abuse of presidential power, but the misuse of presidential power to get a benefit somehow doesn't matter. If it's lying about sex, we could put Stormy Daniels' case ahead of us. We don't believe that's a high crime and
Gentlewoman,
misdemeanor.
yield.
No, and it is not before us, and it should not be for us, because it's not an abuse of presidential power. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Gohmert seek recognition?
I rise in support of the amendment. Gentleman, yield briefly.
The gentleman has the time. Does the gentleman wish to yield to Mr.
Will the gentleman yield briefly? Yes.
The important thing is that Bill Clinton lied to a grand jury. That is a crime. The article of impeachment that passed the House accused Bill Clinton of lying to a grand jury, a crime and something that obstructs the ability of the courts to get to the truth. This is not what is happening here. Big difference.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time.
Gentleman reclaims his time.
It is interesting, though. We're here because of fraud, not by the president, but from within the Department of Justice. And I realize people on the other side of the aisle have been so busy trying to find some kind of charge, criminal charge to bring against the president, none of which worked, that they may not have been aware of the most recent Horowitz report. But it is clear now, that the whole investigation that has brought us here with crime after crime being alleged and then having to be dropped was a fraudulent effort before the FISA court to have a surveillance warrant done against Carter Page. They lied initially, said that he was a Russian agent when actually he had been used by the CIA as a spy against Russia. And so they lied, it was fraudulent, and there hopefully will be people that will answer for their crimes and their fraud in the Department of Justice in the days to come, and it sounds like that should be the case. And there was fraud all the way through, but for 3 years we had been hearing about the crimes of the candidate Trump and then the crimes of President Trump, and we come now today based on the initial fraud that got this whole impeachment stuff started, and no one on the other side is willing to acknowledge the fraud that brought us here, nor the fact that so many people here have been screaming about the president's crimes, and we're even hearing today, like we just did, oh yes, there were crimes. Well, then why aren't they in this impeachment document? It's because they don't exist. They've been disproven over and over and over again, and that's why the gentleman's amendment is so well taken. You don't want to go down this ground. I think it's a bad idea when it was proposed before. High crimes and misdemeanors, if it's not treason, right? Even misdemeanors are crimes. And so we've had to drop the fraud of all the crimes being alleged, people saying in here and in the public, gee, we're going to get the president because he colluded with Russia. How terrible was that? Well, that's all been disproved and dropped. So now we were left with bribery and extortion, and now those had to be dropped because there were no crimes. And I appreciate the gentleman bringing up crimes, but those are not alleged here. And so let me just say, this is a day that will live in infamy for the Judiciary Committee. The days of exemplary chairs like Daniel Webster when he stood for principle, those are going to be gone because this became a tool of the majority to try to use taxpayer funds to defeat a president. And by the way, the Ken Starr report, 36 boxes, he came in and testified. We were kept out of hearing the witnesses. There were, in the Watergate, these witnesses testified on television. It was public. It was not a star chamber like the Schiff chamber became. And I would like to yield back the remainder of my time to my friend, Mr. Jordan.
Well, I would just say, when did it happen? Everything Mr. Swalwell just said, if it all happened, why isn't it in the resolution? Democrats say there's some scheme to have an announcement made by President Zelensky to get a phone call with the president, to get a meeting with the president, and to get the aid released. When did the announcement happen? They got the call on July 25th. They got the meeting on September 25th. They got the money on September 11th. There was never an announcement from the Ukrainians to do an investigation. So you can keep saying all this stuff and all the points that this happened. Didn't happen. Not the facts. Those are not the facts. And we know why the aid ultimately got released, because we learned that this guy, this new president, was actually the transformer, the real deal, was actually going to deal with the corruption issue in his country. That's what happened. You can make up all the things you want, but those are not the facts.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Jeffrey, for what purpose does Mr. Jeffrey seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized.
Let's actually go through the facts. We're here today because the president abused his power. We're here today because he solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election. He had welcomed foreign interference as it relates to Russia. He solicited foreign interference on the White House lawn with China, and he did it with Ukraine. He's a serial solicitor. Let's go through the facts. Congress allocated $391 million in military aid on a bipartisan basis to Ukraine, currently at war with Russian-backed separatists in the east. Ukraine's a friend, Russia's a foe. Ukraine's a democracy, Russia's a dictatorship. The United States is probably the only thing standing between Vladimir Putin and Ukraine being completely overrun as part of Putin's fantasy to reconstruct the Soviet Union, which would be adverse to the national security interests of the United States. And every single fact witnessed before this Congress said so. You can't even dispute that. So we allocated aid on a bipartisan basis. But then the aid was withheld. So the American people deserve to figure out why. In February, there was a letter sent by the Trump administration saying, okay, the aid is on the way. But it never arrived. In April, he had a phone call, the president, with Zelensky. The word corruption was not mentioned once. And then, in May, the Department of Defense wrote to this Congress and said, all necessary preconditions for the receipt of the aid have been met by the new Ukrainian government, including the implementation of anti-corruption protocols. We have that letter. It was sent to you and it was sent to us. Then in July, on the 18th, at an Office of Management and Budget meeting, the aid was officially frozen at the direction of the president. Twice during the summer, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican majority leader, publicly stated he called the Trump administration, what happened to the aid? Mitch McConnell couldn't get a good answer because there was no good answer. Then on July 25th, there's another call between President Trump and President Zelensky. The word corruption is not mentioned once. But here's what was said. Zelensky talks about defense. And the immediate response is, do us a favor, though. And President Trump says, I need you to look into some things, not related to procurement of defense arms, but related to a wild conspiracy theory connected to the 2016 campaign, and also says, I want you to look into Joe Biden. And then what's interesting, since you think it was such a perfect call, he mentions Rudolph Giuliani. I'm looking at the transcript right now. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Why on an official call would the president mention Rudolph Giuliani? He's not an ambassador. He's not the Secretary of State. He's not a member of the diplomatic corps. He's President Trump's political enforcer. And then what happens? You said you want to talk about the facts. In August, Giuliani travels to Madrid and meets with the Ukrainian government as a follow-up to Trump saying to Ukraine, go meet with Giuliani. And then a statement is drafted about this phony investigation and sent to the Ukrainians. But what happens? In August, the whistleblower complaint is filed. Then on September 9th, the whistleblower complaint is made public to Congress. 2 days later, on September 11th, all of a sudden, the aid is released. Why was the aid released? Because the president was caught red-handed, trying to pressure a foreign government to target an American citizen. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There were 5 meetings that we have detailed that show why the aid was released. There was a belief on the administration previously that Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries in the world, that they had not engaged in sufficient reforms. And after a number of events with the vice president, with a bipartisan Senate delegation, there was a resolution of that aid. But this debate just lacks a certain sincerity. I heard earlier my friend from California, Mr. Swalwell, say, list out all these crimes. And so if I'm watching at home, I'm thinking, well, where are they in the impeachment? That is just a Democrat drive-by, to go and list crimes that you don't allege and that you don't have evidence for. If there is ever a microcosm of how to consume this day and the importance of it with the American people, it's that they're naming crimes in debate that they don't even have in their impeachment resolution because they can't prove them, because there are no underlying facts. And then I hear my friend from New York, Mr. Jeffries, bring up Russia. Russia, the residue of impeachment theories passed and failed. How is debating about, how are we even here, debating about military aid, javelins, that President Trump delivered, that President Obama withheld? I hear them, crying these alligator tears, clutching their pearls over this notion that, Trump didn't give this aid, we got to go impeach him for it. Where was all this concern about how to make the Ukraine great again when Obama was president? You want to know our substantive defense? It's 4 things. They've never changed. I think Mr. Jordan dreams of them in his sleep. Both President Trump and President Zelensky said there was no pressure. We saw the call transcript, and there's no conditionality. There was never awareness on the part of the Ukraine that there was a delay in aid, and the Ukraine got the aid without opening the investigation that seems to be so troubling to Democrats. Everything you're going to hear them say today can be pretty much categorized into 3 areas. First, it's either stuff people presumed and had no direct evidence of, kind of their water cooler theory of the case. Second, it's hearsay. Somebody told somebody else that created some concern about the president's conduct. Or it is reflective of a sincere policy disagreement about how to make the Ukraine great again. I mean, I heard all these folks come by that are part of the diplomatic corps, and they sure seem to believe that we ought to do everything for the Ukraine, but if the president disagrees with that, it is not impeachable conduct. Essentially, they're alleging a shakedown. But I think most Americans know that you cannot have a shakedown if the person allegedly being shook down doesn't even know about the shakedown. You have President Zelensky himself saying, I felt no pressure. And then, talk about bad timing. We got this Time article that comes out on the 10th of December, just a few days ago, because their theory of the case is, well, even if Zelensky didn't know there was pressure, there's this other guy, Yermak. And Yermak knew from Gordon Sondland that there was pressure, but the same day that they introduced their articles of impeachment, Yermak gives this interview with Time magazine, and he says, and I quote, Gordon and I were never alone together. We bumped into each other in the hallway next to the escalator as I was walking out. And I remember everything. It's fine with my memory. We talked about how well the meeting went. That is all we talked about. So here they are, with no crime, with no victim, with no witnesses, with no knowledge of any shakedown, and yet they proceed. To accept the Democrats' theory of the case, you got to believe that the Ukrainians are lying to us. You got to believe when they say there's no conditionality, no pressure, nothing wrong, that they're so weak and they're so dependent on the United States that we can't believe a word they say. Well, again, where were you during the Obama administration when this weak ally didn't get javelins that were then withheld? I support the Jordan Amendment because this Article 1, this abuse of power that they allege in the impeachment theory, is a total joke. They have to say abuse of power because they don't have evidence for obstruction. They have to say abuse of power because they have no evidence for bribery or treason. They have to say abuse of power because all those specific crimes that the gentleman from California named cannot be supported by the evidence. This is sort of the Rorschach ink blot test theory of impeachment, so that the country can stare at the ink blot and everybody can see what I guess they want to see. This notion of abuse of power is the lowest of low-energy impeachment theories. Heck, I don't know any political party that doesn't think when the other side's in the White House that they abuse power, they do too much. I got a lot of constituents that think Barack Obama abused his power, but you know what? We didn't do this to the country. We didn't put him through this nonsense and this impeachment. You all set the standard. We didn't set it. You said this would have to be bipartisan, compelling, and overwhelming. It ain't that. And this looks pretty bad. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response...
Strike the last word?
Yes, move to strike the last word. Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized.
In response to my colleague from Florida, you cannot argue things both ways. You cannot say that the president was so concerned about Ukraine that he released aid, which is true. He released aid in 2017, he released aid in 2018, and then suddenly he became concerned in 2019, right after Vice President Biden announced that he was going to run. So if your argument is that he was so concerned about Ukraine that he released aid in 2017 and 2018, then why in 2019, after the Department of Defense cleared Ukraine on charges of corruption, why then did he decide he was so concerned about corruption that he was not going to release aid?
Because
that makes, I'm sorry, I'm not yielding. I am not yielding. I am not yielding.
They got a new president, that's why.
Gentlelady has the time. The committee will be in order and people will not interrupt.
They got a new president who was...
not proper here.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlelady
Chairman.
will continue.
They got a new president who was known to be an anti-corruption fighter. So that argument has no weight whatsoever. Now, if you want to argue that the president was so concerned about corruption at that particular moment, you have to look at the whole record of U.S. policy and our agreement that the Department of Defense would look under certain conditions before they release military aid to determine whether or not a country had satisfied those requirements around corruption, and the Department of Defense released that report. Nowhere between the time that Donald Trump withheld aid and the time that he released that aid was there an additional assessment required or done. In fact, the Department of Defense decided they didn't need to do another assessment because they had already done the assessment. So at the end of the day, I have only two questions for my colleagues on the other side. And these are the two questions. Forget about President Trump. Forget about President Trump. Will any one of my colleagues on the other side say that it is an abuse of power to condition aid on official acts? Well, forget about President Trump.
We do it.
Forget about President Trump. Is any one of my colleagues willing to say that it is ever okay for a president of the United States of America to invite foreign interference in our elections? Not a single one of you has said that so far.
I'll say.
I yield to my colleague from Texas.
Will the gentlelady yield so we can answer the question?
Thank you.
I'll be glad to answer
You
the
want to answer
question.
Paul.
She asked
I
a
want to
question,
break
we're
this
glad to
down.
answer it.
Gentlelady has the time, and the members...
she asked us a question.
The members here know perfectly well it is out of order to interrupt members who have the time. Gentlelady
Unless they ask you a question.
Gentlelady has yielded to whom?
She asked us a question.
Gentlelady yielded to whom? Ms. Escobar now has the time yielded by
Thank you,
Ms.
Chairman.
Jayapal.
And that was a little of this morning's hearing on the articles of impeachment. 202 is the area code, 748-8921 for Republicans, 748-8920 for Democrats, and all others, 202-748-8922. We want to hear your voices unfiltered and unscreened. The committee has not come back from voting and from potential lunch break. And when they do, of course, we will be live with them. In the meantime, we want to get your reaction to this morning's process and to this entire process over the last couple of weeks. Stephen in Fort Worth, Texas, Democrat, you are on. Hi.
Yes, how you doing? I have a lot of opinions, but obviously we wouldn't have the time for all that. I just think that there's a lot of squabbling between the two. I don't think that anyone's really going, well, I don't think the Republicans, I hate to say it that way, but I don't think they're really going for anything about the law to that state. I think that they're really just going towards their party and trying to defend their party, maybe because they don't want to give the Democrats more power. I don't know what the situation is, but it's like they keep deflecting to different subjects outside of what this impeachment is about, and that's my only concern. So the people in America, the citizens, are really concerned about what the big deal is on if it's about the law or is it about your parties at the end of the day. And I think that's my opinion.
Stephen, do you think that deflection, as you call it, has been effective?
I don't think it has, not at least not for the Republicans. I do think that it's been effective for the Democrats. I think that's how there's been so much talk about it in the news, and I think that that's how so many people have gone from being in support of Trump to being in support of what the Democrats are doing.
Thank you, sir. Curtis is calling in from Brigham City, Utah on our Republican line. And Curtis, we're listening to you.
Yeah, hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, I've been watching this today and for the last 3 years, and I've heard over and over again that contempt of Congress is nowhere close to high crimes and misdemeanors unless they go to court and win. And where they didn't want to waste time and go to court, I mean, that's their fault. That contempt of Congress needs to go away. And what's wrong with the president saying, look into, Biden's deal? He never said anything about being part of the 2020 elections, that he's trying to hurt him or anything like that. He's just trying to find out for the United States. President Trump is.
And
so all this is
go ahead,
back and forth. It's just back and forth. The Democrats, are just, if they say it enough times, the American public are going to think it.
All right,
But
just to clarify, you said contempt of Congress. The actual article of impeachment is entitled obstruction of Congress. Victoria is next from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Broken Arrow, Colorado on our other line. Hi, Victoria.
Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
That's what I thought. You know what? That's what I thought.
I'm a deplorable, I guess, because I voted for Trump.
All right, go ahead.
All right. I just want to just make the point. I'm a registered Republican, but I'm not with them. Their platform agrees with my opinions on so many things. The Democrats don't. But I just would like to say to everybody, stop and think what this is really about, and it's about power. We're so corrupt in this country now. I don't know how we're going to turn things around, but bottom line on this thing happening right now is you don't have exact evidence. They did do this the wrong way. They don't want to admit it. I don't want to be a partisan person. There's evil on both sides. And until we get back to God, I don't know what's going to happen in this country. We refuse to do things God's way, and that's him. And our founding fathers understood that. Benjamin Franklin, when he said, you have a republic if you can keep it. They don't teach this in schools anymore. I'm 69 years old, and I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's called a reprobate mind because we've turned our backs on God. But Benjamin Franklin said, if we think that we can run this country without God, we depend on God, for everything. If we think we can do this ourselves without his blessing,
All right,
you cannot
that's
get
Victoria in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Danelle is in Tampa, Democrat. Hi, Danelle.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. And first off, if I had a head, I'd take it off to you for not laughing at most of the calls you've been getting. Congratulations for your professional behavior. I've been listening to this and watching this for a long time now, ever since before Trump began to officially run, and noticed his behaviors, noticed his personality. Never has he actually been suited for this job, and I think that a lot of us know this now. But what concerns me is that last week I heard a gentleman from Oregon say something about Trump being dethroned. Wrong word. It's not a king. He's not royalty. It's a presidency. And then the gentleman just now from Utah also said something that disturbed me, but I'm afraid that what's happening is that we're forgetting what the elementary things we learned in civics class in school. The Constitution is not a suggestion as Trump believes, and the people on the Republican side, I'm concerned that they're completely ignoring it as well in order to keep this guy in office for some reason. But one suggestion has been made, and I hope they follow through with it, which is to not take it to the Senate just yet. Just keep digging, because if you keep giving this man enough rope, eventually you'll have enough things to actually get him out of the office. And the Republicans in the Senate will not be able to avoid it.
That's Danelle in Tampa, Florida, and this is Jason in Milwaukee, Republican. Hi, Jason.
Hello, how's it going?
How are you?
I'd like to state an opinion. It's an obvious opinion. Democrats don't pick up on it. We're being sidetracked. American people are being sidetracked. There's other people in Congress who have shady business dealings, actually.
Hey, Jason, can you do us a favor? Stand in one place and speak clearly in your cell phone, because you're going in and out. We want to hear what you have to say.
It's obvious that this whole impeachment by the Democrats is basically to throw off Americans and hide the shady business dealings of the Democrats over the past years since the Clintons. A lot of them have ties to Ukraine, Russia, things like that. Their children, Pelosi. It's obvious the people who have the biggest shady business deals with foreign entities, why they're in Congress, because they're trying the hardest to impeach Trump. They could have tried for this impeachment years ago, obstruction to Congress and whatever it may be. But once he talked to Ukraine specifically, now it's, oh my God, impeach him, because half of these people in Congress have small businesses and they're doing business with foreign entities, like Pelosi Jr. He just got caught doing shady business deals. And Vice President, his son just
Jason,
got
what do you
caught.
think as a Republican? What do you think about the Democrats coming to your city for the convention this summer?
I feel this is a Democrat-owned city. It's hard to be a Republican or a conservative. I'm conservative. I'm not Democrat or Republican. It's obvious the Democrats have a lot of big donors and it's a long way. So
I apologize. We weren't able to catch a lot of that, and I apologize. We're going to move on to Richard in Windsor, New York, independent line.
Well, I thank you for taking my call. I'd like to make one point and then a comment. The point being, whether or not this House investigation and conclusions are valid, the refusal to honor a lawful subpoena and to appear and then coercing others to follow suit is in itself a clear violation of the grounding tenets of the Constitution. This disrespect for the principles set forth by the Founding Fathers is unconscionable. And secondly, I'd like to comment about a Cuban gentleman commenting on the White House under President Nixon. He said, if it smells like, if it sounds like, and it looks like a whorehouse, then it's a good bet you're in a whorehouse.
Green is calling in from Madison, Illinois, Democrat. Hi, Green.
How you doing? It's just an honor to listen to CNN and everything, and
or
listen
C-SPAN.
to C-SPAN, I'm sorry, and listen to the Americans across the country. The point is, did the president do anything that's impeachable? And to stand up on the lawn and to invite foreign powers into our democratic process openly. He did it openly. And the only thing I'm disappointed about is Democrats not holding the standard of the Constitution in front of Republicans and asking them, is that what we're here for? You could talk about Biden, you could talk about Obama, you could talk about George Washington and Benjamin Franklin. The thing is, in my mind, did Trump violate the Constitution in any shape, form, or fashion? And he did when he invited foreign policy into our system. And then, you don't have to prove anything else. That's what he did, point blank, on the lawn, and he 3 times. So
all right, that's
what we
Green in Madison, Illinois. I want to show you now just an earlier exchange between Representatives Hank Johnson, Democrat of Georgia, and Matt Gaetz, Republican of Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes the reference to Joe Biden as the center of the proposed investigation and replaces it with the true topic of the investigation, Burisma and Hunter Biden. An essential element of the Democrats' case on abuse of power is that the Bidens did nothing wrong. It can only be an abuse of power and not a correct use of power if the president was pursuing something under which there was no reasonable basis to ask a question about Hunter Biden and Burisma. Hunter Biden and Burisma, well, that's an interesting story. And I think just about every American knows there's something up with that. $86,000 a month, no experience, working for some foreign government while your dad's the vice president of the United States. Is there anyone who believes this is okay? I know we got a few of my Democrat colleagues maybe run for president or might run for president one day. Would you let your vice president have their son or daughter or family member out moonlighting for some foreign company? Maybe I'll use language familiar to the former vice president. Come on, man. This looks dirty as it is. Hunter Biden was making more than 5 times more than a board member for ExxonMobil. I've heard of that company. And so I went to read up on Hunter Biden, learn a little more about him, and I found this very extensive profile in The New Yorker. And here's what it says. Hunter said that at that point, he had not slept for several days. Driving east on Interstate 10 just beyond Palm Springs, he lost control of his car, which jumped the median and skidded to a stop on the shoulder of the westbound side. He called Hertz, which came to collect the damaged car and gave him a second rental. The Hertz rental officer told me he found a crack pipe in the car and on one of the consoles a line of white powder residue. Beau Biden's Attorney General badge was on the dashboard. Hertz called the Prescott Police Department and officers filed a narcotics offense report listing items seized in the car, including a plastic bag containing white powdery substance, a Secret Service business card, credit cards, and Hunter Biden's driver's license. That is what we would call evidence. And I don't want to make light of anybody's substance abuse issues. I know the president's working real hard to solve those throughout the country, but it's a little hard to believe that Burisma hired Hunter Biden to resolve their international disputes when he could not resolve his own dispute with Hertz rental car over leaving cocaine and a crack pipe in the car. It continues. Hunter stayed in Los Angeles for about a week. He said that he needed to get away and forget sooner after his arrival in L.A. He said he asked a homeless man in Pershing Square where he could buy crack. Hunter said that the man took him to a nearby homeless encampment where a narrow passageway between tents, someone put a gun to his head before realizing that he was the buyer. He returned to buy more crack a few times that week. Again, not saying, not casting any judgment on any challenges someone goes through in their personal life, but it is just hard to believe that this was the guy wandering through homeless encampments buying crack that was worth $86,000 a month to Burisma Holding. And that might be one of the reasons why when ABC asked Hunter Biden, hey, you think you would have gotten this job in the absence of your dad being the vice president? Well, he said, probably not. And then I looked to the record evidence, and I looked at the testimony of Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent was one of the witnesses they called on the first day. He said Burisma was so dirty that our own embassy had to pull out of a joint sponsorship with them. When Ambassador Yovanovitch was being prepped for her Senate confirmation, The Obama administration was so worried about the corruption around Burisma and Hunter Biden that they held special prep moments to try to get ready for the inevitable questions about this obvious corruption that the president asked about. Mr. Kent, again, one of their witnesses from the first day, also gave testimony that that the head of Burisma had stolen $23 million in the U.S. and the U.K., and that he paid a bribe to get off the hook. So again, it's not as if Burisma is pulling out new plays. Their playbook is to do dirty stuff and then go and pay bribes and hire the people necessary to make those problems go away. This is why the minority hearing issue is so important, by the way. You wonder why Republicans are so angry that we didn't have a hearing to put on our own witnesses and own evidence. And you may wonder why, well, if they feel so good about their case, why did they block our ability to put in evidence? It's because we have the ability to show that Burisma is corrupt. We have the ability to show that Hunter Biden is corrupt. And that totally exculpates the president. Because there is no way in the United States of America that honestly pursuing actual corruption is an impeachable offense. That's why I offer the amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to vote for it.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I would say that the pot calling the kettle black is not something that we should do. I don't know what members, if any, have had any problems with substance abuse, been busted in DUI. I don't know. But if I did, I wouldn't raise it against anyone on this committee. I don't think it's proper.
And Mr. Johnson was referring to a DUI that Matt Gaetz received in 2008, I believe it was. Back to your calls before the House Judiciary Committee reconvenes. Kelly, Milton, Florida, Republican.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I keep hearing, this whole thing, abuse of power. Trump is abusing, power. And the only abuse of power that I've seen is from our Democratic congressmen. I mean, from the time that our president was elected in 2016, they have been working on this plan to impeach him and remove him from office. The American people voted him in because he's not a politician. He doesn't speak like a politician. He's not a career politician who's been making millions off of, the American people. He is a true American who stood up and saw that this country needed him, and he has stepped up. And when he said that he was going to drain the swamp, that's what he meant. And Nancy Pelosi and all these career politicians who've been sitting there for 30-something years are scared, and they're desperate. And it's playing all out in front of the American people on a daily basis.
That's Kelly, and this is Derek in Pleasant Valley, New York, on our independent line. Go ahead, Derek.
Hi. First, want to preface that I don't find myself necessarily aligned with the Democratic or Republican Party because of the growth in extreme sides that are taken in controversial issues. But pertaining to this, what is going on today, it's really sad to see Republicans having elected somebody who's known for spreading mistruth and for being a bully and for, quite honestly, taking money from American people, unlike the caller previously who had stated. I know people personally who said they've done things for Trump down in New York City and they did not get paid. I don't believe that Donald Trump is somebody that should have ever been in this position. I don't believe that politicians are perfect, but putting a businessman in the position of the President of the United States is not the right answer.
But is that an impeachable offense?
Being a businessman is not, but the numerous things that the president has done has shown that he is not somebody who's fit for office, and he should be impeached based on the clearly biased investigation into Joe Biden. A year before the election that wasn't important beforehand.
All right. Derek in New York, thank you. Patrick in Norwood, Massachusetts. Democrats line. Hi, Patrick.
Hello. Hey, I want to make the point that Republicans are hanging their hat on Donald Trump being so concerned with corruption that he just couldn't let this money go to Ukraine. But like 3 days ago, he paid this massive $2 million fine for running a fake charity that he basically used as a slush fund to pay off like lawsuits and buy artwork. And I think he paid his kids' Boy Scouts dues through it. And as part of that settlement, he actually admits to fault where he admits that he ran it as a corrupt institution. And you can also point the same thing to Trump University. And both of those settlements came out after the election. They're not relitigating the election or anything like that. They're new information that we've had since the guy was elected that he was.
But Patrick, those are not part of HRes 755, the articles of impeachment.
No, but they go to his general corruptness and unfitness for office. And so if he's trying to say, hey, I'm worried about corruption, you can say, well, look at the corruption in the way that you ran your business. You got elected as a businessman, and now we're finding out it was corrupt. Then those should be an article of impeachment. Maybe they came out after the elections. They haven't been litigated in front of the American people, and maybe it's up to Congress to do it for us because
That's
we don't have the
Patrick
opportunity
in Norwood,
again.
Massachusetts. Up next is Jamie on our independent line, Hastings on Hudson, I believe it is, in New York.
Yes, it is, sir. Thanks for taking my call.
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to make sort of a broader comment since you get plenty of people talking about this particular hearing. I just want to ask my fellow Americans to pay attention when these politicians on both sides bring up the Constitution, rights, and all that, because especially with the IG hearing yesterday talking about spying on Trump, they're spying on all of us. They just renewed the Patriot Act. It's unconstitutional in every form, specifically the First and Fourth. So it's rather hypocritical for all of them to be talking about this in the first place when every day they're not doing something to stem it. So it's, I do think Trump has done some things wrong, but at the same time for them to sit there and quote from, to talk about the Constitution when they themselves breach it on a regular basis, it's just, it's hilarious in its own right.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. We appreciate that. And up next is Justin in Moncks Corner, South Carolina, on our Republican line. Justin, go ahead.
Hi. I am a millennial, so I particularly find this issue very concerning because in reality, we've got much bigger issues to be concerned about. I mean, they want to complain about how Trump has wants to investigate Joe Biden, when in reality, we have Obama, who also wanted to investigate Trump back in the 2016 election. My bigger concerns is my future, and my future is looking at the fact that we have Social Security waiting to blow up and is actually causing a financial incentive issue to start creating literally basically just killing off anyone who is wanting to retire in order to keep the money in the government so that way Social Security can get its funds back. That's my concerns. So we need to get the financial budget balanced, get our finances in order, get the deficit taken care of, because over 1/3 of the public deficit is just in the health care and Social Security alone.
All right, Justin, thanks for calling in. Next up is Lee in West Columbia, Texas. Hi, Lee.
Hey, I just wanted to thank you for taking my call. And I just had this one opinion that's been so yeah, I was just going to say that Epstein didn't kill himself. And I just think it's BS.
All right, David's in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Democrat. David, what have you thought about the debate today and the process over the last couple of weeks?
Yes, hi. I'll keep it brief because I have so much to talk about. First off, the person that said we elected Donald Trump because he's not a politician to shake things up. If I'm sick, I'm not going to go see a carpenter about it because he's not like other doctors, and I want to shake things up. Second off, Republicans want to talk about the millions of dollars that go into this investigation, then they're going to keel over when they find out about the millions of dollars of taxpayer money that Trump used to ferry his butt to and from his own resorts. George Orwell said the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was the final, most essential command. That is what Donald Trump is telling these House Republicans, and that's exactly what these House Republicans are telling the American people.
All right, thank you, David, in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Here's a little bit more of this morning's debate.
Yields back, Mr. Sensen. For what purposes, Mr. Sensenbrenner?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my mind is boggled by the gentleman from Georgia saying that all bribery was okay until 1787 when the Constitution was adopted, and 2 years later when Congress passed the first criminal code. First of all, there's a common law definition of bribery. I think people long before 1787 realized that bribery was no good, but we also had criminal codes in each of the 13 independent states, colonies, before the Declaration of Independence.
Will the gentleman answer my question?
No, I didn't interrupt you.
The gentleman has the time.
Okay. The second thing is that if you on the other side of the aisle believe that Joe Biden is a man who tells the truth, you ought to support this amendment. Because Joe Biden, ever since Hunter's involvement with Burisma, has been repeatedly asked whether he made any arrangements to get Hunter this really cushy job. And he said no, or my son's business involvements are my son's and not involved in that. So you put Joe Biden's name in your articles of impeachment when the real malefactor is Hunter Biden. Hunter's not running for anything, and if the real malefactor really is Hunter Biden, I guess your claim that the president was trying to influence the 2020 election would go out the window. But if you think that Joe Biden is a man who tells the truth, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because I think he deserves it, then let's get rid of Joe Biden in this article of impeachment, substitute his son's name in there, and proceed. I challenge you, because every one of you that will vote no on this amendment is going to be saying, I think that Joe Biden's a liar. If you don't think that Joe Biden is a liar, vote yes. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, it's important to analyze the burden of proof here. It's the Democrats who are saying any question about the Biden situation, Burisma, it could only be an abuse of power. And I think this amendment really reflects how the president was using his power perfectly, entirely appropriately. And it also shows how scared they are of the facts. If we had the opportunity to call in those who were engaged in work with the Ukrainian embassy, folks like Alexander Chalupa, if we were able to bring forward Hunter Biden, if we were able to demonstrate the bias of the whistleblower, the American people would see we are not in this debate and in this discussion because the president did anything wrong or impeachable or criminal. We're here fundamentally because they cannot accept the fact that he won the 2016 election. And I think all Americans know the president has a different approach. But to accept their standard would mean that if someone announces that they're running for office, it's kind of like an instant immunity deal for anything that they would ever do. I mean, are they really saying that if Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Burisma were engaged in some corrupt act, that just because Joe Biden announced for the presidency, that somehow ought to absolve him of that criminal activity? It's a ludicrous position. Maybe it's informed by the fact that y'all got a little lucky on the Hillary Clinton stuff. You know, she thought that because she was in a presidential election that her crimes didn't have to be held to account. And in a way, that turned out to be the case. But you know what? It shouldn't be the standard in the United States of America, and I'm glad that we have a president who is at times skeptical of foreign aid, who does put America first, who understands that in corrupt places, the resources we provide don't always make it to an area of need. But we conclude with this. Once the meetings happened that demonstrated that President Zelensky was a true reformer, that he wasn't corrupt, that he was honest from the point of his campaign all the way up until the point when he said there was no pressure put on him or his government for this aid. If you accept that proposition, it's very clear the president was entirely appropriate in those questions. And I got to say, in debate on the last amendment, now we have reached the point in time where President Trump isn't the only president being attacked in this hearing. I heard the gentleman from Tennessee go after Zelensky as, well, an actor, a politician. And they presume he's a liar when he says there was nothing wrong. You know what? They can't make the case against the president.
My name was called.
They're attacking Zelensky, and it just shows the absurdity of the
Gentleman's
endeavor.
time has expired. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition?
I was asking if I could respond as my name was, as I was called.
No. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition?
I rise to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman. This is about distraction, distraction, distraction. Our good friends spent 3 hours saying President did not target the Bidens. Now they're saying that he did. So which is it? Now I'm holding the classified, unclassified conversation, and let me just clarify a certain point. And that point is that I did read the transcript, and it did say us. But there is nothing in the president's notes that even suggested that the question that he asked was for the American people. In testimony by Mr. Goldman, who obviously went through every aspect of this, I asked a question about whether or not the president said anything from the notes that are given, the briefing that is given by those representatives of the United States government, the staff of the National Security Council, the State Department, the Defense Department, on corruption. He didn't speak anything about corruption that he was briefed on. And if you go through the call, he continues to mention the Bidens. And so this, again, is about Ukraine. The president did ask Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, a vulnerable leader of a country that is fledgling and trying to survive. Now, let me say that I intend to introduce into the record an article that indicated very clearly that people did die. Trump froze military aid as Ukrainian soldiers perished in battle. LA Times. I ask unanimous consent to submit that into the record. But the facts are, the facts are President Trump provided $510 million in aid in 2017 and $359 million in 2018. But he wanted to stop in 2019, the year or months before the 2020 election. In addition, President Trump's advisors confirmed that President Trump's investigations, the 2016 election interference and the Bidens, were not U.S. policy. And as well, they have debunked any association that there was anything to the impropriety of the former vice president and his service as it related to Ukraine. I think it is also important the Department of Defense and State Department have confirmed that Ukraine had met all anti-corruption benchmarks and the aid should be released. That's the policy of the United States of America. There was no need for this president to, in essence, try to make up his own policy. In his own statement of administrative policies, and I ask unanimous consent to have those in the record, this is from the White House. Nothing in this said to discuss corruption. Why? Because Ukraine had already met the standards of independent executive agencies, that they had met that standard of corruption. Their money should have been released. And we well know, as the process of the whistleblower and the timing, that President Zelensky, desperate for money, people dying in the field, was asked to do a CNN announcement, and he was going to be on one of CNN's well-known shows dealing with international politics. But it was stopped in its tracks, as testified by witnesses under oath, because of the whistleblower statement. Let me be very clear. There is some representation of crime, crime, crime. First of all, our scholars indicated that these are impeachable offenses. The conduct of the president is impeachable, and there's enough evidence to show. But as I indicated yesterday, this, my friends, is a legal document, the Constitution. It is a legal document. You can breach and violate the law of the Constitution. There are constitutional crimes. And the vastness of the impeachment process does include the excess of power by the President of the United States. Now, I knew Barbara Jordan, and my friends wanted to quote her. She also said, "The framers confided in the Congress the power, if need be, to remove a president in order to strike a delicate balance between a president swollen with power and grown tyrannical and preservation of the independence of the executive." You can violate the crimes of the Constitution. Abuse of power includes that. This amendment should be defeated.
And the portion of the debate from this morning that we were just showing you was a portion dedicated to Matt Gaetz's amendment to put the Bidens into the impeachment resolution. That amendment has not been voted on yet, and as you can see, some of the members of the Judiciary Committee are filtering back into the room, and they should be bringing that topic up when they come back in this afternoon, and we're going to watch the room as they get underway.
Committee will come to order. When we recessed, we were considering the amendment offered by Mr. Gates. We will continue that consideration now. And I now, for what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've heard continually from the other side this argument about obstruction of justice, obstruction of Congress, rather, I apologize. And I am baffled, and the more I think about it, the more I'm baffled. In Colorado, we have a different term for that. We call it a campaign promise. You see, when Congress has a 14% approval rating, it's somewhere between being as popular as shingles and an all-expense-paid trip to North Korea. We have a national deficit, a national debt of over $22 trillion. We have a deficit of over $1 trillion this year. We were sent here to obstruct this Congress. We were sent here to make sure that this power of the purse is actually exercised around this place. We were sent here to make sure that we didn't nationalize and ruin health care. We were sent here to secure the border and to do our very best to prohibit sanctuary cities in this country. We were sent here to stop this body from ignoring states' rights. Yesterday, we passed the NDAA bill. Somehow, someone slipped in a provision that every federal employee, every federal, not just Defense Department employees, but every federal employee will be given 3 months of paid family leave. Every federal employee. All those Americans sitting out there don't get that. It's exactly why we're here, to make sure that we hold Congress to a higher standard. And if you issue an article of impeachment for obstructing Congress, you're going to make this president more popular, not less popular. Congress is an embarrassment. And this president is holding his campaign promises, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, cutting taxes, cutting regulations, sustaining an amazing economy with low unemployment, job creation, bringing manufacturing jobs back, negotiating trade deals. I think that we should be talking about how we support this president, how we support this agenda, and not how we undermine the positive direction that we are going in this country. And with that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
No. Gentleman yielded back. For what purpose does Ms. Lesko seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Democrats' articles of impeachment claim that the president had corrupt purposes in pursuit of personal political benefit used to influence the 2020 United States presidential election. Well, they have absolutely no proof of that. Let's read the actual transcript of the phone call in question. And I want to remind you, for the people that read it, there's only one section in this entire transcript, and it's not till page 4 out of 5, that President Trump brings up Biden, which was well into the July 25th call. President Trump said to the Ukrainian president, and I quote, "The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me." To anyone who hasn't seen the video of Joe Biden bragging that he got a prosecutor fired, I recommend you watch it, It's very telling. Biden brags about how he got the Ukrainian prosecutor fired who had been investigating Burisma. Burisma, to remind you, is the corrupt Ukrainian company that hired Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, to serve on their board at the very same time that Vice President Biden was the point man to Ukraine. Joe Biden says he told Ukraine he wouldn't give them $1 billion if they didn't fire the prosecutor. He said, and I quote, "If the prosecutor is not fired, you're not getting the money." Put yourself in President Trump's shoes. He has seen or heard about the video of Joe Biden bragging about how he got the prosecutor fired. The same prosecutor that had been investigating the same corrupt company where Biden's son got a cushy spot on the board getting paid at least $50,000 a month at the same time that Joe Biden, while serving as vice president, was the point man to Ukraine. My Democratic colleagues seem convinced that the president was targeting Biden to influence the 2020 election. That is their main premise of these articles of impeachment. But it is just as likely, and I would say more likely, that President Trump wanted to get to the bottom of possible corruption with the Bidens, Burisma, and Ukraine. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. And I just want to say the central issue of this impeachment is the corruption of our institutions that safeguard democracy by this president. Those are two basic protections we have for our democracy: free and fair elections, and the president, in Article 1, is charged with trying to subvert the free and fair elections by extorting a foreign power into interfering in that elections to give him help in his campaign. We cannot tolerate a president subverting the fairness and integrity of our elections. The second major safeguard of our liberties, designed by the framers of the Constitution, is the separation of powers. That power is not united in one dictator, but is spread out through the executive, represented by the president, the Congress, and the judiciary. The second article of impeachment charges that the president sought and seeks to destroy the power of Congress. Congress may be unpopular, and maybe we should be reelected, or maybe we shouldn't be reelected. That's a question for the voters. But the institutional power of Congress to safeguard our liberties by providing a check and a balance on the executive is absolutely crucial to the constitutional scheme to protect our liberties. Central to that is the ability to investigate the actions of the executive branch, to see what's going on, and to hold the executive, the president, or people working for him accountable. The second article of impeachment says that the president sought to destroy that by categorically withholding all information from an impeachment inquiry. Now, that is different from contesting some subpoenas on the basis of privilege. Some may be contestable, some may not be, but a categorical withholding of information. We will prohibit anybody in the executive branch from complying with any congressional subpoena, no matter how justified. We will make sure that nobody in the executive branch gives any document to Congress with respect to this inquiry. It is a subversion of the congressional power to keep the executive in check. So whether you think Congress is behaving well or badly, whether it's popular or unpopular, if you want a dictator, then you subvert the ability of Congress to hold the executive in check. What is central here is, do we want a dictator? No matter how popular he may be, no matter how good or bad the results of his policies may be, no president is supposed to be a dictator in the United States. And When I hear colleagues of mine arguing that Congress is unpopular and therefore obstruction of Congress is a good thing, this shows terrible ignorance or lack of care for our institutions, for our democracy, for our form of government, for our liberties. I, for one, will protect our liberties, will do everything I can to protect our liberties, our democracy, our free and fair elections, and the separation of powers that says Congress and the President and the judiciary check each other, and nobody can be a dictator. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
And
Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Mr. Johnson. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would speak to the Gates Amendment, which is why we're here right now, but I wanted to address what you just said. I think that's a really beautiful argument. I think you should make it in court because that's what you're supposed to do under our system. If you want to make that argument, you're supposed to go to a federal court, the third branch of government, to resolve a dispute between the executive and the legislative. That's what's always happened before, but you guys won't do it. You could go make that argument, but you're not going to do it. You know why? Because you guaranteed your base you'd get an impeachment by December, by Christmas. This is ridiculous. It's a travesty of justice and all due process, and that's why we're so concerned. Now, I do love the Gates Amendment, and to reset the table, because we just had a break, it's a really good one. I think the people back home aren't able to follow it because they don't have all the handouts, but this is all he wants to do. So on page 3, at lines 10 through 11, it currently reads that President Trump suggested an investigation of, quote, a political opponent, former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr., unquote. So Mr. Gates' amendment's real simple. It's just 3 lines. He wants to replace that with, quote, a well-known corrupt company, Burisma, and its corrupt hiring of Hunter Biden, unquote. Now, that's such a logical amendment because it comports with the facts and everything we've been saying here that a lot of people back home are probably scratching their heads right now and saying, well, I wonder why the Democrats would oppose that. Well, here's why. A constituent sent me a note during our break for the vote series, and he said this, quote, let me get this straight. President Trump's phone call amounts to an abuse of power, but Vice President Biden's actions do not? Let's review what we know. I pulled those facts. Let me go through them here real quick. First, in Biden's case, he personally withheld U.S. aid until the prosecutor he wanted fired was actually fired. Biden received a personal benefit for his official act, namely the ability of his son to continue to collect money from a corrupt Ukrainian company. Hunter and Joe Biden had a direct financial stake in avoiding an investigation of Burisma that might lead to the company's demise. Then his gravy train would stop. Of course, this is just obvious. Everybody can see it. There was an article in the New York Times that was published in May 1st, 2019, stated the following about the Ukrainian prosecutor's ouster, quote, among those who had a stake in the outcome was Hunter Biden, Mr. Biden's younger son, who at the time was on the board of an energy company owned by a Ukrainian oligarch who had been in the sights of the fired prosecutor general, unquote. And of course, Joe Biden had a personal interest in avoiding a political scandal involving his son. Clearly, a requested informational investigation into Biden's dealings was justified as an informational investigation into an abuse of power by the previous administration. But of course, if President Trump's requested informational investigation was justified, then no impeachment charge against him is justified. It can't be an abuse of power by President Trump to inquire about an abuse of power that's so painfully obvious by Vice President Biden. In other words, any theory of impeachment on these facts has to collapse on itself, and it ends up exonerating President Donald J. Trump. That's the reason they won't accept the amendment, but it's why every single one of us who is looking at these facts objectively really has an obligation to do it. Now, I have a minute and a half left. Let me correct something else here was in a record. We have a lot of facts to correct, and we may be here a while doing that. My good friend and trusted friend, Ms. Loughran, said before the break at some point that the Ukrainians knew about the hold on the aid. But the fact is that senior Ukrainian government officials did not know about the delay in funding until August 28th. Ukrainian embassy officials who contacted State Department and DOD officials were reportedly acting rogue with the then Ukraine ambassador to the U.S. and working to withhold information from Kiev to undermine the new Zelensky administration, the swamp drainer, the guy who was going to clean up the corruption that President Trump affirmed later. Andrei Yermak has publicly confirmed that the president's close advisors, President Zelensky's close advisors, had no knowledge of the hold until it was made public by the Politico article on August 28th. Look, that is the fact. Like everything else they're trying to obscure here, You can't take your eye off the ball. I know this is hard to follow back home from conscientious constituents of ours and citizens who are trying to do their duty, trying to be informed and engaged as an electorate. It's hard to follow, but what you have to know is that both the process and the substance of these arguments is completely empty. It's vapid. That's why we're wasting our time here. I'm out of time, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For our purposes, Mr. Stanton seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There's been some discussion today as to what is the reason why we are here. It's been suggested by some that we are here because we disagree with the president and his policies. A few moments ago, we heard a list of some policies where there actually might be some disagreement with the president of the United States. You know, we do have some policy disagreements with the president of the United States. We do disagree strongly about separating children from the parents at the southern border. We do disagree strongly with this president in his attempt to eliminate pre-existing condition protections under the Affordable Care Act. We disagree strongly with this president about his decision to remove us from the International Climate Change Accord. But none of those are the reasons we are here today, voting today on articles of impeachment. We are only here today voting on these two articles of impeachment because this president has chosen to put his personal interest ahead of the national interest. We are only here today because this president chose to attempt to withhold public resources in order to gain an unfair advantage in an election. That is the reason why we are here. That's the only reason why we are here. We are here voting on these two articles, but we're also here for the very important principle. Is any person above the law? That's what each member has to think about as they make this important decision. Not trying to divert attention from the core facts or try to make this important vote today about something other than it is. That's what we need to focus on, and I hope we will for the rest of this hearing. And at this point, I will yield to the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Stanton. There is much reference, has been much reference made to the transcript, and I use air quotes because it's not an official transcript. I want to remind everyone that this was a document provided to us by the White House with ellipses in the document, and we don't know exactly what was stated because it is not an official document. Much has been made also about this idea of the use of do us a favor, as though the United States of America and foreign policy experts and State Department experts were clamoring to get information on Burisma or information on Hunter Biden or Joe Biden. We heard from Mr. Goldman last week, and I asked him specifically if his committees had investigated that claim, that there was some legitimate concern by the government about corruption regarding Burisma. And he said they thoroughly investigated it and found absolutely no evidence. Mr. Trump is welcome to be here. He was welcome to be here. He was welcome to participate, his lawyers, so that if he has any information that would exonerate him about this, he could present it at any time. He's not. Now let's compare that to the fact that he has prohibited witnesses from coming before our committee and other committees. He has prevented documents from seeing the light of day. He has intimidated witnesses. So let's remember that he is doing absolutely everything possible to hide his wrongdoing. If he could prove otherwise, he would. Now compare that with the information that was created through the investigations. Over 300 pages in a report, over 17 witnesses, over 200 text messages. That's just what was able to make light of day. That's just what we were able to discover because of patriots willing to come forward. So again, I would say if there's any evidence that the American government or our foreign policy advisors or experts or the diplomats that dealt with Ukraine believed that this was about us, then the president can show the evidence. Thank you, Mr. Stanton. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? Mr. Deutsch seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our colleague from Louisiana is exactly right. It gets confusing. It does. There's a lot that we've been talking about, which is why it's so important to always return to the facts. And I just wanted to set a couple of facts straight. We heard that we were somehow sent here, members of Congress are somehow sent here to defend the president or to defend the president's policies or to defend an overturning of the status quo. I didn't really understand the suggestion because the fact is, and I think everyone on the dais, everyone in our committee, everyone in America knows and needs to be reminded, we're sent here to defend the Constitution. And the Constitution provides 3 co-equal branches of government. And when the President of the United States chooses to refuse to engage with the co-equal branch of government that is this body, when the President, through his lawyer, makes clear that he will not respect the Constitution, will silence anyone who might have information to provide to Congress, will instruct them to not turn over a single document, that is the obstruction of Congress we're talking about. And the suggestion that it's somehow standard operating procedure in the United States of America for a president to defy Congress completely, and then for our friends on the other side to throw up their hands and say, every president does it. The way that we resolve these issues is to go to court. We have 3 co-equal branches of government. If one branch says they're going to completely obstruct the business of the second, then we just go to court. That's the way it works in our country. Again, it's important to remind people of the facts and the Constitution. That's not how it works. It doesn't work that way. It's never worked that way. Never in the entire history of our country have we had a president of the United States simply defy a co-equal branch altogether. There's no example. My friends on the other side of the aisle cannot point to a single example where a president has said, I will not cooperate with you in any part of your work, period. This is not a legitimate effort. You are not a co-equal branch of government. And then simply says, but you can go to court because that's how things always work. Again, it's just important to remember the facts are clear. No president has ever, ever, ever obstructed Congress in the manner that we've seen from President Trump.
Will the gentleman yield?
In a moment. And so as we go forward, and we might, I don't know how much longer we'll be here, it's always important to make sure that the facts are clear and that we don't muddy the waters by suggesting that something that is so unprecedented, that we've never seen before in the history of our country, is somehow just part and parcel of the way things work around here. They don't. We know it. My friends on the other side of the aisle know it. The American people know it. But Mr. Johnson's right. Sometimes it's important to remind them of it. I yield to my...
Will the gentleman yield for a question? Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. I just want to add a little constitutional postscript to underscore the very important point that Mr. Deutsch is making here. The Article 1 of the Constitution gives the House of Representatives the sole power of impeachment. It gives the Senate the sole power of trial. In a Supreme Court decision called United States versus Nixon, the Supreme Court emphasized that the rules and the procedures developed, including the evidentiary rules, are completely within the power of the House and the Senate, and it cannot be second-guessed by the courts. And in terms of general congressional oversight, the gentleman is perfectly correct. The Supreme Court has emphasized that the fact-finding, investigative power of Congress is essential to, integral to, and built into our legislative power. James Madison said that those who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. And where does Congress get the knowledge to legislate for the people? We get it through subpoenas, through the discovery process, and so on. No administration in history has ever attempted to do what this administration has done, which is to pull the curtain down over the executive branch and to deny us all of the investigative requests that we have. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
As do I. I do. I'm being,
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Move strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Look, we're going to be here a long time tonight, and don't let anybody worry. There's plenty of balls we can go to, so if anybody thinks that might be in our midst, don't worry about it. Keep asking, because if we have to fact check y'all all night, we will, because this is all that's been happening right now. Let's go back to the transcript. The transcript, every witness testified that the transcript was fine, that the transcript was accurate, the transcript reflected the call. Everyone who testified to that, they was able to make additions, they were able to make a process. Talk about ellipses. You want to talk about ellipses? Look at, they should have put the ellipses in the articles of impeachment. The wide gaps here of fact and logic are amazing in this. So, I mean, this is, let's go back to the facts. Let's get back to what we're saying. I do appreciate the fact that my friend from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, said that we're muddying the waters. The way that we've tried to get these facts out today, and what I've heard from my majority colleagues over the last 6 hours, if this was a muddying the waters, y'all are an EPA hazardous waste site at this point. This is muddying the waters because you don't have the facts to get to where you need to get to, and you just want to continue to say, well, it was. We just don't like him. Even the chairman. This is about an issue of when we go back that we're trying to get a dictator. I love how we throw these words in. We're trying to stop a dictator. We're trying to stop a dictator. That's not what you're trying to do. You're using inflammatory language because you want to make a better point, because right now your facts are failing. And you put 2 articles of impeachment that you really don't want to defend, because either you defend them passionately and you look sort of silly doing it, or you don't defend it and you look even worse for bringing them. So again, we can fact check this all night. We're here to do this. It is just amazing, though, that after 3.5 hours earlier, laying out everything that happened, looking at what went forward, these actually going forward are not what is happening here. So again, let's get it one thing clearly. For those who may have tuned back in after lunch, maybe after nap, the transcripts were accurate. You know how I know that? Because everybody testified that they were. Even Fiona Hill said the ellipses didn't mean, that was not even an issue for them. The transcript was accurate. So let's quit perpetrating that discussion point out there, that talking point. Let's mark off our list. Let's discuss the fact of us is accuracy. It's actually called reading. You read the transcript as it is put in. It said us, not me. These are the kind of things that are simple as we go forward. With that, I yield to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. I just wanted to go back to something the gentlelady from Texas mentioned a few minutes ago. She questioned whether the transcript was complete. Remember what Colonel Vindman testified to. He said it was complete and accurate. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman said that in his deposition, in the testimony in the hearing, complete and accurate transcript. So to suggest that it's not is just not consistent with the testimony we received from your witnesses. Remember, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's the same guy who wouldn't tell us all the folks he talked to about the call. Wouldn't tell us. He said he shared the call with 5 people, but would only tell us 4 of those individuals. But that's the guy who told us that the transcript was complete and accurate. I yield back to the ranking member.
I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much. I just want to respond to my colleague over here, Mr. Raskin. He was a constitutional law professor. I was a constitutional law litigator for 20 years. We could debate this all day long, but you just misstated U.S. v. Nixon, okay? And I don't want to get too deep in the weeds for the folks back home, but this is really important. In that case, in 1974, the Supreme Court recognized the existence of executive privilege, which is a protection that requires a balance of interests between the legislative and executive branches by the judicial branch. But here's the important thing. They said in that case, there's not an absolute unqualified presidential privilege of immunity from judicial process under all circumstances. That's the quote from the court. But the other side of that is true as well. Congress doesn't have an absolute unqualified authority to demand evidence from the president either. That's the whole reason that you have to go to the 3rd branch of the judiciary. This is a legitimate claim of privilege. It is a legitimate issue that the courts could decide. It is a case of first impression, as my colleague knows, because this specific set of facts has not been addressed yet, and it should be resolved by the courts. Professor Turley addressed this in his testimony to this committee, and he said, quote, he wrote in his submission, the answer is obvious. A president cannot substitute his judgment for Congress on what they're entitled to see, and likewise, Congress cannot substitute its judgment as to what the president can withhold. The balance of those interests is performed by the third branch that is constitutionally invested with the authority to review and resolve such disputes.
Would my friend yield?
Wait a minute, that's the answer. So if we're going to cite Supreme Court cases, let's put it in the appropriate context and let's acknowledge
My friend,
that this is an issue. I'll yield 20 seconds. Go
thank you.
ahead.
We're citing
Ranking
different
member's
cases.
time.
I'm talking about the 1993 Judge Walter Nixon case, which went
Well,
to the
as
Supreme
I'll
Court.
remind the gentleman from the constitutional scholars on both sides of this argument, it's my time, not
All right,
yours.
sorry, I'm sorry,
Oh.
yield back. Fair enough.
We had two
We'll put
different
y'all
Nixon
in- No,
cases.
Mr. Raskin, we're done with this. I yield back my time.
All right.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Let's go back. As has been stated today, the Constitution devotes only a few sentences to impeachment. So I'm going to read one. It's Article 1, Section 2, the very last sentence. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers and shall have the sole power of impeachment. As Professor Raskin just told us, properly, the Constitution uses the word sole only twice. Sole, not shared. Not shared with the judiciary, not shared with the executive. This means that we have the sole opportunity and obligation, frankly, to determine what evidence is necessary for impeachment. Sole, not shared with the executive. Think back. Judiciary Chairman Peter Rodino warned President Nixon about his failure to comply with subpoenas issued in the Watergate impeachment inquiry. Under the Constitution, it is not within the power of the President to conduct an inquiry into his own impeachment to determine which evidence and what version or portion of that evidence is relevant and necessary to such an inquiry. These are matters which, under the Constitution, Rodino wrote, the House has the sole power to determine. Sole, not shared with the executive. Sole, not shared with the courts. It's a civics lesson. Don't let the other side, who have such talented constitutional attorneys over there, distract you. This is not an ordinary dispute, folks. This is a very rare, thankfully, very rare dispute. It is not an ordinary dispute where you go to the court. We don't need permission to use our constitutional rules. If President Trump is allowed to refuse to comply with requests for information, it would gut the House impeachment power and undermine our bedrock principle of separation of powers. Last night as we left here, I wanted to just tell you this. I went outside and there was a team of about 12 high school students from Ohio with their teacher. And they said, would you mind stopping for a minute? Could we just talk to you for a minute? It was so interesting to watch and to listen and to hear what was going on at this important historic time. We loved learning about our Constitution and how much you prize this Constitution. Thank you for protecting it for us. And you know what they said to me? We didn't understand this before, but I do now. It's your job. It is the House's job to determine what evidence comes in. We do not need permission from the President. We do not need permission from the courts. In fact, we have an obligation to do our job under this simple, smart document. Today, December the 12th, marks the anniversary of Pennsylvania coming into the Union. I think about those framers in my city of Philadelphia, so wisely thinking through these words. Today marks 232 years since those wise men thought through how would we conceive of our government and how would we maintain self-government. Do not be confused by the lawyers on the other side who would teach the wrong civics lesson and distract you with the notion we need to go to court. We need permission of a president. We need permission of a court. We do not. With that, I yield. I'd like to yield to the gentle lady from Texas.
I thank the gentlelady and for her very forceful response. And might I just say to the obstruction of Congress, neither Mr. Nixon or Mr. Clinton obstructed Congress in the manner that this president is doing. The underlying amendment had to do with corruption, and I raised the point of the document that speaks about the July 25th call. Let me just quickly say that the language is, I would like you to do us a favor, though, and as the White House has distorted the interpretation, the us does not have any reference to the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Department of State, and clearly in this same document, he mentions the Vice President, he mentions CrowdStrike. All of those have been debunked. It is clear that the Vice President was operating as the Vice President of the United States at the time, and as he was operating on an official policy to deal with Ukraine. This is about the President seeking to have Ukraine investigate this political opponent for personal and private reasons. No one misinterpreted what was said, and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman immediately went to the legal counsel in the White House that immediately went dark and never responded because he was so offended by this campaign effort. With that, I yield back. And thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Reschenthaler seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to my colleague and good friend from Texas.
I thank my dear friend from Pennsylvania. You don't have to be a constitutional scholar if you just had Coach Parker for civics in high school, as I did. This is unique, so we don't need to hear from the court. This, we're told, is uncharted territory because no president has just completely refused. Let me just touch on a little bit here on both of those issues. This is uncharted territory. Never in the history of this country have we had an impeachment proceeding begun by lies that got a warrant from a secret court that turned out and had been documented to be lies, and then kept getting warrants 3 after that based on lies. And not one person on the other side of the aisle is the least bit embarrassed that they went to a secret court and got warrants based on lies, first to investigate or spy on a campaign, or surveil, electronically surveil, as Horowitz says. But this is uncharted territory. Nobody wants to apologize on the other side. Okay, I get that. It might be politically embarrassing. But to say we don't need to go to court, I mean, the Obama administration was just incredible at getting subpoenas, doing document dumps of stuff that we really weren't looking for, asking for, especially from judiciary. But the other stuff that we demanded, we couldn't get it. And we tried to get Boehner to go to court. Let's get a court order requiring it so that we can hold him in contempt. That's the only way we'll ever get this done. And he wouldn't do it. And so those of us that understand the Constitution and that understand they're not just 2 articles, we understood we needed to get that court order to back us up so it wasn't us abusing the offices of Congress. We had, as Turley and Dershowitz and others pointed out, you have the court, you go. And another thing that's uncharted territory, we started this impeachment proceeding about the Russia hoax and the Russia collusion and demanding all these documents about the Russia collusion. And it kept changing. And then it went to bribery and extortion and emoluments and all these other things. Never in history has a president been accused of crimes with the target constantly changing. Now, when you subpoena documents, there has to be a reasonable basis for requesting information or subpoenaing witnesses. You got to have a reasonable basis. And when you keep changing the allegations against the party from whom you're demanding information, then they have the reasonable expectation to advise them of what the new charge is today, what the new evidence is today, but they couldn't get any of those, and I would have been very surprised if you would have. Now, you'd find some Obama appointees that might have upheld subpoenas, but not the Supreme Court, because this is so unreasonable. And to the earlier allegation that, gee, even though nobody in the Ukrainian government has said they were a victim, well, it's because the president had a gun to their head. Well, that's not the case. The reason that they are not saying that is because they knew this is the most helpful president they have had since the steel curtain fell. Because this is a president, unlike the Obama administration when they were being under attack and Ukrainians really were dying, we offered up blankets, some meals ready to eat for the military stuff, but this is a president that's really helping them defend themselves. This is a president that's really made a difference from Ukraine. So it wasn't a gun to their head. They see this as a helpful president. And another thing, if a victim does not admit to be a victim, anybody that's been a prosecutor surely knows this. You can go to court, force it to court, and the victim says, I wasn't a victim, you don't get a conviction, and if you do, that is not sustained because that's what courts and Congress call a no evidence point. You have a no evidence point. That's why you had to drop bribery, although it does apply to Vice President Biden. You smartly dropped the bribery, and now you have this elusive abuse of power. This is outrageous, and it needs to come to an end.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Jeffries seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
The gentleman from Texas talked about reasonable basis. The reasonable basis here is that there's uncontroverted evidence that the president pressured a foreign government, Ukraine, to target an American citizen, Joe Biden, for political gain, and at the same time withheld, without explanation, $391 million in military aid that had been allocated on a bipartisan basis. Ambassador Taylor, West Point graduate, Vietnam War veteran, appointed by Reagan, Bush, Trump to the diplomatic corps, said the following about the withholding of that military aid. No legitimate public policy basis, no legitimate national security basis, no legitimate substantive basis. That's why Congress proceeded. We had more than 200 national security professionals, Democrats and Republicans, who expressed concern with the president's wrongdoing and said this undermines American national security. And that's a basis for the impeachment inquiry. But what the president has done is said, unlike the Madisonian vision of democracy, where there are checks and balances, separate and co-equal branches of government, I alone can determine what the representatives of the people see in connection with a legitimate investigation. And at the same time, this is a president that attacks everybody to distract. Attacks everybody who won't bend the knee to Donald J. Trump. He's attacked John McCain, a war hero. He's attacked Mitt Romney, 2012 Republican nominee. He's attacked Bob Mueller, a Marine, a distinguished professional in law enforcement. He's attacked your former Speaker, Paul Ryan. He attacks Gold Star families. He even attacked today a 16-year-old teenage activist, Greta Thunberg. Are you here to defend that as well? And so what's happened is that instead of addressing the substance of the allegation, you want to attack Joe Biden and his family. Elijah Cummings is no longer with us. He's in heaven just like the prophet Elijah, but his spirit is with us, and we are better than this. We're proceeding in a serious, solemn, and sober fashion because the allegations are deadly serious. Is it okay for the president to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election or not? Who should decide the outcome of our elections? Is it the Russians, the Chinese, the Ukrainians, or the American people? It should be the American people. And that's why we're here at this moment. And so let's have a serious discussion about it and stop attacking Americans who refuse to bend the knee to this president.
Would the gentleman
Mr.
yield?
Chairman, would you yield?
I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. One of the issues, big issues here, is Trump conditioning military aid on an investigation of the Bidens. Joe Biden, period, his primary political opponent in his mind. The Republicans have said, no, it was about corruption. It wasn't about them. But listen to what they've talked about today. All they've talked about is the Bidens. Hunter Biden's automobile accident, Hunter Biden's this, Hunter Biden's that, Hunter Biden's salary. They haven't brought up the corruption of the past Ukrainian leaders or any Ukrainian business. It's all the Bidens. Their defense speaks to the truth of the allegations in this article that it was all about the Bidens. They're all about the Bidens, and that's what it's about.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Yeah, I did bring up.
Yield back to Mr.
Yeah.
Jeffries.
Okay, I shouldn't have tried to correct you then, I guess.
Foreign interference in an American election solicited by the president is not okay. That is an abuse of power. It undermined our national security. The president should be held accountable because no one is above the law.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Nagu seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the gentleman from New York laid out in such an articulate way the basis and the justification for both Article 1 and Article 2 before us. But I just want to touch on the debate around obstruction of Congress and explain to my colleagues and to the American people why this instance is so unprecedented. I will first just say, with much respect to my colleague from Colorado, I want to assure the American people that obstruction of Congress to Coloradans means the same thing that it does to everyone else in this country. It means the defiance of lawfully issued subpoenas by the United States House of Representatives. It means impeding the ability of the United States House of Representatives to perform its constitutional duty. And unlike the obstruction of Congress that has taken place in the past, this president's obstruction of Congress has been total, has been absolute, and has been categorical. In 1999 and 98, when President Clinton was the subject of an impeachment inquiry, this committee propounded 81 interrogatories to his administration, and he responded. In 1974, during the Watergate investigation, Nixon's chief of staff testified. Nixon's counsel testified. In this instance, the president has taken steps to ensure that this committee does not receive, and the Intelligence Committee as well, key testimony from any host of officials in our government. And just to give you a historical context, I will read to you a quote. All members of the White House staff will appear voluntarily when requested by the committee. They will testify under oath, and they will answer fully all proper questions. That's from Richard Nixon's administration. So I hope, again, as we consider the gravity of the articles before us, that we can stay true to the facts and recognize that when we say that no president in the history of this republic has ever completely defied an impeachment inquiry as this one has, we mean it. And with that,
Would the gentleman
I
yield?
would yield to the distinguished gentlewoman from California.
I enjoyed listening to you. You're absolutely correct in your reporting of what occurred during both the Nixon and Clinton impeachment. But I wanted to address the issue from a slightly different point of view. Not only has President Trump refused to provide information that he should have provided, he didn't assert a privilege. He just said no. I actually have just reread the letter from Mr. Cipolliti, the president's lawyer, dated October 8th, 2019. It's page after page after page of complaining about how the House is proceeding, but the Constitution says Congress shall have the sole authority to impeach. We decide how to proceed, not the White House. And in the end, without asserting any privilege whatsoever, he just announces they're not going to cooperate, provide any information. This isn't something that needs to be adjudicated by the third branch, the judicial branch, because there's no privilege being asserted here. It's simply no. That's never happened before. Never happened before in the history of the United States. And I'll tell you, in addition to being improper, a valid Article 2 that we're considering today, if this behavior persists, the carefully balanced sharing of power between the three branches of government is gone forever. It means that only one branch, the executive branch, will have the right to decide what happens in the United States of America. And that is a very different type of country than we have enjoyed for over 200 years, and it is not a piece of good news for freedom in the United States. And I yield back to Mr. Neguse with thanks for recognizing me.
And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have to offer a different perspective on this. The doctrine of executive privilege actually began with a subpoena that the House issued to President George Washington in 1796, demanding all the papers relating to the Jay Treaty. President Washington refused that subpoena because he said that the powers of the House did not extend to treaties. He ultimately only provided that information to the Senate as a function of its treaty approval process. So the doctrine that dates back to those days is derived from the separation of powers between the executive and legislative branches. Congress can no more intrude into the policy discussions of the president than the president can intrude into our own policy discussions. That is essential to the separation of powers. Now, there is a natural tension between the branches. That's a byproduct of that separation of powers. And when that tension cannot be resolved, then we turn to the judiciary. That's the appropriate way to resolve this. Different interpretations of the boundaries between the Congress and the president, the appropriate response is judicial review, not impeachment. The president has every right to assert his constitutional rights, and he has every responsibility to defend the prerogatives of his office. His very oath of office compels him to do so. In matters like this, the courts have acted quickly to resolve such disputes. But the Democrats aren't willing to go to the courts. What Article 2 says is, we're not willing to go to court, we'll take the law into our own hands. These are the same people who tell us that no one is above the law, of course, except for themselves. What they're saying is Congress alone will decide the limits of our own power. This is the essence of despotism. The reason why we separate powers of government is so that one branch alone cannot unilaterally define its own power. And yet this is the power that the Democrats are now arrogating to themselves. It's true, we have the sole power of impeachment under the Constitution. But that power does not exceed the bounds that are established by that very Constitution. Those bounds include the grounds for impeachment, which this committee has ignored, and they include the separation of powers that protect one branch from intrusion of the other. I want you to think about the essence of the Democrats' claim and what it means to American jurisprudence. If you face an abusive prosecutor who's making false accusations, well, you have constitutional rights that you're guaranteed to use to protect yourself. You've got the right to confront your accuser. You've got the right to call witnesses in your defense. You have the right to be protected from unreasonable searches and seizures. But this article says, if you go to court to defend your rights, that's automatically an obstruction of justice, or in this case, an obstruction of Congress. And the very fact that you tried to defend your constitutional rights is evidence of guilt. These are the tools of tyrants. And we've already seen these tools used against college students in Title IX prosecutions, and they produced a frightening litany of injustices. Now these tools are being brought into this attempt to nullify the 2016 national election that the left has refused to accept. And that should scare the hell out of every person in this country. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Correa seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to do a little fact-checking, if I can, for my folks back in California and Orange County. I know some of my colleagues compared Vice President Biden's withholding of aid to President Trump's withholding of aid, and I just want to make sure that I have the facts correct here. It's my understanding that Vice President Biden held up the aid in order to have firing of Mr. Shokin, but this was in accordance with U.S. policy, express U.S. policy that was supported by Europe and a bipartisan Congress. Yet you have President Trump, who held up almost $400 million of, again, bipartisan approved aid. And I know my colleagues are saying that he did this to root out corruption, and I think there are channels of pursuing help and investigations. On September 25th, there was a public press release put out by the DOJ saying that President Trump never asked them to investigate this matter. So I'm led to conclude that this must have been for the president's personal gain. President interjected his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, who told us, and I quote, "This is not about foreign policy," close quote. Rudy Giuliani went on to say, "This information," open quote, "this information will be very, very helpful to my client," close quote. And again, he said, open quote, "I guarantee you Joe Biden will not get to Election Day without being investigated." Again, comparing and contrasting, holding up foreign aid to support U.S. public policy versus holding up foreign aid against U.S. stated policy. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Would the gentleman yield back? Yield?
Yes.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, I know there's been an effort to try to suggest that the Trump administration or the president was interested in corruption, and that's why he held up the aid. The evidence is absolutely to the contrary. All of the evidence. And in fact, sometimes you have to go back to the source. If you look at the report completed by the Intelligence Committee, a 300-page report, 17 witnesses, over 100 hours of testimony, they make findings of fact. Now, there's fact and there's make-believe. The findings of fact, and I'm going to read right from the report. The president solicited the interference of a foreign government in Ukraine in the 2020 U.S. presidential election. In furtherance of this scheme, President Trump, directly and acting through his agents within and outside the U.S. government, sought to pressure and induce Ukraine's newly elected President Zelensky to publicly announce unfounded allegations that would benefit President Trump's personal political interests and re-election effort. As part of the scheme, President Trump, this again, findings of fact, personally and directly requested from the President of Ukraine that the government of Ukraine publicly announce the investigation into the Vice President and his son. President Trump ordered the suspension of $391 million in vital military assistance urgently needed by Ukraine to resist Russian aggression. And here's the important part. In directing and orchestrating this scheme to advance his personal political interests, President Trump did not implement, promote, or advance U.S. anti-corruption policies. In fact, the president sought to pressure and induce the government of Ukraine to announce politically motivated investigations lacking legitimate prediction that the United States government otherwise discourages and opposes as a matter of policy in that country and around the world. In so doing, the president undermined U.S. policy supporting anti-corruption reform and rule of law in Ukraine and undermined U.S. national security. So the findings of fact that are detailed in the report completely refute that claim. And again, I return to the most important fact. The President of the United States abused the power of his office, the enormous power of the presidency, not to advance the public good, but to advance the political interests of Donald Trump. He used taxpayer funds, nearly $400 million, to leverage that, and in doing so, undermined the national security of the United States. He must be held accountable because no one in this country, no one, including the President of the United States, is above the law. And the one body that is charged with making certain that we vindicate the power of the people to hold the President accountable is the Congress of the United States. If you're not up to the job, you don't belong in Congress. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question now occurs on the Gates Amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? No. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Richmond?
No.
Mr. Richmond votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell? No. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Collins? Aye. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Radcliffe? Mr. Radcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby?
Aye.
Ms. Roby votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stube? Mr. Stube votes yes.
Vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 755,
I reserve
offered
a
by
point of
Mr.
order.
Biggs of Arizona.
Gentlelady reserves a point of order. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Is she going to read the amendment, sir?
The clerk will read the amendment.
Page 4, strike line 8 and all that follows through line 13 and insert the following. 3, the aid was released within days of Ukrainian President Zelensky signing 2 major anti-corruption measures into law, convincing President Trump that the new Ukrainian administration was serious about reform measures and consistent with administration policy to ensure foreign aid is not used for corrupt purposes.
The gentleman will explain his amendment.
I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I draw my colleagues' attention to a letter sent yesterday from the Office of Management and Budget regarding the temporary pause on aid to Ukraine. The letter is addressed to Mr. Tom Armstrong, General Counsel of the GAO, and I ask unanimous consent that it be included in the record.
Object.
The entire reason we're here today is because Democrats have accused the President of conditioning aid to Ukraine on investigations into his political opponent. Today, Democrats have continued to claim President Trump withheld or froze foreign aid to Ukraine, but the OMB letter walks through the entire process behind this temporary delay. First, the money was paused, but DOD was permitted to engage in all of the activities short of obligation necessary to ensure that DOD would not be precluded from obligating the funds prior to the expiration. The money was paused, according to the letter, pending a policy decision. And what was the policy decision? Your two witnesses, Fiona Hill and David Hale, testified that there was an ongoing global review of foreign assistance generally to ensure any program receiving funds were actually worthy beneficiaries of our assistance, that the programs made sense, etc. Mr. Hale further testified that the President's skeptical views on foreign assistance guided the Foreign Affairs Review. In fact, the only direct evidence for the reasons for the pause comes from OMB official Mark Sandy, who testified that he learned in September that the pause was related to, quote, the President's concern about other countries contributing more to Ukraine, close quote. He explained how OMB received requests for information on what other countries were contributing to Ukraine, which OMB provided in the first week of September. The aid was released, of course, on September 11th. So Democrats want to impeach the President for trying to ensure that taxpayer funds are spent efficiently and responsibly. Democrats have accused his President of a myriad of things, including violation of the Impoundment Control Act, which prohibits the executive from essentially pocket vetoing funds appropriated by Congress. This letter that I'm trying to introduce shows instead that the administration never intended or actually violated the law. In fact, it shows that they always intended to disperse the funds. That is why DOD was permitted to engage in all activities in preparation for the delivery of the aid. You've not made your case again. The OMB letter walks through at great length the history behind programmatic delays. I'm sure this would be boring to my friends on the other side, since it technocratically destroys their central theory for impeachment. In the letter, the OMB General Counsel said even with the temporary withholding, the Department of Defense was able to obligate about 84% of the $250 million before the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. In the last year of the Obama administration, it was only 79%. More recently, in 2018, it was 83%, and in 2017, 91%. Let's get back to it. The specific language of the Appropriations Authority says, for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, it's hereby, $250 million is hereby appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2019. That's point one, to remain available until September 30th, 2019. When we authorize funds, we give the administration a deadline. The administration complied with that deadline. The administration acted completely and totally within the bounds of the law. Secondly, the OMB's letter now definitively destroys the insinuation that the President chose to delay for malicious or corrupt purposes. The bottom line is the aid was lawfully delayed and lawfully delivered. And that means that this entire process has been a sham. And with that, I'm going to address a couple of issues that I heard. I heard one of my colleagues on the other side say not too long ago that the President should come in and prove his own innocence. Think about what that does. Come in and prove your own innocence. First of all, that is antithetical to the Anglo-American judicial process. It's antithetical to the constitutional, and the Constitution, particularly the Bill of Rights. It's antithetical to what we do here. Someone said that Vindman said that was complaining about the transcript, but it's been gone over today. The transcript was complete and accurate, according to Mr. Vindman. Someone said, and I would ask this of my colleagues, under the standard that was given earlier by one of my colleagues, if the President exercised executive privilege and requested a declaratory judgment from a court, if the privilege was upheld, would you undertake then to impeach the judge? I mean, think about that. Your standard, giving absolute process authority to the House, would impel you to impeach a judge who sustained a lawful exercise of the privilege of the executive. So I think, Mr. Chairman, you've overgone your bounds, and when we get back to this, my amendment, it basically covers and sets forth clearly what the holding or the pause of the Ukrainian aid was about, and they got their money and they got it on time.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, the material previously submitted by Mr. Cohen, Mr. Swalwell, and Mr. Biggs will be admitted into the record. I now, for what purpose does the Ms. Bass seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it interesting that the story certainly seems to be changing. You mentioned the information from OMB, but when the acting chief of staff gave his press conference, he said very clearly that the aid was being withheld because of the need to investigate the 2016 election. Now you are talking about corruption. I think that the notion that President Zelensky did not feel pressure and was just fine with military assistance being withheld, first of all, they did know that the military assistance was being withheld, and there was no reason for the administration to hold back because of corruption, considering that the Department of Defense had already said that there was no problem and that the aid could be released. The aid was released after the administration was busted, after there was pressure from Congress for the aid to be released, after word leaked out and the whistleblower came forward, then the aid was released. I think it's very important to remember that. President Zelensky not feeling pressure and he was just fine, he was essentially being held hostage. He was a newly elected president, his nation was at war, and part of his country was seized by the Russians. So what on earth was he supposed to say? Was he supposed to publicly complain and criticize President Trump when the whole world knows how the president doesn't respond to anything except for praise? What hostage would come forward and complain publicly against their captors, especially if they knew that the aid could be withheld or they could be compromised at any point in time? Last week, President Zelensky had his first meeting with President Putin, and unfortunately, we were not there. He had that meeting alone. We absolutely compromised his ability to defend his nation. Several times it's been said that no lives were lost, but I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Newsweek talking about the fact that 13 Ukrainian soldiers were killed.
Without objection.
President Zelensky agreed to publicly announce the investigations in an interview on CNN, but the Ukraine canceled that interview days after the president's scheme was exposed and the military aid was released, which further underscores the pressure that the Ukrainians felt when the aid was withheld. The president knew this when President Zelensky asked for a, quote, favor. As Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified, this was not a friendly request, it was a demand. For weeks, the Ukrainian officials pushed back on the demand of the president and his agents, advising U.S. officials that they did not want to be an instrument in Washington's domestic re-election politics. This was not just business as usual. This was not the president just being concerned about corruption. But as the president's pressure campaign increased and the president began withholding critical assistance from Ukraine, something that the Ukrainians learned about no later than July 25th, the Ukrainians became desperate, so desperate, in fact, that as Ambassador Sondland told the president, President Zelensky was willing to do anything. And although the aid has been released, the power disparities between the two countries has not changed. Ukraine continues to depend on the United States for military aid, and President Zelensky needs the support of America and its leader as he strives to bring an end to the war with Russia. It is no surprise, therefore, that President Zelensky expressed that he didn't feel pressure, but the evidence reveals a different picture. The evidence is clear that President Trump took advantage of Ukraine's vulnerability and abused the powers of his office to pressure Ukraine to help his re-election campaign. This is the highest of high crimes, and President Trump must be held accountable. You know, in addition to compromising Ukraine, this compromised our standing in the world, because what does it say to our allies? What does it say to vulnerable new democracies? When they need the assistance of the United States, they better be prepared to help the president's re-election. It compromises our standing in the world, and why would allies trust us anymore if this is the way that they are treated? I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just got 3 points that I'd like to make here. First of all, as well as being on this committee, the Judiciary Committee, I'm also a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, have been for the last 23 years.
And one thing that's really been concerning to me is about this phone call that the gentleman mentions in the amendment, and I appreciate him offering this amendment. But relative to that phone call that our president, President Trump, had with the president of Ukraine, the number of people that were listening in on this phone call, and is that in the national interest of our country? It's incredible how many people, you think our president's talking to their president, you got all these people listening in, and if they are listening in, shut up about it. You know, the president is talking frankly with another president. You know, he's going to make comments. In that call, he made some disparaging comments relative to another important ally of ours, Germany, and Angela Merkel. It's not particularly helpful to have them say, here, our president saying something like, well, they'll give you lip service about coming to your defense and giving you aid, but they really won't be there for you. We will be here, you know, talking about how important the United States is and an ally. Our presidents do that, but you know, you think you're doing that in confidence with the other country, not having everybody else listening in. So our State Department, the executive branch, and many others need to tighten up these phone calls for our national security interests, and that goes whether we have a Republican administration, as we do right now, or a Democratic administration, as we have maybe decades down the road. Secondly, relative to obstruction of Congress, which is one of the two charges, there weren't any, no crimes alleged, essentially, but obstruction of Congress. We have three branches of government, and of course, it's alleged that, Congress, the legislative branch, said, we want you to bring witnesses and evidence, et cetera, from the other branch, executive branch, and since they didn't do it, rather than go to court, which they could have done, the legislative branch, this branch, basically the Democrats, because they're in control here in the House, they could have filed a lawsuit. They could have had the courts decide. That's what happened some years ago back in the Nixon impeachment. He wouldn't turn over the tapes, so they went to the court. The Supreme Court ultimately said, it may have taken some months, but they said, you got to turn those tapes over. And he did, and he resigned because there was bad stuff in those tapes, the smoking gun, so to speak. And that's what they could have done here. But instead of go to the court, which is what you're supposed to do, they're kind of the referee between the legislative branch and the executive branch. They say, no, we're not going to go to courts. We're just going to impeach this guy, which they've wanted to do since he got inaugurated. We had one member of Congress on their side who said they had to impeach him or otherwise he was going to get reelected. So there's so much politics in there, and there really shouldn't be. And the third point I wanted to make is that I think the Democrats, unfortunately, are really lowering the bar on impeachment in our country. For about, and I happen to be a history major from the second oldest college in the country, the College of William and Mary. 200 years, our nation's history, we had one impeachment, Andrew Johnson, for 200 years. And now in less than 50 years, we're on our third, which is really unfortunate, I believe. I think they're lowering the bar. They're making this too routine. And I think that's very dangerous because when you have, I think in the near future, when you have a president and you have a House of different parties, we're going to see this more and more often. And this is very divisive for our country. We're not together enough on so many things. And I think this is going to further divide us. And I think that's really unfortunate. We saw, for example, years and years ago, it reminds me a little bit of when Bork was nominated to the Supreme Court. Some of the press here are probably old enough to remember that, and maybe some members of the institution in general. But when the Democrats went after Bork, then we saw tit for tat down the road, and I'm afraid you're going to see that here relative to impeachment of our presidents too. So I think both sides ought to step back and consider what we're doing here because impeachment can be very divisive. And I've been through one of these before. I was one of the House managers in Bill Clinton's about 20 years ago, and they're ugly. So I have a lot of sympathy for the House managers that are going to be picked, probably some from this committee in the near future, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Richmond seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we've had a lot of conversation today, and I'd just like to break it down into a simple term that everyone at home can understand, especially my home district, where we speak a lot of Spanish, we speak a lot of French. We don't go around speaking a lot of Latin. And so here's why we're here today. Some people say quid pro quo. Some people translate into the American definition of a this for a that. And the question is, what was the this? The this was a Oval Office visit and much-needed military aid for the that. And the that was an investigation into Joe Biden, the primary political opponent. And look, when you describe a crime, you want to make sure that you tell the jury and the people listening about motive. The motive was that he was afraid, President Trump was afraid that Joe Biden was beating him in the polls and would defeat him for his reelection. How do we know that very quickly? Because we've introduced articles where he said it. He gave out the aid in 2016. He gave in 2017. He gave out the aid in 2018. 2019, the polls come out, he withholds the aid, and he asked for an investigation. But that's just motive. But let's go to sworn witness testimony, because that's the part I want us to focus on. And the other side talked about the credibility of Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and they accepted some of the things that he said as fact. Well, if you're going to accept some of the things he said as fact, let's accept them all as fact. It was Lieutenant Colonel Vindman that said under oath, Ambassador Sondland began to review what the deliverable would be in order to get the meeting. The deliverable, that was the that for the meeting. And he said specifically it was an investigation into the Bidens. Let's go to John Bolton, who said he described this for that deal as a drug deal. So if we look at all of the testimony of people under oath, they clearly say that this was a swap of an Oval Office visit or military aid for an investigation into the Bidens. Now, the whistleblower comes forward, the Trump administration panics, and then they develop everything that we have now, and that's called the excuse or the defense. First excuse, well, they didn't know the money was being held. Not true. There's an email, 2 emails where they expressed concerns about it. Then you have Ms. Croft, who testified that 2 individuals from the Ukrainian embassy asked about an OMB hold on the security assistance, roughly a week apart, and she recalled that that occurred before it was publicly announced. So that's one. Second, their defense or excuse is that President Trump wanted to investigate corruption. Now that's just laughable on its face. If President Trump wanted to investigate corruption, he could start at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, look in the mirror, or he could look around the cast of criminals that have been indicted from his circle. You have his lawyer. You have his national security advisor. You have Michael Flynn, Rick Gates, Paul Manafort. The circle goes on. He's surrounded by criminals. Then we hear, well, can't be obstruction of Congress. You all could have just went to court. Well, we're in December. We have an ongoing crime. We have a crime in progress. That is what the 911 call would say from a police officer. We have a crime in progress. And they're saying, with a crime in progress, why didn't you just schedule an appointment to call the police? We have an emergency to our national election going on right now. Our oath to the Constitution requires us to take this drastic, solemn, and regrettable step, but it is necessary because if we don't protect Americans' precious right to vote, it is clear that the other side won't. And so I talked about the courage of Esther yesterday. Today I'm reminded of Judas. Because Judas, for 30 pieces of silver, betrayed Jesus. For 30 positive tweets for an easy re-election, the other side is willing to betray the American people, their precious right to vote, and the future of our great country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Gomer seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm really intrigued. First, we're told that the offense is withholding aid, even though it was provided, and in fact provided tremendously more helpful in both substance and in amount than the prior administration that just let people die over there. But I thought the acknowledgement had been the aid was provided, but now we're told this is an ongoing crime. So those two statements don't seem to work together well. But, you know, the double standards, they serve one party well. When it comes to the obstruction of Congress, the position of the majority is a tyrannical position. When we ask for something, you either give it or we're throwing you out of office. Never mind, we don't know what we're going to charge you with. We figure if we keep requesting enough documents, kind of like Chairman Schiff getting phone records and release them, maybe we can intimidate people by getting their records and releasing them enough that they'll do what we say. That's tyrannical. And in fact, when we look at obstruction of Congress, violation of the rules, the majority could have gone ahead and passed a tyrannical rule and said, we're not going to allow the minority to have a minority witness day, even though it's in the rules, because we're tyrants and we don't care. But they didn't pass that rule. It's still part of the rules. So once this thing is rushed through, probably tonight, whenever, through the Rules Committee, they'll probably come out with a rule, as Ranking Member mentioned earlier, and say, gee, all such points of order are waived. You know, all of the times that the majority violated the rules, we're going to waive those, and nobody can raise them to stop this impeachment. That really is abuse of power. It certainly is. But, and I had a document prepared to offer as an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which would just change the president's name to that of Chairman Schiff and Chairman Nadler regarding abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, because there are plenty of bases for that, but it would not have been rule germane, so I wasn't going to waste time. But obstruction of Congress, when there is no referee, there is no adjudication, there's nothing but a majority that says, you give us what we want until we find a crime, or we're going to throw you out of office. That is so unreasonable, especially given the history of the last 3 years. When the charges came and the charges went, the president was, I think it was a huge mistake for him ever to allow Don McGahn to testify for 30 hours when it was a bogus charge to begin with. They're setting perjury traps. Thank God Don McGahn didn't fall into one. But this is even more outrageous. Give us what we demand or we're going to throw you out of office. We can't, you know, there's another thing that could have been done besides going to court. Could have passed a bill requiring the president to do certain things, turn over certain things, and gotten the Senate to agree, president vetoes it, you override the veto, then you, which is kind of what happened to Andrew Johnson, then you could really have a legitimate obstruction of Congress. It's not just obstruction of a majority in one half of the Congress. But that wasn't done either. And even if that had been done, either the president or the Congress would end up having to go to the Supreme Court to say, to get the courts to say this was a lawful act. But in the case of Congress and Andrew Johnson, it was an unconstitutional act to say he couldn't fire the Secretary of State. So either way, you got to end up in court at some point before it can be an obstruction of Congress. But the majority was in a hurry, and when this majority is in a hurry, then justice is undone, and so is our future. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
As I understand it, the amendment before us is based on a letter that has just been issued by the White House months after the whole issue of the propriety of this July call was raised. So, you know, I think it takes us back to basics again, and the basics being if it looks like a duck and it swims like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And I'm afraid that the July 25th call is a duck. You know, we have the president's own words. I want you to do us a favor, though. And then he goes on to talk about the favors that he wants involving election assistance for him to clarify what happened in the 2016 election and then start attacking his opponent in the 2020 election. Immediately upon hearing this, national security professionals around the world say, whoa, this is wrong, okay? This quacks like a duck, okay? The president is going against all of our carefully thought out national security policy to ask for what one witness called a domestic political favor, okay? So right out of the bat, it makes no sense to the professionals here. Then we start hearing this thing that, oh, well, he's really talking about corruption. Well, no, the Department of Defense had said it was okay to release the aid here because they'd already certified that corruption wasn't an issue. The people on the ground, the ambassadors, the national security professionals who'd been appointed by this president said, no, that is not an excuse. We then hear that OMB officials, Office of Management and budget officials are saying, whoa, who's holding up the aid? We don't have a problem with the aid. Oh, it's the president. The president is holding up the aid. Then we hear from the Department of Justice, whoa, we didn't have anything to do with any inquiries into our American citizens. That's not the DOJ's interest. So the only person who had an interest in this was the president, and it was his personal interest. The unanimous opinion of all of our agencies in the U.S. government was this was against our national security and our national interests. So it's now, only now, after the president has refused to allow us to inquire from anyone else who was in the room and was on the call, and after denying all of this evidence, only now, after articles of impeachment have been filed, only now does the White House come up with an explanation. It's way too little, it's way too late, and it smells like a duck. So with that, I'd yield back to the chair.
For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Before I make my point, during the break, a Reuters photographer, Josh Roberts, approached the dais and took pictures of the notes of the desks of several of my Democratic colleagues. We noticed that, announced it to staff, and that photographer has been removed. And I would just say no member, Republican or Democrat, should be subject to that. We ought to have the opportunity to take our notes, participate in debate, and have a fair discussion. Substantively, though, President Trump did nothing wrong. As we've sat here today, each and every action of the president has been explained. We have offered the basis, the understanding. We've gained an appreciation for why a president would have reasonable concern about Ukraine, why a president would have specific concern about this Biden-Burisma nexus. Here's what you haven't heard today. You haven't heard any defense of Burisma from them. You haven't heard them say, oh, well, this was all bogus. The president should not have been asking this question, because we have put into the record, we have cited in the record the testimony of people like George Kent, who said that there were deep, legitimate concerns, even the testimony of Ambassador Yovanovitch about having to expressly prepare for that. Then they say, well, this aid's been withheld. The withholding of this aid is this bad presidential conduct. But the Biggs Amendment that I encourage my colleagues to support ripens the fact that there was a very understandable reason for why the aid was released when it was, and it had nothing to do with the election or anything like that. It had to do with the fact that the Ukraine took substantive steps to ensure that our aid would be appropriately used for the cause that is now apparently the cause celeb of the left, and that is the defending the Ukraine against Russia. Then they say, oh, well, the president's next bad act is this great obstruction of Congress. They have subjected President Trump to more presidential harassment than at any other time in American history, attacking his family, not allowing his administration to continue to do its work on behalf of the people. And amazingly, despite all this distraction, despite all of the obstruction of the president that the Democrats have engaged in, jobs are rising, wages are rising, our economy is restored and renewed. There are a few things my colleague said. The colleague from Rhode Island read, well, these are the findings of fact. Let me tell you what the factual findings are. I just want America to know he was reading from the Adam Schiff report. The same Adam Schiff report that Adam Schiff himself would not sit there and explain. They lacked so much confidence in that report that when it was presented to the Judiciary Committee, they had some of their donors asking questions of other of their donors and then doing this weird switcheroo that was very unexplainable. I don't know how my very smart colleagues, like the gentleman from New York, can say there is uncontradicted evidence of pressure. Uncontradicted evidence of pressure. What do they think Zelensky's statements are? When Zelensky says there is no pressure, that is at a bare minimum evidence. When Mr. Yermak says there is no pressure, that is evidence. There is no evidence of a quid pro quo. There's no evidence of conditionality. And the reason you know they lack that evidentiary basis is because they have to keep changing their language. When their pollsters and pundits told them to call it bribery, oh, that was the message of the week. Bribery was on every one of their lips. But then when we asked the witnesses, did you see any bribery? Were you a part of any bribery? The answer was no, and so they have to keep evolving the claims because there is no factual predicate. I also heard my colleague from New Orleans say that this hearing would be informed by our understanding of regret. There would be this deep sense of regret. Well, my friend is from a deep blue district, so he probably won't be the one regretting it the most. The folks that will be regretting what they're doing are the Democrats in swing districts who probably aren't coming back. I tell them for the upcoming year, rent, don't buy here in Washington, D.C. And so today, the only question that we are left with when we conclude this hearing is whether or not as we move impeachment to the floor of the House of Representatives, which will occur more rapidly? Will they lose votes or will they lose the majority? Because if these folks who promised to come here and work with us on health care and infrastructure vote for this impeachment, they won't be back. We'll be holding the gavels, and we'll remember not just how you treated us, not just how you treated the president. We'll remember how you treated the American people, and we're going to come and restore a sense of honor and integrity in the next election. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I first want to respond to the gentleman from Ohio's reference that people who are listening on the call should just shut up. I couldn't disagree more passionately. The extraordinary, courageous patriots who love our country spoke up when they saw something that was wrong, that violated the law, violated the Constitution, and undermined the national security interests of the United States. And thank God they did. Otherwise, the President of the United States would have gotten away with this scheme of dragging foreign interference into our elections to help him cheat in 2020. So I salute the extraordinary men and women in the Foreign Service and our intelligence community for the courage they've shown in coming forward and reporting what they've seen. I wish we could find more of it on this committee. But I want to say, facts are a stubborn thing. This amendment, unfortunately, is just not true. Because what we know is this scheme, called a drug deal by the president's own Mr. Bolton, called a domestic political errand by another Trump appointee for which there is no explanation. My Republican colleagues are trying to find an answer, and so they say, oh, but it was because he was fighting corruption. The idea that Donald Trump was leading an anti-corruption effort is like Kim Jong-un leading a human rights effort. It's just not credible. It's just not credible. And we have facts that will demonstrate that. So, for example, at the very time you claim he's interested in ferreting out corruption in Ukraine, you know what he proposed? Cutting him by more than 50%, corruption, anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. And here's an article. Trump administration sought billions of dollars in cuts to programs aimed at fighting corruption in Ukraine and elsewhere. We restored the money, Congress restored the money. He proposed deep cuts. That's not evidence of a serious commitment to fighting corruption. In addition to that, in a letter to the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Secretary of Defense says, on behalf of the Secretary of Defense, this is dated May 23rd, 2019, long before the July call. On behalf of the Secretary of Defense and in coordination with the Secretary of State, I have certified that the government of Ukraine has taken substantial actions to make defense institutional reforms for the purpose of decreasing corruption, increasing accountability, and sustaining improvements of combating capability enabled by U.S. assistance. There's a certification. And so there's only one explanation for why it was finally released. There was a report of a whistleblower report being filed. The president got caught. And so this notion that somehow this president was concerned about corruption is defied by all the evidence collected. I know you want to believe it. It's just not supported by the evidence. And so this amendment is silly, it's inaccurate, it mischaracterizes the overwhelming body of evidence that was collected in this investigation. The President of the United States attempted to drag a foreign power into our elections, to corrupt the 2020 election, to cheat, undermined our national security, betrayed the national interest of this country, and he must be held accountable.
Move the gentleman.
The balance of my time to Mr. Swalwell from California.
I thank the gentleman, and I just want to have a reset of the facts here because my colleagues claim that so many of these facts are in dispute, but I want to hear someone dispute the fact that Rudy Giuliani was Donald Trump's personal lawyer. I want to hear someone dispute the fact that when Rudy was hired, the anti-corruption ambassador, Marie Yovanovitch, was fired. I want to hear someone dispute the fact that Donald Trump told Vice President Pence to not go to President Zelensky's inauguration. I want to hear someone dispute the fact that President Trump ignored the talking points about anti-corruption in his both April 21 and July 25 calls with President Zelensky.
Will the gentleman
I want to hear someone dispute the facts that President Trump invoked his political rival's name 4 times on that July 25 call. I want to hear someone dispute the facts that the President's Chief of Staff said, we are withholding the military aid because the Ukrainians need to investigate 2016. Not I, we as in Mick Mulvaney and Donald Trump. I want to hear someone dispute the facts that Ambassador Sondland said that a White House meeting absolutely, quid pro quo, conditioned on the investigations. I also listened to your witness, Professor Turley, and he said President Trump's call was anything but perfect. That was your witness who said it was anything but perfect. I want to see a show of hands on your side. Does anyone agree with the one witness that you were able to bring that that call was anything but perfect? That is sad, and you will regret that you have sanctioned this. And I yield back.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chairman.
it's Mr. Cicilline's time.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson, for what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to speak in favor of the Biggs amendment. I'll ignore Mr. Swalwell's rhetorical question. It's kind of a silly one. I do want to refute what Ms. Cicilline has said and what some of the others have said here, that there's just no evidence in the record that the president was concerned about corruption. I mean, of course that's absurd. Everybody at home knows this. The president's been talking about foreign governments and foreign corruption and the misuse of American taxpayers' treasure since before he ran for president. He tweets about it all the time. I mean, everybody knows this. This is one of these things in the law that's just well understood. We would call it res ipsa loquitur. But look, every witness in the record, every witness testified that President Trump was concerned about corruption with foreign governments. That includes Ukraine. And the White House released a transcript of the remarks between President Trump and President Zelensky before the bilateral meeting in New York, September 25th. This is after the funds are released, of course, but he's explaining that he became convinced that the new Ukrainian administration was serious about reform measures. Let me read you a couple of excerpts from that. President Trump says, "Hi, I'm here with the President of Ukraine. He's very, very strongly looking into all sorts of corruption and some of the problems they'd had over the years. I think it's one of the primary reasons he got elected," the president says. "His reputation is absolutely sterling. It's an honor to be with you." You go through the transcript. President Zelensky responds a few moments later. "Thank you for your support, especially now when you know we have really two wars in Ukraine. The first one is with corruption, but we'll fight. No, we'll be the winner in this fight, I'm sure. A couple of pages later in the transcript, President Trump goes back, and stop corruption in Ukraine, because that will really make you great. That will make you great personally, he's talking to Zelensky, and it'll also be so tremendous for your nation in terms of what you want to do and where you want to take it. Later, President Trump says, I want him to do whatever he can. This was not his fault. He wasn't there the previous years. He's been here recently, just recently. But whatever he can do in terms of corruption, because the corruption is massive. I know the president. I've read a lot about Ukraine. He wants to stop corruption. The president continues. He was elected, I think, #1 on the basis of stopping corruption, which unfortunately has plagued Ukraine. And if he could do that, he's doing really the whole world a big favor. I know, and I think he's going to be successful. It goes on and on through the transcript, and I'll ask unanimous consent to enter a clean copy of this into the record, Mr. Chairman. But I just want to say that, thank you, with this is just one additional piece, as with all the other pieces of evidence, the very thin, paper-thin record that we have here. One thing is very clear, that you can't even, I don't even think you can refute it with a straight face. Everybody knows the president is concerned about the misuse of American taxpayer dollars overseas. It's one of his primary driving forces. It's one of his main talking points. So for anybody to sit in here today and pretend like that isn't the case, that he wasn't, Ukraine, the third most corrupt nation in the world, is the only one on the list that he wasn't concerned about? It just doesn't even, it doesn't hold water, it doesn't make sense, and nobody back home is buying this. No one. So let's stop with the games. Let's acknowledge this for what it is, and let's move on. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Gentleman's yielding.
I yield the remainder of my time. I'm sorry, I had some left. I yield to Mr. Jordan.
Well, I just want to answer the statement that gentleman from Rhode Island made a little bit earlier. He said, pointing at Mr. Biggs' amendment, that his amendment was not true. His amendment's real clear. It says the Ukrainians under President Zelensky signed 2 major anti-corruption measures. That's exactly what they did. They enacted this high anti-corruption court when the parliament was first sworn in, and they got rid of absolute immunity for members of their parliament. 2 pretty darn important anti-corruption measures. In fact, Mr. Morrison, when he testified in front of this committee, told us, when he did his deposition, he told us that when they were there with Ambassador Bolton visiting with the Ukrainians, August 27th, he said the Ukrainians were tired because they'd been up all night preparing this legislation, putting it together. That's how focused they were on this. And then when it passed, when it was enacted, that's in fact when the aid was released. If I could, if the gentleman would, I'll yield back and you yield to the ranking.
No, I yield to the ranking member. No? Yield to Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think House Democrats would have you believe that somehow this impeachment effort is the outgrowth of organic activity from the president, when the reality is they have intended to impeach this president from the very beginning, and it was actually the chairman, when campaigning to be the head of the Judiciary Committee, who said that he'd be best on the impeachment issue. This is a New York Times article, December 18th, 2017. And it says, as our constitutional expert, and with his demonstrated leadership on impeachment in the 90s, Nadler is our strongest member to lead a potential impeachment. This is what Chairman Nadler wrote on his pocket-sized campaign literature to his fellow Democrats when he wanted the job. He was literally campaigning on impeachment before the president even made the phone call to President Zelensky. It's who they are, it's what they've wanted, and it's all because they cannot stand the fact that the America First movement is the most powerful movement in American political history. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this New York Times article from December 18th, 2017, outlining your ambition on impeachment.
Back home in my 2 seconds left, we call that a mic drop moment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Chairman.
For what purpose does Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to the facts, and I want to go back to this amendment. My colleague from Florida said that this amendment is putting forward a, quote, understandable reason for why the president withheld the aid and then suddenly released the aid. And my colleagues on the other side have also made the point that we don't know what the intent was of the president. This is the stated intent, that because he was waiting for the Ukrainian government to do some massive anti-corruption measures, that was the intent. But I just want to remind people again of what I said yesterday. The president is the smoking gun. After his call with President Zelensky, the president came out onto the lawn and he was asked by a reporter, what did you want to get out of that call with President Zelensky? And the president said, I wanted him to, and these aren't the exact words, but he basically said, I wanted him to open an investigation into the Bidens. It's that simple. So the president himself has told us what his intent is. But let's go on to say that if my Republican colleagues, as some just did, argue that the president, nobody can argue that the president is so interested in corruption. Of course, he's so interested in corruption. I would go back again to the facts that are on the table, which is that in 2017 and in 2018, the president released aid, not just to any country, but to Ukraine. Now, my colleagues have also said that the president knew that President Zelensky was an anti-corruption fighter, but they just wanted to see if maybe he was really going to follow through. So they're saying that the person before this president, before President Zelensky, the previous president of Ukraine, was a corrupt individual. They've said that through their remarks. Well, if that president was corrupt, why, if President Trump cared so much about corruption, why did he release the aid in 2017 and 2018 to Ukraine? Now, then I'd like to get to the question of this particular amendment. I looked at that OMB letter, and I would call that an after-the-fact cover-up. Why do I say that? I say that because if you look at the timeline, and some of my colleagues have laid out pieces of this, but let me lay out a few more. On June 18th, we already know about the May letter that the Department of Defense sent saying that Ukraine had passed all of its anti-corruption requirements. On June 18th, the Department of Defense publicly announced that it would release the military aid to Ukraine. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified that by July 3rd, he was aware of the hold, and he was aware that the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, was making queries that were, quote, abnormal. He used that word abnormal. Fiona Hill testified that there was no explanation given for the hold. Undersecretary of State David Hale testified that he was frustrated because he was simply told that this was the president's wish. In August, several OMB divisions, wrote a joint memo recommending that military aid go to Ukraine as soon as possible. And they said in that memo that it was necessary, this military aid was necessary for supporting a stable and peaceful Europe. I would also note that just recently, just a few weeks ago, 2 OMB officials resigned. And they resigned because of deep concerns that they had about what they were being asked to do. One of those individuals worked in the legal department that issued this after-the-fact cover-up memo from OMB. Now, let me just ask the American people this. If the president was waiting, had deep concerns about corruption, and was waiting for Ukraine to take major steps on corruption, let me ask you what you think any president might do in that situation. Might they ask the Department of Defense to follow up on those major anti-corruption things that they were trying to get done? They didn't. He did not do that. Would that president inform top agencies who are about those concerns? No, he didn't do that either. In fact, they were all universally in agreement that the aid should be released. And might the president inform Congress that this was something that he was concerned about and he had to withhold the aid? He didn't do that either. After the fact cover-up memo. That's all this is, and we need to oppose this amendment.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Collins seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
It is amazing that this is an after-the-fact cover-up since it was asked for by a Democratic senator. A Democratic senator asked for this letter. So that's an after-the-fact cover-up when a Democratic senator asks for a letter explaining the process on how this happens, an after-the-fact cover-up. This is exactly what I thought would happen when we come back from lunch and come back from our break. All the things were over, their arguments were dead, everything was going, and they said, well, let's get back in there and tell the same things over and over again. Maybe the ones who were watching in the morning wasn't watching in the afternoon. That's got to be one of the best ones I've heard, though, an after-the-fact cover-up when it was asked for by a Democratic senator just a few weeks ago. How is that an after? I mean, I guess Trump's blamed for a Democratic senator thinking, ooh, be careful what you wish for. But there's other things that's coming out again. One of the things that really bugged me here is this lawful delay. This money was not due to be appropriated. It could have been by Congress if we'd have said do it on a certain day. We said by September 30th. So really and truly, if there was no ever interaction between the U.S. and Ukraine and the money was not vested until September 30th, there was nothing wrong here, and it's still nothing wrong here. It's been evidence to me that the evidence reveals that only the majority, again, this one is just mind-boggling. How was anybody in the press or anybody else let them get away with the continual belittling of Mr. Zelensky? They've called him a politician derogatorily. They've called him an actor. They've called him weak. They've called him everything else in the world. He's cowering. I mean, use the adjectives, and I'll go back to their adjective. You know, if they don't believe me here, if it looks like a duck, acts like a duck, walks like a duck, well, this is what they're doing. They're tearing him down in the eyes of the public, and they keep doing it over and over again to try and get at the president. This is crazy. You know why they do that, though? Again, I'm going to repeat it one more time because there seems to be a problem of reruns around here. The reason I keep repeating this is because they can't make their case. They keep putting this out there, and again, it is amazing to me. The next untruth that we're dealing with here today, and this one is very sensitive to many in the military, many who have been texting me who serve overseas on our military and others, when they say, and put in an article, we agreed to put it in the record, 13 Ukrainian soldiers were killed during President Donald Trump's administration withholding aid from the country from mid-July to September. Guess what, my colleagues? There were Ukrainians killed when they had received their previous aid. There were Ukrainians who were killed in this battle before. This is the most despicable of drive-bys. To say that this many, you're saying Undersecretary Held has told you over and over, you talk about evidence, read the transcript. He said this was prospective money, not current money. But yet we keep putting it in the record because if you tell the story enough time, somebody out there is going to believe it. That's despicable for these 13s who lost their lives in Ukraine, and it's despicable for anyone who's actually fought in a battle for this country. Don't keep doing it, and if they do, call them out on it. We're going to call facts here. There's no crime. You know why? It's interesting. My friend from California just said, where are they on these different things? Where's the Democrats? My question is, where's your crimes? You talk about them. You want people to think they're there. You want people to come out and say, well, there's bribery, extortion, high-minded words. And you do it over and over and over again. The problem is if you had it, you would have put articles on it. You don't have it, so you didn't put articles on it. That's the stain on your articles. That's the stain on this committee. This committee couldn't make their case, so they came up with abuse of power. So they could put anything in it. And today we've heard that over and over and over again. Why? Because at the end of the day, the aid was delivered, nothing was held, but yet we're going to tell, because there was supposedly pressure that the two on the call said didn't exist, and the Ukrainian leader said did not exist over and over and over again. But our majority would rather besmirk Mr. Zelensky and take him down because they can't make their case. My question is, who are they hurting now? They're trying to take down the American president, and they're trying to take down the Ukrainian president at the same time by making him look small in the middle of his own country, in the middle of a hot war. You can't have quid pro quo. You can't have pressure if the gentleman who is supposedly pressured says there is no pressure. You can't make excuses for him when he goes out over and over again and talks about it because he looks at it as it was in the call. But also to me, it is just amazing. Continuing this discussions to get people distracted. People died because money was held. That's not true. Quit saying it. And I don't care how many times you put it in a Newsweek article, it's still not true. When you understand what's going on here, that at the end of the day, it's very simple. I'll make it very slow for you to copy. They can't make a crime. They hold back to the fact that we can impeach him for anything, and that's what they've done. I yield back.
Unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back.
Unanimous consent request.
Gentleman is recognized for unanimous.
Los Angeles Times story, October 16. Trump froze military aid as Ukrainian soldiers perished in battle.
Without objection.
Object. I'm not sure how many times that this is being perpetrated, but it was prospective money, not current money.
Gentleman does not have the time. Mr. Deutsch, for what purpose is Mr. Deutsch seeking
Coming from the Los Angeles Times.
First, unanimous consent request.
Gentleman is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the May 23rd letter from John Rood certifying that the government of Ukraine has taken action to make institutional reforms to decrease corruption.
Without objection.
And I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the ranking member was right. It is important to repeat some of what's been said because most of America doesn't watch all day long. But for people who do, they need to understand that the reason we're here, the reason that we're moving forward on articles of impeachment is because the President of the United States abused his power by soliciting foreign interference in his own reelection, thereby cheating American voters. It's true that on May 23rd, the date that the Undersecretary of Defense certified that Ukraine had taken action to make institutional reforms to combat corruption, it's true that they had done that day. It's an important day because we've talked a lot about Ukraine needing the assistance, the security assistance as they were at war with Russia, and they did. They also needed the White House meeting. And also on May 23rd, it's just important for us to remember what the facts are. On May 23rd, a delegation returned from President Zelensky's inauguration. They met with the president, and the president told them, work with Rudy. Ambassador Sondland said, work with Giuliani or abandon the goal of a White House meeting. Let me say a word about Ambassador Sondland. My colleagues have challenged Ambassador Sondland's credibility. But it's important to pay attention to what he and others have testified to under oath. And if you think that $1 million donor to President Trump is not credible, then we should look at all of the testimony and the text messages and the emails to others and examine it closely. So they came back and they said, work with Rudy. And then on May 29th, the president invited President Zelensky to the White House. So President Zelensky expected that he would be coming. And Sondland then said that there was a prerequisite of investigations. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman said that Sondland told the Ukrainians on July 10th to treat the investigation, that the investigation of the Bidens was a deliverable necessary to get the meeting. Then on July 19th, Ambassador Sondland emailed Robert Blair and Lisa Kennedy, Brian McCormick, and Chief of Staff Mulvaney, and Secretary Perry, and Secretary Pompeo, all of them, and said that Zelensky was prepared to receive POTUS's call and offer assurance on the investigation. And Volker had breakfast with Giuliani and texted Ambassador Sondland and said, most important is for Zelensky to say he will help with the investigation. And Volker texted the morning of the call. He texted Yermak and said, heard from the White House, assuming President Zelensky convinces Trump that he will investigate and get to the bottom of what happened, we will nail down a date for a visit to Washington. Those are the facts. That's what was provided in text messages and emails, and there's been all this focus on the call. This is an effort that started the moment that this delegation got back from the inauguration, and it continued through the end of May and June and July, and then there was a call, but it continued on through August and through September. This isn't one time with 8 lines. This is a concerted effort to make sure that Ukraine, who was at war with Russia, understood that they weren't going to get their security assistance and they weren't going to get their White House meeting until they announced an investigation of the president's principal political opponent. That is abuse of power. And multiple times my colleagues over here have asked if anyone objects to the President of the United States abusing his power for political gain like that. But I would finish with this. Ambassador Taylor, when he came and testified under oath, he said, during our call on September 8th, Ambassador Sondland tried to explain that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, he asks that person to pay up before signing. I argued, he said, that made no sense. Ukrainians did not owe President Trump anything. That's true. They owed him nothing to get the White House meeting. They owed him nothing to get their aid, and they owed nothing to him for his assistance in his campaign. And I yield back.
Chairman. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Sensenbrenner seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. It is amazing to me that, again, the things that will come out of this markup is not the simple fact that they're going to mark up this and they'll send it to the floor. It is what they will perpetrate to try to hide the weakness of their argument. I have now given the article that the gentleman from California wants admitted, again, perpetrating the falsehood that people were killed because of money. And in the own article, which is biased against the president, biased against the whole situation, it has this line: although there is no way to link Markov and the other dozen's death directly to the lack of aid. Yeah, let's keep putting stuff in here that proves your pathetic argument. The article itself, which is biased against the president, actually says there's no way to link it, but yet we're doing it every time in here. Keep giving them. I'll keep accepting them. Wonderful article. Great job. Because you're making my point. I guess I could hush and just let you make my point for me. But all you want to do is to smirk the dead and go after Mr. Zelensky as weak and powerless. That's what's going to come out of this. So I guess, I withdraw my objection on this. It makes my point. Y'all have any more you want to put in? Keep going. But smirking the dead is not going to get you anywhere. I yield back. I yield back, Mr. Sensenbrenner.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman yields back without objection. The material will be inserted in the record.
I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleladies recognized for unanimous consent request.
I would like to ask unanimous consent to put a roll call article into the record entitled Ukrainian Lives Hung in the Balance as Trump Held Up Aid, quoting a National War College official about the adverse impact on
Without
the
objection.
war.
For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in opposition to the Biggs amendment. My colleague from Georgia talks about how Democrats are trying to make President Zelensky look weak. Well, I tell you, that brings to mind the picture of President Trump and President Zelensky meeting in New York in September at the UN, and a big chair for President Trump, little chair for President Zelensky, big 6'4" President Trump, 5'11" Mr. Zelensky, President Zelensky, and they're standing there, and President Trump is holding court, and he says, "Oh, by the way, no pressure." And you saw President Zelensky shaking his head as if his daughter was downstairs in the basement, duct taped. I mean, there's an imbalance of power in that relationship. It always has been. And there's no way that the nation of Ukraine can stand up to the power of the United States of America. And President Trump used that unequal bargaining position. He leveraged his power in that relationship, not for the benefit of the United States of America, but for his own benefit. He, again, held President Zelensky over a barrel up there in New York, the same way he did on the telephone call on the 25th of July. And he told him, "Look, I know that you need those javelins, but I need you to do me a favor, or do us a favor, And who was us, by the way? Was it the American people or was it the Trump campaign and all of those corrupt officials that he aligns himself with, half of whom are in jail or facing charges or facing sentencing? Who was he talking about? Us. It wasn't the American people. It was the Trump organization and the Trump campaign. And that's wrong. It's wrong for the United States president to use his position for himself. It's wrong. And that's what President Trump did, and that's what we're holding him accountable for today. And President Trump pretty much sold out our Constitution for his own personal benefit. We're called upon today with the question of whether or not we're going to sell out our positions, whether or not we're going to be sellouts. I mean, each and every one of us had a career before we came to Congress. I myself was a criminal defense lawyer, and I enjoy my job. I'm honored to represent the biggest client that I've ever represented, and that is the citizens of the 4th Congressional District of Georgia. But I would gladly, to protect the Constitution, give up my job that I love, and I'd go back to Georgia to do what I used to do if I had to pay a heavy price for doing what was right for the Constitution. And that's what my friends on the other side of the aisle are charged with now. I know that there's a lot of fear about them being in Zelensky's position, about them being in that little small chair with the president, with the bully pulpit, the right-wing media, Fox News, everything being on his side, and him levying and leveraging that power against them as they approach their primaries. They don't want to get primaried. I know that that is the desire, but let's not sell out the country for our own desire, which is exactly what we're charged with protecting our country from President Trump doing. Let's not do that. Let's make ourselves look good in the eyes of history. Let's do the right thing. And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. McCarcel-Powell, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I want to respond to, I've been here all day listening to all the comments from my Republican colleagues, and the one thing that has continued to be mentioned is that there has been no crime committed. And I have been asked by some of the people that live in my district, live in my community, Americans that say about what is the crime? And I have to say that there is no higher crime than for the president to use the power of his office to corrupt our elections. We are seeing behavior from this president that we have not seen in the history of our country, violating 3 of the most dangerous violations of the Constitution. 1, abuse of power through self-dealing. 2, betrayal of national security. 3, corruption of our elections. And I want to make something very clear. We are here today because the President of the United States of America has violated the law. The President's conduct meets all the elements of criminal bribery under 18 U.S.C. 201b2a. A public official demands or seeks anything of value personally in return for being influenced in the performance of any official act. Why are we here? How did we get here? The Inspector General of the intelligence community brought to Congress an urgent and credible threat to our national security, to our democracy. That is why we're here today. You have heard conspiracy theories. You have heard things that are not true to distract from the fact that this president abused the power of his office to extort a foreign government for his own private political gain not for the interest of the United States of America. Now, you also hear about that we're trying to overturn our election. If you see, they have a poster over there saying that we're trying to overturn the election. That couldn't be anything farther from the truth. It is a ridiculous statement. Impeachment is a crucial part of the Constitution that ensures a democratic government. It was created by the founders as a check to prevent a president from becoming a king. And it is incredible to me to see some of my colleagues bend over backwards to cover up for this president. My sister is a yoga teacher. She doesn't contort the way some of my Republican colleagues distort the facts, all to protect this president. The founders knew that elections would come every 4 years, but included impeachment in the Constitution to protect the republic against a president who would be an imminent threat to our democracy. And that is why we are here today, because this president has shown us that he is welcoming foreign interference. He has asked Russia, he has asked Ukraine, he has asked China, asking them to investigate his political opponents. We've seen it. We have seen those videos. That is direct evidence. We have documentary evidence. We have a transcript of a call. We have text messages. We have emails from Ambassador Sondland. Everyone was in the loop. This is a scheme that began back in February, March. This was a complaint that was brought forth to Congress because it was an urgent and credible threat. The President of the United States has violated the law. He has abused his power. He is undermining our freedoms, our democracy. We must act. That is why we're here today. No one, no president in this country is above the law. I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think that argument would have a lot more merit on the abuse of power charge if we don't take a look back and look at the whole destination and how we got here. And the reason I say that is because for 2 years we heard about Russian conspiracy, Russian collusion. How are we going to prove it? Chairman of the Intelligence Committee went on national TV and said he had direct evidence of Russian conspiracy. Well, the Mueller report came out. And actually, if you watch media, about a week before the Mueller report came out, we started switching to obstruction and obstruction of justice. And so we go through that. And the Mueller report comes out and shows there's absolutely no conspiracy, absolutely no collusion. So we're going to check that off the list. Now we go to 10 articles of obstruction of justice, and we walk through it, and we bring Bob Mueller into the judiciary hearing, and I'm pretty certain there were people marking out statues next to the Washington Monument of gratitude and gravitas of Bob Mueller. Well, that hearing fell flat, and obstruction of justice was abandoned. So then we moved into a July 25th phone call, and we went to quid pro quo. And quid pro quo kept going, but then they decided that wasn't working really well. So we poll tested bribery. And bribery had a little bit of a problem because you cannot prove the elements of the crime. And I don't care how many different ways we say it, when the victim of the crime, alleged victim, continues to go on national TV, international press conferences every step of the way and deny that he was a victim and deny that there was a crime, we move on. So we move from things of campaign finance, which didn't even work in the Mueller report, and continue to moving forward. So instead of starting an investigation in a general way and moving towards a specific crime, we try and pick 17 different specific crimes, and when they never get there, instead of doing what any reasonable investigator would do and say there is no there, we take it all and we put it together, and then we say, well, because we can't prove any of it, we're going to use all of it. And so if we want to know why we're here today, that's why we're here today, because this started the day President Trump got elected. It's continued through the Mueller report, not to be deterred. In a separate different thing, the day after the Mueller report hearings happened in the Judiciary Committee, I was in the Oversight Committee when they subpoenaed the personal emails of every member of the Trump family. This is never going to stop. I agree with my colleague from Ohio. It is never going to stop. and we will continue to move forward, but you cannot move through all of these specific crimes, use these words for weeks at a time, and the minute they fall apart, we just move on to the next thing. I think that's why you're losing the support of the American people. I think that's why you're losing support of your colleagues on your side of the aisle in Congress, and that's why we're here. So let's call it like it is and explain how we got here, why we're here, and where we continue to go. And with
Gentlemen,
that, who?
Who needs?
Yeah, I'll yield to ranking member.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold, you just brought up a great point. You know why we know what you just said is true? You know, again, we've dealt in a lot of non-truth here, and we just say it over and over enough so people believe. But what you just said is completely true, that this will never end. You know why we know that? Adam Schiff's own words and Al Green's own words. Adam Schiff, even the other day, giving in his one of his press conferences, which he loves dearly, he loves to testify in front of cameras, just not in front of members, where he has to actually answer questions. And he said, we're just going to keep, no matter what happens, we're going to keep investigating. We're going to start it off. I wish Mr. Ratcliffe, you're on the Intel committee, and I know others on this. Well, it'd be nice if y'all get back to oversight of the intelligence community. That'd be nice. Shocking proposition for a committee that's supposed to be doing that. But then also Mr. Green said we can impeach him over and over and over again. This is what's happening. It's a farce. We can't come up with crimes, so we say crimes. We can't put them in the articles because we can't make it happen. But yet, just like you said, I just wanted to commend you for telling the truth. You told the truth. This is not going to end no matter what. Except, and the reason we know it is because we don't have to infer. We don't have to find articles to put in the record. We just listen to their own words. I yield back to Mr. Armstrong.
And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Deming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
You know, I rise today in opposition of this amendment. It is so obvious, it's so obvious, that it is a last-minute, after-the-fact, desperate scramble to cover up the president's wrongdoing. And I tell you what, we're not falling for it, and I really do believe the American people are not falling for it and probably are offended by it. You know, my Republican colleagues have talked about a lot of things today, and they're really working very hard to protect the president. It appears like at any and all costs. But I really wish that my colleagues on the other side would work as hard to protect voting rights for the American people, believing that everybody should have the right to vote, and that cheating in our elections by anyone at any time or any place is just not right. It just amazes me to suggest that abuse of power is somehow inadequate or inappropriate or not serious enough. Abuse of power by the highest position in the land, the leader of the free world, that abuse of power is not enough to impeach this president or any other president. But the framers were so desperately concerned about abuse of power by the president. They were terrified of the thought of an unprincipled man, a person finding their way into the White House. To suggest that abuse of power is not serious, it's not enough, is simply ridiculous to me. The president has a constitutional duty, and that really is the highest document in the land, to violate the Constitution. He has a constitutional duty to faithfully execute the law. Well, that's what it says, to faithfully execute the law. Is there anybody here, I don't care what comes out of your mouth today, is there anybody here who believes that this president has faithfully executed the law and faithfully executed the duties, the sacred trust that has been put in his hands and on his shoulder? He's supposed to faithfully execute the law, not ignore it, not abuse it, and not forget it. President is supposed to be motivated by public interest, the interest of the people. But rather than remembering that or caring about that, I'm not really sure he ever really did, the president chose to try to coerce a foreign power, a newly elected young president that we all were excited about, an anti-corruption president. President tried to coerce him into interfering in the 2020 elections. The things that I have heard today about Vice President's child, things I've heard about the Vice President's son, when we have millions of people in this country who are suffering from addiction, I just believe to protect this president at any cost is shameful. Article 2 in the Nixon impeachment said this: the article principally addressed President Nixon's use of power, including powers vested solely in the president to aid his political allies, harm his political opponents, and gain improper personal political advantages. In explaining this article of impeachment, the House Judiciary Committee then stated that President Nixon's conduct was undertaken for his personal political advantage and not in the furtherance of any valid national policy objective. The president abused his power. And to me, and at least the members on this side of the dais, that matters. And with that, I yield the remaining time to Mr. Richmond from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I just want to remind people that or the people watching, that when you look at the credibility of a testimony and weighing the evidence, you can look at other things. So I want to enter into the record unanimous consent, the Guardian article, Roger Stone, the Michael Cohen, the men in Trump's orbit implicated in crimes.
Without objection.
CNN Politics, 6 Trump associates have been convicted in Mueller-related investigation. In honor of my wise grandmother who said, birds of a feather flock together. And then also, President Trump has made 13,435 false or misleading claims over 993 days.
Without objection, and the gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I wanted to speak first to the underlying amendment that calls for the acknowledgement that the aid was released in the article, first article, I believe. And I want to, again, recount not only the July 25th call, where previously I've indicated the President's language of would like you to do us a favor, though, that was not tied to the us representing the entity of a public representation, which would be the United States of America, established foreign policy by the Secretary of State, established foreign policy by the Secretary of Defense. And that is because, of course, the Secretary of Defense and State had already certified that Ukraine was working to graduate working to ensure the end of corruption that had met the standards that were required for funding. The other thing is that when Lieutenant Colonel Vindman thought that the words that he heard were appalling and seemed to him to be inappropriate for a call to the President as relates to a question tying the military aid to investigation of Biden and others, sons and others, not official policy, he immediately gave it to the NSC counsel, John Eisenberg. John Eisenberg took the information and then ultimately put it in a separate coded filing and asked that the lieutenant colonel not say anything about it. That is unusual because you would think that if it was normal business, if it had to do with standard U.S. foreign policy, it'd be okay to talk about that call. But they knew a major mistake had been made. They knew that the president had offered to give military aid if he got an investigation against his political rival, and his political rival happened to be Joe Biden, and he knew that that was, in fact, conspicuously using public office and public money for public and private desires. Let me also say that our friends talk about the courts. We have not shied away from the courts. In fact, Judge Howell, regarding the 6E grand jury materials, specifically said, there is an impeachment inquiry. You can't stand in the way, Mr. President. Judge Jackson indicated in her decision that the president was not a king. And so we're here to talk about, not as a mother, someone's child who may have some concerns like every American's child may have, which I am saddened that those personal matters were raised. We're here to talk about the abuse of this president and the obstruction of Congress, another amendment that we voted against. Because in Rodino's statement during the Nixon proceedings, he made it very clear to President Nixon regarding his failure to comply with subpoenas issued pursuant to the Watergate impeachment inquiry. And the Constitution reinforces the fact that we have the sole power of impeachment. And the underlying decisions of the two court decisions I mentioned was that we were in an impeachment inquiry. And as a reminder to my colleagues, this committee ultimately approved an article of impeachment against Richard Nixon on the obstruction of Congress matter. I wanted to clean up and bring some more points on that. And it was clear that it was a case where the president could not dictate to the House impeachment inquiry what he was refusing to give or not. This is where my friends steer off the rails. They refuse to acknowledge the facts of the case. The president took public money with a public intent, with a private intent, to use those monies to deny Mr. Zelensky, who was going to go ahead and announce investigations on CNN, but was stopped in his tracks when the whistleblower's letter or statement was released. It was out the bag that the president had done this on the July 25th call. Let's be clear, this is about facts and the Constitution. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. McBath seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been sitting here all day.
Gentlelady, strike the last word.
Yes, excuse me. I moved to
Gentlelady's
strike the last word.
recognized.
I've been anxiously sitting here all day long, and I just want to be able to say this to the American people before our day ends today. My colleagues and I have been explaining the evidence that we've heard. We've been talking about all the documents and heard from so many witnesses along the way. And as we have been upholding our constitutional obligation to defend the Constitution, some today have argued that we have not upheld our constitutional obligation to legislate, to solve problems, and that all we want to do is impeach the President of the United States. And I truly want to assure the American people and to give you hope that this is not true. I want to make sure that we set the record straight so that you know that we have been working on your behalf. And despite what many people in this country think, Congress can walk and chew gum at the same time. This Congress has been working very, very hard on behalf of the American people in spite of everything that's happening with this impeachment. This very day, we passed a bill that lowers the cost of prescription drugs for hundreds of millions of Americans, H.R. 3. It will save our taxpayers over $456 billion over the next decade and allow for the expansion of Medicare coverage, including hearing, dental, and vision benefits. Just this week, we achieved monumental changes to the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. Yes, we've been waiting a very long time for that. This agreement is huge. It's a huge win for our families, our workers, and business owners in every district across the United States. And we continue to work to make sure that we stay competitive in a global environment. Yesterday, we voted to support the NDAA, legislation that will keep our country safe and will give a raise to our service members and includes important reforms like paid parental leave for all federal employees and repealing the widow's tax. And even on this committee, we've worked together. This week, my Republican colleague, Congressman Rushenthaler, and I were among a bipartisan group of lawmakers who introduced legislation that would end online child exploitation. Since we've been sitting in this room today, a deal has been forged by our colleagues to fund our government and avoid another shutdown. Throughout this investigation, my colleagues and I have been fulfilling our duties as members of Congress. Do not be deceived. We have been working on the American public's behalf every single day, in spite of the tragedy that we're in now with this impeachment. This Congress, the House of Representatives, we have passed over 275 bills. 275 bills. And we are defending our democracy and delivering on the promises that we made to each and every one of our constituents. I want the American public to know this. We are truly disheartened by what is happening here with impeachment. But do know that we are working on your behalf each and every single day. We will continue to do what we swore an oath to do, and that is to protect and serve you. Even in this moment, in this tragedy, be rest assured we will do just that. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Raskin seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, in law school, I teach my students to try to take the best argument of their opponents and not the worst arguments. And so I'm going to ignore all of the frivolous process objections about the rooms and the temperature and all that kind of stuff we've heard about. And I'm going to try to make what I think is the best argument, or reconstruct the best argument that's come out today. And I understand that our colleagues face a difficult task because 70% of the American people believe that the president has done something wrong in these actions of trying to pressure a foreign government to get involved in our election. And so they've got a problem there, and they've got another problem, which is that there is an overwhelming and uncontradicted body of evidence that the president did that. The president withheld hundreds of millions of dollars in security assistance that we had voted for a besieged foreign ally resisting Russian aggression because he was trying to get the president of that country, Zelensky, to agree to conduct a press conference in which he would say he was investigating the Bidens. And he also wanted President Zelensky to validate Vladimir Putin's favorite disinformation conspiracy theory about the 2016 campaign, which is that it was Ukraine and not Russia that engaged in a sweeping and systematic campaign to interfere in our election. So what do you do with that? Well, we can understand why they've been talking about process for months, but I think they understand this is a serious investigation with rigorous methods and serious, inescapable conclusions, and the American people are focused on it. A majority not only support the investigation, a majority would like to see the president impeached. According to Fox News anyway, one poll I saw. But in any event, huge numbers of Americans are very disturbed by this. So what have they come up with? Well, they've not found an alibi. There's no fact alibi. He can't claim somebody else did it. But they've come up with a defense which to me looks like really a mitigating factor, a plea for mercy. The president did all of these things, but his motive is misunderstood. All of us think that he was doing it because he wanted to advance his own reelection prospects. And in some sense, he wanted to help, for whatever reason, his friend Vladimir Putin. And Putin's already been on TV bragging about the fact that everybody's focused on Ukraine in the 2016 election and not Russia. Note to Mr. Putin, that's not right. We understand exactly what's going on here. But in any event, the new argument is that the president was not trying to advance his own political interests. What he was trying to do was to advance his passionately held and yet little-known campaign against corruption. And that's why so much of our discussion today has been about corruption, because they're trying to say he was waging this campaign about corruption. Now, we've noted a number of problems there, and I want to just try to catalog some of the other ones to try to put this into some order so people can understand the problem with their best argument. The first is that the president never raised the word corruption on the July 25th telephone call. Biden's name was mentioned several times. It wasn't corruption, corruption, corruption. It was Biden, Biden, Biden. And he never raised any other companies at all. It was all about Burisma, Hunter Biden's company. That's all that he mentioned. And as far as we know, he's never mentioned any other company in connection with corruption in Ukraine. In 2017 and 18, when Congress voted money for Ukraine, the president passed it along. He didn't raise corruption in Ukraine. He didn't even raise the Bidens at that point. It only became an issue in 2019. In 2019, why? Because Joe Biden had surpassed him in the public opinion polls, and now suddenly it was a big issue, and so he cared about it. Well, what's the other evidence here? The president's team, Rudy Giuliani, and Parnas and Fruman engaged in a smear campaign against the U.S. ambassador who was crusading against corruption in Ukraine, and the president got her out of the way. He pulled her back. So all the evidence shows they were promoting corruption and a corrupt scheme. They weren't trying to attack it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman?
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
And briefly, Mr. Chairman and members, Mr. Raskin, my colleague Mr. Raskin just said Biden's name was used multiple times. Well, I think that's a little misleading. Again, the only place in this whole telephone call where Biden is even brought up is in one little paragraph. And that was on page 4 of 5 pages of the transcript. I mean, most of this call was about congratulating President Zelensky and the new parliament, talking about how, a lot of these European countries aren't pitching in with the aid that was to Ukraine as much as the United States has, and all kinds of things. It was a long phone call, and it's really disingenuous to say that the whole thing was about this, and Biden was mentioned several times. Let me read again. In fact, I know that the President Trump tweets this out. Read the transcript, and I wish people would, because everybody watches TV and they get all these comments. But I did this with my husband. I said, would you just please read the transcript? It's only 5 pages long, doesn't take that much time. And, after he read it, he's like, that's it? That's all they got? But here, this is the mention about Biden. Again, page 5. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution. So if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. That's it, folks. That's all there is. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question now occurs on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? No. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Richmond? No. Mr. Richmond votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin? No. Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? No. Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Steen?
No.
Ms. Steen votes no. Ms. McCarcel-Powell?
No.
Ms. McCarcel-Powell votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Radcliffe? Mr. Radcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby? Ms. Roby votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Klein?
Aye.
Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes.
Has everyone voted who wishes to vote?
Mr. Correa, you are not recorded.
Mr. Correa?
Mr. Correa votes no.
Anyone else who wishes to vote who hasn't voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Reschenthaler has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H-Res 755, offered by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania.
The gentlelady reserves a point of order.
Page 5, beginning on line 6, strike Article 2.
I withdraw my point of order.
Strike Article 2. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would strike all of Article 2, which is the obstruction of Congress charge. The facts simply do not align with the Democrats' claim of obstruction. Our government has 3 branches for a reason. When there is a disagreement between the executive and the legislative branch, it is supposed to be resolved by the 3rd branch, the court. Republicans recognized this in 2011 when they investigated President Obama's Fast and Furious scandal. The Fast and Furious scandal allowed 2,000 firearms to fall into the hands of drug cartels and resulted in the death of an American Border Patrol agent. People actually died in President Obama's scandal. Throughout the Republicans' investigation of that scandal, they made numerous attempts to accommodate the Obama administration. Yet despite their efforts, President Obama invoked executive privilege and barred testimony and documents. So what did the Republicans do? The appropriate thing. They went to the courts. Compare those efforts with what we have seen from the Democrats during this impeachment sham. House Democrats could have worked with the administration to reach accommodations for their requests, but they didn't. House Democrats should have worked through the courts, but they didn't. And why is that? It's simple. Because they have a political expedient deadline to send this mess out of Congress into the Senate before Christmas. So despite what you hear from my colleagues, the administration has consistently cooperated with Democrats, even though they have been out to get this president since the very moment he was elected. Let's just go through the numbers. Over 25 administration officials have testified before the House Oversight Committee. Over 25. Over 20 administration officials have testified before this very committee. The administration has also handed over more than 100,000 pages of documents since the start of the sham impeachment inquiry. Now let's contrast that with the conduct from the Democrats. Democrats have threatened witnesses that, quote unquote, any failure to appear in response to a letter requesting their presence would constitute evidence of obstruction. Let me just go through that language. It's a letter would constitute evidence of obstruction. That's not a subpoena, that's a letter. Democrats have also told the State Department employees that if they insisted on using agency counsel to protect executive branch confidentiality interests, they would have their salaries withheld. That kind of sounds like abuse of power, but I digress a little bit. Democrats have not afforded this president basic procedure protections, such as the right to see all the evidence, the right to call witnesses, or the right to have counsel at hearings. But it's just not the Trump administration that's been railroaded by the Democrats. Judiciary Democrats voted down my own subpoena, my own motion to subpoena the whistleblower, even though I said that he or she could testify in executive session, which would be private, and yet they voted it down on party lines. Chairman Nadler also refused requests to have Chairman Schiff testify before this committee. House Democrats also have denied every Republican request for a fact witness. So I ask, who is really obstructing Congress? The Democrats have no case when it comes to obstruction. This obstruction charge is completely baseless and bogus. If they really wanted to charge someone with obstruction, how about they start with Adam Schiff? Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Bass seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Yes, I'd like to begin by answering my colleague's question. He asked, who is really obstructing Congress? Who is obstructing Congress? President Donald Trump. The text of the Constitution devotes only a few sentences to a discussion of impeachment power. Yet among those few sentences is the clear statement that the House possesses the sole power of impeachment. And what that means is that within the sole discretion of the House to determine what evidence is necessary then for it to gather in order to exercise that power. So it's unnecessary for the House to go to the court to enforce subpoenas issued pursuant to an impeachment investigation. If it did, the House's sole power of impeachment would be beholden to the dictates of the judicial rather than the executive branch. Past presidents have disapproved of impeachments, criticized the House, doubted its motives, and insisted they did nothing wrong. But no president, however, including President Nixon, who was on the verge of being impeached for obstruction of Congress, had declared himself and the entire branch of government he oversees totally exempt from subpoenas issued by the House pursuant to its sole power of impeachment. President Trump has made compliance with every demand a condition of even considering whether to honor subpoenas, and he has directed his senior officials to violate their own legal obligations to turn over subpoenas and provide testimony. Indeed, the House was only able to conduct its inquiry into the Ukraine matter because several witnesses, like the ambassadors, the Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, had the courage to defy the president's unlawful command. President Trump's conduct toward the current House impeachment inquiry is unprecedented. My colleagues talk about information that we should wait to get from the courts. We really wouldn't have to wait to get from the courts if the president would comply and provide documents. I remember when Ambassador Sondland was testifying, and he said that he was testifying from memory because he wasn't even allowed to have access to his own notes in the State Department. President Trump has abused his power and is a continued threat to our democracy and national security. He's put himself before the country, and no one is above the law. When I think of our elections and my concern for our election next year, our election should be decided by us. Our foreign policy and national security should be based on America's interests, not the president's personal and political interests. We've talked over and over again about the real reason for all of this was his concern about corruption. But as one of my colleagues said earlier today, if he was concerned about corruption, he would be concerned about what is going on in the White House and all of the people who he has been affiliated with who are either awaiting sentences, sent to prison, serving time, or awaiting court. So it's noteworthy that members of the minority never actually defend President Trump's misconduct by disputing the facts of the case, but instead try to deflect and distract with irrelevant issues. So I just want to end. Someone asked this earlier, but I don't believe my colleagues on the other side of the aisle ever answered. Forget President Trump. Is it ever okay for a president to invite foreign interference in our election? And with that, I yield to my colleague from California.
Thank you for yielding. I would like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record the letter from the President's counsel, Pat Cipollone, dated October 8th, 2019.
Without objection.
I just, reflecting on the comments made by my colleague from California, certainly we had a right to receive information. We have a right to make a judgment on the information that we have been able to obtain because impeachment is solely in the province of the Congress. But just on the narrow issue of the assertion of privilege, I think it's important to note that no privilege was asserted in this letter by the counsel. He doesn't say it's executive privilege. He doesn't say anything that you could take to court. He just says he doesn't like what we're doing, and they're not going to give us anything. No, not a piece of paper, not a witness, just no. And that is an absurd situation. It is not acceptable, and it is really obstruction of Congress. And I thank the gentlelady for yielding and yield back to her.
I think my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Chairman,
For what purpose does Mr. Sensenbrenner seek
I
recognition?
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Listening to my two colleagues from California, this seems to be the greatest amount of circular reasoning that we've heard in the last couple of days. There's been a lot of it, but this is one that I think grabs the blue ribbon. Because what I hear is that an impeachment inquiry, if the White House does not give the House of Representatives and this committee everything we ask for, then that's obstruction of Congress and an impeachable offense. And that's not what the law said, and it's not what the law should be. There are certain privileges and immunities that the president has, irrespective of whether we're doing oversight or whether we're using our Article 2 power, the sole power of impeachment. And he ought to be able to present those, in a court of law. This is not a court of law. I don't blame White House counsel Cipollone for not saying that there were any privileges involved, because we know what the answer is going to be, and that is we're going to blow any claim of privilege away. We're going to blow any type of executive immunity away. We are going to simply say, we want it, and you got to give it to us, no matter whether it's private information or doing some legitimate oversight. Now, we know that the rejection of the argument that we shouldn't have to go to court for that is bogus, because the House of Representatives has gone to court to try to get enforcement of subpoenas that are as a result of this impeachment inquiry. The enforcement against Don McGahn, has gotten as far as the D.C. Circuit. There are others that are pending a little bit further backwards in the judicial system. But what I would like to ask my friends on the majority side is, okay, say we're done with this impeachment inquiry next week. The House passes both articles of impeachment and it goes to the Senate for trial. Does that mean that the whole nexus of why you are attempting to enforce those subpoenas is gone? Are you going to go to court and say it's gone. Are you going to move to dismiss those actions to support enforcement of the subpoenas? If you are following the argument that I've just heard, you got to do it. But I doubt it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. The actions of the White House, of the President in this case, are different in kind from all previous actions of executives, of presidents. It is not a question of asserting privileges. It is not a question of adjudicating rights given in court. Rather, the counsel wrote, given that your inquiry lacks any legitimate constitutional foundation, the executive branch cannot be expected to participate in it. It is not up to the President to decide whether an impeachment inquiry by the Congress is legitimate or not. That's our function. That sentence shows right there a usurpation by the President of congressional power, number one. Number two, if the White House had simply asserted privileges for a number of witnesses, that could be adjudicated. And maybe, it may very well be, that had we chosen to oppose that as a reason for an impeachment, that would be invalid. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the President saying he does not recognize our impeachment and he will not participate in it. He will not grant anything. That is an obstruction of Congress. It's a usurpation of Congress's role to decide whether to have an impeachment inquiry, and it's a decision to completely try to frustrate that inquiry by denying all participation, by denying all documents and all witnesses without asserting any privileges. There's nothing to do with privileges. Privileges may be adjudicated in court. An assertion by the executive that the impeachment power cannot be exercised by Congress is an obstruction of Congress, and if allowed to get away with it, eliminates the power of impeachment as a check on the power of the presidency, and is a large step toward dictatorship, because the threat of impeachment is the only threat, the only enforcement mechanism that Congress has on a president who would usurp powers and destroy the separation of powers, especially given the Department of Justice's policy that a sitting president cannot be indicted, and the administration's assertion that he cannot even be investigated criminally. That leaves only impeachment as a remedy and as a check on presidential power, and if you don't want a dictatorship, you have to allow Congress to exercise the power of impeachment, and the Congress has a sole power, the House has a sole power of impeachment, which means we have the right to get the documents we demand, may be subject to certain privileges, but that's not at issue here because no privileges have been asserted. Instead, what has been asserted is that the executive has the right to determine that the impeachment inquiry is invalid. They usurp the role of the House. This is an assertion of tyrannical power. That's why we must impeach the president on this article to go along with this amendment and get rid of Article 2 and say it is, in effect, it is permissible for the president to deny the impeachment power of the House is a long step away from constitutional government, a long step away from any control over the power of a president, and a long step toward tyranny. And I oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
I just wanted to ask if you would yield for 1 minute, one quick question on that.
I will yield. I yielded back, but I'll yield.
I just wanted to ask, you said it's the only, or to paraphrase, it's the only remedy. Why is court not an appropriate remedy in this case?
Court would be in a...
I think your microphone's off.
Sorry. Court might be an appropriate remedy if a privilege were asserted. I'm not willing to say that you couldn't mount an impeachment based on overbroad assertions of privilege. But no privileges have been asserted. There's nothing for a court to review. All that the president has said is there will be no, he has directed everyone in the executive branch, do not provide a piece of paper, do not testify. There's nothing for the court to review. He has simply asserted that the Constitution, that he doesn't recognize the constitutional power of Congress to impeach. He won't recognize it. He thinks it's an invalid, and that's not his function to do. It's our function to determine whether an impeachment inquiry is valid or not. It's a valid inquiry.
Isn't the next step then to hold a witness in contempt for either not producing documents or not appearing?
If a privilege were asserted, yes, but it's gone beyond that. We could certainly do that, but it's not a sufficient remedy. The only remedy for a president who says the House does not have the power to determine to have an impeachment inquiry is to say that's an obstruction of Congress. My time has expired. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman offering his amendment to strike the second article, which I think, unfortunately, is as ridiculous as the first article in this case. An obstruction charge requires a concerted effort to interfere with or impede a congressional election. What the president did, asserting executive privilege, is not in any way, shape, or form obstruction. Executive privilege is a time-honored, constitutionally protected right of each and every administration. And it's been asserted time and time again by administration after administration, both Republican and Democratic. When Congress disagrees with a particular assertion of executive privilege, the remedy is not impeachment. The remedy is to go to court and let the third branch of government, as I mentioned a little while ago, decide who is correct. That's why we have checks and balances in this country. We've got three branches of government. They're all supposed to keep an eye on each other. And in this case, the remedy is to go to the courts and let the courts decide if the president and this Congress disagree. And except that the House Democrats have decided that they don't want to wait for the courts to decide, not when they can instead just impeach the president and maybe damage him politically, although apparently that's not happening, but I think that was their goal. You want to talk about abuse of power. What the House Democrats are doing here is a clear case, in my view, of abusing their office for political gain. The majority really should hold themselves in contempt for conducting this one-sided, biased impeachment investigation and then attacking the White House for refusing to participate in such a patently unfair process. And I think if you look at the record of this president thus far, and he's only been in office 3 years at this point, the accomplishments are quite considerable. Impeaching a president that's accomplished these types of things is just patently absurd. Look at the economy right now. And why is the economy doing so well? I think it's principally two things. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that this president pushed and was passed when the previous Congress was in control. It was Republicans, both the House and the Senate at that time. The Democrats kept screaming, oh, these are tax cuts for the rich, tax cuts for the rich. About 85% of the American people had their taxes reduced. Yes, wealthy people got their taxes cut, but so did virtually everybody else in this economy. That's one of the principal reasons that we're seeing the economy continue to grow. That's one of the reasons that unemployment in this country is so low right now. It's at historic lows, about 50 years. And it's not just wealthy people doing well. A lot of people are doing well, and it's because of the tax cuts. About, as I mentioned, 85% of the people got their tax cuts. Unemployment in this country among African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans is at all-time low. Unemployment, all-time low among those groups because of this president's policies in conjunction with Congress back when Republicans were in the majority. I happen to be the ranking member, the lead Republican on the House Small Business Committee. I was the chairman of that committee for the last 2 years. Small businesses all across America are doing very well right now. Their confidence is at all-time highs. Why is it so important that small businesses do well? Well, about 70% of the new jobs created in the American economy are created by small business folks all across this country. They're the backbone of the American economy. And the other reason I think, other than taxes being reduced, why you're seeing the economy grow so well, is because he has reduced the red tape, the bureaucracy, the regulations that come out of Washington. Because when he was running as a candidate, he said his goal was to get rid of 2 existing regulations right now, red tape, 2 existing regulations for every new regulation coming out of Washington. That was a tough goal, but we've even exceeded that. So those two things together, I think, are one of the principal reasons this economy is growing so well. There's so many things that you could talk about the successes, but one that's actually going to happen soon is improving NAFTA, the USMCA. And again, hopefully the Democrats are going to pass this. They're in control here in the House now. And they face the challenge because if they passed it, then the president's obviously going to get some credit because he's been pushing this. They don't really want the president necessarily to get any credit, but they also are trying to get rid of the label of being a do-nothing Congress since they've been in control now. So they're going to apparently impeach the president and at the same time pass the USMCA. It's unfortunate it takes impeaching a president to pass it, but I'm really happy that we're impeaching it because, that we are passing USMCA because that's really good for the country. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back before he gets into too much trouble. I recognize, for what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'm really uncomfortable with the suggestion that's been made several times today that the U.S. Constitution is for sale. You know, there's no exception in the Constitution that allows a president to cheat in an election just because the economy is going well. My oath to protect and defend the Constitution isn't for sale. Look, if President Trump's obstruction, abuse of power, and obstruction of Congress are not impeachable, nothing is. Article 1 charges Trump with the abuse of power for attempting to undermine our elections. The primary check on a president becoming a king is elections. This president abused his powers to undermine our elections. That's Article 1. Article 2, which my colleague has suggested we should abandon, charges President Trump with obstruction of Congress for blocking the production of all documents and witnesses subpoenaed by Congress in the impeachment investigation. Congress's power to investigate and impeach the president is the backstop to elections to protect our government from being overrun by a tyrannical executive. The president has undermined our Constitution by obstructing Congress's impeachment power without a legal basis. For our Constitution to operate properly, it depends upon people acting in a reasonable manner. We're not dealing with an executive at this point who is acting in a reasonable manner. You know, often people ask lawyers, oh, can I sue? And it's an old lawyer joke that, of course you can sue. The question is, can you win? President Trump has made a career out of suing, knowing that he had no chance to win. He has clogged up our courts for decades, and he usually loses because he hasn't a legal leg to stand on. That's the situation we're in now. He has defied congressional subpoenas without a legal leg to stand on. He hasn't claimed executive privilege, which is something that could go to the courts. He's made up something called absolute immunity. Never before in the history of our country have we had a president who said, you can't talk to anyone in my administration, you can't see any documents. When we had Hope Hicks come before this, his communications secretary, come before this committee several months ago, she was subject to a claim of absolute immunity. She wasn't allowed to testify to anything that had happened, that she'd seen, that had been done from the moment she walked into the White House until she left. She wasn't allowed to tell us where her office was. I mean, this is the kind of absolute, tempted to say, iron curtain that this president has tried to place between his administration and the American people. There is no way in hell I will vote to remove obstruction of Congress from these articles, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. What purpose does... What?
Oh.
For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek
Move strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I support the gentleman from Pennsylvania, his amendment. He said in his remarks, he said the real obstruction came from Chairman Schiff. So true. And you know who the first victim was? This committee. This committee, unless you were on the Intel Committee, the Oversight Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, you couldn't set in for the 17 fact witnesses. You couldn't be a part of those depositions. Now, some people tried. My good friend from Florida tried to get in as a member of the committee that's now marking up the articles of impeachment, but he wasn't allowed. So the first victim of the real obstruction to get to all the information was this committee. The committee charged with writing up the articles of impeachment, marking them up as we speak, wasn't allowed to be in there for the 17 fact witnesses that we all deposed. But the Democrat rules were even worse. No subpoena power for Republicans. Depositions, as I said, done in secret in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol. In those depositions, remember, these witnesses were subpoenaed. They're supposed to answer our questions, but only the Democrats got all their questions answered. There were questions that Republicans asked that the chairman of the Intel Committee prevented the witnesses from answering. Democrats denied Republicans witnesses for the open hearings. We weren't allowed to call the witnesses we want. We had to submit a list. We put a couple people on the list from the 17 people that Adam Schiff subpoenaed just so we could have some people that we thought might help make the real case and present the facts, but we weren't allowed to call our witnesses. And of course, the one witness that we really wanted to call, even though Adam Schiff initially said that we'd get a chance to hear from him, we weren't allowed to, and that's the whistleblower. Remember when this all happened in September? Adam Schiff told us we were going to get to hear from the whistleblower. The whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge, who was biased against the president, who worked with Joe Biden. He said we're going to get to hear from him, but then changed his mind. And what changed the chairman's mind? Well, remember, the day after the call, the whistleblower writes this memo. Says the call was describes it as crazy, frightening, but he waits 18 days to file his complaint. But what happens in that 18-day time frame? Whistleblower goes off and sees Adam Schiff, gets some marching orders from Adam Schiff's staff, and everything changes. We don't get to hear from him. We don't get to hear from the person. And because we don't get to hear from the whistleblower, remember the complaint that gets filed on August 12th? Very first point the whistleblower makes in that complaint, he says this: over the past 4 months, more than half a dozen U.S. officials informed me about this effort. We have no idea. The committee marking up articles of impeachment, we have no idea who those half a dozen U.S. officials are. We don't know if we talked to them. We don't know if they came and testified. We don't know if they're the people to hear. My guess is Colonel Vindman was one of them, but who knows? We don't know, because we never got to talk to the individual who started it all with the complaint that the chairman of the Intel Committee told us when it all started, we're going to get to hear from him, but then when it's discovered that his staff had communicated with the whistleblower, nope, we're not going to get to. So the real victim of the obstruction here is this committee. We've not had any fact witness. We've had 4 Democrat witnesses in front of us. 3 law professors that the majority called in, and 1 Democrat law professor that the Republicans called in. That's all we've heard from. Those were the 4 witnesses, and then a bunch of staff. None of the 17 witnesses. So I support the gentleman from Pennsylvania's amendment, and he's exactly right. The obstruction came from the chairman of the Intel Committee. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Okay, you are recognized.
Madam Chair, so we're charged with the responsibility of taking the facts that have been established in this investigation, applying them to the Constitution that we have sworn to protect and defend. So let's return for a minute to the facts. This series of events was described by Trump officials, Ambassador Bolton to be particular, as a drug deal. It was described by Dr. Fiona Hill as a domestic political errand. But there was direct evidence collected from 17 witnesses, over 100 hours of testimony, 260 text messages, the transcript of the president's own words, emails between high-ranking officials of the Trump administration. And what we know, what the direct evidence is the President of the United States hired Rudy Giuliani to lead this effort. The President engaged in a smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch and then fired her because she was an anti-corruption fighter. The President put a hold on military aid to Ukraine. The President and others acting on his behalf demanded that President Zelensky publicly announce an investigation of the President's chief political rival. The President put the 3 amigos, Ambassador Sondland, Perry, and Volker, in charge of Ukraine. The President refused to have a meeting or release aid until the public announcement of the investigation of his political opponent. The president told the Vice President Pence, not to attend the new president of Ukraine's inauguration. And the president spoke to Ambassador Sondland about what Ambassador Sondland described as a quid pro quo, just to name a few highlights of the evidence. But what we know also, if you drill down a little more, I want to speak specifically about Trump administration officials who were in the middle of this activity. On July 21st, 2019, there was a text from Ambassador Taylor to Ambassador Sondland, and I quote, "President Zelensky is sensitive about Ukraine being taken seriously, not merely as an instrument in Washington domestic re-election politics." David Holmes testified, "I was surprised that the requirement was so specific and concrete. This was a demand that President Zelensky personally commit to a specific investigation of President Trump's political rival on a cable news channel." Mr. Holmes also testified in response to a question during counsel's examination. "You're acknowledging, I think, Mr. Holmes, are you not, that Ukraine very much felt pressured to undertake these investigations that the President, Rudy Giuliani, and Ambassador Sondland and others were demanding?" Answer from Mr. Holmes, "Yes, sir." Ambassador Taylor has a call on September 8th with Ambassador Sondland, and Ambassador Taylor says this is a career diplomat, a Vietnam War hero. And Ambassador Taylor says, "During our call, Sondland tried to explain to me that President Trump is a businessman, and when a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks that a person to pay up before signing the check." And Ambassador Volker made the same argument. I argued to both of them that that explanation made no sense. The Ukrainians did not owe President Trump anything, and holding up security assistance for domestic political gain was crazy. And finally, on September 9th, Ambassador Taylor, in a text exchange with Ambassador Sondland, again says, "As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign," end quote. So the record is filled with evidence that, in fact, the President of the United States abused the enormous power of his office in an effort to cheat in the 2020 election, to drag foreign interference into the 2020 election, and to corrupt an American presidential election. And he used the power of his office with the help of taxpayer funds to leverage his effort to drag foreign powers into our elections. And when I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say, who's the victim is American democracy. The victim is the people we represent, who expect us to honor our oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Are my Republican colleagues really saying that it is okay for a president to invite or drag or persuade or coerce foreign powers to distort an American presidential election? We have men and women who have given their lives to pretend our democracy. We owe it to them to be sure that, you know who gets to decide who's going to be the American president? The American people, not some foreign power. That's a sacred right of citizens of this country. And if we allow this president to get away with this, we will have lost our democracy, and we have conveyed that right to foreign powers, and we will no longer have a democracy. So I urge my colleagues to support these articles of impeachment so we can again vindicate the right of the American people to determine their own future and to elect their own leaders. And with that, I yield back.
Madam Chair,
For what purpose does this gentleman seek recognition?
move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to urge support for this amendment striking Article 2. There's been a lot said today, as everybody's acknowledged, and I'm just struck by the hyperbolic language that is being used on the other side and this breathless charge that we hear over and over about Article 2, that this is the first time in the history of the Republic that any president has evoked this kind of privilege or evoked this kind of immunity over subpoenas from Congress. And of course, it's just simply not true. I mean, a cursory review of the history, even a review of the witness testimony that was presented in this very committee a week ago would show you that that's just simply a baseless charge. The truth is, in the history of this republic, there's never been a single-party fraudulent impeachment process deployed against a president like the one that's being used against Donald Trump. That's what's unprecedented here. It's not the claim that a president doesn't want to turn over witnesses or documents. That, as we've said many times today, is actually quite common. And by the way, let's remember, it needs to be noted again, that President Trump has consistently cooperated with this Congress in fulfilling its oversight and investigation responsibilities. I noted the statistics this morning when we started. Over 25 administration officials have testified before the House Oversight Committee this year. Over 20 have testified before the House Judiciary Committee. At the start of the impeachment inquiry this year, the House the White House produced more than 100,000 pages of documents to the Oversight Committee. In spite of their allegation, the Democrats know that President Trump has a lawful cause to challenge these subpoenas because they involve direct communications between high-ranking advisors and a president. That's very sensitive stuff. It's always recognized to be privileged. There's a special legal protection that applies there, and we need the courts to sort through the nuances of that. And most of these individuals, by the way, that they subpoenaed are not related to the Ukraine matter at hand. Any objective observer would regard this as a mere fishing expedition. Some would even call it presidential harassment because the administration is being used by these Democrat committee chairs to advance their political agenda. This agenda does not allow them time to proceed to a court to do this the right way, to go through the process that is historic. It comports with our custom and practice and our tradition and the Constitution. Professor Turley was our only witness, the only one we've been allowed in the Judiciary Committee on our side, and in the very, I think, exceptional testimony that he submitted to us in writing, he said this. I want to read you this excerpt because it's right on point. Quote, this is page 42 of his document. If this committee elects to seek impeachment on the president's failure to yield to congressional demands in an oversight or impeachment investigation, listen, it will have to distinguish a long line of cases where prior presidents sought the very same review while withholding witnesses and documents. Take the Obama administration position, for instance, on the investigation of Fast and Furious, which was mentioned earlier. Congress justifiably began an oversight investigation into that scandal. Some members called for impeachment proceedings, but President Obama invoked executive privilege and barred essential testimony and documents. President Obama did that. This is not unprecedented, okay? This is custom and practice. Now, Professor Turley continues, the position of the Obama administration was regarded as extreme there, and some even said absurd. But here's the important point. President Obama had every right to seek judicial review in the matter, and many members of this very committee supported that position. Basing impeachment, Professor Turley continues, on this obstruction theory would itself be an abuse of power by Congress. It would be extremely dangerous precedent to set for the future presidents and Congresses in making an appeal to the judicial branch into a high crime and misdemeanor. Unquote. Here's the deal. Impeachment was never intended to be a remedy for political disagreements. It wasn't intended to be a remedy even for legal disagreements between the legislative branch and the executive branch. That's why there's a third branch of government. That's why we have the judiciary. This is a very dangerous road indeed, as Professor Turley noted. And I hope and pray that future Congresses can and will exercise greater restraint than has what's been shown by Chairman Schiff and Speaker Pelosi and Chairman Nadler and the rest. The stability of our republic is going to depend on that in the future. And I pray that we can put this genie back in the bottle. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? I move to strike the last word. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. You know, it's truly disheartening to hear my colleagues on the other side argue in favor of crippling the very institution that they're a part of. The power of impeachment has built-in due process protections. We are the American people's duly elected representatives, and we, members of Congress, are empowered to hold to account corrupt and criminal presidents. When the president obstructs an impeachment inquiry, he's obstructing the people who have a right to know how the president is running their government. After all, that is the basis of our government. By the people, for the people. We have requested hundreds of documents and have been provided with absolutely not one document. The president has actually instructed the State Department to not give us the information that we've asked. He has told witnesses, people that we have subpoenaed to come in front of Congress to testify, to not come and testify. Talk about a dangerous precedent. I think that the people deserve to know how he's using the office of the presidency. to advance his own interests above those of the people whom he was elected to serve. The president has abused his office and is now using that power of the office to hide the extent of that abuse from the people. That is abuse of power. That is an impeachable offense. And I just want to end by saying that it is also appalling that throughout this process, the president and the Republican Party have continuously attacked foreign service officers, the men and women of the military, our intelligence community, those who protect us every day, undermining our national security. They are patriots, and they should be treated as such. After all, we are all Americans. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Gomer seek recognition?
I rise in support of the amendment.
Does the gentleman strike the last word?
Yep. Yes, I do.
The gentleman is recognized.
You know, this is so surreal. You know, it seems that we've come to a time when right is wrong, wrong is right, bullies are the victims, and the victims are called bullies. For 3 years, this president has been harassed. He's been electronically surveilled, spied upon, as normal people would call it. Allegations have never ceased. They continue, and they're continuing today. At some point, you would think that someone would look at the abuses by Congress, by the Justice Department, friends of our Democrats, by the FBI, friends of our Democrats who hated the president when he was nothing but a candidate. At some point, somebody would go, this is out of control. We need to step back and say, wait, this train is off the tracks. It's time to get, and here's the word, reasonable. What's gone on the last 3 years is not reasonable. There's a doctrine, those who are attorneys know, you're going to try to pursue some remedy, you need to have clean hands. The majority has been so abusive. Sure, this administration has produced tons of witnesses after subpoenas, some without, sometimes it's just negotiated. But normally what happens is subpoena is received, and it means you're not going to be able to use an agency attorney, even though, and an agency attorney will not be allowed in, even though the only way that the witness can appear and have executive privileges properly claimed is to have an agency or department attorney with them. And that's when things get negotiated and get worked out. But some of our friends know that if they're abusive enough with subpoenas and with lawfare, just not warfare, but using the law as a weapon, you can run people out of office. They successfully did that, continually suing Sarah Palin, Ryan Zinke. He couldn't afford to keep hiring individual lawyers when agency lawyers couldn't come. This is the kind of stuff that's been going on. And so this will end up, since our friends are not being reasonable, we're not willing to negotiate with the administration so agency lawyers could come claim executive privilege, even though the target kept changing. They didn't know what they were going to come testify about. They were being accused of all kinds of different things. That kept changing, and it's changed even in the last 48 hours, total 24 hours. It's changed. How do you defend yourself when the charge keeps changing? I mean, this is like a Stalin-esque type court system. You know, you don't get to meet and cross-examine your witnesses. And in fact, we'll just have some law professor that's paid by our friends come in and explain what the witnesses probably said, did say, what it is. That's all you need to hear. If you're going to vote on guilt or innocence, impeachment or not, you don't need to hear the witnesses. We don't need no stinking witnesses. Just bring us the chance to vote, and we will vote. It is an outrage. There is nothing reasonable about what's gone on, and especially, it is so ironic. This is the same week when the corruption of the Department of Justice has been shown, and there is no sorrow, no apology, no remorse whatsoever by this incredible abusive system. So the obstruction of Congress is by people in Congress. The administration has not been unreasonable. They've seen what has happened when this abusive Justice Department gets people in a perjury trap. They got nothing to go on, but if we can get you in and get you to testify, then we can prosecute you if you make a mistake while you're testifying. It was very, very reasonable not to come answer the subpoenas when you couldn't have an agency lawyer and there's no negotiation with the other side. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Throughout the course of this investigation, we've seen a stark contrast between the patriots who stood up to tell the truth and those who have turned a blind eye to the truth. And so tonight, to those patriots, I want to lift you up. I want to tell you thank you. I am in awe of you. I'm in awe of your courage to uphold your oath at great personal sacrifice and professional cost. Patriots like Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, Purple Heart recipient and Iraq War veteran, Ambassador William Taylor, Bronze Star recipient and Vietnam War veteran, Marie Yovanovitch, extraordinary former ambassador to Ukraine, who joined the Foreign Service during the Reagan administration, Dr. Fiona Hill, former Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director of Europe and Russia on the National Security Council, and so many others, more than a dozen other witnesses in this administration who confirmed the details of the wrongdoing of a president. They described a president who reflexively and repeatedly abused his power for personal gain, jeopardizing our security and our own democracy. These patriots had the courage to live up to their oath. Their words mattered. Patriots. My family knows something about the sacrifice of service. 2 of my brothers served in the Navy during the Vietnam War. My brother Bob serving 2 tours in Vietnam. And I'm lucky to serve with those who have served on my own staff. First Lieutenant Colin Milan, who was recently called to service to active duty, and staffers Tim Mack and Dave Corrigan, proud Marines. Now, as members of Congress, it is our turn to stand up. Dr. King once said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience. It's where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. This is a time of great challenge, and some of my colleagues do not want to face the realities of a president's wrongdoings. And so I ask my colleagues tonight, what are you afraid of? This country was built by those who were brave enough to stand up against King George. We are called to stand up against Donald J. Trump. What are you afraid of? Look to our framers. Look to our patriots for courage, because this is about courage. The courage to honor our oath, my oath, your oath. Mr. Chairman, I will, with somberness of purpose, yet with confidence in our Constitution, be voting no on this amendment and be voting yes on these articles of impeachment. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. The gentlelady yields back. Who seeks? Mr.
Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
With respect, the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Ressenthaler amendment, and I offer this to you. Charging the President with obstruction of Congress is frankly unprecedented, and in itself, it threatens our system of government. The principles of separation of powers and checks and balances demand that a president be permitted to resist demands that the president finds overly broad, burdensome, harassing, or otherwise violative of his constitutional privileges. It is an absurdity to claim that the granting to Congress of the sole power of impeachment implies duties to the president to cooperate in any and all congressional requests, no matter their merit. Disputes between the branches are actually a feature. They're a feature of our system. They're not a bug in the system. The branches are required to engage in a process of accommodation to reach an agreement that takes into account the relative equities of both sides. But both branches have rights and interests to protect. We do, the executive does. If those disputes cannot be resolved, the courts are to step in. Anything less threatens the separation of powers that is a very foundation of this Constitution. This majority has taken the position, quite frankly, the dubious position, that despite clear precedent to the contrary, that a vote of the full House is not required to an open impeachment proceeding. Think of the implication of that. Any rogue committee chairman can, on his or her own, commence an impeachment proceeding against a president. That chairman can then submit whatever subpoenas and document requests they wish. Under the theory of these articles, the president has no choice but to comply with a single rogue committee chairman because his failure to do so would be impeachable. How does that comport with the separation of powers? The House should not be able to artificially create an impeachable offense through its own actions. President Trump's actions are not unprecedented. Many presidents have defied congressional subpoenas, including President Obama on many occasions, as my colleague from Louisiana just pointed out a moment ago. Many presidents have outright refused to cooperate with congressional investigations as well. And I'm going to give you 3 historical cases that are not artifacts, but are actual cases where, for instance, President Jackson said in 1837, he called a House subpoena illegal and unconstitutional, stating that he would repel all such attempts as an invasion of the principles of justice, as well as of the Constitution, and he shall esteem it his sacred duty to the people of the United States to resist them as he would the establishment of a Spanish Inquisition. That's from Andrew Jackson. Later, President Coolidge said in a New York Times article from April 24 that he sent a message in that op-ed piece to the Senate saying that he would cease to participate in their unwarranted intrusion and questioning the legitimacy of their investigation. And in 1948, for instance, President Truman published an executive order in the Federal Register ordering executive departments to respectfully decline any subpoena pertaining to congressional investigation into an executive branch personnel. And then we have the recent Obama example. So if you had a problem, you don't necessarily, the chairman said that, well, that he didn't exert privilege. Well, actually, he claimed executive privilege in a very broad way. Y'all were very disgusted about it when he initially did it. But typically what would happen is I'd issue a subpoena, have it served. The person doesn't show up. Guess what we do? We go into court and we prove the provenance of our subpoena. The court then issues an additional order. Maybe it's a warrant for arrest, maybe it's a fine, maybe it's a contempt citation, but we avail ourselves of the process. You haven't done that. And you haven't done it because Mr. Schiff said so just last week because he didn't want to take the time to avail himself of the process that you claim you're defending. And that is precisely why Professor Turley and all who look at this with objective eyes say, you are the ones abusing the process. You are abusing Congress and you're abusing the president and the executive branch. But I'm afraid what happens is we actually denigrate our body and we denigrate the very process that we claim to be protecting today. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes Ms. Escobar seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard our colleagues argue that obstruction of Congress has not happened. One of our colleagues called the charge ridiculous. Another colleague said, quote, "The president has consistently cooperated with Democrats." A stunning statement. You know, I've had the incredible privilege of serving on the House Judiciary Committee now for almost a year. The freshmen were sworn in January 3rd, and we've had many, many, many hearings. And there's a thread that runs through all those hearings, especially those hearings where we are trying to provide proper oversight over the President of the United States. And that thread is that my colleagues complain bitterly about our efforts to be a check, our efforts to perform our obligation under the Constitution, and our efforts to provide oversight. We hear it time and time again. And this idea that the President has cooperated, that is the claim that is actually absurd. In fact, during some of our oversight hearings, we heard the President say that he was covered under absolute immunity without listing the documents or the reasons why he deserved absolute immunity. And no president, not even Richard Nixon, no president has refused to honor subpoenas during impeachment. So if you can imagine, this president has achieved a new low and lowered the bar significantly. If it were not for the Patriots, and I associate myself with the statement by Representative Dean, who thanked them, they are heroes. They put their reputations, their names, their safety, and their security at risk so that they could defend this country and defend the Constitution and uphold the oath of office, the oath that they took as public servants. But let's find out just how cooperative this president has been during this investigation. And I'd like to ask Representative Swalwell, my colleague who serves on intelligence, Representative Swalwell, how many documents did you all request during this investigation?
71.
Gentlelady yields to Mr. Swalwell.
On pages 30 and 31 of the Intelligence Committee findings, it was 71 documents to the White House.
And how many witnesses?
12 witnesses we asked to show up who the president directed to not show up.
How many, so that the American public understands, so you requested 72 documents, 12 witnesses. How many documents and how many witnesses did the president provide?
12 were asked to show up and he directed them not to show up. 0 of the 71 documents were provided.
Thank you so much, Representative Swalwell. I want to ask the American people, what is the president trying to hide from you? Why is he trying to keep you in the dark? If he has nothing to hide, then let him come forward with those documents and those witnesses. I want to conclude by just touching a little bit on something I mentioned last night. Unfortunately, we've come to expect this kind of behavior from the president. And this really is a very, very tragic moment in American history, a very dark moment in American history. But it's made even more tragic by enablers who seek to make sure that they protect one man at any cost. One man who is not for America, one man who is for himself. This is a reckoning for us, and this is a moment when we should be standing with the patriots. I am very proud, as dark as this moment is, I am very proud to stand with the patriots here on this committee, and I will continue to stand with the patriots who defend this country. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jayapal, I'm sorry, for what purpose does Mr. Klein seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've already talked today about the lack of evidence in support of the first article of impeachment, the abuse of power article. They can't prove bribery, they can't prove extortion, they can't even prove a campaign finance violation. Since they don't have the elements to prove any crime, they created one and said that there was, quote, no higher crime. There are higher crimes, there are actual crimes, but since the president didn't commit one, here we are. It's laughable if it weren't so sad. We do know a few things, though. The same 4 facts that have been repeated throughout. Both President Trump and President Zelensky have said there were no pressure on the call. There was no conditionality of aid in the call transcript. The Ukrainians were not aware that the aid was withheld when the president spoke. And we have the Time magazine article involving Andriy Yermak, which hasn't been pursued by this committee. And fourth, Ukraine didn't open an investigation but still received the aid and a meeting with President Trump. You know, my colleague said earlier, we can't prove any of it, so we're going to accuse him of all of it and call it abuse of power. That's it to a point. So now we have a second article charging obstruction of Congress. The Democrats have alleged that the president directed the unprecedented, categorical, and indiscriminate defiance of subpoenas issued by the House of Representatives. But the facts don't match up with these claims. The president has legitimate constitutional privileges, and the courts can and should determine the boundaries of these privileges. The White House released 2 call transcripts to the public for review during this process. Ambassador Sondland said the president told him, "Go tell the truth," when the ambassador told the president he was asked to testify before Congress. In addition, these claims of obstruction ignore the appropriate role of the third branch of government to review conflicts between the executive and Congress. The majority, by seeking to impeach the president for failing to yield to their demands in an oversight or impeachment investigation, fails to distinguish instances where prior presidents sought the very same review while withholding testimony and documents. They also ignore instances where the 2 branches negotiated in good faith over the return of documents. But after the failure of the majority to negotiate in good faith over the rules for this very impeachment proceeding, why would we think that there would be an effort by the president to acknowledge and work in good faith to resolve said dispute? Better that in their minds to wait for the courts to resolve it, which is their right. President Obama, during the Fast and Furious investigation, invoked executive privilege and barred essential testimony and documents. During its litigation, the Obama administration argued the courts had no authority over its denial of such witnesses and evidence to Congress. But the federal court and Committee on Oversight and Government Reform versus Holder disagreed. Professor Turley, in his testimony to this committee, testified that he thinks the Democrats' impeachment process is an abuse of power. He said, quote, "What I'm saying is that if you want a well-based, a legitimate impeachment case to set this abbreviated schedule, demand documents, and then impeach because they haven't been turned over when they go to a court, when the president goes to a court, I think that is an abuse of power. If you make a high crime and misdemeanor out of going to the courts, it is an abuse of power. It's your abuse of power." I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My Republican colleagues have been putting forward a lot of excuses today, and so I want to go through the ones that we've heard the most. First, they've said that the president's behavior was all about his supposedly legitimate concern about corruption. But what we know is that all of President Trump's agencies, all of his advisors, everyone unanimously told him that Ukraine had passed all the anti-corruption benchmarks. What we know is that the Department of Defense said no further review on Ukraine corruption was necessary. What we know is that President Trump's budget cut aid for Ukraine designed to fight Ukraine corruption. And what we know is that President Trump, before both the calls with President Zelensky in April and July, was given official talking points on corruption in Ukraine, and yet he never used those talking points. In fact, he never mentioned the word corruption on either call. The only 2 names that President Trump mentioned were Joe and Hunter Biden on July 25th. Second excuse the Republicans put forward. They suggest that this was all about the president's desire to get the European Union to share more of the burden of foreign assistance. Well, let's look at that. Mr. Holmes told us that Europe provides 4 times as much assistance, more aid to Ukraine than we do. And actually, the United States aid largely gets paid back. On top of that, Ambassador Sondland, President Trump's ambassador to the European Union, testified clearly that nobody ever told him to go to the European Union and actually ask for more military aid to be provided. That simply wasn't the case. The only thing that President Trump told Ambassador Sondland to communicate to Ukraine, what was that? He told us that resumption of aid would likely not occur unless President Zelensky announced the investigations. And Ambassador Sondland made clear, and this is a quote, "Unless Zelensky went to the mic and announced these investigations, there would be a stalemate over the aid." So what were these investigations? 2016 election interference and Burisma, meaning the Bidens. So finally, left with no other defenses, my Republican colleagues say that President Trump had a legitimate reason to investigate Vice President Biden. But once again, let's look at the facts. That makes no sense whatsoever. The minority's own report states that the allegations against the Bidens were from 2015. 2015. But President Trump readily gave military aid to Ukraine in 2017 and then again in 2018. President Trump's own aides told him that there was no merit to these investigations. So what changed? What led to the sudden push to hold up congressionally approved, desperately needed military aid without telling anybody the reason? Vice President Biden began beating President Trump in the polls. The evidence is clear. When President Trump said, "Do us a favor," though, who was the us? We know who the us was because he said it. President Trump told President Zelensky that his personal attorney, his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, quote, "very much knows what's going on." President Trump could have gone through official channels if he wanted. He could have asked for the Attorney General to conduct an investigation. He could have conducted all sorts of legitimate investigations, but he didn't. And we know that too because the Department of Justice said that President Trump never asked them to do any investigations or even talk to Ukraine. Instead, President Trump asked his personal attorney because us was not about America. The president was not putting America first. This wasn't official policy. This wasn't what was right for our country. Every witness told us that too. This was personal. It was all for President Trump's personal political gain to benefit his own campaign and his reelection, and that's why he used his personal attorney to do that. He abused his power, he abused the power entrusted to him by we the people, and he placed our safety, millions of dollars of taxpayer money, on the table. That is an abuse of power. We must impeach Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Talk about obstruction of Congress and subpoenas, and I'd like to talk about subpoenas for a little bit and the Democratic majority's abuse of subpoenas and how it started. And it started in this committee with a subpoena to the Attorney General, Bill Barr. That compliance with that subpoena would have required him to violate the law. So like a reasonable, rational, deliberative body, what did we do? We held him in contempt. We held the Attorney General of the United States in contempt of Congress for not violating the law. But it gets better, because after that, we held a hearing in Judiciary about whether or not we should have held him in contempt. Oversight Democrats subpoenaed documents from Commerce, legal documents, relating directly to a case that was pending in front of the Supreme Court. And as I stated earlier, those same Democrats on Oversight subpoenaed the personal emails of President Trump's children. Democrats on Ways and Means have subpoenaed President Trump's tax returns for purely political purposes. Speaking of politics, Adam Schiff used the subpoena power of the Intelligence Committee to obtain phone records. He then released the phone records of a member of the press and the ranking member and his political opponent. But when you cannot weaponize the subpoena power of Congress in order to harass the executive branch and then not expect the executive branch to use every legal remedy at their disposal to oppose those subpoenas. You can continue with an impeachment proceeding. It's a political proceeding, but what you cannot do is charge obstruction because you're going to continue faster than allowing the courts to decide it. And before I finish, I'd just like to point out a couple things. You know who we haven't subpoenaed? Ambassador Bolton. And he basically begged to have one issued to him. We haven't subpoenaed the whistleblower. We haven't subpoenaed Adam Schiff. We haven't subpoenaed Adam Schiff's staff member who talked with the whistleblower. We haven't subpoenaed all the people that the whistleblower mentioned he talked to in relation to this phone call, in this phone call. So if we want to talk about abuse and obstruction and why these things are going on, I think, as another comment my Professor Turley said in a different hearing, we've met the enemy and he is us. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Deutsch seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there are 2 articles of impeachment. Each is vitally important. Obstruction of Congress matters to all of us who value the separation of powers here in the House, and it will matter to all of those who value the separation of powers in the United States Senate. Article 1 vests in the House the sole power of impeachment. That's set forth in the Constitution. So what has the President done? President Trump is the first and only president in American history to openly and indiscriminately defy all aspects of the constitutional impeachment process. October 26th, the President argued that Congress should not even be allowed to impeach him under the Constitution. And then on October 8th, the White House counsel, acting on behalf of the President, wrote a letter to the House and said that President Trump cannot permit his administration to participate. Well, this is not a fishing expedition. This is a matter of grave importance, and we've talked about at length the abuse of power that the President has exhibited. But why did the President refuse to produce? Well, we've heard about the dozen officials that he's blocked. But what about all of the documents that we've asked for? What about the witnesses who did come forward, who told us about the briefing materials for President Trump's call with President Zelensky that were prepared by Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and the National Security Council staff summaries of conclusions from meetings relating to Ukraine, including military assistance? And what about the memorandum of conversation from President Trump's meeting in New York with President Zelensky on September 25th? And what of all of the additional documents from the Vice President, the notes taken by Jennifer Williams during the call between President Trump and President Zelensky, the briefing materials prepared for the Vice President's meeting with President Zelensky? And on November 24th, a news report revealed the White House conducted an internal records review and turned up hundreds of documents that reveal extensive efforts to generate after-the-fact justification for the decision. That's what we're talking about. Obstruction of Congress matters because we know what we're looking for. We know how important it is. The President has stood in the way of this House of Representatives doing its important work. The President should have allowed these officials to speak, should have allowed these documents to speak. My colleagues on the other side understand that this is not a fishing expedition. They know that these documents are there, and if they were to help the President, they would be urging the President to work with us rather than obstruct us. We have to proceed with this obstruction of Congress in article of impeachment, and I oppose this amendment. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Tonight, we are called upon to protect the nation's core values, and I'm going to tell you, money and the economy are not our core values. Cutting regulations are not our core values. Tax cuts for the top 1%, not our core values. Withholding desperately needed security assistance from an ally desperately in need is not a core value. Coercing a foreign power to interfere in a presidential election is not our core value. Giving Congress the finger as it seeks to exercise its authority as a co-equal branch of government is not a core value. I'll tell you what a core value is: fair and free elections, and respect for the Constitution, and to take care that your duties are faithfully executed as president. That is our core value. The faithful execution of the office of the president, the upholding of the oath of office are our core values. To the best of your ability, preserving, protecting, and defending our Constitution, that is the nation's core values. When a president commits a grave abuse of the public trust by running roughshod over the high office of president, then Congress is left with no choice but to do its duty to protect the public and the republic from clear and present danger. We must impeach this president. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jeffrey seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Donald Trump pressured a foreign government to target an American citizen for political gain, and at the same time withheld $391 million in military aid from a vulnerable Ukraine without justification as part of a scheme to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. The July 25th rough transcript is a smoking gun, and Donald Trump's words pulled the trigger. 5 words: do us a favor, though. And the central question for us to resolve on this committee is whether the president sought a political favor, or is he, as my Republican colleagues suggest, an anti-corruption crusader? That notion is laughable. But let's just check the record to see what it says. Donald Trump spoke to the Ukrainian president twice. Once on April 21st, he did not use the word corruption once. He had a second call with the president of Ukraine on July 25th. He did not use the word corruption once. Donald Trump's own Department of Defense wrote a letter to the Congress on May 23rd and said that the new Ukrainian government has satisfied all necessary preconditions to receive the aid, including the implementation of anti-corruption protocols. That was Donald Trump's Department of Defense saying there are no corruption concerns that should justify the withholding of the aid. That's why so many Trump-appointed witnesses came forward and were troubled. And I just want to enter into the record 3. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who was on the call, reported his concern because, quote, they had significant national security implications for the country. And Lieutenant Colonel Vindman said, it is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen for a political opponent. That was Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Iraq War veteran, Purple Heart recipient, 20 years of active duty. Gordon Sondland, ambassador, appointed by Donald Trump. What did he say? Everybody was in the loop. It was no secret. Was there a quid pro quo? The answer is yes. Is Sondland a never-Trumper? He was appointed by Donald Trump. He gave $1 million to Trump's inauguration. And then, of course, there's Bill Taylor, West Point graduate. What did he say? To withhold that assistance for no good reason other than help with a political campaign made no sense. It was illogical. It could not be explained. It was crazy. That is the record evidence that has been established. Donald Trump did not care about alleged corruption in Ukraine. He sought a political favor. And at the same time that Donald Trump was allegedly concerned with corruption in Ukraine, he authorized $8 billion in weapon sales to the corrupt kingdom of Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states. $8 billion in April he authorized. But he was supposedly concerned about corruption. This is a regime that butchered a Washington Post journalist with a bone saw and then lied about it. And at the same time he was withholding money from Ukraine, he authorized $8 billion in weapon sales over the objection of Congress. The president pressured a foreign government to target an American citizen for political gain. He solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election. The record is clear. He abused his power. He must be held accountable because in America, no one is above the law. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Collins seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, I've listened to this and, you know, this idea of the process I fully support this amendment, sort of all of it, because frankly, we're in a position right here where we don't need to be. But it's also been very interesting just to listen all day today to the trying to build a case out of nothing. And like I said, I've already went through the fact that the majority has already disparaged beyond belief Mr. Zelensky. I'm not sure why they chose to indulge in character assassination, but they did, and they still are. I'm not sure why they choose to continue to put out articles saying that members of the Ukraine military died because of aid that was withheld. It's just a lie. And even their own articles to prove it says, well, we can't actually say that that's true. But keep sending it out there. Believe me, the American people are watching this farce. But it is amazing to me to listen to my colleagues now talk about how we do proper process and subpoenas. Let me just take you on a little wonderland trip back through this committee this year, in which we issued more subpoenas and we did more things that were just amazingly outrageous than I could ever imagine. In fact, we've learned some stuff this year. And no offense to my chairman, he's been doing as best he could to satisfy the many demands of being the chairman who has to go over to get impeachment over. But we've learned this year that subpoenas were, you know, they just helped you look better in court. We learned that subpoenas are a conversation starter. I'm not sure what that is about, but I know in court that they're not a conversation starter. They're compelling information. They're actually wanting us to move forward. And so when you really look at this and you start talking about how the Democrats have been denied process and denied this, you know, it's really interesting to me that, again, 70-something days. The other day, I think the gentlelady from California said that tried to make a comparison. It was not fast, that the Ken Starr investigation was set. But that was after almost 3.5 years of investigation. In this one, we've had since September till now. The majority, frankly, is acting like petulant children who are not getting their way quick enough because Santa Claus hadn't come yet. Believe me, they're getting ready to vote for their Christmas present. I think the American people next November will remember this Christmas present. But it goes back even further. I remember in a time, and if we want to talk about the sanctity of subpoenas, then why did the majority withdraw from the Copperman suit? Why did they withdraw from that? They wanted to continue. They could have done this. They could have had this charade and still stayed in court. No, it's just a waste of time. We're not going to do it. So don't hand me these high and mighty arguments about process. This is not about obstructing Congress, which right now, it's about Congress just being petulant and saying we don't want what we don't want because we wanted it now. And I can take back to February of this year, Acting Attorney General Whitaker. You remember this? I'll remind some of the folks because many of you are here who wrote about this. They were trying to get Acting Attorney General Whitaker here because they were trying to make political points before, as the year got started, because there was nothing rolling yet. Mueller hadn't happened, so they couldn't talk about it except in broad, generic terms. Bill Barr wasn't sworn in yet. And 1 week before Bill Barr was sworn in, we brought in Mr. Whitaker. Now, we threatened him with a subpoena and made public declaration about a subpoena. Until we found out the night before, they sent him a letter saying, if you show up, we won't do that subpoena. No, we won't do that. I mean, we found it all right here. We talked about it. So it's a little bit hard for me to hear how this Congress, this committee, and then we're not even going to get started on Mr. Schiff, who, again, loves a camera, loves a microphone, loves his own gavel, but doesn't like to actually have to answer own questions about his own work and what he's actually done. He doesn't like to have to answer questions, and him and Mr. Goldman last week, when Mr. Goldman was here, on who actually ordered the matching of that so that they could unmask ranking member and journalists, when they could have just as easily put in, if it had been proper, member one, congressperson one, individual, anyway, it doesn't matter, they could use whatever they wanted to, but no, they did it for drive-by purposes. So tonight, as we hear the angst and we hear the just plain out, just flat out hypocrisy, remember that this is a majority that had one thing in mind. And I will not deny that they have not passed bills, but I'll also deny that they've not passed bills enough that actually can get any bipartisanship in the Senate, which is known for that. We've done that before in this committee. We've passed bills that actually get signed into law. Instead, we want to talk about subpoenas that we don't enforce, processes that we don't follow. Why? Because you can't make the argument. You don't have abuse of power, and you definitely don't have obstruction of Congress. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Deming seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. One of my colleagues said a minute ago that we're using the law as a weapon. Well, the law is a weapon against people who violate it, don't respect it, don't obey it. My Republican colleagues have claimed that there is not enough here to impeach a president. I have heard them previously say that this is merely about 8 lines from one phone call. Well, perhaps they forgot that the pressure against Ukraine lasted for months. Perhaps they forgot that trying to limit this to merely 8 lines on one phone call underestimates the risk to our national security and our national interests. For you see, Ukraine's ability to protect themselves against Russian aggression is directly tied to our ability to protect ourselves from Russian aggression. But that's right. This president only cares about, and I quote, the big stuff. Big stuff, big things that are directly tied to his personal agenda. But my colleagues also seem to ignore the pattern of behavior, the pattern of misconduct, and certainly the abuse of power. First, the president welcomed interference in the 2016 election. His campaign had multiple contacts with Russia, and he himself publicly invited Russia to interfere. Remember this? Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. Then, after the special counsel was assigned to investigate the president's conduct, the president tried to cover it up by obstructing the investigation and refusing to cooperate. Then, this one really, as someone used to say, takes the cake. Just one day after the special counsel testified before Congress, the president was at it again. Apparently undeterred and emboldened, he demanded interference into the 2020 elections, telling a vulnerable ally, "I would like you to do us a favor, though," and conditioned official acts on the announcement of a sham investigation into the president's chief political rival. And true to form, after the president's scheme was exposed, after he was caught and Congress launched an investigation, the president tried to cover it up by trying to undertake a complete blockade of Congress's investigation. The president's misconduct is a part of a pattern. First, the president invites foreign powers to interfere in our elections, and then he obstructs lawful inquiries into his behavior, whether by Congress or by law enforcement. And then he does it again, because remember, he believes he is above the law, and he certainly has the full support of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Most recently, the president suggested publicly that China, why don't you come on in? The water's warm. China should interfere in our elections by investigating former Vice President Joe Biden. The president has taken no accountability for his misconduct. He has shown no remorse, no surprises there. Rather, he has doubled down and made clear that he will continue to solicit interference in our election for his own personal gain, not the gain of the American people. He will continue to disregard a co-equal branch of government that were designed to keep the executive branch in check. In other words, unless he is stopped, the president will continue to erode our democracy and the values on which our country was founded. We cannot and we will not allow that to happen. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Ratcliffe seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield to Mr. Reschenthaler.
I thank the gentleman from Texas. You know, there's a saying, and it's that facts don't care about your feelings. So let's go through some facts. Let's talk about the Trump administration and how much they actually have cooperated with Congress. In the report, the Schiff report, Chairman Schiff argued that President Trump has obstructed the impeachment inquiry. In letters sent to request deposition witnesses, Chairman Schiff wrote, and I quote, "Any failure to appear for a scheduled deposition shall constitute evidence of obstruction of the House's impeachment inquiry," end quote. However, there's ample evidence of the administration complying with the congressional oversight and investigations during 2017 and 2018, even with congressional probes that the administration did not find legitimate. For example, over 25 administration officials testified before the House Oversight Committee. Over 20 administration officials have testified before the House Judiciary Committee. Additionally, as of the start of the Democrats' impeachment inquiry, the administration has produced more than 100,000 pages of documents to the House Oversight Committee. That's over 100,000 pages of documents. And I must say, they produced them in a timely manner. They didn't dump them within 48 hours of a hearing. But again, I digress. The administration also engaged in investigations that they disagreed with. For example, the House Oversight Democrats initiated a sweeping investigation into the White House security clearances practices, despite the president's broad authority to grant security clearances to whomever the administration wishes. In that investigation, the administration provided the current White House chief security officer to brief both members and staff of the White House security clearance process. The administration has also provided committee staff with in-camera reviews of over 500 pages of White House documents and policies related to the security clearance process. The FBI has also allowed committee staff to review in-camera hundreds of documents pertaining to the role the White House security clearance has played, and has briefed both members of the committee staff on their role in the White House security clearance process, and provided committee staff with multiple follow-up briefings regarding their own internal security clearance process. We've heard Democrats talk this evening about the border. So let's just talk about the border, the administration's willingness to open themselves up to review in that regard too. The administration has produced more than 9,600 documents in response to the committee's subpoenas related to child separation at the border. Again, that's over 9,600 documents. Additionally, in August and September of 2019, the administration accommodated 9 separate multi-day surprise congressional visits to ICE and DHS facilities across the country. The administration has worked with the committee staff to observe 11 CPB holding facilities, 13 ICE detention facilities, and 6 state-licensed privately run facilities that contract with HHS. So contrary to the assertions from the Democrats, the Trump administration has cooperated substantially in matters related to the border and elsewhere. But let's just contrast that with the Democrats' combative posture. In letters to the State Department employees, the committee threatened witnesses that, and I quote, any failure to appear in response to a mere letter requesting their presence for a deposition shall, and I quote, constitute evidence of obstruction. This is just letters, not subpoenas. In letters to the State Department employees, the committee threatened witnesses that if they insist on having agency counsel present to protect the executive branch in their confidentiality interests, or if they make any effort to protect confidentiality interests at all, these officials will have their salaries withheld. Withholding of salaries. The committees have not afforded the president basic protections such as the right to seal evidence, the right to present evidence, the right to call witnesses, the right to have counsel present in hearings, the right to cross-examine all witnesses, the right to make objections relating to examination of witnesses, or the admissibility of testimony and evidence, and did not afford the president the right to respond to evidence and testimony presented. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Swalwell seek recognition?
To move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
My colleagues, the urgency of this moment is the grave risk that the president will again abuse his power of the presidency to try and secure his reelection. We have reason to be concerned. The presidency gives him great powers to cause others to interfere in our elections. And the only protection we have is to act now. Because the president is cheating right now. And to any of my colleagues who ask why move on this right now, it's a crime spree in progress. And as Chairman Schiff said earlier this week, what are we supposed to do? Just let him cheat one more time? Expect him to eventually do the right thing? And here's what my colleagues' logic amounts to if we wait. It amounts to this: allow the building to burn, collapse, fall to the ground, and then you should call the fire department. This president has set our democracy on fire, and we must act to save it. And there's an urgency to act. And this president is not only being impeached because of what he has done, it's because of what he continues to do. We know what he's done, not really disputed. Abused his power, asked a foreign government to help him cheat, jeopardizing our national security, integrity of our elections for his own personal gain. But this was not a one-off. We've come to learn, as Ms. Demings just explained, this is what he does. And this is what he will keep doing. In 2016, as he said, Russia, if you're listening, hack my opponent's emails, you'll be rewarded. Turns out, Russia was listening. Turns out, Russia hacked his opponent's emails. That day, they sought to hack his opponent's emails. In that investigation, he went to great lengths to obstruct it. So why is it so urgent that we act right now? The president's lawyer was just in Ukraine. The president's lawyer said in May, I'm not meddling in an election. We, not I, we, Donald Trump and I, are meddling in an investigation. And that meddling continues today. But the president's own words tell us about his current intent. On October 2nd, the president said, and you know we've been investigating on a personal basis through Rudy and others corruption in the 2016 election. I think that, if we're honest about it, they should start a major investigation into the Bidens. That's simple. On October 3rd, the president stood on the White House lawn and confirmed that he wanted Ukraine to investigate the Bidens. But then he added a country, because that's what he does, Russia, Ukraine. He said China, should also investigate the Bidens. My colleagues, we should not have to hope or pray that China wasn't listening when he said that. But fortunately, people on this committee are listening. Americans are listening. People who know right from wrong, our children, are listening. Are you listening? And what we hear deeply concerns us about what the president will do next. And we're not helpless. And in fact, we know that the courage to act is the only thing that has stopped this president. That's not a leap of faith. You see, it was the courage of Dr. Fiona Hill and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman to, quote, go to the lawyers when they heard that the president was conditioning a White House visit for investigations. It was the courage of the whistleblower to come forward. That's what got Ukraine the aid. The president got caught. Then Ukraine got the aid. If those people were not courageous and acted, Ukraine would not have the aid today. So we must follow their pattern conduct and act. We have pattern evidence that not only Donald Trump acts corruptly, but that when you show courage and act against him, you can stop him. It's actually the only way to extinguish his corrupt ways. If unchecked, my colleagues, Donald Trump does not get better. He gets worse. He gets more corrupt. And we can't wait till the next election to hold him accountable. Not when he is trying to rig the next election. So we must act to protect our national security, the integrity of our elections, and honor our oath to the Constitution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have someone asking for time.
I didn't see a request.
I see it right
The
here. I'm
question-
telling you about it. You stopped. You've now recognized it. You've now recognized it. You've now
I'll recognize
recognized it.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, they're right. They can't wait to the next election, but it's not the reason they say. The reason they can't wait to the next election is because they've taken a look at their candidate field and they have fundamentally changed every standard that they've set for themselves for impeachment for the American people. Whether you like President Trump or don't like President Trump, it would at least be worth acknowledging the Democrats have moved the goalposts on what it would require to bring us to this point and to harm our nation and to distract us so much from the critical needs of American people who probably wonder why we're not focused on them right now. First, they told us this has to be bipartisan. Now, I get folks watching at home might think that I'm somebody who really likes the president. I would probably be a hard vote for him to get for impeachment. But it's not just that they can't convince the president's supporters not to abandon him. They can't even convince the president's critics to abandon him. I mean, Jeff Van Drew, Colin Peterson, two members of Congress, two Democrats, they're not fans of the president, they're critics of the president. And yet they didn't vote with Democrats, they voted with Republicans. We've even got some Republicans. My colleague Will Hurd from Texas, he doesn't mind being a critic of the president, and he was honest with Democrats. He told them, this is not impeachable conduct. They told us that the process would be fair. And yet, when even members of this committee sought the opportunity not to read a transcript or see someone's second performance of their testimony, but to see their firsthand account, how they reacted, how they were breathing, did they fidget when they responded? We wanted to see those things, and we were excluded by the Intelligence Committee. Democrats said that to put our country through this, it would require compelling and overwhelming evidence. And each and every time they try to cast doubt on the president's conduct, we are able to show a legitimate concern the president had in corruption. We are able to cite the transcript that demonstrates no conditionality. And time and again, Democrats say, well, there's just no factual debate about what the president did. The factual debate comes from President Zelensky. It's President Zelensky who said, I wasn't pressured. And they said, oh, well, Zelensky might not have known. But Yermak, he knew. Sondland talked to Yermak and conveyed this shakedown. And the very day they introduced articles of impeachment, Yermak gives an interview and says, we never really perceived this as an exchange of military aid for any one thing. Time and again,
they let us down in their claims. But one thing we know for certain is that this was a sad inevitability. I had someone ask me recently, do you feel some sense of history, some sense of moment that you're about to vote on impeachment? And sadly, I knew this time was coming since the Democrats took control of the House of Representatives, because they didn't lay out a plan to appropriate for the budget, work with us on critical generational issues. They set out a plan for impeachment. How do we know that? When the chairman himself campaigned for the lead Democrat role in the Judiciary Committee, he didn't say, pick me because I'm a great legislator around some particular issue set. He said, pick me because I will be the person that can best lead our caucus through a potential impeachment. They've had a bloodlust for impeachment. It has been their obsession, and it's deeply saddening to us. We take absolutely no joy in the fact that it is so consuming. But here we stand on the verge of it, and my expectation is that this new standard in this second article with just the notion of obstruction of Congress is their excuse for not being able to prove obstruction of justice. Public reporting has been out saying the chairman went to the Democratic caucus and sought support to bring an article for obstruction of justice and couldn't get their support. So now here we are with obstruction of Congress, sort of the low-energy version of the obstruction of justice claim that they wanted. They hoped they were going to be able to convict and accuse and evidence some claim on bribery. That's what their pollsters and pundits told them would be best, as they solemnly tell us this is sad to them. They were out polling what lexicon, what word choice would help them make the case to the American public. And so they settle on bribery. You all in the media heard it. You heard them on every show talk about, oh, this is the new standard, Speaker Pelosi speaking in this new language. And then we asked the witnesses, were you a part of bribery? Did you see bribery? And the evidence wasn't there. And so instead of bribery, instead of treason, extortion, you have abuse of power, the low-energy version. I'm disappointed in my colleagues, but probably even those who don't support the president would share that disappointment in this very moment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
I recognize Mr. Reschenthaler for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter the letter I referenced, which is a letter from Chairman Engel to John Sullivan, in which Chairman Engel says that officials who insist on counsel will have their salaries
Without objection.
withheld. Thank you.
The question now occurs on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? No. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Richmond?
No.
Mr. Richmond votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? No. Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia? No. Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? No. Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean? No. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell?
No.
Ms. Mucarsel-Powell votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner?
Aye.
Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Radcliffe? Mr. Radcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby? Ms. Roby votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe votes yes.
Has every member voted who wishes to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek
I have
recognition?
an amendment at the desk.
I reserve a point of order.
Gentlelady reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, H-Res 755, offered by Mr. Jordan of Ohio. Page 4, strike line 23 and all that follows through page 5, line 5. Page 8, strike lines 10 through 17.
The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Yeah,
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This simply strikes the last 8 lines in Article 1 and then the last 8 lines in Article 2. Look, you have a rigged and rushed process when you don't have the facts on your side. We've been through these facts many times. Ukraine didn't know aid was held up at the time of the call, but the Democrats assert that President Trump was pressuring Zelensky on the call to investigate the Bidens in order to get the aid that he didn't even know was on hold. That's their argument. And oh, by the way, down the road, President Zelensky says there was no pressure on the call, no pushing, no linkage whatsoever. But you have a rigged and rushed process when you don't have the facts. You have a rigged and rushed process when you can't accept the will of the American people. Speaker of the House Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi, called the president an imposter just 3 weeks ago. The Democrats have never accepted the will of the American people, and that's why they've been out to get this president since even before he was elected. And of course, you have a rigged and rushed process when you're afraid that you can't beat the president at the ballot box. When you're nervous about next fall's election, you have this kind of process, a rigged and rushed process. This is not about the concern. This is not really about the concern Mr. Swalwell talked about earlier, concern that somehow the president was going to do something wrong and try to influence the election. No. This is about their concern that they can't win next year based on what the president has accomplished in the past 3 years. I mean, it's an amazing record. In spite of the Democrats being completely against the president, in spite of the mainstream press being against the president, frankly, in spite of a few Republicans being against the president, it's amazing what's been accomplished. Taxes have been cut, regulations reduced, the economy growing at an unbelievable rate, lowest unemployment in 50 years, 266,000 jobs added last month alone, 54,000 in the manufacturing sector. Mr. Gorsuch, Mr. Kavanaugh on the court, a lot of other federal judges confirmed. Out of the Iran deal, embassy in Jerusalem, hostages home from North Korea, new NAFTA agreement going to be voted on next week. Yeah, you guys are, it's a rigged rush process because you're nervous about next November. Mr. Green says we have to impeach him because he's going to win the election. We know what this is about. I think about this president. Think about this is why the American people like him so much, is because he is doing what he said he would do. In every presidential election I've been able to participate in, both candidates, Republican and Democrat candidate, when they campaign for the job, they tell the country, if you elect me, I'm going to move the embassy to Jerusalem. Republicans, Democrats, they all campaign on it. And then they get elected, and they come up with a million reasons why they can't do what they said they were going to do. More importantly, what the American people elected them to do. And they never get it done. But this president said, nope, I'm going to do it. Even though the same people, the same interagency consensus that we've heard so much about over the last 3 months in this impeachment inquiry, even though that same interagency consensus was probably against him on that move, this president said, I'm going to do it. And it's been a good thing. And that's what the American people appreciate. And that's why we got this rigged and rushed process, because it's really about next November. They're all afraid. Some of their colleagues have said it straight up. They're all afraid that they can't beat him at the ballot box, so they're going to do this rigged, rushed, and wrong impeachment process. So I would urge a yes vote on the amendment. I would yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman.
Well, I just wanted to ask the gentleman from Ohio a question. Based on the standards the Democrats are asserting here, if somebody is in the House or Senate running for president and they support or push impeachment of the president, would they be subject to being expelled for abusing their position? Just curious.
Well, I think I'll let my colleague answer that question, but what I do know is I think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are, as I said, nervous about their prospects next November against President Trump based on his amazing record of leadership in the last 3 years. With that, I would yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. I will recognize myself to speak in opposition to the amendment. I think that the facts amply demonstrate the charges in these two articles of impeachment, namely that the president put his own interests in front of the interests of the country, that he sought to use the power of the presidency to withhold aid, military aid from an ally, and to extort that ally into making an announcement of a bogus investigation of a political opponent of his for his own personal benefit, and that he obstructed Congress by refusing all cooperation and instructing the executive branch not to cooperate with Congress and the executive in the impeachment inquiry. This amendment, this amendment simply takes the last two paragraphs out of each article. It takes the paragraph that says, wherefore the president should be impeached. It renders the two articles simply a catalog of various bad acts by the president, but takes the force and effect of the articles entirely away. It is silly. If you believe that the president is guilty of what the articles charge him with, you should vote for the articles of impeachment. If you believe he is not, you should vote against the articles of impeachment. But to try to have this amendment that simply renders the articles catalogs of bad acts and takes out the effective sentences is silly. So I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I will then urge, of course, that we adopt the articles of impeachment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does Mr. Collins seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think it's really interesting that how you just described this, because really this is what we've seen this entire time. The facts here is really all that you have. You just keep throwing around these bad facts that you don't like. And it's interesting to me also that the catalog, and you finally got to it. It took a little bit to get there, but the catalog of bad acts that you don't like, and that this simply takes away the punishment, if you would, or what the actual end result will be. It should not surprise anyone here, though, because this is what the Democratic Party and majority have done all year. In fact, they did it one time on the floor of the House when the Speaker of the House broke the rules of the House on the floor. And instead of owning up to breaking the rules of decorum on the floor, she had everybody come back down on the majority side and vote to restore her right to speak, even though she blatantly broke the rules. So don't give me this high and mighty, oh, we're taking away the rules, just having a list of ideas here. That's what we've been doing all year. I told the audience just the other day, I told the group just the other day, that you can always judge many things by what you spend time on and what you spend money on. Spend time on, spend money on. I've said already that this is a impeachment of clocking calendar, and I believe that to be true because we're seeing it tonight. We're seeing it in this whole process. Two hearings and a markup. That's all we're doing here. The rubber stamp in this committee is out. So it's a time issue because they've been told, and I understand this is, the leadership wants this to happen. This is why it's happening. They've got no choice. I feel for the chairman in that regard because he doesn't have a choice in this. The Speaker and others have told him this is what's going to happen, and we see how it's playing out. But he goes back to even further at the first of the year. This is a time and money issue. This is a calendar and clock issue because the committees, the Intelligence Committee and the Judiciary Committee decided early on to spend money to bring outside help in to prepare for tonight. They didn't know exactly it was going to be like this in January or November and December when they did hire that extra help to come in, but they knew they were going to get to it somehow. They just didn't know how. And they kept waiting and they kept waiting, so they hired extra outside counsel. They did it on the Intelligence Committee, and they wanted it because all they were going to do was investigate the president. And they did. The only thing I can say on that part is congratulations, they finally made it to what they've always wanted to do. And that's what we're seeing right here. But to describe this tonight and describe it as it was just described is simply taking away the punishment and just listing a lot of bad acts. I could do that about this majority all year in these committees and these investigations. We have had more hearings in which they got to basically scream at administration witnesses, but yet offer no solutions. It is mind-boggling. It's dehumanizing, as one of my colleagues said, and I called them about when we're talking about immigration. Now today, to again come before this committee, to take all of this and never have a fact witness. I think it was really interesting what my friend from Florida said. It's actually, there is a purpose to see people witness, even if they've testified before, to see how they would actually answer questions. And in this committee, that would have been a good thing. But we don't have that. But to say, with a straight face, and I appreciate this, to say, well, at the end of the day, all we're doing here is taking away the punishment because you have a list of bad actors, when the majority have done that all year, and especially the classic case of the Speaker on the floor of the House, breaking the law of the rules of the floor, and then having the majority come down and restore her rights just simply because they didn't like the fact that she had broke the rules. You see, this is where we're at. It's a money and time issue. It would be nice if it was high and noble. If it would have been nice if it was, except for all the crimes that they've talked about, extortion, bribery, honest service fraud. It would have been nice if they could have found actual facts enough to put that into an article. They couldn't. They won't. Why? Because they can't. Maybe it's because also they're having trouble explaining those because they couldn't. Poll testing wasn't good enough. And also they got members who need to go back to their districts and say, oh my, I was forced to do this, but really the president's a bad guy and this was an abuse of power. Again, say it long enough, somebody might believe it. But this is where we're at. And it's really interesting, again, from obstruction of Congress to watch this Congress, this majority work is just truly, truly amazing. And to say this, when no facts put together, abuse of power, obstruction of Congress, this is all they've got, all they have to make this excuse? Good luck. That dog ain't hunting anymore. Nobody is. Just ain't working. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr.
Anyone
Chair.
else seek recognition?
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does Ms. Lesko seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's an appropriate time, or I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's an appropriate time to remind you again of your own words that were stated just a few months ago last year. During an interview on MSNBC's Morning Joe on November 26, 2018, Chairman Nadler outlined a three-pronged test that he said would allow for a legitimate impeachment proceeding. And now I quote Chairman Nadler's remarks. There really are three questions, I think. First, has the president committed impeachable offenses? Second, do those offenses rise to the gravity that's worth putting the country through the drama of impeachment? And number three, because you don't want to tear the country apart, you don't want half of the country to say to the other half, for the next 30 years, we won the election, you stole it from us. You have to be able to think at the beginning of the impeachment process that the evidence is so clear of offenses so grave that once you've laid out all the evidence, a good fraction of the opposition voters will reluctantly admit to themselves they had to do it. Otherwise, you have a partisan impeachment, which will tear the country apart. If you meet these three tests, then I think you do the impeachment. Now, let's see if Chairman Nadler's three-pronged test has been met. First, has the president committed an impeachable offense? No. There has been no witness, no Democrat witness, fact witness, that can prove that fact. Second, do those offenses rise to the gravity that's worth putting the country through the drama of impeachment? Absolutely not. And third, have the Democrats laid out a case so clear that even the opposition has to agree? No. You and House Democrat leadership are tearing the country apart. You said the evidence needs to be clear. It is not. You said offenses need to be grave. They are not. You said that once the evidence is laid out, that the opposition will admit they had to do it. Well, that hasn't happened. In fact, polling and the fact that not one single Republican voted on the impeachment inquiry resolution or the Schiff report, and I doubt that one single Republican will vote on these articles of impeachment tonight or on the floor of the House of Representatives, reveals that the opposite is in fact true. In fact, what you and your Democratic colleagues have done is the opposite of what you said had to be done. This is a partisan impeachment, and it is tearing the country apart. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Seek recognition.
For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am just rising to speak in support of this amendment for Mr. Jordan, and I think it's really appropriate. I don't think we're asking for anything extraordinary here, because I'm reading this resolution as it's drafted, and the language just jumps off the page. I mean, this is really personal. The lines that he is seeking to strike with this amendment should be struck. I mean, the vitriol, the hatred just drips from the pleading here. I mean, it sounds like it came right out of the Peter Strzok, Lisa Page exchanges, the vitriol, the hatred for Donald Trump. Listen to what it says right here. This is right here on the page, the lines that we want to strike. It says, in part, President Trump warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor or trust or profit under the United States. I mean, look, they don't just want to remove him from the Oval Office, okay? They want to crush him. They want to destroy Donald Trump. They want to banish him from the marketplace. I mean, it's just so over the top. It's so over the top. Professor Turley is, again, the only witness, remind everybody, this is the only witness that we've been allowed in the Judiciary Committee, the committee that has appropriate jurisdiction over this issue. We got one witness in the process. And he was not a Donald Trump supporter. He came in famously and said, I didn't vote for him, don't support him. But I came to give objective analysis because my allegiance is to the Constitution. That's what Professor Turley said. You know what he got for that objective analysis that he delivered to this committee? So well, so articulately. He got death threats. He had to publish an op-ed a few days later explaining that there was this outcry, a call for him to be removed from his teaching position at his university, his law school. Death threats, because he gave an objective view of the Constitution. The vitriol, the DEFCON level, the political DEFCON scale is at 1 right now, and it's so crazy, and it's because of language like this in the resolution that is pushing this. I'm going to tell you what Professor Turley said, a couple of excerpts in his summary of all this. He said, quote, as I have stressed, this is in his written report that he submitted to us, as I have stressed, it is possible to establish a case for impeachment based on non-criminal allegation of abuse of power. Right. But although criminality is not required in such a case, clarity is necessary. That comes from a complete and comprehensive record that eliminates exculpatory motivations or explanations. The problem is that this is an exceptionally narrow impeachment resting on the thinnest possible evidentiary record. Even under the most flexible English impeachment model, there remained an expectation that impeachments couldn't be based on presumption or speculation on key elements. If the underlying allegation could be non-criminal, the early English impeachments followed a format similar to a criminal trial, including calling of witnesses and all the rest. He said the history of American presidential impeachment shows restraint even when there are substantive complaints against the conduct of presidents. Indeed, some of our greatest presidents could have been impeached for acts in direct violation of their constitutional oaths of office, but it didn't happen because cooler heads prevailed in the Congress. This misuse, Professor Turley continues, this misuse of impeachment has been plain during the Trump administration. Members have called for removal based on a myriad of objections against this president. Representative Al Green of Texas filed a resolution in the House for impeachment after Trump called for players kneeling during the national anthem to be fired. I mean, come on. You don't like his political positions? Great, but you can't impeach a president because you don't like him. That's not how this system works. We're in a constitutional republic. There are rules here. There are standards. You don't get to make that decision. The voters in this country do. And we have an election coming up in about 11 months. Let the people decide. Don't put yourselves in their place. You don't have the right to do it. You're not following the proper procedure. You're not doing this the right way. It's a rarely used constitutional device in our history. It's supposed to be. Professor Turley ended this way, and I will too. He said, quote, despite my disagreement with many of President Trump's policies and statements, Impeachment was never intended to be used as a midterm corrective option for a divisive or unpopular leader, unquote. Look, we get it. You don't like him. That doesn't mean you can banish him from the marketplace. You can't send him out of his businesses and say he can't hold a position of honor or trust. You don't get the right to do that. The people of this country do. We live in a republic. I'm just sick of this. I yield back. I don't yield back. I yield to the gentleman, Mr. Jordan. You want the time? I got 30 seconds.
30 seconds, thank you. Look, in 2016, the Democrats had the insurance policy. Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, that was their deal in 2016, the FBI. 2020, it's impeachment. 2020, they're going to use impeachment. Insurance policy didn't work in 2016. Impeachment's not going to work in 2020 because the American people appreciate what this president is getting done on their behalf. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Chairman.
Anyone else seek recognition?
Chairman.
Mr. For what purpose does
Move to
Mr.
strike
Gomer
the
seek
last
recognition?
words.
Ask to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. It truly is amazing. We've heard over and over that this was all about the Bidens, all about getting information on the presidential candidate, the Bidens. But if you look at what the president said, he's talking about, you know, we've been through, this country, our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. It's news to me, but my Democrat friends will know better. I didn't know Biden was involved with crime, with CrowdStrike. I didn't know he was involved with the DNC server being hacked. I didn't know that was all part of his thing, but that's what the president's asking about, because there's been information that there were some people in Ukraine that knew something about that. And that's what he's asking about. So I appreciate the revelation from our friends across the aisle. Biden was in the middle of all that. And then he said, I guess you have one of your wealthy people. The server, they say Ukraine has it. Again, I didn't know Biden was all in up to his eyeballs in that. But there are a lot of things that went on, the whole situation. And I think you're surrounding yourself with some of the same people. I would like to have the Attorney General call you and your people. I'd like to get to the bottom of it. So that was the whole thing about the 2015, 2016 election. But according to our friends, Biden was in the middle of all of this mess. So anyway, it's interesting. But my friend from Ohio has a brilliant amendment. They say it's not personal, that this isn't just about an election, that this is trying to undo the unfairness of the prior election, even though it turns out there was no Russia collusion, and it sounds like that there was, despite what the media is saying, that we know the Ukrainian ambassador came out lambasting Trump. It was clearly that would not have been done without official okay. They were all in for Hillary Clinton. That's why it was reported that they were figuring after the election that Trump won, maybe we better try to warm up to Trump. But there's been so much made of the fact that President Trump did not ask the former corrupt administration for help in rooting out corruption. That is just almost unfathomable that that point would continue to be made all day today. In 2019, you had the election of a man in Ukraine, Zelensky, that said he was going to fight corruption. And President Trump heard from our own people, we think he's sincere. We really think he's going to try to fight corruption. So, of course, this is the first time that he talks to a Ukrainian leader because he knew he couldn't trust the other ones. They were supporting Hillary Clinton. They were corrupt. Why would he talk to them about helping root out the corruption? So to say this was all about Biden, for heaven's sake, that's ridiculous. But my friend from Ohio's amendment puts our friends to the test. Is it really about trying to correct what you say was an unfair election, which we know now from the Horowitz report, it was unfair, but it was from the Democrat side, from the Trump hater side. So if that's really the case, then let's just strike the part that says he can't ever run for office again or be reelected again, right? Wouldn't that help some of your vulnerable Democrats if you made it more reasonable like that? Or do you want to continue to persist in making it so personal that it's walk off the plank time for anybody that wants to try to be reasonable about what's going on here? So we will see, but it's a good amendment. I would encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, help some of your vulnerable people out. Vote for Mr. Jordan's amendment. You'll be better off. The country will be better off because I feel sure he'll be reelected. And the scary part for me, though, is that bar has been set so low. I am really afraid no matter what party is in the White House, if there's an opposing party in Congress, they're going to use this tactic to try to take them down. One silver lining, though, it's been hard to know who all the deep state people were, especially in the State Department. By our friends going through this, we now know who the people are that don't want the swamp drained, and we can deal with that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself.
Mr. Chairman.
I recognize myself.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I recognize, for what purposes Mr. Swell will seek recognition?
I yield to the chairman.
Thank you. Impeachment was put into the Constitution because the framers recognized that a president might arise who posed such a threat to the country, to our democratic system, to our free elections, that we couldn't wait till the next election to cure it. That's why impeachment was put into the Constitution. And let's look at now, we've heard a lot of very distracting facts about what Hunter Biden may or may not have done, about all kinds of things, about what our members may have said 3-4 years ago. All of that is irrelevant. What's relevant is that there ample facts demonstrate that President Trump put his personal interests above the interests of the country, its citizens, and the Constitution. This is the highest of constitutional crimes, an abuse of power. An abuse of power is the preeminent crime which the framers, even in the Federalist Papers, talked about as high crimes and misdemeanors for the purpose of impeachment. In President Trump's abuse of power, he did it in two ways. Number one, he endangered our free elections by inviting foreign powers to interfere, to influence our elections twice. He invited the Russians in 2016. Remember, if you're listening, please find the emails. That was a direct solicitation, and in fact, they tried to hack into the emails of the Democrats that very night. And then he tried to cover it up. And then, for 2020, he invited in he asked the Ukrainians to announce a bogus investigation of the person he perceived as his major political opponent in the 2020 election. And, it's basically admitted, Mick Mulvaney said, we did it. The president is on, the transcript shows very clearly that he did it. The circumstances of the withheld aid shows very clearly it was a quid pro quo. Yes, we know that eventually the aid was released, that the president said there was no quid pro quo. Both of those things happened after he was caught, and it was public. Obviously, the bank robber caught in the act afterwards says, I didn't mean to rob the bank, but he was, in fact, caught in the act. He tried to cover it up again. He obstructed Congress by directing the entire administration, everybody in the executive branch, do not answer any questions, do not testify, do not give any documents. Fundamentally different from what other presidents have done on occasion, which is to oppose certain subpoenas on grounds of privilege. He didn't assert any privilege. He just said nobody should cooperate. I will decide whether it's a valid impeachment inquiry. I will take the function of Congress to myself because I don't recognize Congress as right. That is a threat to the separation of powers and a threat to our liberty. It's noteworthy that members of the minority speak about every other subject, but hardly bother to dispute the facts of the case, which are clear. That's why we've heard so much of today with distracting and irrelevant issues. I would say other things. It is clear that it is an abuse of power for the president, or any member of Congress for that matter, to condition official actions on their own personal gain. And I was startled. I was startled to hear Mr. Ratcliffe say, I was impressed by his honesty, but I was startled to hear him say that it is okay for a president to invite foreign interference in our elections. It is okay for a president to cheat and try to rig the election. The urgency of this impeachment, the reason why we cannot wait for the next election, is that the president has tried to rig these two last election and this one too, and he's repeating it. He goes out on the White House lawn and he says, China, why don't you come in and try to rig the election? He had Mr. Giuliani in the Ukraine this past week trying to enlist assistance to rig the election. So the president must be impeached to safeguard the security of our elections and to safeguard the separation of powers, both of which are essential to safeguard our liberties. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I yield my time back to him.
Mr. Chairman, since I've been referenced, may I respond?
It's Mr.
I do not yield my
Swalwell's
time.
It's Mr. Swalwell's time.
I do not yield, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
You don't want to correct the false statement?
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Sensenbrenner, for what purpose does Mr. Sensenbrenner
Chairman, I move
seek
to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield the gentleman from Texas.
I appreciate my colleague yielding to correct the record where the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee just made a false statement. Said that I said that it was okay to solicit foreign interference in an election. I never used the word interference.
Okay.
I said foreign involvement in investigations. And I used as an example for that the Obama administration. It was just a few hours ago, you may not remember. I can't believe we're sitting here at the end of this, an impeachment inquiry in the House of Representatives, and I look at how all of this started. Started with a phone call, a congratulatory phone call between two presidents. And the very next day, someone contacted someone, and a week later, someone walked into the office of Chairman Schiff. And that person walked out a week later, a whistleblower, went to the Inspector General and filed a complaint where they falsely claimed that President Trump had made a demand of President Zelensky. They made a false statement in writing, and then they made a false statement verbally in the course of what should have been an investigation. We sit here today about to vote on impeaching a president where neither the House Judiciary Committee, the House Intelligence Committee, or any House committee where the Democrats are in charge has asked a single question of a single witness about how this started. Because you go back to that phone call, and the two people that were on it, the only two people that know not just what they said, but what they meant when they said it. And they both said it was a great call. So first, let me say I'm sorry. Let me say I'm sorry to the president of Ukraine. I'm sorry that as a result of all of this, you've been labeled a pathological liar by my Democratic colleagues. And I'm sorry that they pretend to care about the Ukraine, but they've just made it incredibly hard and more difficult for your country ever to get military assistance. I'm also sorry to the other person that was on that call who knew what he said when he meant it, President Trump. I'm sorry, President Trump, that you've tried to keep every promise. You've given us a great economy, and you did it against incredible headwinds where you were falsely accused of treason. You were accused of being a Russian agent by the folks in this room. And when that failed, we sit here today because now they're framing you because you said, I'd like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot. My last apology is to the American people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you've had to view this spectacle. I'm sorry to the 63 million of you that are so deplorable that as a result of this, you're being told your votes don't count. I yield back.
I yield back as well.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition.
For what purpose does Mr. Reschenthaler seek recognition?
To strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been here a while, and I do want it to be noted that I do have several other amendments for tonight. But speaking on this amendment, I'm speaking in support of my colleague Jim Jordan's amendment. But I think that we are getting way too caught up in the weeds in particular. So we got to just zoom out and think about why we're here. We're here because the Democrats, again, are terrified that the president is going to win re-election. Let's just go through a list of his accomplishments. Donald Trump signed the largest scale criminal justice reform legislation in decades. And I should add, if it weren't for this waste of time with impeachment, we could be working on more bipartisan criminal justice reform. Particularly, I have a criminal justice bill called Clean Slate that would expunge non-violent felony offenses for hundreds of thousands of individuals. Lisa Blunt Rochester is working with me on that. She's a Democrat, as you know. But anyhow, I digress again. Donald Trump is also ensuring our warfighters can be warfighters. I was a defense attorney in the Navy. I actually defended a Navy SEAL who's falsely accused of covering up abuse on a well-known terrorist. And I can tell you that when our warfighters are dragged into the court-martial process, they have to constantly then second-guess themselves on the battlefield. And finally, we have a president that is recognizing that warfighters should be warfighters and they should be focused on capturing and killing targets, not worrying about wrongful prosecutions back at home. Additionally, the president has placed 2 conservative justices on the Supreme Court who will uphold the Constitution. Additionally, under this administration, we are seeing a natural gas renaissance. Just come to Western Pennsylvania and just see how the economy is roaring, because we're finally taking advantage of the natural resources we have. And we can use this natural gas for energy, we can use it for manufacturing, we can use it for petrochemicals. It is fantastic that we're finally taking advantage of the natural resources we have. Additionally, this president has done a lot for manufacturing, particularly the steel industry, which is coming back. And again, just come to Western Pennsylvania, where steel manufacturing is coming back. Donald Trump is also investing and focused in our border security and building a wall. Under this president's leadership, we are enhancing our national security and going after terrorists and others who wish to do us harm. But again, we're here because the Democrats don't want to talk about the red-hot Trump economy. They don't want to talk about the lowest unemployment rates in 50 years. We're here because Democrats don't want to talk about how President Trump has finally held China accountable for currency manipulation, for dumping steel and aluminum in American markets. Someone is finally holding China accountable for IP theft and forced IP transfers. That's President Trump who's doing that. President Trump has also renegotiated trade deals to benefit American workers and farmers. We should have passed USMCA months ago, but again, we haven't done it because we're dealing with impeachment. The president has also worked on free trade agreements with Japan. He's worked on free trade agreements across South America. President Trump has also reduced regulations. You know, there's only one way to increase revenue, and that's to increase GDP. There's only 2 ways to increase GDP. You either cut taxes or you reduce regulations. You can do both, but this president supports both. That's why you have such a strong economy. But again, the Democrats don't want to talk about this, so instead we're talking about impeachment because it distracts from their real agenda, which includes such ludicrous ideas as banning airplanes, giving illegal immigrants taxpayer-funded health care, abolishing or defunding ICE, banning fracking, banning fossil fuels. Good luck making a cell phone without petrochemicals. They also don't want to talk about taking private health care away from American citizens. So again, that's really why we're here. This whole process is a distraction. It's an attempt to hide a radical far-left agenda. And it's also an attempt to hide the facts. Again, the facts indicate that there was no quid pro and there was no obstruction of Congress. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Cicilline seek
I
recognition?
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
It seems important to remind my Republican colleagues why we are here. While, of course, we have policy disagreements with the president, this is not about a policy disagreement. This is about an obligation we have to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. We all began our term of office by raising our right hand and promising to protect and defend the Constitution. And we're here because the President of the United States engaged in a scheme to drag a foreign power into our elections, to corrupt our elections for his own personal benefit, and he used hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money to attempt to achieve that objective. And think about this. There is nothing more sacred than protecting the right to free and fair elections in this country. It's the heart and soul of our democracy. And the President of the United States reached out to a foreign power in an attempt to drag them into corrupting our elections to help him cheat and win in the election in 2020. And so when my Republican colleagues say people are worried about the election, we are worried. But the person who's really worried about the outcome is clearly President Trump, because he's reaching out to a foreign power, asking them to help him cheat in the 2020 election. And we have a solemn responsibility to stand up and to protect our democracy and prevent this president or any president from attempting to corrupt our elections. And so if we don't do that, if we allow President Trump to get away with trying to cheat in 2020, particularly in light of what he did in 2016, we won't have a democracy. We'll have a king or a monarch. The American people will lose their voice and their right to self-determination and to elect their own leaders. And so, you know, my Republican colleagues should remember that Trump administration officials, many of them, saw this scheme and became very alarmed. The president's own ambassador, Ambassador Bolton, called it a drug deal. Dr. Fiona Hill, another Trump administration official, called it a domestic political errand. The investigation began by the Intelligence Committee. 17 witnesses, 100 hours of testimony, 260 text messages examined, transcripts of the president's own words on the call, emails exchanged between high-level Trump officials, and we know the direct evidence. The president put the three amigos, Ambassador Sondland, Perry, and Volker, in charge of this. The president refused to have a meeting or to release the funds that were put on hold until a public announcement of a bogus investigation against his chief political rival. He told the vice president, don't go to the inauguration. He spoke to Ambassador Sondland. Ambassador Sondland testified it was a quid pro quo. The president hired his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, to lead this effort. He smeared Ambassador Yovanovitch and then fired her because she stood in the way. She was an anti-corruption champion, and she stood in the way of the president's scheme. And the president and those acting on his behalf demanded that President Zelensky publicly announce an investigation of his chief political rival. And it should be remembered, the American people should know that President Zelensky, the evidence is filled with examples of Trump administration officials who say things like, President Zelensky is sensitive about Ukraine being taken seriously, not merely as an instrument in Washington domestic re-election politics. That Ambassador Taylor has a call with Ambassador Sondland saying, during our call, Sondland tried to explain to me that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks that person to pay up before signing the check, and that I argued to both Ambassador Volker and Ambassador Taylor that Donald Trump isn't owed anything by the Ukrainians. And I quote, and holding up security assistance for domestic political gain is crazy. And so there's tremendous evidence in the record that the President of the United States attempted to leverage foreign military assistance to Ukraine to drag a foreign power to corrupt our elections and allow him to cheat in 2020. We can't allow this to happen. If we don't hold this president accountable and move forward with impeachment, we can have every confidence the president will continue to do this. He's continuing to do it. Rudy Giuliani was in Ukraine last week. This is a crime in progress. And either we're going to do something about it and protect the rights of the American people to decide their own future and elect their own president, or we're going to let some foreign power do it. And you know who has the right to elect the American president? The citizens of this country and no one else. Men and women have died on the battlefield to protect our democracy. The least we can do is show the courage to stand up tonight and do our part to protect our democracy. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Mr. No, this
Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong. For what purpose does Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I'm going to go back to actual language of the amendment, and particularly the removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. So at numerous points in times during today's debate, have they, my friends on the other side of the aisle have held up a pocket constitution, waved it around. I think it's interesting nobody's read from it yet, and I think there's a reason for that. But I'm going to read from the Constitution. And if we want to talk about Article 1, which we're so fond of, then let's go to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 5. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Article 1, Section 2 deals with the U.S. House of Representatives. Article 1, Section 3 deals with the Senate. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6. Judgment in case of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7. The language in this bill is overbroad, gives the U.S. House of Representatives and this impeachment article more power than the Constitution allows. We have heard through the course of this investigation, when we have complained about process, when we have talked about secrecy, when we have not been allowed to use minority rights, that this is more akin to a special counsel. Adam Schiff has referred to himself as a special counsel. Or it's more akin to an investigation or a grand jury. Well, right now what we are doing is becoming the judge, jury, and executioner. The Senate has determined that issues of removal and disqualification are divisible from other articles of impeachment. Essentially, what happens in the Senate is there is a two-thirds vote if an impeachment is granted, and then a simple majority in which to say whether they're going to hold from other office. And while the House has the sole power of impeachment, the Senate also provides that the Constitution also provides that the Senate has the sole power to trial impeachment.
I don't want to get in front of Matt.
The Constitution describes the Senate's conviction power, which allows the Senate to remove an official from office and disqualification of that official from holding future office. The Democrat articles of impeachment state the president should be removed from office and disqualified to hold future office. The House has no constitutional authority to include this language that suggests the president should be removed from office. At best, it's unnecessary, and at worst, it is an overbroad description of what the actual power of this body is. To include the language that the president should be disqualified from office is prejudicial to the constitutionally prescribed process that the Senate will take up. And I agree with my friend from Ohio and others on my side. It really shows the true motives of the Senate. It's circular how this has all gone. It started in 2016. Now we're back to 2020. In the middle, we had, again, collusion, conspiracy, obstruction, quid pro quo, bribery, extortion, all of these other crimes. We have come to the nebulous part of this. There have been a lot of smart lawyers on my friend's side, on the other side of this case. So I can't imagine this is an omission. And what we are truly doing is taking power away from the United States Senate, which is at their sole discretion. You have the right to proceed with this. We know this. We've seen how this has gone. It's been fast-tracked and railroaded since day one. And you can equate yourself to a grand jury, a special counsel, an investigation, but you have no right as the U.S. House of Representatives to be judge, jury, and executioner. So while you may say taking this language out is ridiculous, I think it's actually constitutional. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Move strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been much said about motive this evening from my Democratic colleagues. They seek to opine as to the president's motive rather than looking at his own words reflecting in the transcript. They seek to opine into his motive rather than listening to the direct statements of President Zelensky that he felt no conditionality and no pressure in communications with the administration. But this amendment shows the true motive of the Democrats, because it is not about some cleansing of the office. It is not about some restoration of national security. If it was about national security, they would have been all up in arms when President Obama withheld military aid to the Ukrainians. But they weren't. It's all just a show to demonstrate some attack on the president. 4 facts never change. President Trump and President Zelensky both deny conditionality. The transcript shows no quid pro quo. Ukraine was not aware of any delay in military aid at the time of the call, and the aid was ultimately delivered in the absence of the investigations the Democrats are talking about. Nothing has changed those 4 facts. But I do wonder, if we had had the opportunity to hear witnesses, what more would we have learned beyond that? If we'd have been able to call Chairman Schiff as a witness like we had asked, maybe we would have learned about his office's contact with the whistleblower. Maybe we could have asked Chairman Schiff why he felt it appropriate to go engage in some weird theatrical reperformance of a transcript that never existed. It was just a fake thing that he did in the Intelligence Committee. Maybe we could have asked him why he wasn't fully forthcoming about his office's contact with the whistleblower when he was asked about it on national television. We could have asked Chairman Schiff his reasons for omitting exculpatory evidence in the majority's report. And most certainly, we would have wanted to ask Chairman Schiff whether it was his decision or someone else's decision to publish correspondence and communications between the president's personal lawyer and others, journalists, and even a member of Congress. We could have also learned a lot probably from the whistleblower. We could have learned about who the multiple sources were that they spoke to and whether or not the information was accurate, whether or not it was reliable and verifiable. We could have asked the whistleblower why the outreach to Chairman Schiff's staff in this particular way, whether or not it was truly a sincere concern or the result of some political bias. We could have asked the whistleblower about potential contacts with presidential campaigns. We could have asked Nellie Ohr a lot of questions too. She was on our witness list. We probably would have wanted to know from Nellie Ohr, how is it that one of the top people at the Department of Justice can have a spouse that goes and moonlights for people trying to dig up dirt on a presidential campaign, and then see that very dirt shuttled into the Department of Justice, injected into the bloodstream of our intelligence community, and then used as an illegitimate basis to go and spy on American citizens. We probably would have asked Nellie Ohr which Ukrainian legislators she was talking to dig up dirt on the president. What was on the thumb drive that she gave to her husband? We would have had a lot of questions for Alexandra Chalupa. Alexandra Chalupa was the intermediary between the DNC and elements of the Ukrainian government that were working against President Trump. We could have asked Alexandra Chalupa whose idea at the DNC was it to have a specific operative assigned to the Ukraine to impair our elections. Whose idea was that? Who funded it? Was it some specific donor? Was it some elected official that was out there trying to bring Ukraine into our elections? We could have asked Alexandra Chalupa, who at the Ukrainian embassy were you talking to? What elements of the Ukrainian government were engaged in trying to see President Trump defeated? I mean, we already saw Ukraine engaging in our elections in plain view when you have the ambassador from Ukraine writing op-eds criticizing the president, animating the president's legitimate concern that, hey, maybe we ought to ask a few questions of these folks. Maybe we ought to verify that Zelensky is the real deal that he in fact turned out to be. I don't know that we've learned a great deal at these hearings other than the fact that the Democrats have been hell-bent on impeachment since they first took the majority, that they've been unfair in their process, that they've been unable to evidence accusations against the president with anything other than hearsay and conjecture, but I would have liked to have known a lot more. And that's why the rules of the House allow it. That's why no matter who's in charge, the minority gets to call witnesses and bring forward evidence. Because you know what? It's clear to the American people watching that the president did not do something to justify this impeachment, but I think we could have done a lot more to fulfill the president's promise to drain the swamp if we would have actually followed the rules.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Richmond seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd start by yielding time to my colleague from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you. You know, there's a doctrine where you don't, if you can't argue the facts, you can't argue the law, argue a lot. You know, in the Constitution, it has the very language that's in the article, and I'd just like to read this. Wherefore, William Jefferson Clinton, by such conduct, warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. The exact same language that is being complained about this evening with Mr. Trump was put into the articles by the Republicans relative to Mr. Clinton, and I reeled back with thanks.
Thank you to my colleague from California. And I would just remind, because it was brought up by my colleague from Louisiana, that this was some extraordinary language designed to go after Donald Trump. This committee, the Judiciary Committee in the House, when it impeached Judge Thomas Porteous from Louisiana, which my colleague is very aware of, and it went over to the Senate and was voted on unanimously 96-0, had the same exact language in it. There is nothing extraordinary about the language in this. What is extraordinary is the gymnastics and hurdles that my colleagues on the other side are going through to make sure that they just throw a whole bunch of stuff at the wall, hope that they confuse the American people, hope that something sticks. My friend on the other side just mentioned that this president wanted to make sure that this new Ukrainian administration was not corrupt like the last one. Well, he gave the last corrupt administration $550 million. Again, what a judge will tell you when you're on a jury is you get to apply common sense. And if it doesn't make sense, you don't have to believe it. So if you gave $550 million to an administration you knew that was corrupt, what happens between 2018 and 2019 besides you being scared to death of your next political opponent? But what the judge will also tell you is that you do not have to take everything that everybody says as fact. But in this case, let's look at the three witnesses that testified under oath. Vindman, Lieutenant Colonel, Purple Heart. He said it was a meeting in exchange for an investigation into the Bidens. Sondland, Trump supporter, said that it was a quid pro quo. Bill Taylor, West Point, said that it was crazy to withhold military aid for an investigation, all under oath, all with the penalty of perjury. Who do they offer on the other side? President Trump. 14,435 lies to date since he's been president. Not under oath, but we should take his word for it. Then it is so absurd because in a call, we know the president's vocabulary. We know what he does and what he does not say. He may say bigly, he might say great, he might say winning a lot. But in this ordinary conversation, he does not use the words quid pro quo. So when he has the conversation after the whistleblower is known to everybody, he gets a call, first thing out of his mouth, hey, I don't want a quid pro quo. Where did that come from? It came from the fact that you are guilty of the crime that is charged. Just like a kid who just got caught going into the cookie jar with crumbs on his mouth when his mother says, what are you doing? I didn't eat that cookie. That's what we have, a call out of the blue. The first thing he says is, I don't want a quid pro quo. I want them to do the right thing. No, you would not have held up their vital military aid. You have to understand that this is a country that is being occupied by his friend Putin, and he is holding up the vital aid for them to protect their country. because he says it's about corruption. But we know from the facts in this case, from the 3 people who testified under oath, that all this was about was making sure that he gets an investigation into Joe Biden. Why was that important? Because when you panic, you go back to what worked the first time. And an investigation where he got to run around the country saying, lock her up, he figured if he can get another investigation, he can run around the country saying, lock him up, and it might work again. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move to strike last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You didn't give us a lot of witnesses in this committee, and no fact witnesses, but we did get one professor, Professor Turley, who early on in his talk mentioned that he didn't vote for the president, and none of the other witnesses did either. One thing he did say, the evidence that you have against him, that you're bringing these impeachment charges on, is wafer thin evidence. What's not wafer thin is the partisan resolve by the Democrats, at least on this committee, to get rid of this president. And they've been looking for an excuse to impeach this president for a long time, and now they think they've got one, but we obviously know he's not going to be removed from office. But it's embarrassing, and it's a mark, and it's really unfortunate because the country really shouldn't be put through this. But I think one of the things that we ought to do is look at the things that this president has actually accomplished that they're talking about getting rid of. This is a president that's successfully grown this economy. If you look at the savings accounts and 401k accounts of so many Americans and so many retirees, they're up as the stock market is. Now, that's not going to go on forever, but it's certainly something positive that most Americans can be pleased about. There are more Americans now employed than ever before in our nation's history. Manufacturing jobs, which we really used to be hurting in this country and have been in decline for a long time, are now coming back. Manufacturing jobs are including by hundreds of thousands. Unemployment, as I mentioned, 50-year low. 4 million Americans no longer need to rely upon food stamps. That's a positive thing. Retail sales are up. We're finally becoming energy independent. In fact, the U.S. is now a net natural gas exporter. For the first time in 60 years, we're now an exporter of natural gas. Right to try, that I remember the president, I'm sure my Democratic colleagues remember this too, the president was encouraging us to pass a right to try law, which allows people who oftentimes they don't have a lot of chance. They've got a disease that's been considered fatal, and they'd like to try some drug that maybe comes out some years down the road, but they're willing to try it now. Because of this, it's giving some people a hope, and hopefully will save some lives. That was the president's idea. Our military is stronger than it's been in a long, long time. And thank God we're actually increasing the pay for our men and women in uniform, and they deserve even more. There are 2 great judges, I would argue. Some of my Democratic colleagues would probably disagree with me here, but 2 great judges on the Supreme Court now. Elections have consequences. They'd have been very, very different had Hillary Clinton been elected last time. Elections have consequences, and there are many circuit court judges that they're filling in the Senate, and thank God for that. The president withdrew us from that awful Iran deal, which essentially allowed money, billions of dollars, to go to terrorists. It's now being used against us by Iran. We've seen the embassy, our U.S. embassy, move to Jerusalem. Thank God for that. We've seen, finally, we're starting to strengthen our southern borders, although we've got a long way to go there. Despite all these things, when the Democrats took over the House earlier this year in January, one of the first things they did, articles of impeachment were introduced earlier this January in the House. And that very same day, one of their members, in a profanity-filled speech, famously said, we're going to impeach the bleep. She didn't bleep it, obviously. And another said, if we don't impeach the president, he might well get reelected. I mean, is that a reason to impeach a president because he might get reelected? Well, it was to them. You know, it really goes back 2 years inauguration, the hatred for this president when he got elected. We saw it in the streets here in Washington. Now, a lot of people came up here to protest, and that's fine. But we also saw a lot of windows broken. We saw one person, you know, say that she was dreaming about blowing up the White House and that sort of thing. So it really did get ugly. The bottom line is here, they've been looking for an excuse for years now to impeach this president. They are wafer thin. We should not be moving forward on something like this. The country deserves a lot better than they're getting in this impeachment process. I'll be glad when we get beyond this because it's bad for the country, very divisive, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear my colleague from Rhode Island say that this isn't about policy differences. This is about our obligation to protect and defend our Constitution. It's about courage. Well, of course it's about policy differences because you said nothing on your side when President Obama sent his surrogates out to lie about Benghazi. You said nothing when President Obama's administration entered into a gun-running deal with Mexican cartels and the Fast and Furious program was developed. You said nothing about Democrat leaders. This is about a policy difference, and it's not about courage. I don't question anyone's courage on the other side of the aisle. I question your judgment. I don't question your courage. And I think that the American people are getting tired, and I say that because I have a friend from college, Jim, and Jim sent me a text. And just so you know a little bit about Jim, his dad was a pastor south of the Mason-Dixon line in the 60s and 70s who was a leader in the civil rights movement. Jim didn't vote for Donald Trump. He didn't vote for Mitt Romney. He didn't vote for John McCain. But Jim sent me a text, and he said, would you tell your Democrat colleagues that I'm voting for Donald Trump this next time around? And by the way, he tells me that he believes that your party is overreaching at this point. Overreaching. The last text he sent me was kind of interesting. He said the stock market closed at a record high. They're losing. But I thought about that overreach comment, and I thought about what was the most ludicrous of the ways that this group of Democrats in the House have tried to take out this president. And there are a lot to choose from. My favorite happens to be the 25th Amendment. I thought when y'all came up with the 25th Amendment, it was right at the top. You call in a professor from Yale, and that professor from Yale could have been right out of a movie about the old Soviet Union. She says, testifying in Congress, well, it takes a majority of the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment, but this president might be, he would need an examination, and when asked by a member, could he be detained, could the President of the United States be detained for purposes of a examination, she said yes. Right out of the old Soviet Union. That was my favorite. My second favorite was the Emoluments Clause, because I had to run to the Constitution to figure out what in the heck you guys were talking about with the Emoluments Clause. But I guess anybody that is successful and that has worldwide businesses is going to be subject to an Emoluments Clause argument. Thankfully, you didn't include that in this set of articles. You've had 4 now on the floor of the House, and you think that somehow we're not showing courage when we stand here and tell you you don't have the facts to convict this president on these charges. And you don't. The thing that's going to change is when this moves over to the Senate, you lose the narrative. Because the Republicans in the Senate will call Hunter Biden. They will call the whistleblower. And you better wait and see what the American public does when all of the facts are out. You don't get to hide the facts in the basement anymore. All the facts are going to be coming out. So I asked a few of my friends whether they had any favorites, and I will yield to my friend from Arizona if he'd like to talk about some of his more outrageous scenarios that our friends, the Democrats, have proposed on this president.
I thank my friend for yielding, and you really took, the 25th Amendment really was really right at the top of the heap there. But, I mean, virtually every time the president tweets something, I've heard criticism that he should be impeached for tweeting. In fact, the Harvard law professor who was in here last week wrote a piece that he should be impeached for tweeting in 2017. That was fun. The other one is the bribery issue. That was fun too, because when you had, this is when Professor Carlin tried to explain it, took her 5 minutes to try to explain what the bribery was, and then we didn't hear any more from our colleagues about what bribery was.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Chairman.
Who seeks
Chairman.
recognition?
Chairman.
Mr. Jeffrey seeks recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
My colleague suggested that we're here because we have policy disagreements with this president. We do have some policy disagreements with this president. We disagree with the fact that you passed as your signature legislative accomplishment in the last Congress a GOP tax scam where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1%. You exploded the deficit and the debt. We disagree with that. We disagree with your policy of separating God's children from their parents and caging those children. That was unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. We disagree with that. We disagree with your effort, which is ongoing, to strip away health care protections from more than 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions. We disagree with that as well.